In her previous life, Su Li was blind in both vision and heart, supporting her husband in ascending to lofty heights. Yet, once he achieved greatness, he abandoned her like a discarded tool. This betrayal led to the demise of her maternal grandfather's family and the honorable minister who bore teach a weight of infamy until their untimely deaths. Ultimately, she herself met a tragic end, her life extinguished alongside her existence. Yet, fate bestowed upon her a second chance, a rebirth that illuminated her path anew. In this life, she vowed to protect her loved ones and trample upon the scoundrels and vile women. As her scars faded, her beauty blossomed, captivating all who beheld her. Her medical skills became nothing short of miraculous, astonishing the world around her. In the midst of it all, a certain lord, with an air of propriety, shamelessly clung to the beauty in his embrace, declaring, "I am in distress. I require liar's export examination." Chapter 1. Restless Spirit. In the 33rd year of Tianqi, amidst the biting winter chill, the winds howled fiercely. At the residence of the national master in the imperial city, a mournful cry pierced the heavens. "Zhao Huaiyan, Su Yu, you are devoid of humanity." In the dim, damp storage room, a tattered figure with disheveled hair struggled to crawl forward, the slight bulge of her abdomen becoming more pronounced with each desperate movement. "Nt." Yet before she could reach the door, the iron chains binding her body yanked her back, forcing her to halt. The chains clanked ominously as the woman, whose bones seemed to cry out in agony, disregarded her pain and strained against her shackles. At the threshold, a man clad in fine garments looked on with disdain. Beside him nestled a woman of striking beauty. At their feet lay a lifeless body. Su Li gazed upon the girl who had just moments ago reassured her. "Do not fear, miss, I've come to rescue you," now devoid of life. She gazed at the two figures at the door, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. Brother and sister is so terrifying. The woman, frail and delicate, pressed herself closer to the man. He embraced her, offering comfort. Do not be afraid, she cannot approach us." Turning to Su Li, he spoke coldly. "Su Li, surrender the military orders, and I shall grant you a swift death." Su Li laughed mockingly, her long hair cascading down her face, revealing a deep scar that marred her beauty. Though the scar was grotesque, her eyes were astonishingly beautiful. "Zhao Huaiyan, your current status is owed to my Su family. It is I, Su Li. Without me, the so-called foremost strategist of Tianqi, you are nothing." Zhao Huaiyan gritted his teeth. This was precisely the reason for her demise. He had ascended from a penniless scholar to the position of a close minister to the emperor, and indeed, this woman had played a crucial role. Yet, it was her cunning that necessitated her end. Now that the new emperor had ascended, he had achieved his desires, and this woman ought to retire in triumph. "Oh, dear sister, as women, we should regard men as paramount. Why strive so fiercely? Moreover, your tenacity has led you to this very fate." Su Yu's words brought delight to the man, but incited fury in Su Li. Su Li brandished the iron chains with a clatter, glaring fiercely at her once-beloved half-sister. "Su Yu, you are utterly deranged. That is your father too. How could you lay a hand upon him? You are worse than a beast." Su Yu covered her lips with a smile and remarked, "Sister, it seems your maid has already informed you. Your father and maternal grandfather's family have descended into the underworld, and they met a most tragic end, accused of treason and collusion with the enemy. You cannot imagine, your maternal family, blood was spilled everywhere, staining the entire execution ground. Your grandfather's head was even hung by the emperor at the city gate for all to see. TSK. Su Li's eyes reddened, and she cried out in agony, "Jun Hui, tyrant, tyrant!" Seeing Su Li in such distress, Su Yu felt even more exhilarated and continued, "Moreover, sister, let me reveal a truth to you. Although I have called that man father for over a decade, he is not my true father. Besides, he has never regarded me as his daughter. In his eyes, there is only your deceased mother and you, the illegitimate child." Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Vile woman, what do you mean by this? Father has always treated us equally. Never has he deprived you of anything. He was a man of integrity. Throughout his life, you have allowed him to depart with a tarnished reputation. Now, could you still be human?" Su Yu sneered, "Deprived of nothing? Then why did he not elevate my mother after your wretched mother passed away, allowing me to be overshadowed by you, the legitimate daughter? His downfall is also thanks to you. With the new emperor ascending the throne, it is only natural that he could not remain in favor with you and your maternal family. It is solely due to your existence as a good daughter and good granddaughter that he faces this fate. Blame no one else. Suli took a step back. Indeed, blame her. It was she who disregarded her father's counsel, stubbornly marrying into the impoverished Zhao family. It was she who devised strategies, supporting her husband in assisting the new emperor to ascend. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. It is she. Everything is due to her. Seeing her face pale as death, Zhao Huaiyan impatiently said, Yuer, why bother speaking to her? Every moment I spend with her fills me with revulsion. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Not long ago, he had embraced her, promising her an unwavering love as deep as the ocean. Now, he cast her aside as if she were a mere discarded garment. For his sake, she defied her father for the first time. For him, she implored her grandfather to align with the sixth prince, Junhui. And what did she ultimately gain? Countless sacrifices made for him, yet they amounted to nothing against the superficiality of mere appearance. Zhao Huaiyan, I carry your child. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Su Yu laughed sweetly. Sister is merely a child. If brother and desires many, I shall bear him as many as he wishes. This does not pose a threat to him. It would be wiser for you to hand over your grandfather's military warrant to avoid further suffering. Su Li gritted her teeth when her grandfather entrusted her with the warrant. He had repeatedly warned her never to give it to anyone. Never. I would rather die than surrender the warrant. Should the warrant fall into their hands, how could the common people escape the ravages of war? Zhao Huaiyan rubbed his temples and said, Very well, if you refuse to hand it over, then so be it. It's merely a trinket to curry favor with the new emperor. You can keep that warrant and take it to accompany your grandfather's family. Su Yu's face brightened. Brethren, you may leave first. After all, my sister and I share a bond. One shall see her off in the end. Zhao Huaiyan nodded and turned to exit the courtyard. Once he was gone, Su Yu's smile vanished, and she turned to glare at Su Li with venomous intent. Su Li, oh Su Li, do you not realize how much I detest those eyes of yours? They are undeniably unattractive, yet your gaze is so captivating. You are unworthy. Yu Qi, go and extract her eyes for me. The maid standing behind her appeared troubled, her head bowed, unable to meet Su Li's gaze. Su Li returned her stare. What is it? Are you unwilling? Do you pity your former mistress? Su Yu's voice was laced with coldness. Yu Qi clenched her fists, suddenly raising her head, summoning the courage to look at Su Li as she said, Miss, I am sorry. With her hands bound and her wrist pierced, Su Li was powerless to resist, forced to watch as her former maid approached her step by step. A scream, accompanied by Su Yu's melodious laughter, echoed eerily in the snowy night. The pain was nearly overwhelming, threatening to plunge Su Li into unconsciousness, yet she clung to her seething hatred to remain upright. Ha ha ha, sister, this scene appears much more harmonious now. Sister, truth be told, I feel a twinge of sympathy for you. You have been astute for half your life, yet also foolish for just as long. Do you know why I seek your life? Because you stand in my way, just as your mother obstructed mine, and my mother took her life. Su Li was shaken by these words. Was her mother not in decline due to a miscarriage, her health deteriorating until she ultimately passed away? It was precisely because of this that she later became enamored with the art of healing. It seems that Su Yu felt her sister had not yet endured enough suffering. She continued, Moreover, dear sister, do you know how your cousin ultimately met her demise? She was killed by the soldiers, and it is laughable that you have always treated her with indifference. Yet, until her last breath, she pleaded with me to spare you. Is that not absurd? Cousin. Poof. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Li spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, continuing to expel blood in desperate gasps. The crimson liquid stained much of her body. Zhao Huaiyan, Su Yu, Junhui, I shall not rest even as a ghost until I take my vengeance upon you. With that exclamation, it was as if all her strength had been drained, and she finally fell to the earth, lifeless. Yu Qi trembled as she approached, checking for signs of breath. Madam, she has passed away. Su Yu smiled sweetly, her tone gentle, Dispose of her at the mass grave to feed the dogs. Yuchi shuddered, lowering her head. As you wish. She summoned 2 servants from outside, who then dragged the corpse away. The wind ceased, and the snow fell silent. Master, it appears she was the granddaughter of the late Duke. Then the sound of wheels echoed in the distance. A sigh was heard. Soon after, Suli felt a warmth enveloping her. She sensed a grand cloak being draped over her shoulders. Cough, cough. Such a pitiful soul, let us depart. Master, the cold affliction, the voices and the creaking of wheels upon the snow gradually faded away. She seemed to catch a glimpse of a pale figure merging with the heavens, pristine and unblemished. Junimo, I am sorry, it was she who devised the scheme that exacerbated the ailment of the extraordinary young man, ultimately condemning him to a life bound to a wheelchair, thus tripping him of the chance to vie for the throne against Junwei. The late emperor had 4 sons. The former crown prince had passed away. The 3rd prince was enamored with nature. And the only true threat to Junwei was the beloved and exceptionally capable 7th prince, Junmo. Hence, she concocted a poison-laden plot. Ironically, in her final moments, the warmth that enveloped her came from him. To have fallen to such depths was indeed a form of retribution. Junmo, if there is a next life, I shall repay you. Suli had lost the strength to utter any sound, succumbing with a heart heavy with guilt towards her family and Junmo and Harbori. In hatred for her enemies and herself, she breathed her last. Chapter 2. The Return of the Soul. Miss, why do you sit by the window again? Your health has only just recovered. You mustn't expose yourself to the wind. Sichin entered, admonishing as she closed the window. Uncertain of what ailed the young lady, they recalled how she had awakened from nightmares a few nights prior, resulting in a rather significant chill. Afterward, she had wept and laughed in the embrace of her maids, yet the once reticent young lady had grown even more taciturn. The maids secretly speculated whether their mistress had encountered some malevolent force. However, with the master away on business and the lady visiting the temple, the maids were left in a state of distress. Suli felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Such incredible events had transpired in her life. Could it be that even heaven could not bear to watch, allowing her a second chance? She had indeed been reborn. Her mother was still alive, and she had yet to encounter Zhao Huayan. Truly, the heavens have eyes. In this lifetime, kindness is repaid with kindness, and enmity is met with retribution. Suli gently touched the scar on her face. It was a remnant from half a year ago, when she and Suyu ventured out and their carriage overturned. She lost consciousness, and upon awakening, she found herself marked by this scar. Reflecting on that incident, it was far from mere misfortune. It was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by the mother and daughter from the West Garden. In her previous life, although she later learned the art of healing from her master, the scar had aged too much to be entirely erased. However, with her current medical skills, removing the scar is merely a matter of time. The presence of this scar had rendered her timid and self-deprecating, causing her to remain secluded within the confines of her estate. Meanwhile, Suyu paraded around flamboyantly, unaware that others regarded her as the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. Indeed, she had managed to cultivate a certain reputation for herself. The 4 beauties of Tianqi. In this lifetime, with Su Li present, Suyu shall not rise to prominence. Sichin, come with me and Mo Hua for an outing shortly. Sichin paused in surprise while tidying the bedding. The young lady is going out. Ever since the scar marred her face, she had shunned the outside world. Ah, certainly, I shall summon Mo Hua at once. Just then, a maid entered, carrying a platter of fruit. Sichin cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Mo Hua, I was just about to seek you out. The young lady wishes for us to accompany her on an outing." As soon as Sichin finished speaking, Suyu's voice floated in from outside. "Has my sister awoken?" "She has, and the second miss arrives at an opportune moment." Yuchi respectfully ushered Suyu into the room. "Sister, I have come to see you. Are you feeling better today?" Suyu entered with a sweet smile, her expression laced with concern. Suli gazed at her, her hand tightly clenched, allowing her nails to dig into her palm without feeling any pain. To the unknowing observer, one might think she held her elder sister in genuine concern. Hadn't she, in her previous life, been deceived by this seemingly docile and fragile Fod? She had treated this venomous woman as her own sister for so many years. At this moment, Su Yu was merely 12, yet her acting was remarkably proficient, indicating that her aunt had exerted considerable effort in her training. After speaking, she seized Su Li's sleeve and gave it a gentle shake. Su Li struggled to suppress the urge to tear her apart, concealing her true emotions. Upon hearing Su Li's words, a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed Su Yu's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a sweet smile as she stepped forward. Indeed, sister, you are right. I shall remember your words. Sister, in 3 days, the annual Qianhua banquet of Qianxi will take place. I have prepared a lovely outfit in a shade of jade green, but I find myself at a loss for a matching headdress. I notice the exquisite jade headdress you possess. It would complement my attire perfectly. Might I borrow it? Su Li felt a cold laughter rising within her each time this dear sister visited. She sought to pilfer something from her. Sometimes it was jewelry, other times fabric. In her past life, she thought it was of little consequence since she rarely ventured outside and had no use for such items. Each time Su Yu requested something, she readily obliged. This time, however, her audacity knew no bounds. That jade headdress was a birthday gift from her grandmother, worth a fortune. Su Li replied coolly, Sister, I fear that may not be possible. Su Yu's smile faltered momentarily, realizing her approach had been too transparent, but she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. Sister, I merely wish to borrow it. Su Li shook her head and said, This set of exquisite jade headpiece is of immense value. Grandmother mentioned it was passed down from the ancestors of the Wei family, and my mother has instructed me to keep it safe. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Su Yu's desire for the headpiece intensified. The ancestors of the Duke of Wei were indeed founding heroes. The treasures they bequeathed must be exceedingly precious. Sister, the Duke of Wei is also my maternal grandfather. Is it not permissible for me to borrow it, just for a moment? Su Li furrowed her brow, caught in a dilemma. This, with a playful tone, Su Yu pleaded, Oh, sister, please? I merely wish to borrow it for a single occasion. I will return it to you once the Qianhua banquet has concluded. After a moment of contemplation, Su Li relented. Very well, but you must write an IOU. If mother inquires, I will have an explanation ready. Su Yu was taken aback. She had never encountered the need for an IOU when borrowing Su Li's jewelry. Su Li smiled and explained, This headpiece is truly valuable. I fear if mother asks, I shall have no way to account for it. Rest assured, it is merely a precaution for mother's sake. Only then did Su Yu brighten up. All right, I shall write the IOU for you right away. Once the IOU was completed, Su Li instructed Mo Hua, Please fetch that headpiece for the second miss. Mo Hua hesitated, Mississippi frowning. Su Yu glared at Mo Hua. Sister has already consented. What are you hesitating for? Su Li turned to Mo Hua and urged, Go on. With a resigned sigh, Mo Hua turned to retrieve the headpiece. Watching Mo Hua's retreating figure, Su Yu remarked to Su Li, Sister, your maid is terribly impudent. If any of my maids dare to question my decisions, I would not hesitate to reprimand them. Su Li, gazing at the IOU in her hand, pretended not to hear. Soon, the exquisite jade headpiece was brought forth. Su Yu, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly opened the box. Wow, truly worthy of the 12 jade pieces. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, caressing the headpiece in admiration. Mo Hua and Si Qin wore solemn expressions. After all, she was a young lady from the minister's residence, often taking advantage of the eldest lattice hospitality. Without waiting for Su Li's response, she clutched the box and left with her maid. Miss, you are exceptionally generous. How can you just give away such a precious jade headpiece? Si Qin expressed her discontent. At that moment, Ji Shu entered with some pastries and, upon hearing Si Qin's words, was taken aback. Miss, you have given the 12 jade pieces that the Duchess bestowed upon you to the second young lady? No wonder she saw the second young lady clutching a box and smiling so joyfully. Su Li regarded the IOU with a calm demeanor. It's nothing. I am well aware of the situation. One could only fear that Su Yu could not bear the weight of those 12 jade pieces. Upon hearing this, the 3 maids instantly drooped their heads in disappointment. Yuqi stepped forward with a smile, saying, Why be so stingy? The 2 young ladies share a deep sisterly bond. What is a single set of jade headpieces in comparison? Aunt Xia often personally crafts gifts for our miss. Su Li shot a glance at Yuqi, surprised that she had already allied herself with that side so soon. In her previous life, Yuchi had incessantly praised that side in her ear. Because of this maid's sweet tongue and ability to curry favor, she had favored her the most. Yet, who would have thought that she would turn out to be a treacherous wolf? Recalling the pain of betrayal, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Li's eyes. Did I speak incorrectly, miss? In that fleeting moment, Yuchi felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, an unshakable dread enveloping her. Su Li chuckled. No, you're absolutely right. Yuchi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I knew it. Our miss and the second miss are the finest sisters in the world. Su Li scoffed, indeed the finest sisters in existence. Rising from her seat, Su Li commanded, Si Chin, fetch my veil and mo hua. Go summon the steward to prepare the carriage. Yes, miss, came the response. Yuchi, astonished, asked, Miss, are you going out? Su Li nodded. Yes. Yuchi stepped forward. Miss, let me accompany you. Not this time, it will just be Si Chin and Mo Hua. You and Ji Shu shall guard the courtyard. Yuchi pouted in discontent, feeling that her mistress had been acting strangely these past few days, not allowing her to attend to her as before. She glanced at Ji Shu and the others, wondering if they had said something to her mistress. Su Li reassured her, next time, it will be your turn. It was easy to dismiss Yuchi, but this pawn would be kept for a greater purpose. Hearing this, Yuchi cheered up once more. Rest assured, miss, I will guard the courtyard diligently. Chapter 3. The blossoming elegant Su Li, accompanied by her maid, ascended into the carriage, en route to the Xinglin apothecary. The coachman acknowledged her request and urged the horses forward. The Xinglin apothecary, the largest in the capital, should possess the medicinal herbs she required. Her scar necessitated treatment, and the cold ailment afflicting that individual had likely worsened by now. An opportunity to visit the Jing Wangfu must be sought. Junmo's cold affliction stemmed from a conflict at the border 4 years prior. When the Northern Flame unexpectedly launched an attack, the 17-year-old Jun Mo marched with the troops. It was said that the borderlands were harsh, and it was indeed a grueling battle. Jun Mo earned significant military accolades, pleasing the emperor, who promptly conferred upon him the title of Jing Wang. He was the first among the 4 princes, aside from the crown prince, to receive such an honor. Reflecting on Jun Mo filled Su Li with a profound sense of guilt intertwined with warmth, leaving her heart in a bittersweet turmoil. Miss, are you feeling unwell? What brings you to the apothecary? Si Chin inquired with concern. Su Li gently shook her head, leaning against the carriage wall with her eyes closed. I merely seek to procure some medicinal herbs. Si Chin and Mo Hua exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when their mistress had developed an understanding of medicine. However, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, the 2 maids refrained from further questioning. The lively shouts of vendors and the laughter of children brought a touch of reality to Su Li's surroundings. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Miss, we have arrived, Si Chin announced. Si Chin and Mo Hua disembarked first, then turned to assist her down from the carriage. The trio entered the apothecary, where the attendant promptly greeted them. Miss, are you here for a consultation or to gather herbs? Our consulting physician is currently out. If you wish to see a doctor, it may require a wait. Su Li said, gather the herbs for me. Hand me paper and pen. I shall list the required ingredients. Please wait a moment, miss, replied the shop assistant, who promptly provided her with the requested items. Su Li took the pen and began to enumerate her herbs. Here, gather according to the quantities listed. She handed the prescription to the assistant. He accepted the list, glanced at it, then looked up at Su Li. This young lady not only possessed a melodious voice, but also penned with remarkable elegance. It was a pity that her face was obscured by her veil. What is it? Is there a problem? Su Li inquired, noticing his hesitation. Oh, no. I will fetch the herbs for you immediately, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. As the 3 of them awaited the medicine, a commotion erupted outside. Doctor, help. Quickly, save my son. Bauer, hold on. A man cried, cradling a child whose complexion was a disturbing shade of blue, eyes shut tight. The slight rise and fall of the child's chest indicated he still clung to life. As the man rushed into the apothecary, he shouted, Dr. Chongchun, please, save my son. The shop assistant hurried out from behind the counter, inquiring, what has happened? The woman wailed, it is all my fault. I was cooking and lost sight of the child for just a moment, and now he is like this. We have visited several clinics, but the doctors say he has ingested some golden grass, and there is no hope. Oh heavens, he is my only child. If anything happens to him, I cannot go on living." The mention of golden grass sparked a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers. Golden grass? That is a poisonous herb. It is truly lamentable. The mother seems rather careless, allowing such a young child to stray from her sight. I have yet to hear of anyone being revived after consuming the golden grass. The fate of this child appears dire. The esteemed physician from Changchun is renowned for his exceptional medical skills in the capital. Perhaps he possesses a remedy. The man cradling the child shouted desperately to the attendant. "Where is the physician from Changchun? Hurry, summon him." The attendant, wearing a pained expression, replied, "The physician from Changchun is currently making house calls. We shall have to wait at least an hour or two." Upon hearing this, despair washed over the couple's faces. What are we to do? Is fate determined to extinguish the Wang family line? "Oh, my precious child, you are testing your mother's resolve. Fear not, dear one, for I shall accompany you." "Oh, how pitiable." The attendant of the medicine shop shook his head, stating, "It is futile. Even if the physician from Changchun were to arrive, it would be of no use. Last year, someone mistakenly ingested golden grass, and the physician was powerless to help." With this revelation, the man collapsed to the ground. Yet he continued to hold his child tightly. The tension that had held him together shattered, and he wept inconsolably alongside his wife. "Let me give it a try." A clear voice rang out from behind the crowd. Su Li had originally wished to remain uninvolved. Her wings had yet to fully unfurl, and attracting undue attention was unwise. However, witnessing the couple's profound anguish and recalling the haunting image of her own mother silently cradling a stillborn infant in her arms in a past life, she altered her decision. The crowd parted to reveal a young girl donning a hooded cloak, her features obscured, yet her stature suggested she was merely a child. The couple raised their heads in hopeful anticipation, but upon seeing Su Li, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in their eyes. Si Qin and Imo Hua quickly intervened. With Si Qin whispering, "Miss, this is a matter of life and death. You are not a physician. We should leave at once." Imo Hua concurred. "Indeed, miss. If you pity them, I can spare some silver. Let us depart swiftly." Su Li reassured the two. "It's all right. I merely wish to take a look." She stepped forward and addressed the couple. "The situation could hardly be worse than it is now. Could it? Allow me to try. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope." The woman questioned skeptically, "Are you a doctor?" Su Li replied calmly, "I have studied medicine for many years." She spoke the truth. After her mother succumbed to illness in her previous life, she had apprenticed herself to a healer. The man cast a glance at the fragile child cradled in his arms, gritted his teeth, and declared, "Very well. Please do try." The woman gasped, "Husband, at this rate, the child will perish. It is better to let this young lady attempt to save him," the man said, his expression pained as he gazed at the ailing infant. Seeing the couple's reluctant consent, Su Li turned to the apothecary's assistant and said, "I will borrow your space." She then instructed the man to place the child on the examination couch. Su Li wrote out a prescription and handed it to the assistant, stating, "Prepare the medicine according to this as quickly as possible." "Do you have gold needles in your shop?" The assistant accepted the prescription, responding, "Yes, please wait a moment." He promptly retrieved the gold needles and handed them to Su Li before hastening to gather and prepare the medicine. As Su Li opened the gold needles, she assessed them. Though they could not compare to those from her past life, they were nonetheless adequate. Just as she was about to insert a needle, her wrist was suddenly grasped by Si Qin. The two young girls were on the verge of tears. "Miss, what is happening? Not only are you prescribing chaotic remedies, but you also intend to jab needles into the child. If anything were to happen to him, what kind of trouble would you find yourself in?" Su Li replied calmly, "Remove your hand. I know what I am doing." "Miss, remove it." With no other option, Si Qin reluctantly withdrew her hand, watching helplessly as her mistress inserted needle after needle into the child. After administering the acupuncture, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Su Li's forehead, which she wiped away. Imo Hua hurried forward to assist her in drying off. "Remove the needles in a quarter of an hour," Su Li instructed, her voice steady. The woman approached, eyeing the child with skepticism as she asked, "Is he going to be all right?" Su Li replied coolly, "No, this merely halts the spread of the poison. It must ultimately be purged." Just then, a pharmacy assistant brought over the medicine. "Miss, the medicine is ready." Su Li nodded. "Once I have removed the needles, we can administer it to him." Meanwhile, the crowd outside showed no signs of dispersing. Is this girl merely playing around? I've lived for 70 or 80 years and have never heard of anyone being able to cure the poison of golden grass. Indeed, that child is teetering on the brink of death, only to be subjected to more suffering. Yet, I must admit, her technique appears quite professional. She must possess some skill. But what of it? Even the renowned doctor of Changchun cannot cure this poison. How could this young girl possibly succeed? Ignoring the murmurs of the onlookers, Suli began to extract the golden needles as the quarter hour elapsed. The woman gently cradled the boy, allowing him to lean against her. While the pharmacy assistant carefully fed in the medicine, Suli let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the child could still swallow on his own. After administering the medicine, the child suddenly began to struggle, appearing quite distressed. "Miss, what is happening?" the man asked in a flurry. Suli raised her hand to interrupt his inquiry. Suddenly, the child's head tilted, and he vomited profusely. "Ah, my child, my child," the woman cried out, shaking the child frantically. The man took a couple of steps forward, but then turned, fixing a cold glare at Suli. With calm composure, Suli stated, "Do not shake the child. Lay him down on the recliner. This is a necessary process to induce vomiting. Most of the poison has been expelled, but there remains some residual toxicity that can be treated with subsequent medicinal adjustments." The couple exchanged a glance at their child, and indeed, his complexion no longer appeared as frightfully pale. After a few whimpers, he fell into a deep slumber. Suli approached the child to take his pulse, assuring them, "There is no danger to his life. I will prescribe another remedy. After 2 more doses, he will be just fine." In truth, the poison from the golden grass was not particularly difficult to neutralize. It was merely that no one had the means to use the golden needle to halt its spread. This technique was a unique creation of her venerable master. The thought of that eccentric old man warmed Suli's heart. The man suddenly knelt before her, clasping his hands together, and declared, "Miss, by saving my son, you have spared the life of my entire family, Wang Wei. Such a profound grace cannot go unacknowledged. Should you have any commands, I, Wang Wei, would face fire and water without hesitation." The man's kneeling shocked both Si Qin, still reeling from the astonishment of the successful rescue, and Mo Hua, who was equally taken aback. Suli replied with an air of tranquility, "Please, rise." However, the man shook his head resolutely, stating, "I shall not rise until the miss grants her permission for me to follow and serve her. I, Wang Wei, may lack in many aspects, yet I possess a formidable strength, which would suffice for the role of a gatekeeper at your esteemed residence." After a moment of contemplation, Suli inquired, "Are you a merchant?" Noticing the embroidered words Yunqi Merchant Group on the man's attire, her curiosity was piqued. The man replied, "Indeed, I lead a merchant caravan." Suli pondered briefly before suggesting, "Please attend to the child, and in 7 days, visit the manager at Zhe Xianju." The man clasped his hands in acknowledgement and responded, "Understood." Wang Wei then rose and turned to look after his child. Suli addressed the 2 maidservants, "Let us depart." As the trio exited, the crowd parted to create a path. Upon their emergence, bursts of applause erupted from behind. Indeed, there was someone capable of counteracting the poison of the golden grass. Such a young girl, her medical skills surpassing even those of the esteemed doctors of Changchun. It is truly astonishing. Alas, if only I had encountered this girl sooner, my cousin would not have perished. Sobbing softly, they climbed into the carriage, and Suli instructed the driver to Zhe Xianju. Chapter 4. Cutting off her financial resources. Noticing the 2 maidservants gazing at her intently, Suli offered a faint smile, encouraging them to voice their inquiries. Si Qin hesitated, while Mo Hua, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, "Miss, when did you acquire your medical skills?" Having followed their mistress since childhood, they were oblivious to her remarkable talents in medicine, particularly her ability to neutralize the poison of the golden grass. Leaning against the carriage wall, Suli replied nonchalantly, "Your mistress has been favored by the divine. An elderly immortal imparted this knowledge to me in a dream." The 2 maidservants exchanged exasperated glances at her response. "My lady, do you take us for 3-year-olds?" Suli gazed at the 2 maidens, truly feeling that she had been favored by celestial beings to be reborn. "I have taught myself. My father's study is filled with numerous books, including many on medicine." This assertion was indeed accurate. Ever since the scar marred her face, she had seldom ventured outside. Her daily routine primarily consisted of perusing the volumes in her father's study. Noticing the 2 maidens looking at her with concern, Suli smiled and remarked, "It is nothing. Loss in one aspect can yield gain in another. Look, I have acquired a wealth of medical knowledge, have I not?" Si Qin, recalling matters within the manor, said, "My lady, although you do not enjoy leaving the estate, it is unnecessary to bestow all your garments and jewelry upon the second miss, especially those 12 exquisite pieces bestowed upon you by the Duchess." Suli chuckled softly. Those 12 pieces are not so easily worn, as a mere concubine's daughter. To don such precious items at the Chonghua banquet. How amusing. After her disfigurement, she had not always secluded herself within the manor. However, each gathering seemed to present unforeseen complications. And despite her noble status, the noble ladies would secretly conspire against her. If her esteemed position faced such treachery, how much worse would it be for Suyu? This upcoming Chonghua banquet, unbeknownst to others, was intended to select a consort for the crown prince to uplift his spirits. The crown prince had languished in illness for several months, and the palace physicians were at their wits' end. As his condition worsened, the imperial astronomers suggested a consort selection to bring him cheer. Suyu, eager to shine, insisted she attend, reasoning that as a mere concubine's daughter, she would not attract the attention of the empress. "My lady, we have arrived at the drunken immortal pavilion," came the voice of the coachman. Si Qin and Mo Hua assisted Su Li in alighting from the carriage. Sister Qin Qin inquired, "Miss, what brings us to the drunken immortal pavilion?" Although the pavilion was the property of her ladyship, the miss had never concerned herself with such trifles. "To inspect the accounts," Su Li replied softly. "Inspect the accounts?" Noticing the miss's reluctance to elaborate, Sister Qin Qin chose not to press further, trailing behind Su Li as they entered the drunken immortal pavilion. This establishment was one of the most renowned taverns in the capital, bustling with patrons daily, and one could hardly overstate its profitable nature. Yet, the reality was far from such a notion. Upon entering, a man in his 40s approached them. "Miss, what brings you here?" Su Li responded, "Uncle Lin. My mother is away on a journey, and I have come to review this month's accounts." The manager, Mr. Lin, smiled and remarked, "The miss has truly grown, taking on responsibilities for her ladyship. Yesterday, Mr. Xia from the accounts department mentioned he had prepared the ledger. Come, let us proceed to the accounts room." Su Li nodded and walked ahead. "Uncle Lin, who introduced this Mr. Xia?" Mr. Lin pondered briefly before answering. "He was assigned by the master, who said he was quite capable." A cold smile flickered within Su Li. Indeed, he was capable, for how else could he have so discreetly smoothed over the accounts, allowing her mother to remain oblivious for so long? However, he had met his match in her. This accounts officer was, in fact, the brother of Madame Xia, Suyu's uncle. The funds he had embezzled had mostly found their way into the pockets of someone from the Western Garden. The exquisite silks and the lavish jewelry adorning Suyu were all sourced from here. Upon reaching the accounts room, they found Xia Jiang already present. "The miss has come to review the accounts. Quickly, bring out the ledger," Mr. Lin instructed Xia Jiang. Xia Jiang smiled and said, "Ah, miss. Please have a seat and wait a moment." Su Li settled into her chair, with Si Qin and Mo Hua standing behind her. She scrutinized Xia Jiang, whose outward demeanor suggested honesty and composure, yet beneath lay a heart of darkness. In her previous life, this man absconded with the funds of Zui Xianju, leaving behind a fade of remorse as he wept before his father and mother, claiming to have been deceived by his own brother. It was then she realized that he was, in fact, Su Yu's uncle. "Miss, here are the accounts for this month. Please take a look," Xia Jiang said with a respectful countenance, but the disdain in his eyes was evident to Su Li. Did he truly believe that she could not perceive the flaws her mother overlooked? Su Li smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, could you also bring me last month's account book for my review?" Xia Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Could she genuinely discern something? Yet, he reasoned, a sheltered young lady like her would likely possess little knowledge of such matters. Please wait a moment, Mississippi." The account books for both months were placed upon the table. Su Li took one, flipping through its pages slowly. "Mr. Xia, how long have you been at Zui Xianju?" she asked, feigning casual conversation. 2 years? She mused. That seems rather excessive. With a heavy thud, she slammed the account book onto the table, startling Xia Jiang. "Miss, is there something amiss with the accounts?" he inquired cautiously. Su Li regarded him coldly and stated, "Does Mr. Xia truly believe that no one can uncover the hidden discrepancies within these accounts?" Xia Jiang's expression darkened as he protested. "Miss, I have served diligently at Zui Xianju for 2 years. What do you mean by that?" "What do you mean? In the beginning of the month, you procured a substantial quantity of grain, sufficient for the needs of the Zui Xianju for a month. At the end of the month, you acquired another batch, ostensibly for the forthcoming month. However, by the middle of the second month, you made yet another purchase, followed by another at the beginning of the third month. What is your explanation for this? Originally, a single purchase at the start of the month would have sufficed. Thus, it appears that you have made 3 purchases over the span of 2 months. Yet, the accounts are only scrutinized for the current month, which is why my mother has not detected this discrepancy. Xia Zhang's complexion turned pale, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, Miss, the grain is more affordable during the summer. It is prudent to buy in larger quantities to prepare for the winter. Su Li replied with a smile, Oh? And where is this stored grain? Xia Zhang wiped his sweat again, responding, I had it stored in the external warehouse. Su Li, with a smile that was both playful and sardonic, demanded, Bring me the account books from these past 2 years. Is that so? Must the owner inspect the account books? Is there something amiss in Mr. Xia's heart that warrants the involvement of the authorities? Si Qin and Mo Hua gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Was this truly their once melancholic young mistress? Manager Lin also regarded Xia Jiang, stating, Why are you hesitating? The young lady wishes to review the accounts. What are you stalling for? Do you truly have something to hide? Xia Jiang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He initially thought her to be an ineffectual young lady, only to discover she was a formidable challenge. Not bringing forth the account books would mean involving the authorities, while presenting them would likely lead to significant complications. Regardless, he resolved to navigate this immediate situation and subsequently seek a solution from his sister. Xia Jiang turned and retrieved a stack of account books. Miss, here are the account books for the past 2 years. Su Li took the account books and began to peruse through them. With a chuckle, she remarked, Mr. Xia truly considers the interests of the drunken immortal in. It seems he has been stockpiling provisions since last year. Surely, there must be hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain stored in the warehouse outside. This winter, we need not purchase any. 3 days later, I shall inspect this batch of grain. Xia Jiang was taken aback. What? Is there a problem? No. No problem. He stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon descending the stairs, Manager Lin wore an expression of deep regret. Miss, I apologize. I failed to notice that Xia Jiang had issues. What stockpiling? He was completely unaware of it. Had it not been for your diligent account review, those hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain might have ended up in Xia Jiang's pockets. Su Li smiled reassuringly. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Lin Bo, he was recommended by my father, so naturally, you would place your trust in him. However, Lin Bo, Xia Jiang happens to be the elder brother of that individual from the West Courtyard. What? Su Li continued, Lin Bo, keep a close watch on him in the coming days. We cannot allow him to escape. Manager Lin promptly assured, Rest easy, miss. Su Li felt reassured by Manager Lin's loyalty. After all, this was part of her mother's dowry, and Lin Bo was a trusted associate from her grandmother's circle. By the way, in 6 or 7 days, a man named Wang Wei will come looking for you. Please have him assist at the inn for the time being, as I have other plans for him later. Understood, Mississippi. Once aboard the carriage, Si Qin eagerly inquired, Miss, that accountant is clearly embezzling funds. Why do you not report him to the authorities? Su Li replied, Report him? Our esteemed figure at home can easily cover up any wrongdoing. I shall grant him 3 days to return all that he has misappropriated, to understand that the substantial portion of wealth resides in the West Garden. She naturally wishes to sever the source of her financial support before allowing them to revel in their carefree existence. Once Xia Jiang has depleted the West Garden, one must wonder how that mother-daughter duo will continue their leisure. However, miss, what if Xia Yinyang refuses to yield? Su Li retorted with a cold smile, She will comply. Over the years, Xia Jiang has concealed numerous matters for his sister. With such leverage at hand, does Xia Yinyang dare to defy? Should a report be made, and the Xia family cornered, leading to her brother's demise in a prison cell, it is believed that Xia Yinyang would indeed take such drastic measures. At that juncture, where would she seek the Xia family's secrets? She vividly recalls Su Yu's words before her demise in her previous life, asserting that she was not her father's daughter at all. This was a revelation from over a decade ago, when Xia Yinyang had someone else outside of her marriage. Chapter 5, Concealed Malice. Upon returning home, she was met at the door by a beautiful matron rushing towards her. Leo, I heard you were unwell. Let mother have a look. Sumu grasped her daughter's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She dared not draw too close. Her daughter had always maintained a certain distance, and the scar upon her face had only exacerbated her reclusive nature. Gazing at her mother, alive and present, Suli felt a pang of emotion, plunging into Sumu's embrace. Mother, I have missed you so dearly. Sumu froze, unable to contain her surprise. This was the first time in years that her daughter had expressed such affection. Embracing her daughter, Sumu gently caressed her back, saying, Lear, my dear, it is all Mother's fault. I was not by your side when you fell ill. But you are much better now, aren't you? Suli stepped back from her mother's embrace, linking her arm through Su Mu's as they made their way to her courtyard. Mother, I have recovered from my cold. You must not blame yourself for grandmother's sake. In these recent days, we commemorate the anniversary of my grandmother's passing, and each year, my parents observe a 7-day fast at the temple. Mother Su smiled with contentment, remarking, "Our liar has truly grown up. She understands the feelings of her parents." Upon entering the room, Suli removed her veil. The sunlight poured into the chamber, and as she gazed at her daughter bathed in its glow, Mother Su momentarily lost her thoughts. Her daughter had blossomed into a beauty surpassing even her youthful self. "Mother, what is it?" Suli turned to her mother, gently inquiring. As she noticed the scar on her daughter's other cheek, a quiet sigh escaped her lips. "Liar, a woman's appearance is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is one's inner self. There is no need for you to hide away in the manner because of such a small scar. You should venture out more. Just as you are today, it will surely uplift your spirits." Suli understood that her mother's words were intended to comfort her. How could appearance not hold significance? In her past life, how much had she sacrificed because of this very scar? Yet, it was also this scar that had revealed the true nature of those around her. With a smile, Suli replied, "Mother, I understand. Do not worry. I have come to terms with it. If it comes to it, I shall remain unmarried and spend my life in the company of you and father." Mother Su's heart swelled with affection as she said, "Silly girl. My dear liar is so wonderful. She will surely encounter a kindred spirit who values her beyond mere appearances and loves her sincerely." Suli remained silent. In this life, she no longer yearned for love. Her mission was to avenge grievances and protect her family. Changing the subject with a light smile, she said, "Mother, today I went to help you investigate the accounts at Zue Xianju. Can you guess what I discovered?" Mother Su's eyes widened in surprise. "Liar, you went to Zue Xianju and examined the ledger?" The girl has always shunned crowded places and avoided social interactions. Yet, this time she unexpectedly took the initiative to go out and even assisted in checking the accounts, which filled her with astonishment. Suli helped her mother, Su Mu, to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. "Mother, over the past 6 months, I have been quite thoughtless. From now on, I will ensure that neither you nor father will worry about me any longer." Su Mu's heart swelled with excitement and gratitude. After just one outing, her daughter had suddenly become so considerate. She pulled her daughter back into her embrace, exclaiming, "Lear is wonderful, always has been." After indulging in a moment of affectionate exchange, Suli brought up a serious matter. "Mother, while reviewing the accounts, I discovered something." Sumu smiled and inquired, "What is it?" She did not consider the matter significant, assuming it was merely her daughter's youthful curiosity to pass the time by checking the accounts. However, since her daughter was willing to venture out, she allowed her to continue. With a solemn expression, Suli stated, "Mother, I found that the accountant at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion records 3 shipments of grain every 2 months. Have you not noticed anything amiss?" At this, Su Mu's demeanor shifted slightly, her heart racing. She was startled. After all, Manager Xia was someone recommended by her husband, which had made her feel secure. Recognizing her mother's reaction, Suli continued, "Mother, father is also unaware of Manager Xia's true character. He only knows that the man possesses a talent for managing accounts. I recently learned that he is the biological brother of concubine Xia." "What?" Sumu exclaimed. Once a concubine is admitted into the household, she is considered a servant, and her family has never visited the minister's residence. Thus, Sumu had never encountered Xia Jiang. "Lear, dear, you should rest for now. I must attend to some matters." Suli did not attempt to stop her. It is essential for mother to personally witness the situation. Otherwise, like in her past life, she might genuinely believe that the person in the western courtyard is merely an honest and straightforward individual. Yet, unbeknownst to her, that mother and daughter duo harbors malicious intent, concealing their true demonic nature beneath a human facade. Chapter 6. Betrayal from within. Stand guard in the courtyard. Ensure no one enters. She instructed the maids before hastily retreating to the side room. Yuchi craned her neck to peer inside and inquired, "What is the young mistress up to?" Sichin replied coldly, "Some questions are better left unasked." Increasingly vexed by Yuchi's incessant chatter about the merits of the western courtyard, Sichin found her presence irksome. Yuchi pouted, "Sichin, what do you mean by that?" "I merely expressed curiosity regarding the situation." Sichin scoffed in silence. Observing her reticence, Yuchi felt all the more justified. "Sichin, do you truly believe that accompanying the young mistress on an outing will allow you to usurp my position? Let me assure you, that is a futile hope. The young mistress cannot do without me. Mo Hua and Ji Shu hurried over to mediate. What is the matter? We all have the young mistress's best interests at heart. Let us not quarrel. Indeed, keep your voices down. We wouldn't want to disturb the young mistress, they urged. Yuchi, indignant, retorted. It's simply Sichin's jealousy over my favored status with the young mistress that prompts her sarcastic remarks. What are you all bickering about? Just then, the door to the side room swung open, revealing Su Li, her voice icy. Why, young mistress? The maids immediately fell silent. Su Li turned to Sichin and said, Sichin, you speak. Understanding that she had disturbed the young mistress, Sichin bowed her head, prepared to acknowledge her fault. Yuchi, fearing that she might report her, spoke first. Miss, Sister Sichin may be dissatisfied with me. I was merely concerned for you and asked a question, and Sister Sichin reprimanded me. Her demeanor was strikingly similar to that of the second miss from Shiyuan. Su Li cast a glance at Sichin and said, Sichin, is this true? Sichin lifted her head and replied, Miss, I realize my mistake. Su Li chuckled in exasperation at the foolish girl. Do not blame Sister Sichin. She must have been momentarily elated after you took her out today, which led her to scold me. Yuchi looked at Su Li with a pitiful expression. Su Li had never found Yuchi particularly irritating before. Kneel outside the courtyard for 2 hours, she said lightly, her gaze cast downward. Yuchi gleefully looked at Sichin and remarked, Sister Sichin, did you not hear what the miss said? She instructed you to kneel for 2 hours. The thought of being seen by the many servants coming and going outside was mortifying. Suddenly, Su Li raised her head and coldly stated, I was referring to you. Yuchi was momentarily taken aback. What? Su Li continued in a chilling tone. Do I need to repeat myself? Yuchi, incredulous, protested. Miss, why? Sister Sichin was the one at fault. Su Li scoffed and replied, You are not at fault? Inquiring indiscriminately about your master's affairs, falsely accusing others. Stirring up trouble? Are you blameless? When your master has not addressed you, you interject without invitation. Do you believe that is acceptable? To put it another way, does a master require justification to punish a servant? Yuchi's complexion turned pale. She had always spoken freely in front of this miss, who had never held her accountable before. What had changed today? Su Li gazed at her and coldly remarked, What? Do you still have something to say? Should I hand over your contract of servitude to the old crone and send you off to seek a new master? Yuchi quickly replied, The servant has erred. I shall kneel right away. I will remain on my knees until the young lady is satisfied. With that, she turned and exited the courtyard, kneeling at the entrance. Su Li then addressed Sichin. Sichin, have you made a mistake? Miss, Sichin acknowledges her fault and will kneel forthwith. Sichin responded, preparing to step outside the courtyard. Do you know where you went wrong? Sichin pondered for a moment and said, The error lies in engaging in a verbal dispute with others, disturbing the young lady. Su Li sighed inwardly and declared, Listen well, the three of you. You are the only maidens I can trust. My people must not exhibit weakness. If you have not committed an error, there is no need to apologize, regardless of who the other party may be. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Su Li turned to Sichin and inquired, Do you now recognize your mistake? This girl had followed her into the Zhao family in her past life, where she was mistreated by the vile Zhao Huayan, who falsely accused Su Yu of seducing him. In her previous life, Su Li had regrettably believed this slander and harbored resentment towards her maid, ultimately pushing her away. Little did she expect that this maid would sacrifice herself, stealing the key to the woodshed to rescue her, only to be slain by those two wretches. Jishu had been wrongfully accused of stealing Su Yu's jewelry before her marriage and was sold off, while Mo Hua was matched with Su Yu's lame cousin. In this lifetime, Su Li vowed never to allow those around her to suffer the same fate again. Seeing the weight of determination in Su Li's eyes, Sichin raised her head resolutely and declared, The servant understands. The servant is not at fault. It is Yuchi who is to blame. Su Li nodded, observing the three lively maids. Originally, her personal maid had been meticulously chosen by Su's mother, and over the years, these girls had learned to read and write while accompanying Su Li. As the head maid, she was not required to perform menial tasks. It could be said that these young ladies surpassed those from lesser households in every regard. The tender-hearted Mo Hua remarked, Miss, the sun is rather fierce today. I fear Yuchi may not withstand kneeling for 2 hours. Su Li scoffed, A treacherous servant like her deserves no sympathy. Allowing her to kneel for 2 hours is a leniency. Had she not seen potential use in her, Yuchi's life would have been forfeit by now. The three maids stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. Treacherous? Miss, are you certain? Though Yuchi may be a bit proud, she has always treated you well. Jishu exclaimed in disbelief. Suli replied coldly, I am not mistaken. Your monthly wages are the same. Yet her attire surpasses yours. Where do you think that money comes from? Remember this, Yuchi is untrustworthy. The three girls, witnessing her conviction, couldn't help but believe her to some extent. It was no wonder Yuchi had been so attentive towards the western courtyard, while they all addressed her as Miss. Yuchi referred to her as Eldest Mississippi. Once suspicion arises towards an individual, even previously mundane occurrences begin to appear insidious in retrospect. Gradually, they realized that Yuchi had indeed been swayed by the western courtyard. Jishu exclaimed in indignation, that traitorous wretch. Sichin assured, Miss, rest assured. We will keep a watchful eye on her. She shall not extract any secrets from us that she should not know. Since the young lady fell ill, it seems she has suddenly attained a new clarity, no longer displaying the same warmth towards the West Garden. She must have discerned the insincerity of the second Miss. And at last, the advice from the three of them has proved effective. Suli, noticing their understanding of her intentions, instructed, guard the entrance and ensure no one discovers what I am undertaking. Yes, Miss. In truth, the trio was unaware of her plans, only knowing that she had brought in a plethora of medicinal herbs. Chapter 7. United hearts of mother and daughter. Yuchi knelt in the courtyard, while the passing servants whispered among themselves. What are you staring at? Yuchi shouted angrily at the onlookers, feeling exceedingly disgruntled. The eldest young lady had been behaving strangely these past few days, and she could not fathom the sudden shift in attitude towards her. Favoring Sichin was one thing, but allowing her, a mere servant girl, to kneel outside the courtyard while being pointed at by those insolent little wretches was intolerable. The second Miss, however, was kind and generous to the servants. The news of Yuchi's kneeling reached Su Yu's ears. Heaven is on my side, said Su Yu sweetly. Lu'er, once night falls, take some medicine to Yuchi. You know how to phrase it. No need for me to instruct you. Su Yu gazed at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction and smiled. I initially thought the eldest sister's girls were impenetrable, but it turns out that Yuchi is rather naive. This plays into my hands perfectly. As dusk descended, the courtyard was lit with lamps. Finally, Su Li opened the door, a small porcelain vial in hand, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The scar-removing medicine was prepared, and she believed that in a month's time, she would no longer need to venture out cloaked in a veil and hat. Miss, Imohua interjected. I just forgot to inform you that Sister Xia has summoned you to dine with Madam. Su Li nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go. She left Sichin in the courtyard and, accompanied by Jishu and Imohua, made her way to the entrance, only to find Yuchi still kneeling there. After enduring 2 full hours in that position, she uttered a disdainful remark as Su Li and the 2 maidens strode past her, exiting the courtyard. Yuchi's gaze lingered on their retreating figures, gradually filled with resentment and bitterness. In terms of appearance and intellect, she believed she surpassed this disfigured miss in every aspect. Her only fortune lay in having been born into Madame's womb. Concealed behind a tree, Lu'er observed Yuchi's discontent, and once the others departed, she emerged from her hiding place. Upon reaching Madame Su's quarters, Su Li called out, Mother. Sumu rose with a smile. Ah, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. It has been quite some time since we shared a meal together. Su Li approached and assisted her, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. From now on, I shall come daily to dine with you, Mother. Sumu gently patted her daughter's hand. That sounds wonderful. Your father has written to say he will return tomorrow. We shall all gather as a family. Su Li nodded, indeed. She helped Sumu settle down, personally arranging the utensils before taking her place beside her. The mother and daughter exchanged dishes back and forth, delighting in each other's company. Observing her daughter's transformation, Sumu felt an immense warmth in her heart. Since the day her daughter bore a scar upon her face, she had refrained from dining with others, a decision Sumu fully understood. Now, witnessing her daughter confidently removing her veil to share a meal, she felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. Mother, what troubles you? Su Li inquired, noticing her mother's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Mother Su chuckled. It's nothing, my dear. I am merely delighted that Lear has come to her senses. Su Li smiled softly and replied, Mother, it was my folly in the past that caused you worry. By the way, did you visit Zue Xianju this afternoon? With a loving gaze, Mother Su recalled her visit to Zue Xianju earlier that day, where she had learned much from Manager Lin. Indeed, I went and meticulously examined the account books. It is evident that there are numerous discrepancies. After hearing Manager Lin's account, I chose not to escalate the matter. Lear, why not report this to the authorities? Is it out of consideration for Shi Yuan? Over the years, Lear had grown close to Shi Yuan, often finding more solace there than with her own mother. Yet, the thought of this situation left her feeling deeply unsettled. She had once believed Shi Yuan to be straightforward and kind, and she had been willing to extend them a measure of goodwill. Little did she know that such treachery lurked beneath the surface. The claim that Shi Yuan was unaware of the dealings was one she could not accept. It was no wonder that the mother and daughter from Shi Yuan led such carefree lives. They were evidently squandering the wealth from her shop. She prided herself on being a fair mistress, never withholding what was due to Shi Yuan. However, the monthly allowances for her concubine were finite, and she had heard that Shi Yuan was particularly generous with their servants. Initially, she had assumed that it was her maternal family providing the extra funds. How wrong she was to think that they were not benefiting from ill-gotten gains. Su Li responded with a playful smile. "Mother, I am not concerned about Shi Yuan. Rather, I intend for them to return the funds first. 3 days hence, let us go together to see what Mr. Xia has in store for our Zui Xianju." With that, she playfully winked at Mother Su. Mother Su chuckled, thinking of the upcoming event. 3 days from now is the Qianghua banquet. Will you not attend? Su Li shook her head and said, "I have no desire to attend the gatherings, not out of a sense of inferiority, but simply because I find them devoid of interest. Attending would only expose me to the subtle comparisons among the noble women." Previously, she had never harbored doubts about the Western courtyard, yet now that a crack of suspicion had emerged, her thoughts began to wander. On that fateful day, her daughter was supposed to share a carriage with her, but Suyu had summoned her to her own carriage, resulting in an accident. When she disembarked to investigate, she found her daughter covered in blood. Su Li had not anticipated that her motherly instincts would lead her to draw parallels. She pondered, "Mother, the past is behind us. Even if there are lingering doubts, we possess no evidence." Deep down, she understood that the scar resembled the mark left by a hairpin. She had always known that Suyu harbored jealousy towards her beauty. On several occasions, she had caught Suyu casting envious glances at her face. Yet Suyu had always masked her emotions. In her naivety, she once believed she had misinterpreted the expressions. Suyu wished to mar her beauty, but she would not allow it. "Mother, the audacity of Aunt Xia to entertain such thoughts stems from your own generosity. You have shown her understanding by granting her a private kitchen in the Western courtyard, and you even provided her with the contracts of servitude for the servants there. Can you find another mistress as magnanimous as you?" Acknowledging her daughter's reasoning, she considered that perhaps her generosity had indeed been excessive, aiming for a peaceful household. Little did she realize that some individuals, the more you retreat, the more they encroach upon your territory. Su Li chose not to elaborate further. She recognized her mother's exceptional intelligence, a trait inherited from her maternal grandmother. With her mother now harboring suspicions towards the Western courtyard, it was only natural that she would remain vigilant regarding that mother-daughter duo. The next matter of concern lay with her father. After dinner, Su Li accompanied her mother for a while before bidding farewell with her maid. Jishu and Imo Hua exchanged wide-eyed glances, realizing that the young lady was indeed not mistaken about Yu Qi. The four of them had been by the young lady's side since childhood, and she had always treated them with utmost kindness. Su Li smirked coldly, remarking, "She certainly knows how to play the virtuous one." Jishu stepped forward and asked, "Miss, should we give Yu Qi a warning?" Su Li shook her head, saying, "There is no need. What I desire is for them to become entangled. Just keep a watchful eye discreetly. Si Qin, ensure my personal belongings are well guarded. Inform me promptly if anything goes missing." Si Qin nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, Miss." Chapter 8. The Duke of Wei's mansion. The following morning, Aunt Xia hurriedly left with her maid. When Si Qin reported this to Su Li, she merely smiled faintly, sensing that they had come to collect a debt. Si Qin, puzzled but not inclined to inquire further, assisted Jishu and Imo Hua in preparing Su Li's attire. "There's no need to fuss. No amount of embellishment will enhance my appearance," Su Li stated flatly. Mistaking her tone for melancholy, Si Qin expressed concern. "Mississippi, I'm fine. Today, I shall visit my maternal grandfather's residence. I will wear the set of shoe brocade that my aunt sent me." Indeed, she was not sorrowful. The scar on her face would eventually heal. Aunt Xia hurriedly arrived at the inn, taking the familiar route to the second floor and pushing open the door to the private room. "Brother, why were you so eager to summon me? Your letter was rather vague," Aunt Xia complained. Upon her entrance, Xia Zheng quickly rose, his face etched with urgency. "Sister, something has happened. You must help me this time." Aunt Xia was initially anxious, but now she leisurely approached the table and seated herself, pouring herself a cup of tea. Xia Jiang snatched the cup from her hands, exclaiming, "My dear aunt, You still have the presence of mind to enjoy tea at a time like this. The situation is urgent. Your esteemed daughter seems to have lost her senses, as she went to Zhe Xianju yesterday to audit the accounts. Aunt Xia dabbed her hands with a handkerchief, saying, "What is there to worry about? Let her audit. I doubt even her mother, Wei Shu, can discern any discrepancies, so I certainly do not believe she can." Seeing her remain so nonchalant, Xia Jiang raised his voice. "What do you mean she won't find anything? She scrutinized the accounts meticulously and has demanded that I produce hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain within 3 days." What? Aunt Xia could no longer sit still. She sprang to her feet. "How is that possible? That foolish girl possesses such capability?" Xia Jiang retorted angrily. "Why is it impossible? Am I deceiving you? I have barely managed to scrape together 10,000 taels of silver. You must provide me with an additional 50,000. Aunt Xia shrieked. 50,000? How could I possibly have that? I do not even have 5,000. Xia Jiang's expression darkened. "Xia Qingji, you must speak with integrity. The silver I have sent you over the past 2 years far exceeds 50,000 taels. If you do not contribute, are you waiting for your esteemed lady to report to the authorities? Huh. Even if I end up in prison, you will not escape." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xia quickly softened her tone. "Brother, we are siblings. Would I not help you if I had the means? It's just that I do not have that much." Xia Zhang's demeanor lightened slightly, yet he still coldly insisted, "If you do not wish for your husband to discover your dealings, then obediently provide the funds. I harbor no malice. While I may not possess 50,000 taels, surely I have at least 30,000, do I not? Consider this. I have endured imprisonment. And you have lost the support of your family. Your parents are but an additional burden. Is this truly advantageous for you?" Xia Jiang urged. "We must be swift. We must gather the funds today. I need to purchase grain by the day after tomorrow." Xia, with impatience, replied, I understand. Su Li informed her mother, then set forth with the 2 maidservants, Qin and Jishu. Before departing, Su Li feigned an injury to her knee as an excuse to leave Yuqi behind in the residence, entrusting her to the care of Ma Hua. The carriage jolted along the way, and after a quarter of an hour, it finally came to a halt. "Miss, we have arrived at the Duke's residence," announced the coachman. The 2 maidservants lifted the carriage curtains and alighted, turning to assist Su Li down. Once on the ground, Su Li steadied herself and lifted her gaze. Before her stood a courtyard encircled by pink walls, with weeping willows gracefully swaying. And above the vermilion gate hung a plaque inscribed with the title of the Duke's residence. "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, and my cousins, how foolish I was in my past life to be swayed by treachery, leading to your current plight. I am truly sorry." Just as her thoughts spiraled into a myriad of emotions, the doorman's inquiry shattered her reverie. "Who might you be?" Jishu stepped forward, saying, "Are you new here? Do you not recognize our young lady?" The doorman, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, so it is the young lady. My apologies for my oversight. When the young lady wed, she bore only a daughter. Thus, when the name of the young lady is mentioned, it naturally refers to the daughter of the minister, who has scarcely made an appearance over the past year." Su Li replied with a gentle smile, "Do not fault yourselves. I have not visited the Duke's residence in over a year." With that, she led her maidservants through the gate. As soon as she entered, she encountered the Duchess of the State, who approached with hurried steps. "Has Lyre arrived?" Su Li felt a pang of sorrow in her heart as she called out softly, "Grandmother." She rushed forward to support her grandmother, whose hair was now a silvery white, filled with a sense of guilt. In her previous life, from the moment of her disfigurement to her untimely death, she had never visited her grandmother. The woman before her appeared more aged than she remembered. The Duchess grasped Su Li's hand tightly, her lips trembling. "Lyre, it truly is my Lyre. A daughter is the heart's treasure of a mother, and a granddaughter is the very essence of a grandmother. Your grandmother has longed to see you, but alas, my legs have betrayed me. Even the short distance feels like 1,000 needles piercing through." The Duchess lamented, striking her own legs in distress. Su Li quickly covered her hand, interjecting, "Grandmother, in the past, Lyre was stubborn, but I promise I will come to see you more often." With that, she and her maid helped her to the main hall. As soon as they were seated, the maids served tea and snacks. The Duchess pushed the delicacies towards Su Li, saying, "Lyre, your grandmother remembers that you adore pineapple cakes. Do indulge." Just as Su Li was about to respond, a cheerful voice rang out. "I heard that Lyre has arrived." As the words were spoken, a beautiful woman in her 30s entered the hall, followed closely by a girl clad in blue. Su Li rose, bowing respectfully. "Aunt, cousin." Wang Shi stepped forward, taking her hand warmly. "Good child, It has been quite some time since your last visit. It is a pity that your grandfather and uncle are away on official duties. They would have been overjoyed to know of your arrival. The girl in blue coldly retorted, as if she even remembers her maternal family. Suli smiled and said, Aunt, do not be upset with my cousin. She speaks the truth. I have indeed behaved quite unreasonably over the past year. She then turned to the woman in blue and added, I know you have missed me, dear cousin. Wei Yuanyao replied coldly, Bah? I have no such thoughts. When she visited her aunt's house, this cousin had been barred from entering the courtyard, while her half-sister strode in without a care. Suli stepped forward, grasped her hand, and gently shook it, saying, Beloved cousin, please forgive me. I have been led astray and have only recently come to my senses. If you are still angry, feel free to strike me. With that, she raised her hand as if to invite a blow to her cheek. The Wei family had long been known for their martial prowess, and even the daughters carried an air of courage. Therefore, Wei Yuanyao could not bear to see her cousin wallowing in self-pity and timidity. Observing her daughter's reckless words, Lady Wang admonished, Yaoer. The Duchess chuckled and said, Come now, they are merely playing. Why must you restrain her? Lady Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, but this Yaoer is rather unruly, and with Lier being so gentle, I fear she may be bullied. Su Li reassured, Do not worry, Aunt. My cousin would never mistreat me. She cares for me dearly. In her previous life, Wei Yuanyao had been so indifferent towards her, ultimately leading to a most unfortunate end. Yet at the last moment, she had begged Su Yu for mercy. Wei Yuanyao scoffed. Who cares for you? How shameless. Chapter 9. An old ailment. Noticing her granddaughter persistently wearing a veil, the Duchess said, Lier, there are no outsiders here. Please remove your veil so that your grandmother might see you. She had heard that her granddaughter had marred her beauty, yet she had never seen the extent of the damage, only feeling a profound ache in her heart. Her Lier had been so lovely. Though she was merely 11 or 12 years old, she had already blossomed into a graceful young lady. Had she reached the marriageable age, suitors would undoubtedly have flocked to her, nearly trampling the threshold of the minister's residence. Who could have anticipated such misfortune? Seeing the deep sorrow in the eyes of the Duchess and her aunt, Su Li felt a warmth in her heart. Slowly, she removed her veil. Gasp! Wei Yuanyao inhaled sharply, taken aback by the length of the scar on her cousin's face, which stretched from the corner of her right eye to her chin. Given Su Li's fair and delicate skin, the scar appeared all the more conspicuous and unsightly, resembling a centipede crawling across her visage. It was no wonder her cousin had become so reclusive. After all, she had once been a stunning beauty, and such a transformation would be unbearable for anyone. The resentment she had felt was quickly eclipsed by pity. Cousin, is it truly impossible to remove that scar? Wei Yuanyao stepped forward, gently covering her hand in silent comfort. Lady Wang sighed. Alas, I have heard that your uncle has summoned Dr. Chiu from the Imperial Medical Institute, yet even he is at a loss. Noticing the tears welling in the Duchess's eyes, Su Li hastily donned her veil again, kneeling before her and taking her hand. Grandmother, please do not be sad. Although I have been sequestered in the manor for over a year, I have not been idle. I have scoured my father's medical texts and discovered a remedy for my face. In a month's time, the scar will be invisible. The Duchess merely perceived this as her granddaughter's attempt to console her, believing it to be a comforting excuse. Liar, while the girl's appearance is indeed important, character and knowledge hold far greater significance than mere beauty. Moreover, what if my Lier has lost her beauty? Grandmother will undoubtedly find a worthy match for you. Su Li understood that her grandmother did not believe in her ability to heal her face, especially since even the best physicians had failed. Su Li replied, Grandmother, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Mo Hua and the others, for they have witnessed my healing firsthand. Mo Hua promptly stepped forward and said, Old madam, it is true. Our young lady saved a child who had mistakenly ingested golden grass just yesterday in the street. The Duchess's eyes brightened, but upon reflection, her skepticism deepened. While she might entertain the thought of curing other poisons, the toxin from golden grass was known to be insurmountable. Though the Duchess and Madame Wang were doubtful, Wei Yuanyao remained convinced. Grandmother, mother, my cousin is always astute. She would not lie. Su Li turned to the Duchess and said, Grandmother, were you not in such pain that you could hardly walk? I possess a technique that can alleviate your ailment. Combined with a medicinal brew, you shall surely be able to walk with ease within half a month. The Duchess, stroking her knee, sighed with a wry smile. Do not try to placate this old woman. This is a long-standing affliction. Su Li insisted, allow me to give it a try for grandmother. If I deceive you, The outcome will reveal itself. Seeing her earnestness, Madame Wang encouraged, "Mother, why not let Lear attempt it? It may indeed prove beneficial." Wei Yuanyao added, "Grandmother, trying it will not be a burden." Faced with the eager gazes of those around her, the Duchess relented. "Very well, let us proceed with the trial. Lear, do not feel any pressure. This is a chronic illness, and it matters not if it cannot be cured." Suli nodded and stepped forward to roll up the Duchess's trousers. The leg ailment of the Duchess had indeed become quite severe, with her calves marred by prominent varicose veins. Suli applied her unique technique, pressing gently yet firmly. Initially, the Duchess experienced some discomfort, but gradually, perhaps adjusting to the sensation, the pain subsided, and she even found it somewhat soothing. After a quarter of an hour, Suli paused and looked up, inquiring, "Grandmother, do you feel any better? Are your calves warm?" To her astonishment, the Duchess discovered that her calves were indeed pleasantly warm, and most remarkably, her feet had warmed up as well. It was known that even during the height of summer, her feet had always been cold. Wang Shi and Wei Yuanyao observed the Duchess with curiosity. This was truly miraculous. It was undeniably effective. The Duchess exclaimed in surprise. Wang Shi hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Lear, please press again. I want to learn how to do this for Mother." Wei Yuanyao also knelt down, eager to join in. "I want to learn too." Witnessing her daughter-in-law and the two young girls display such filial piety, the Duchess's eyes crinkled into a smile. Suli proceeded to demonstrate once more, guiding them as she worked. Once both had grasped the essential techniques, Suli stood up, stating, "If you practice this twice daily, you will become proficient. I shall prepare a prescription, and within half a month, Grandmother's leg ailment will surely improve." The Duchess's face flushed with joy. "This is truly wonderful. When Leo claimed she could heal my face, I was initially skeptical, but now I am a believer." Wei Yuanyao chimed in, "If my cousin can cure her face, she will undoubtedly be an exceptional beauty, leaving the four beauties of the capital in her wake." This statement was met with belief, considering that her mother, Wei Shu, had been renowned for her beauty in her youth. Suli smiled as she opened the prescription and handed it to the maid to fetch the medicine. The group in the front hall chatted and laughed for a while until the maid announced that lunch was ready. "Lear, come. Today Anne has specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare all your favorite dishes," Wang said with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt." The group made their way to the dining hall, washed their hands, and were just about to begin their meal when a melodious male voice resonated. "Xian has arrived just in time." Suli's back stiffened. She had mentioned that the antidote would be prepared before their meeting, yet she did not expect them to encounter one another so soon. "Junemo," styled Xian. Chapter 10. The first encounter. Everyone promptly rose to pay their respects. "Greetings, King Jing." Junemo replied with a gentle smile. "No need for such formalities. I encountered Yuan Ling on my way out of the palace and took the liberty of visiting to discuss some matters." Suli stood at the back, peering through a gap. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, beneath his subtly arched brows, his bright eyes resembled the gentle flow of spring water, exuding warmth akin to a spring breeze, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, enhancing his gentle nobility. Suli had always known that Junemo was the most outstanding among the princes, both in appearance and ability. As if sensing her gaze, Junemo glanced over. Suli instinctively lowered her head, a reflex born of guilt. The others rose, and the Duchess of the State engaged in pleasantries with Junemo, inviting her grandson to welcome him to take a seat. "King Jing, please, be seated." "Linger, you should have sent someone to the residence sooner to inform us. This simple fare is quite beneath the honor of King Jing," the Duchess remarked. Junemo graciously declined. "There is no need for such courtesy, madam. I am a friend of Yuan Ling, so please consider me as a younger generation. I cannot accept such an esteemed seat." The Duchess, wishing to maintain politeness, was abruptly interrupted by Wei Yuanling. "Grandmother need not say much. Xian is indifferent to such formalities, for he has visited before," Wang remarked with a smile. "Then let us all take our seats." Tianqi's atmosphere was relatively progressive. Such intimate gatherings did not necessitate a division of genders. "Cousin, you are Li's cousin?" Wei Yuanling exclaimed as he gazed at Su Li, suddenly noticing the veiled woman standing behind the group. Those eyes mirrored his aunt's strikingly. Su Li gracefully inclined her head and obediently addressed him, "Cousin." Junemo also turned his gaze towards her, a smile gracing his lips. Yet it bore an air of detachment. Su Li lowered her head. In certain respects, he resembled her present self, both concealed behind a mask. She donned her guise of obedience, while he wore the facade of gentleness and harmlessness. Wei Yuanling chuckled. No wonder I have seen a continuous smile on grandmother's face today. It turns out you have arrived. Wang urged, please, take your seats. The Duchess occupied the head of the table, and one by one, the guests settled in. Suli observed Jun Imo instinctively touch his knee as he sat down, realizing that his leg ailment had worsened significantly. Suli, marked by a scar, wore a veil. Yet she gracefully removed it, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the company. They had anticipated that the presence of Jun Imo would render her uncomfortable, but she displayed such poise and propriety instead. The Duchess regarded her with a quiet nod of approval, and even in Jun Mo's typically calm demeanor, a flicker of surprise emerged. After lunch, Wei Yuanling and Jun Imo retired to the study to discuss matters. Wei Yuanyao took Su Li's hand and said, Lear, I have recently acquired a rare black orchid, which is truly precious. I recall your fondness for orchids. Come, let me show you in the garden. Su Li smiled gently and nodded. The two walked hand in hand toward the garden, followed by several maidservants. Lear, look, isn't it beautiful? Wei Yuanyao exclaimed, pointing to a dark-hued orchid as if presenting a treasure. Su Li nodded and replied, indeed, it is quite remarkable, cousin. Such a flower is indeed rare. Wei Yuanyao beamed. Yes, this was gifted to me by the noble consort Yin a few days ago. Cousin, come closer and take a whiff. It is remarkably fragrant. At this, Su Li furrowed her brows. Consort Yin was the mother of Jun Huai. Due to her family's humble status, despite giving birth to a prince, she had not ascended to the rank of the four consorts. Observing Wei Yuanyao's radiant smile, Su Li inquired, cousin, are you quite close with Consort Yin? It seems that mother and son have their eyes set on the military power of the Wei family. Are they plotting something against you? Seeing Su Li's serious expression, Wei Yuanyao shook her head. No, I have never been particularly close to Consort Yin. I am unsure why I have recently caught her attention. She remarked that I bear some resemblance to her niece, and perhaps out of familial sentiment, she occasionally seeks me out for conversation. Consort Yin hailed from the Jiang family of Shu, which was once merely a family of affluent merchants. However, after Jiang Yun entered the palace, the Jiang family gradually evolved into a prominent clan. Su Li furrowed her brows and asked, has your grandfather or uncle not spoken to you about this? She recalled that her grandfather and uncle were particularly wary of any connections with the royal family. The current occupant of the throne is advanced in years, and the health of the crown prince is deteriorating. Thus, during this sensitive period, various factions within the court are rife with undercurrents. The Wei family refrains from engaging in the royal conflicts. To put it plainly, they pledge their loyalty to whoever occupies the throne, serving purely as loyal subjects. Wei Yuanyao nodded and remarked, it has indeed been mentioned, yet it is said that concubine Yun has received an edict she cannot refuse, though one must be cautious in the presence of the sixth prince. Su Li nodded in agreement, stating, my grandfather and uncle are correct. Wei Yuanyao, possessing a spirited and forthright temperament, would find it impossible to thrive in the confines of the imperial palace. Suddenly, she frowned and exclaimed, Lear, I recall that you have always been quite resourceful. Quickly devise a plan for me. My mother has been incessantly pressuring me to meet suitors lately, and it is becoming utterly vexing. Su Li observed her cousin's face contort with frustration and chuckled, cousin. As the saying goes, a man should marry and a woman should wed. What troubles you? Perhaps your future husband will turn out to be a dashing gentleman. The urgency with which Auntie insists on setting up meetings likely stems from a fear that the palace's elite might take an interest in her cousin. In a previous life, Su Li had heard her mother mention that her cousin had indeed been engaged, but as the wedding day approached, the groom's family suffered a bereavement, necessitating a 3-year mourning period. Had it not been for that, her cousin might not have. Recalling the words spoken to her before her demise, Su Li clenched her fist. Cousin, what is troubling you? Wei Yuanyao considered this and found it to be a reasonable approach. She could simply assert that she found no suitable match. If she were to decline 10 or 8 suitors, her mother would surely tire of the endeavor. With her worries set aside, Wei Yuanyao gazed upon the blooming flowers in the garden, feeling as though they had become even more exquisite. Gazing at Su Li, who was beautifully framed by delicate flowers, her graceful figure and a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes peeking out from beneath her veil were captivating. Cousin, you are truly stunning. Wei Yuanyao blurted out without a second thought. However, upon uttering the words, she felt a twinge of regret. Cousin, I apologize, but I speak from the heart. Your complexion will surely improve. If you can heal grandmother's leg ailment, surely those minor scars are not beyond your capabilities. Su Li, noticing 2 figures in the corridor, raised her voice. Indeed, I possess a certain confidence in treating leg ailments, particularly frostbite and fractures, where the chances of recovery are exceedingly high. Wei Yuanyao, perplexed by her cousin's sudden exclamation, looked at her in confusion. Just then, Wei Yuanling's voice resonated from behind. Cousin can treat leg ailments? Is that truly the case? His tone was laced with a mix of urgency and delight. Wei Yuanyao clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Brother, you startled me. Li Er truly possesses medical skills." With just a few presses, grandmother felt significantly better from her severe leg condition, Wei Yuanling said, looking at Jun Mo with an expression of joy. Jun Mo, maintaining his composure, subtly shook his head, prompting Wei Yuanling to fall silent. Su Li understood his cautious nature. He would not easily trust others or reveal his vulnerabilities. Chapter 11. Seeking a physician, Su Li performed a graceful bow towards Jun Mo and then turned her attention back to the flowers, feigning admiration. Progress cannot be rushed. It suffices for him to know that she is skilled in medicine. She would concoct the remedy for his leg ailment and address it when the time was right. Wei Yuanling cast a disappointed glance at Jun Mo and sighed, "Let us depart. We bid farewell to His Highness, King Jing." As the two figures disappeared from view, Wei Yuanyao pulled Su Li aside and inquired, "Cousin, do you not find Prince Jing to possess a certain coldness?" Su Li was taken aback. The young ladies of the capital often spoke of Prince Jing as the most affable gentleman, for he was frequently seen smiling. She had not anticipated that her cousin's sentiment would diverge from that of others. Noticing the surprise on Su Li's face, Wei Yuanyao continued, "Truly, do not be deceived by his outward gentility. I sense that his smile does not reach his eyes. You may perceive him as approachable, yet he has never truly allowed himself to grow close to anyone." Su Li replied, "He is quite kind." "Is he?" Wei Yuanyao exclaimed, clearly astonished by Su Li's response. "I did not imply he is unkind, merely that I find him somewhat intimidating," she admitted shyly. A smile danced in Su Li's eyes. No wonder she had spoken so little in the presence of Prince Jing. Suddenly, Wei Yuanyao remarked, "By the way, Lier, the Qianghua banquet is in 2 days. Will you be attending?" Su Li shook her head, saying, "I shall not go." Believing her reluctance stemmed from a lack of confidence, Wei Yuanyao reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall be by your side. No one would dare ridicule you. Just consider accompanying me. Those young ladies are dreadfully dull, preoccupied with their cosmetics and secretly looking down upon me. Aside from Jiro, others tend to avoid me." Recalling her obligation to inspect the grain, Su Li firmly declined, "Cousin, I truly have matters to attend to. Please forgive me this time. I promise to accompany you next time." Wei Yuanyao pouted, conceding, "Very well then." After reminiscing about her father's return home, she engaged in light conversation with Wei Yuanyao in the courtyard before bidding farewell to old Madame Wei. Su Li then made her way directly to her mother's quarters. Before she could enter, she overheard the sweet, endearing voice of Suyu. Su Li let out a cold laugh, realizing this was merely a ruse to deceive her father. She was well aware that he would not return home until the afternoon, so she had chosen to visit her grandmother first. With determination, she stepped inside the courtyard and called out cheerfully, "Father." Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Gazing at the man before her, whose hair remained dark and whose charisma was undiminished, Su Li felt a lump in her throat. Her father, a man of few words, had grown even more distant after her disfigurement, making it difficult for him to connect with her. In her past life, she had stubbornly insisted on marrying Zhao Huayan, causing a tremendous rift with her father. It was the first time she had witnessed him shed tears, yet she had naively believed, as Aunt Xia had suggested, that as long as she persevered, her father would ultimately support her pursuit of true love. After her marriage, she frequently visited to ask her father to promote Zhao Huayan. Though he was reluctant, he had covertly offered assistance. Little did she know, he was merely nurturing a treacherous ingrate, leading to her father bearing the weight of a grave injustice and ultimately suffering a tragic fate. Seeing his eldest daughter standing at the entrance, her eyes glistening with tears, Su's father was taken aback. What could have caused his typically strong-willed daughter to appear in such a state? Had she endured some insurmountable grievance? "Lear, come here and let me have a look. Your mother mentioned you had succumbed to a severe cold. Are you feeling better now?" Su Li stepped forward, tightly grasping her father's arm and resting her head on his shoulder. She longed to collapse into his embrace and weep profusely, yet she feared arousing his suspicions. Noticing his daughter's unusual demeanor, Su's father exchanged a glance with his wife before directing his gaze to the top of her head. "What is it? Is your cold still lingering? Or have you caught another chill?" Su Li shook her head and replied, "I have long since recovered, father." Please do not worry. Upon realizing she was overlooked, Suyu clenched her teeth. This Su Li was becoming increasingly adept at feigning innocence. Father, sister is able to go out and enjoy herself. How could she still be unwell? Su Li rose, addressing her father. Father, please do not be angry. I merely visited the Duke's manor to see grandmother. With affectionate tenderness. Su's father stroked his daughter's hair and remarked, Your mother says you have become more sensible. It seems that indeed, you have. It has been quite some time since you last visited your grandmother. Su Li looked up at her father, sincerely acknowledging her shortcomings. In the past, I was indeed remiss. But Aunt Xia informed me that my current demeanor might cause grandmother and aunt to feel sorrowful, which is why Suyu hurriedly interjected, Father. It was merely a misunderstanding on sister's part. At that time, she had just suffered disfigurement, and mother suggested a brief retreat. Little did we know that this retreat would stretch to today. Suyu was determined to fulfill her mission and would not depart easily. Su Li replied with a gentle smile, Sister, mother is standing right here, perfectly well. Upon seeing Su Li glance towards their mother, Suyu fell silent. Su father, maintaining a stern expression, stated, If she is ill, we shall summon a doctor. My presence would serve no purpose. Feeling aggrieved, Suyu pleaded, Father. If you do not go, mother. Aunt is truly very ill. Internally, Su Li chuckled. Her mother, being a lady from the Duke's manor, had a naturally fiery temperament. Previously, she had disregarded Aunt Xia, but upon realizing that Aunt Xia might not be virtuous, she ceased allowing her mischief. If Aunt Xia were genuinely ill, that would be fortunate. However, if it were feigned, her mother would undoubtedly indulge her desires, prolonging the illness for several days. Hearing Su's mother speak thus, Su was momentarily taken aback. In the past, this tactic was unfailingly effective. Why, then, does it falter today? No more. Suyu exclaimed hastily. Not being able to summon Su's father, Shuyu stepped outside. Su Li, smiling, linked her arms with her mother and father, joyfully declared, All right. Wang Xia Jiejia, please go to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a sumptuous feast tonight. Let our family enjoy a reunion dinner together. Wang Xia responded with a smile and exited the courtyard. Su's father was pleasantly surprised that his daughter wished to dine with them, remarking, I have awaited this reunion meal for nearly 2 years. Su Li felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, but did not forget to tease Shi Yuan, stating, Father, Aunt Xia mentioned that since I have been disfigured, if I frequently appear before you, you would grow increasingly weary of your daughter. Hints. Nonsense. I could not care less. My heart aches for you. How could I ever grow weary? Su's father retorted angrily. Su's mother, both astonished and enraged, realized that her daughter's transformation over the past 2 years was instigated by that woman behind the scenes. My lord, there is another matter to discuss. The manager Xia at Zui Xianju has been caught fabricating accounts by Lier. Su's mother recounted the entire affair concerning Xia Jiang to Su Shangshu. Upon hearing this, Su Shangshu was instantly infuriated, his face darkening as he said, Initially, when she suggested her brother assist, I thought Xia Jiang possessed some talent. For over a decade, the Xia family behaved themselves, so I acquiesced. Little did I expect such a scandal to arise. This cannot stand. I shall confront her at Shi Yuan this very moment. Su Shangshu's anger intensified. Su's mother grasped his arm, urging, Let us dine first, then we shall go. She was not inclined to let him indulge in the culinary delights of the West Courtyard. In the past, she had been indifferent. But now she refused to grant them any favor. At once, Father Su halted his steps. His daughter had finally agreed to share a meal with him. He could postpone settling accounts for a while longer. Chapter 12. The concubine's punishment. The following morning, before Su Li had risen, she was awakened by the clamor outside. Sitting up, she inquired, What is all the commotion outside? Mo Hua lifted the curtain and replied, Miss, are you awake? The second miss is outside, clamoring to come in. Sister Si Qin is currently preventing her, saying you have yet to rise. As Su Li allowed Mo Hua to assist her in dressing, she asked, What does she want so early in the morning? It seems the West Courtyard has been reprimanded by father. I heard he was quite furious last night, stripping Aunt Xia of her authority in managing the household, confining her for a month, and ordering the second miss to attend to the madam morning and evening, a punishment unprecedented before, Mo Hua explained. Su Li smirked slightly at the news. Was such a mild reprimand enough to rattle them? Once she had completed her morning routine, she instructed Mo Hua to bring the visitor in. Sister, you have finally awakened. The sun is already high in the sky, so you complained as soon as she entered. Su Li continued to enjoy her breakfast, remaining silent. Noticing her sister's lack of response, Suyu added, "Sister, the maidservants in your courtyard are becoming increasingly impudent. I had to wait outside for such a long time." Suli looked up and asked, "Is there something urgent that brings you here so early?" Seeing that Suli was not engaging with her complaints, Suyu decided not to dwell further on the matter. "Sister, I cannot fathom why father was so irate last night in the western garden, even going so far as to confine my aunt's feet. Sister, hasten to speak with mother and implore her to plead for my aunt's mercy before father." Suli's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. Listen to the audacity of such a demand. Is this truly a plea for my sister? It certainly does not sound like one to me. I had initially contemplated having Suli approach mother to intercede, if only to vex her, for after all, a biological daughter would naturally be closer to her aunt. "Sister, my aunt holds a greater affection for you than she does for me. Can you bear to witness her suffering?" Suli set down her chopsticks, dabbed her mouth with grace, and replied in a measured tone, "Father punishes my aunt," which surely indicates she has committed some transgression. To seek father's favor would imply a questioning of his judgment, would it not? Moreover, this does not seem to be a grave punishment. It offers my aunt a chance to rest, does it not? Suyu, exasperated, recalled how in the past they had persuaded Suli with tales of how burdensome it was for mother to manage the household alone, urging her to suggest that her aunt assist in the domestic affairs to alleviate mother's toil. Now, to have her own words thrown back at her was truly infuriating. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile and said, "Sister, you are well aware of my aunt's nature. She is inherently industrious, and if she is given leisure, she may very well fall ill from idleness." Suli rose and strolled toward the courtyard, with Suyu hastily trailing behind, believing that Suli had taken her words to heart and was about to appeal to mother. However, upon reaching the courtyard, Suli simply picked up a pair of scissors and leisurely attended to the flowers and plants. "Sister, what are you?" Suli casually snipped a blossom and handed it to Suyu. Suyu's expression darkened, her displeasure evident as she accepted it. "Sister, have you not listened to all that I have said?" Suyu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, upon seeing her take the flower. A glimmer of cold amusement crossed Suli's eyes. She turned and continued tending to the plants, saying, "I will mention it to mother during lunch." Suyu, filled with joy, replied, "I knew you would be the best, sister. You also care for aunt." Suli smiled gently. Care, indeed. She would certainly take good care of her dear aunt. After completing her mother's tasks, Suyu felt elated and regarded the flowers in Suli's courtyard as particularly splendid. Under the delicate blossoms, Suli's unsightly scar appeared even more pronounced, further elevating Suyu's mood. She picked up a flower and brought it to her nose, exclaiming, "This flower is truly fragrant." Suli, with a pure and kind smile, replied, "As long as you like it." Once Suyu departed with her maid, Si-chin approached and asked, "Miss, are you truly going to plead for the west courtyard?" Suli chuckled, "Plead? Huh." Seeing Suli's demeanor, Si-chin felt reassured. She had feared that Suli might act foolishly and hurt her mother's feelings for the sake of an aunt. Suli set down her scissors and instructed, "Keep an eye on the courtyard, and do not let anyone disturb me." With that, she retreated into the inner room. She needed to swiftly prepare the medicine for Junimo. However, this concoction was indeed challenging and required several rare herbs. She could only produce the basic components for now and would need to find a way to gather the additional ingredients later. Thus, apart from dining in her mother's courtyard, Suli spent the remainder of her time in the inner room. Yuchi attempted several times to get closer and investigate, but was repeatedly thwarted by Si-chin and her fellow maids. Noticing Yuchi's intent to approach the inner room again, Jishu promptly stepped forward to block her, stating, "Yuchi, the miss has said that no one is allowed in this room." Yuchi smiled obsequiously. "I am merely concerned for the young lady's comfort and wish to bring her some tea." Jishu, with a stern countenance, replied, "There is no need. If the young lady is hungry or thirsty, she will surely give instructions herself." Yuchi shot a vexed glance at Jishu, snorted in annoyance, and turned to leave. "Chawa, please summon the second young lady." Xiaoshi, anxiously awaiting, prepared to offer her daughter some advice. "Yes, I shall do so at once." Upon arriving at Suyu's courtyard, Chioa found Lua waiting at the entrance. "Lua, is the second young lady still taking her afternoon nap?" Lua responded, "Indeed, Chioa, elder sister. Is there something concerning from the concubine?" Chioa nodded, about to speak when a voice emerged from within the room. "Lua, fetch some water." Lua glanced at Chioa. "You arrived just in time. The second young lady has awakened. Please, go inside." Xiaohe entered the room, followed closely by Luer carrying the water. Luer set down the water and moved to lift the curtain. Mississippi. Your face. Su Yu, puzzled, looked at the two maids and hastily touched her face, feeling a peculiar itch. She was exceptionally particular about her appearance and hurried to the bronze mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she gasped in panic. How could this happen? Quickly, summon a doctor. My face must not be harmed. Wretched maid. Why are you not hastening to fetch a physician? Luer hastily scurried out to call for a doctor. Xiaohe attempted to soothe her. Miss, do not panic. I will fetch the concubine. However, Su Yu was beyond hearing her words, continuously touching her face and shrieking, my face. It itches so terribly. Xia awaited anxiously in the room. Concubine, something is amiss with the second young lady. As Xiaoyi hastily entered, she exclaimed loudly. Mrs. Xia, filled with anger, retorted. What a flustered state you are in. What has happened to you, Hare? Aunt, you must go and see the second young lady. I don't know what has happened, but her face is covered in countless rashes, densely packed, and quite alarming. As soon as the words left her lips, Mrs. Xia, disregarding her confinement, rose swiftly and exited the room. Chapter 13. The biased minister of the Shanshu Aunt Xia arrived almost simultaneously with the physician. Where? What is the matter? Aunt Xia inquired urgently upon hearing her daughter's piercing screams, hastily pushing aside the maidservants. Mother. Aunt Xia was taken aback to see her daughter's face marred with red rashes of varying sizes, truly a frightful sight. Su Yu, feeling aggrieved, said, Mother, I have eaten nothing unusual. Please, summon father to request the imperial physician. Aunt Xia hesitated. If it were Su Li, it would be a different matter. But to summon a physician for a daughter of inferior birth is unheard of. Luer stepped forward, saying, Miss, let the physician examine you first. It may only appear severe. Mrs. Xia quickly made way for the physician to approach. Physician, please examine my daughter. The physician stepped forward, carefully taking Su Yu's pulse and inquiring about her dietary habits. Anxiously, Su Yu asked, what is the diagnosis? The physician, stroking his goatee, replied in a slow, deliberate manner, there is no cause for concern. It is merely a common allergic reaction. I shall prescribe some medicine. If taken as directed, the rashes will naturally subside in a few days. Su Yu cried out in distress. A few days? The Qionghua banquet is tomorrow. How can I possibly wait that long? Is there no remedy for a swift recovery? The physician, feeling helpless, remarked, alas, I am powerless. Su Yu turned to Lady Xia, imploring, Aunt, please beseech father, even in Su Li's name, to summon the court physician. I cannot possibly attend the Qionghua banquet with such a face. Lady Xia, eager for her daughter to shine, gritted her teeth and declared, I shall seek your father. The physician interjected, is there still a need for me to prescribe medicine? Su Yu retorted, if you cannot remedy my face. At the very least, can you alleviate the itch? The physician clasped his hands and replied, I shall prepare the medicine at once. Lady Xia, accompanied by her maid, made her way to the main courtyard, and it so happened that today, Lord Su was resting at home. My lord, my lady, and Xia is at the door, announced Wang Xia. Lord Su frowned and inquired, is she not under house arrest? Wang Xia responded, it seems Anne has said there is some trouble with the second young lady. Casting a glance at his wife, who remained engrossed in her accounts, he instructed, let her in. Wang Xia stepped out to usher in Lady Xia. My lord, you must hurry to the palace to summon a physician. The second young lady is unwell. Lady Xia entered without regard for formalities, pleading with Lord Su. It was only then that Lady Su lifted her head and asked, what has happened? Wang Xia approached Lady Su and whispered the matter into her ear. Lord Su furrowed his brow and stated, a physician will suffice. The court physician attends to the nobility of the palace, not to our humble household. How could we possibly summon him? Lord Su, known for his meticulousness and integrity, had never kept even 2 household physicians, and whenever someone fell ill in the household, they would seek treatment at the local clinic. Even when he himself was unwell, he would consult the clinic. It was unthinkable to make an exception for his illegitimate daughter. Madame Xia lamented, Master, even the physicians outside are at a loss, which is why I have sought your assistance. Please, I implore you to save the second young lady. When the eldest young lady was injured on her face, you were able to summon the imperial physician. Why can't you do the same for the second young lady? Master, you cannot show favoritism. Su Shangshu found himself at a loss for words, as he indeed favored Lyre. After all, she was the daughter of his beloved. How could he not lean towards her? At that moment, Su Mu snorted coldly and remarked, how severe is Lyre's injury? Su Yu's face merely has a few small rashes. The physician has assured us that she will recover in a few days. Why do you speak as if Su Yu is on the brink of death? Su Shangshu's expression darkened as he retorted, nonsense. Madame Xia cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xia, who stood beside Su Mu, inwardly cursing her as a vile woman. She continued, Master. Tomorrow is the Qionghua banquet. With Yue in this state, how can that be permissible? Su Shangshu replied with confusion, with her face in such a condition. Why would she attend the Qionghua banquet? Madame Xia stammered, this is also for your sake, Master. The eldest young lady's face is beyond recovery. The second young lady merely wishes to make an appearance, to enhance your reputation. Su Mu interjected coldly, Is she hoping to climb the social ladder at the Qionghua banquet? Why should your reputation be at the expense of your daughter? Who does not know that Su Shangshu is upright and incorruptible? Madame Xia looked at Su Shangshu and said, Master, the political landscape is ever-changing. Having a commendable alliance is always beneficial. Yue. Su Shangshu raised his hand to interrupt her, stating, no need to continue. Whether or not to attend the Qionghua banquet is inconsequential. Let Yue take her medicine on time. I will not summon the imperial physician. Madame Xia, upon realizing her inability to persuade, rose in disappointment to take her leave. Su Yu applied the medicine and felt a slight alleviation of the itchiness. Upon seeing Madame Xia re-enter, she hastily inquired, Mother, how did it go? Madame Xia shook her head in response. In a fit of anger, Su Yu swept the objects from the table to the floor. It's all your fault. If you were the legitimate wife, I would be the legitimate daughter. How could father neglect me like this? Why is it that Su Li can summon the physician while I cannot? It's all your fault. Why are you so ineffectual? Madame Xia, taken aback by the fierce gaze of her daughter, instinctively took a step back, unable to believe this was her once obedient child. How had she transformed into such a terrifying and selfish being? Despite her efforts to enter the minister's residence and provide a life of comfort for her. Is this how her daughter repays her? How can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Madame Xia lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Panicking, she glanced around to ensure they were alone, finally exhaling with relief. Is this something you can just shout about? Do you wish for the madam to cast me aside? Su Yu, slowly regaining her composure, noticed the tears streaming down Madame Xia's face and felt a twinge of remorse. Mother, I'm sorry, I was just overwhelmed with anger. Please don't be upset with me. She stepped forward and embraced Madame Xia, repeatedly apologizing. With a sigh, Madame Xia held her daughter close and said, I understand your grievances. Trust me, this situation will not endure for long. Have faith in me. Su Yu lifted her gaze and declared, I believe. One day, I shall make father regret his favoritism. Madame Xia gently stroked her daughter's hair and advised, you should not attend tomorrow's Qionghua banquet. There will be many more festivities in the days to come. Su Yu immediately exclaimed, No, I must go, if necessary. I shall wear a veil. After much effort, she had acquired 12 exquisite pieces of jade and prepared several poems. It was imperative that she attend. Upon seeing her daughter's determination, Aunt Xia remarked, Then ensure you wear the veil properly, so that no one sees your face. Understood. Everything that transpired here was reported in detail to Su Li by Si Qin. Su Li chuckled, What can I say about my sister? Even in such circumstances, she still seeks the spotlight. Si Qin replied, Perhaps heaven is watching. Although the second young lady has received 12 pieces of jade from you, her face cannot be revealed. Su Li let out a laugh and gazed at the vibrant flowers blooming outside. It was hardly a matter of divine intervention. It was merely the result of human schemes. Chapter 14. Return everything to me the following day. As Su Li was getting ready, Emo Hua stormed in, visibly upset. Su Li smiled and asked, What troubles you? Who has vexed you so early in the morning? Emo Hua expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Miss, if you do not attend the Qionghua banquet, it only benefits the second young lady. I just saw her adorned with your 12 pieces of jade, looking exceedingly opulent and grand. Su Li shook her head, realizing that the girl was aggrieved on her behalf. Such ostentatious displays at a banquet were hardly commendable. After all, Su Yu was still young, and Annie in the Western Garden was merely a woman of limited vision, believing that merely capturing attention would win the favor of the esteemed. Little did she know that true nobility would scorn such attention seekers. Otherwise, in her past life, Su Yu would not have contended with her for Zhao Huayan. At present, Su Yu still looks down upon the Zhao family, but after encountering a few setbacks, she gradually begins to perceive reality. Furthermore, with Zhao Huayan emerging under her support, Su Yu shifts her gaze towards the Zhao family. And Mo Hua pouted, saying, I understand, but I simply cannot tolerate her ways. Su Li stood up and said, let us go to the main courtyard. After accompanying her mother for a meal, Su Li stepped out together with her. Upon arriving at Zui Xianju, the maid assisted Su Mu and Su Li down from the carriage. Madam, miss, you've arrived. Lin Zhonggui hurriedly approached. Su Li smiled and replied, Linbo, we are here to see how much grain Mr. Xia has stored for us. Xia Jiang followed Lin Zhonggui, clasping his hands, and said, Master, the storeroom is a bit of a distance from here. Shall we take the carriage? Su Mu nodded, and she and her daughter boarded the carriage once more. Lin Zhonggui and Xia Jiang also climbed in, leading the way. The two carriages swayed along for nearly the duration of an incense stick before they arrived. Su Li alighted and surveyed her surroundings. It was a courtyard that seemed to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Master, miss, this is a courtyard I rented for storing grain. Let us go inside, said Xia Jiang. Su Li nodded and assisted her mother into the courtyard. Xia Jiang opened the doors of the rooms one by one, revealing them brimming with grain. Su Li smiled and remarked, Indeed, Mr. Xia is wholly dedicated to our Zui Xianju. You have always stored the grain here? Xia Jiang humbly smiled and replied, Miss, you flatter me. The grain I purchased has always been stored here. Su Li expressed her wonder, exclaiming, How remarkable. Xia Jiang, fearful that she might discern any truth, inquired with trepidation. Do you have any further questions, miss? Su Li remarked, Mr. Xia, you began stockpiling grain last year, yet this grain remains unspoiled? How is that possible? Xia Jiang hesitated, aware that grains ought to be stored in a granary, which provides protection against moisture and pests. However, the cost of renting a granary was exorbitant. The funds he used to purchase this grain were cobbled together from various sources, leaving no surplus for such expenses. This grain was newly acquired and had not spoiled. Hence he had no fear of inspection. Su Mu smiled. I have complete faith in Mr. Xia, but it is indeed inappropriate to store grain here. Manager Lin, please arrange for the grain to be transported to the granary at our estate. Xia Jiang, maintaining his composure, replied, Madam, you may not be aware that all who frequent our Zui Xianju are individuals of stature and standing. Thus, the quality of the grain we purchase is superior, albeit at a higher price. Su Mu, her expression darkening, stated, I have dispatched people to investigate these suppliers, and their prices are even lower than the market rate. How do you account for this? Xia Jiang was taken aback, rendered speechless by her diligence in unearthing the truth. Yet Su Mu was far from naive. She pursued her inquiries with utmost thoroughness. She continued, Mr. Xia, the remuneration I provide you is considerably higher than what is offered elsewhere. Are you attempting to provoke me to report you? In a moment of desperation, Xia Jiang fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. I implore you, madam. I acted out of folly. For the sake of my sister, I beseech your compassion. Su Mu feigned ignorance and inquired, Your sister? My sister is none other than your household Xia concubine. Qing Ji is my biological sister. Xia Jiang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. I shall procure the funds at once. With that, he scurried away in haste. Su Li stepped forward and inquired, Mother, once he replenishes the silver, will you truly not pursue the matter further? She gazed at the substantial stock of grain and remarked, With this abundance, our Zui Xianju need not purchase grain for the next 2 years. Su Mu shook her head, responding, My dear, Zui Xianju must not only continue to purchase, but also stockpile grain in large quantities. Surprised, Su Mu asked, But why? How long will this last us? Su Li contemplated the grains before her, recalling the scenes from her previous life. She thought of the prolonged drought in the southern regions. The harvest would be dismal. And in 3 months, a once-in-a-century flood would strike, leaving many common folk with empty granaries. This would be followed by a harsh winter and devastating snowstorms, leading to countless deaths from starvation and cold. It was amidst this catastrophe that Junhui distinguished himself, rising to prominence. In this life, she would not allow him to claim that credit. Su Mu, perplexed, nodded slowly, unaware that her daughter had experienced a lengthy dream foretelling the impending drought in the south. With a soft chuckle, Su Mu remarked, Silly child, it was merely a dream, not to be taken seriously. Su Li insisted, No, it was more than that. I also dreamt that Xia Jiang is the brother of concubine Xia, and at today's Qianghua banquet, the crown prince will select a princess consort, the legitimate daughter of the general. Mother, if you do not believe me, you may wait a few days before making any plans. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Su Mu's eyes widened in astonishment as she touched her daughter's forehead, wondering if the child might have inadvertently angered some spirit. Su Li smiled as she took her mother's hand and said, "Mother, perhaps it is the Buddha guiding your daughter." Although Su Mu was skeptical, she acquiesced to her daughter's words, replying, "All right, let us wait a few more days. Even if we must sell grain, it cannot be sold immediately." Hearing her mother say this, Su Li felt reassured. Though her mother did not yet believe, she would certainly come to accept it once the crown princess was determined. Chapter 15. The Cheonghua Banquet. Su Yu, adorned splendidly, stepped out accompanied by her maidservant. This year's Cheonghua Banquet was hosted at Lianhua Lake. Su Yu was quite pleased with her attire, though she lamented the necessity of wearing a veil. Upon her arrival, she found many ladies already gathered, engaged in hushed conversations in small groups. Su Yu soon spotted several familiar young ladies. "Sister Su, I hardly recognized you today. Your headdress is simply exquisite," remarked a girl in a yellow dress, her eyes wide with admiration. Su Yu beamed with pride. Lu Jiao's father was merely a sixth-rank official and had never encountered such finery. Indeed, just moments ago, Jiao Jiao was asking me which royal princess you were. However, why are you wearing a veil? Inquired Meng Zhiyun, the illegitimate daughter of the right minister. Despite her status, she lived more luxuriously than many legitimate daughters. For Meng Xiang was notorious in the capital for favoring his concubine over his wife. Su Yu replied with a smile, "I caught a chill a few days ago and have not yet fully recovered, hence the veil. As for this headdress, it is the 12 pieces of jade." "Truly a treasure." Lu Jiao gasped, "Is this truly the 12 pieces of jade? I have heard much about it but have never seen it in person. Who would have thought it would be at the minister's residence? Sister Su, the minister is truly kind to you, bestowing upon you such a precious adornment." Su Yu raised her head and replied, "Indeed, my father dotes on me the most. My sister has marred her beauty, and my father cannot rely on her, except for—" Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted Su Yu's self-satisfied musings. "Su Yu, how dare you wear the 12 pieces of jade? Who do you think you are?" With an innocent flutter of her eyelashes, Su Yu responded softly, "Cousin, what do you mean by that? Who is your cousin?" "I only have Liar as my cousin." Meng Zhiro, standing behind Wei Yuanyao, stepped forward to restrain her, fearing her impulsiveness. "Yao Yao, what is the matter? Why are you so angry?" Wei Yuanyao retorted, "Zhiro, these 12 jade pieces are a treasured heirloom of the Wei Duke's residence, incredibly precious. They were gifted to my cousin Liar by our grandmother on her 10th birthday. Yet now they adorn this woman." She then turned to Su Yu and coldly commanded, "Remove them at once." Lu Jiaoren, timid and hesitant, did not dare to approach. But Meng Jiwen boldly stepped forward, saying, "Miss Wei, Yuer has stated that this adornment was given to her by the minister. You are being rather unreasonable." Meng Jiwen's face flushed with anger. Everything she wore today far surpassed that of Meng Zhiro. Was Wei Yuanyao mocking her? Seeing the gathering attention, Su Yu gently interjected, "Cousin, it was my sister's understanding of her own disfigurement that led her to gift this adornment to me." Wei Yuanyao was left speechless, inwardly chastising her cousin. This was a gift from their grandmother. How could it be given to another? Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Her Highness the Consort has arrived. Princess Chaoyang has arrived. As the debate among the few continued unabated, a sudden announcement interrupted the discord. The crowd hastily knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the Empress!" The Empress, accompanied by several attendants, proceeded towards the elevated platform. Once seated, she waved her hand and said, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Today marks the Cheonghua Banquet, and there is no need for formalities. Ladies and young misses, please take your seats." One by one, the ladies took their places. An attendant beside the Empress stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "At today's Cheonghua Banquet, as is customary, each young lady shall showcase her talents, and the one who excels will receive a grand reward from Her Majesty." One after another, the young ladies took to the stage to recite poetry, paint, and exhibit their melodious voices and graceful dances, creating a lively atmosphere. The Empress, perched upon the high platform, attended the Cheonghua Banquet merely as a formality. For in her heart, her future daughter-in-law had already been determined. At that moment, a slender figure approached, moving with an elegant grace. Her lustrous black hair was fashioned into a flowing cloud bun, adorned with delicate pearl flowers, while her moonlit brows and starry eyes complemented her flowing blue gown exquisitely. This was none other than Lan Yu, the daughter of the esteemed general of cavalry, one of the 4 beauties of the capital. Little Lady Lan Yu pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress, to Lady Yun, and to Princess Chuyang. In response to her formal greeting, the Empress, shedding her previously aloof demeanor, smiled warmly and remarked, "Rise, dear child. I remember seeing you when you were just a child. How you've grown. Come closer so that I may behold you." Upon witnessing the Empress's earnest demeanor, Lady Yun discerned the Empress's favoritism towards the Lan family. Truly, the Empress possessed a keen eye for selection. In the kingdom of Tianqi, military power was divided into three parts, one held by the royal family, another by the Wei Gui Duke's household, and the last by General Lan. Lan Yu approached once more, performing a graceful curtsy. The queen grasped her hand, her smile becoming increasingly gentle. The young ladies watched this scene with envy directed towards Lan Yu, who remained unfazed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the queen, she proceeded to the center of the stage. Splendid! Truly worthy of a general's daughter, such spirit rivals that of any man, the queen exclaimed with enthusiasm. She was quite pleased with this daughter-in-law, as Lan Yu's family background, appearance, and abilities were all well matched to the crown prince. However, Yunfei, while outwardly agreeing with a soft demeanor, felt otherwise within. It was a pity that Miss Lan, with such admirable qualities, was to be paired with a frail and ailing individual. Yet, this was not within her power to prevent. Her gaze shifted to Wei Yuanyao, who was conversing with another young lady below. Among the noble women of the capital, only Wei Yuanyao could rival Lan Yu in terms of family background. She must assist Huyo in securing Wei Yuanyao as a bride. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuanyao, she had already become the target of scrutiny and continued to taunt Suyu. What? As one of the four beauties of the capital, Miss Lan has garnered the queen's favor, and you are dissatisfied? If you possess the skill, why not take the stage and perform a dance yourself? Suyu scoffed inwardly but maintained a smile, replying, "Cousin, how could you say such a thing? I am merely happy for Miss Lan. As for the performance, I have indeed prepared something merely to contribute to the festivities." Wei Yuanya retorted with a cold snort, "Hypocrite." Though she gritted her teeth in frustration, she feigned composure. Once Lan Yu's performance concluded and she was summoned by the queen once more, granted a seat beside her, Suyu's smile faded. Among the four beauties of the capital, her status was the lowest. Lan Yu, the legitimate daughter of the general, princess of Chaoyang, and the young princess of the Zhao Wangfu. Each one was of noble lineage. Many believed her to be the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, and over time, even she began to accept this notion. Suyu rose and moved forward. "I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress, to Her Highness Concubine Yun, and to Princess Chaoyang." The Empress raised her gaze, her expression inscrutable, and inquired, "And who might you be?" Concubine Yun observed Suyu closely, thinking to herself that this young lady from the minister's household seemed rather simple-minded. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Empress favored Miss Lan and intended to bestow the highest honor upon Lan Yu. After Lan Yu concluded her dance, the minister's daughter was poised to perform. Was this a provocation? The Empress, having never encountered such a lack of awareness, coolly replied, "You may proceed." "Yes." Suyu bowed and advanced towards the stage. Chapter 16. Casting Shadows. Suyu had prepared meticulously for this moment. With her inky tresses cascading, her colorful fan fluttering, and her delicate hands gracefully poised, one holding the fan while the other grasped a brush, already prepared by her servant. The round fan danced in her hands, and the brush glided like a dragon, creating exquisite art, while her flowing sleeves stirred the air. The veil adorning her face added an air of mystery. The audience soon discerned that she was not merely dancing but intertwining poetry, painting, and performance into one splendid display, a testament to her careful preparation. The Empress, visibly displeased, thought it inappropriate for this minister's daughter to seek the limelight in such a setting. Once Suyu completed her dance, she confidently stood at the center. "Your Majesty, I humbly present my performance." Regardless of her dissatisfaction, the Empress had to suppress her irritation and remarked, "Miss Su is indeed a talented woman. Quickly, bring forth Miss Su's calligraphy and paintings for us to admire." A maid beside the Empress curtsied and hurried off to fetch the artwork. As the Empress beheld the painting and the accompanying poetry, she could not help but acknowledge that this Miss Su possessed a certain degree of talent. The queen gazed at Suyu and inquired, "Did you compose these poems all by yourself?" Suyu maintained a calm facade, yet within her heart, she surged with pride. Princess Chuyang, who possessed a profound affection for poetry, cast a sidelong glance and whispered something to the queen. The queen's expression darkened as she retorted, "Is that truly the case?" Princess Chaoyang nodded in affirmation. The queen slammed the scroll onto the table with force. "Impudent. This is clearly the work of a scholar. Having circulated prior to today, How dare you lie in my presence? Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? This was a poem she had painstakingly crafted. How could it be attributed to someone else? I beseech your majesty to discern the truth. This is indeed a poem composed by your humble servant. I would never dare deceive your majesty. Princess Chaoyang coldly instructed her attendant beside her. Take this poem down to show the ladies and young misses. I refuse to believe that no one outside has heard of these verses, which I have already encountered within the palace. Yes, your highness, the attendant replied, taking the scroll and descending the stairs to circulate it among the ladies. It soon became evident. This poem had indeed been circulating for several days. I too had heard it and secretly acknowledged the talent of its author. Miss Su is clearly claiming another's work. The queen, now furious, exclaimed, Miss Su, what further words do you have? So you could scarcely comprehend. This was undeniably her own creation, one she had never revealed to others. Why were they unjustly accusing her? Yet, confronted with the queen's wrath and Princess Chaoyang's disdain, Su Yu promptly fell to her knees. I implore your majesty for mercy. I beseech your majesty for mercy. The queen's face was marred by displeasure as she remarked, the Wei Guogong family is esteemed, and Minister Su is a man of integrity. Yet how is it that you have emerged as such? Upon hearing this, Su Yu was taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with elation. The queen had mistaken her for Su Li. Su Yu immediately implored. Lier acknowledges her missteps and beseeches the empress for forgiveness this once. Her voice was scarcely audible, discernible only to the few noble individuals upon the high platform. Princess Jiang interjected, Mother, I recall that Miss Su has not participated in such grand occasions for several years. Perhaps she has forgotten some of the protocols, leading her to act so recklessly. The princess did not intentionally lower her voice, leaving Wei Yuanyao puzzled below. Su Yu had not attended for years. That seemed implausible. How could she miss any opportunity to shine? Observing the veil that obscured Su Yu's face and recalling that Su Yu had never revealed her true identity, merely stating she was the daughter of Minister Su, Wei Yuanyao realized that Minister Su had more than one daughter, not one to be easily fooled. Wei Yuanyao quickly grasped Su Yu's intentions. That little wretch. Seizing the moment while her cousin was absent, she sought to tarnish her cousin's reputation. Wei Yuanyao rose abruptly, prompting Meng Zhiro beside her to grasp her arm. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Wei Yuanyao replied, Fear not, I shall not act recklessly. With that, she strode purposefully up the steps. Su Yu, seeing her approach, feared her identity would be exposed and hastily declared, Cousin, it is indeed my fault. If the Empress chooses to punish me, it is only fitting. You need not plead on my behalf. Please return. The imperial concubine intended to win over Wei Yuanyao, fearing that her pleas for her cousin might implicate her, thus advised, Miss Wei, this matter does not concern you. Your cousin has merely erred for the first time. I trust the Empress will administer only a light reprimand. You may withdraw now. However, Wei Yuanyao, with neither subservience nor arrogance, bowed respectfully to the Empress and stated, Your Highness, one must face punishment for their misdeeds. I harbor no intention to plead for Su. Cousin, you should leave at once. Su Yu, in a state of urgency, interjected hastily. Chaoyang observed with curiosity and inquired of Wei Yuanyao, Did you not come to plead for your cousin? Wei Yuanyao, regarding Su Yu with a knowing smile, replied, I acknowledge only Su Li as my cousin. The assembly looked on in confusion, uncertain of her meaning. Chaoyang, astonished, turned to Su Yu and asked, Are you not Su Li? Su Yu, her face pale beneath the veil, knelt in silence. Wei Yuanyao feigned surprise, exclaiming, She is Su Yu, the illegitimate daughter of Minister Su. How could the princess mistake her for Su Li? Chaoyang, now genuinely vexed, countered. She wears a veil and calls herself Lier. Moreover, her attire does not suggest that of an illegitimate daughter. The Empress, casting a cold gaze upon the kneeling Su Yu, remarked, To slander one's own legitimate sister is an audacious act indeed. In our dynasty, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate are strictly upheld. This blatant defamation of a legitimate lineage is unprecedented. If we do not impose severe punishment, others may follow suit, leading to chaos. Su Yu bit her lip and pleaded, Your Highness, please quell your anger. I would never dare to tarnish my sister's reputation. The lady, known as Lingxi, had previously referred to herself as Linger, not Lier, and beseeched the Empress for her understanding, bowing her head repeatedly. In an attempt to prevent the noble women below from overhearing, she spoke softly, making it difficult to discern whether she said Li or Ling. The Empress, gritting her teeth, remarked, A mere concubine. adorned more lavishly than a legitimate daughter. Is not Minister Su known for his integrity and incorruptibility? Wei Yuanyao stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, it is unknown to you that these 12 pieces of jade were a birthday gift from my grandmother to my cousin on her 10th birthday, and somehow, they ended up in Su Yu's possession. Sensing the disdainful gazes of those around her, Su Yu retorted, It was my sister who believed her beauty marred and deemed these ornaments unnecessary, thus bestowing them upon me. Wei Yuanyao immediately countered, Impossible. The empress rubbed her temples and declared, Enough. I do not wish to concern myself with the origins of your jewelry. I only inquire about your appropriation of another's poetry, claiming it as your own. What is your explanation? Chapter 17. Collecting debts. Although Su Yu's eloquence absolved her of the accusation of impersonating her legitimate sister, she could not escape the matter of the poetry. After all, she had audibly claimed the verses as her own. Yet, she could not fathom what had gone awry. Surely, it could not be that someone shared her thoughts and composed 3 identical poems? Faced with her silence, the empress raised her hand, commanding, Take her away and administer 50 strokes. Your Majesty, spare me. I was merely confused in the moment. I shall not dare again. The queen coldly remarked, You exaggerate. Deceiving me. Out of respect for Minister Su, I have chosen to be lenient. Su Yu wailed as she was dragged away. The incident left a palpable impact on the onlookers, leading several young ladies to perform later, yet their enthusiasm was markedly diminished. Unsurprisingly, the honor of the Cheonghua feast was claimed by Lan Yu. Su Li merely smiled and gazed out the window, reflecting, Su Yu. In your past life, those few poems brought you glory. In this life, they bring you suffering. Just as Su Li's thoughts swirled, Emma Hua entered. Miss, cousin has arrived. What troubles you, cousin? Who has upset you? Su Li inquired with a smile. Wei Yuanyao, with a stern expression, replied, Did you give the 12 pieces of jade that grandmother gifted you to Su Yu? Su Li was taken aback, took her hand, and they sat down together as Ji Shu served tea and pastries. Cousin, I did not give her the 12 pieces. She merely borrowed them, and I found it difficult to refuse. Seeing her cousin's insistence, Su Li seized the opportunity to escalate the matter. The two of them walked to Su Yu's courtyard, where they encountered a maid escorting the doctor out. Upon seeing Su Li and her cousin, the maid promptly bowed. Miss, cousin. Su Li nodded and asked, How is my sister? She then inquired, Is she awake? Lu Er nodded and replied, Yes, she is awake, and he is inside keeping her company. Su Li nodded, taking Wei Yuanyao's hand as they proceeded inside. Upon entering the room, they found Aunt Xia sitting by the bed, comforting Su Yu, who lay weeping despondently. Su Yu's cries abruptly ceased as she lifted her head to glance at them. What are you doing here? This conversation was directed at Wei Yuanyao. Were it not for her, the crowd would not have discovered that she was Su Yu. In any case, Su Li's reputation was already tarnished. What harm could another scandal do? Now everyone mocked Su Yu as an untalented dilettante, even resorting to plagiarizing poetry. On her way here, Su Li had overheard Wei Yuanyao discussing the events of the day, and this woman still sought to tarnish her name. Aunt Xia, puzzled, inquired, What is it? Wei Yuanyao looked at Su Yu and stated, The 12 pieces of jade. You have used them all up and should return them to my cousin. Su Li's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Sister, when did I ever say they were a gift for you? They were bestowed upon me by my grandmother. How could I presume to give them away? Just as Su Yu was about to speak, Sumu entered with a group of people. As the legitimate mother, she certainly had to come and check on Su Yu after her injury. Yaoer, you little girl, why did you not go to your aunt's courtyard upon arrival? I only learned of your presence through the maid, Sumu remarked, glancing at Wei Yuanyao. Puzzled, Sumu asked, What is it? Wei Yuanyao replied, The 12 pieces of jade. Sumu gasped in surprise and looked at her daughter Leah. Su Li, feeling awkward, explained. Sister said she had no jewelry to wear to the Cheonghua banquet and wanted to borrow some. And Xia stood up and said, Since it was given by the eldest young lady, I shall ensure the second young lady expresses her gratitude to her. Su Li was taken aback. Given? But it was clearly lent to my sister. How did it become a gift? Su Yu lay on the bed, seemingly overwhelmed by a great injustice. On the verge of tears. Sister, this was clearly a gift for me, so why? Su Li felt utterly disgusted by her sister's petty demeanor. Even after being beaten to such a state, she still clung to her precious headpiece. Su Li produced a piece of paper and handed it to their mother, saying, Mother, this is the promissory note my sister signed when she borrowed the headpiece. Su Yu's expression immediately darkened. She had forgotten about the note. In the past, she had never needed one when borrowing Su Li's belongings. Wei Yuanyao was taken aback that her cousin could present such a note. which alleviated her fears of Su Yu not returning it, causing her expression to brighten somewhat. Their mother scrutinized the note and, with a stern countenance, commanded, Su Yu, return Liur's belongings. Su Yu coldly instructed Liur, go fetch the headpiece and return it to your sister. Turning back to Su Li, she said, Sister, I apologize. I mistakenly thought this time would be like the last, that it was a gift from you to me. Su Li smiled and replied, Sister, you truly have a poor memory. You once claimed those ornaments were borrowed as well. Their mother cast a surprised glance at Su Yu and coldly remarked, Since I am here today, you might as well return everything you borrowed in the past. Looking around, it was astonishing to see how familiar each item appeared. Pointing at the folding screen, their mother exclaimed, Isn't this the jade screen I bought for Liur? And that exquisite cosmetics box on the vanity, along with that painting of a lady, were all selected by me from the storeroom for Liur. How did they all end up in your room? Su Yu turned pale, biting her lip. Now, their mother was genuinely enraged. It was as if her daughter's room had been stripped bare. Bring in the servants. Move the screen, the 8 treasure cosmetic box, the lady's paintings, the white jade vase, and everything from the young lady's room to her courtyard. Chapter 18. Seizing the opportunity in sickness, the 2 maidservants, Imo Hua and Si Qin, standing behind Su Li, were instantly electrified, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They were well acquainted with their mistress's belongings and promptly directed the servants to begin the relocation. Su Yu struggled to rise and intervene, but the moment she moved, a sharp pain seized her, causing her to gasp. Su Li, this is outright theft. I will inform father. Su Li remained unfazed, a smile gracing her lips. Su Mu coldly interjected, I have never been unjust to you. How dare you covet what does not belong to you? Does your room not resemble that of a concubine? Everything has been taken over by Liur. You need not report me. I shall inform the master myself. Anxia observed as the servants carried away one item after another, her heart bleeding at the sight. Those were exquisite treasures. Had she known that she would soon take her daughter's possessions to exchange for silver, she would have thought twice. Just days ago, she had pawned several of her own jewels to amass 30,000 taels for Xiajiang, leaving her daughter's side utterly depleted. It felt as though a dagger was piercing her heart. If the master were to discover this, Yuer would undoubtedly face another punishment. As Su Yu gazed at the barren room, fury nearly made her choke on her own blood. Su Li was truly seeking her demise while she was vulnerable. Su Yu glared fiercely at Su Li, who, noticing her sister's ire, chuckled. What is this expression, dear sister? Do you believe mother has acted unjustly? Would you like father to adjudicate this matter? Su Yu gritted her teeth in response. Sister, you jest. Su Li seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. She was not like this before. Glancing at Wei Yuanyao, who stood behind Su Li, Su Yu's eyes flickered with suspicion. It must be Wei Yuanyao's doing. Just wait. She would swallow her anger for now, for there would be ample time to settle the score later. Imo Hua stepped forward, her excitement palpable. Madam, everything has been moved. Su Mu surveyed the nearly emptied room and inquired, You cannot be mistaken, can you? Is all this truly from Liur's courtyard? Imo Hua shook her head vigorously, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Oh, I almost forgot. The shoe brocade quilt that second miss has been using was also taken from Mrs. Place. Wei Yuanyao burst into laughter, finding the 2 girls amusing. Enraged, Su Yu shouted, Take it all away. Just take it all. Su Li interjected, There is no need for the quilt. It has become tainted with blood. Su Yu was incensed by this remark, her chest heaving with frustration, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate. Yes, Liur replied cautiously, glancing at her mistress. Su Mu nodded in understanding. Wei Yuanyao and Su Li supported Su Mu as they departed. Su Yu watched their retreating figures, her gaze laced with venom. Anxia attempted to soothe her daughter, saying, Yuer, lie down for now. Do not dwell on these matters, focus on recuperating. Su Yu felt utterly distressed these past few days. The rash on her face had yet to subside, and the incident at the Cheonghua banquet had turned her into a laughingstock among the noble women. Mother, do you not think Su Li has changed? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Anxia pondered for a moment. Indeed, she had heard from her brother that it was Su Li who uncovered the account books. The once closed Su Li had not even spared her a glance today. Anxia sat at the edge of the bed and remarked, It is impossible for a person to suddenly become enlightened. She has been foolish for over a decade. How could she suddenly become wise? Su Yu squinted her eyes and fiercely declared, It must be Wei Yuanyao. How detestable. Once I recover, I shall make her pay. As Wei Yuanyao exited Su Yu's courtyard, she burst into laughter. Cousin, did you see Su Yu's expression just now? It was utterly hilarious, ha ha ha. Su Li also stifled a smile. The group chatted merrily as they made their way to the main courtyard, where the servants presented fruits, snacks, and tea. Su's mother looked at her daughter and said, "Look, you truly are naive. How could you allow Su to take so many of your belongings?" It was also her fault. She had lamented that her daughter was distant. Yet she had neglected her own child. For the past 2 years, she had been preoccupied with the shop and managing the household, allowing others to nearly clear out her daughter's courtyard right under her nose. Su Li, clinging to her mother's arm, coquettishly replied, "Mother, I was foolish before, but I shall not be so again." Wei Yuanyao nodded. Indeed, cousin has changed considerably. Su Yu is simply insatiable, daring to covet even the 12 pieces of jade. It is fortunate that cousin has treated her with such kindness. Yet today she still attempted to tarnish cousin's reputation. Thankfully, the empress possesses sharp discernment. Wei Yuanyao recounted the events of the Chionghua banquet in detail to her aunt and cousin. Upon hearing this, Su's mother slammed her hand on the table in anger, causing the cups to tremble. How outrageous! Su Li grasped her mother's hand and said, "Mother, do not be angry. After all, she has not succeeded, has she?" Mother Su coldly remarked, "This time, your cousin is present. If she weren't, would you bear the burden of her sordid deeds? Silly liar, you treat her so well. Yet her heart is so ungrateful. Do not be so foolish in the future." It seems that neither mother nor daughter possesses any virtue. Previously, I was blind to her true nature. Su Li nodded in understanding. She had long since changed her heart. Su Yu would no longer gain any favors from her. After venting her anger, Mother Su noticed the day was growing late and said to Wei Yuanyao, "Yaoer, stay for the night. I remember how you two cherished being together in your childhood. Tonight, you shall stay in Liar's courtyard." Su Li smiled. "That's wonderful. I have so much to discuss with my cousin." Seeing the two young ladies so cheerful, Mother Su instructed the maid behind her, "Go inform the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes for dinner, particularly those with sweet and sour flavors." Wei Yuanyao laughed. "Aunt, you still remember my taste?" Mother Su replied with a smile, "Of course. You and Liar have such different preferences. One loves spicy, while the other favors sweet and sour." As the group conversed in the main courtyard, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After Minister Su returned from his duties, they shared dinner together. And soon Su Li and Wei Yuanyao took their leave. Chapter 19. Stocking grains the following day, news reached them of a significant event in the capital, which could also be considered a joyful occasion. The daughter of the general of cavalry was to be married to the crown prince, with the wedding date set hastily for half a month later. How remarkable that this was precisely what her daughter had predicted. For the past 2 years, her daughter had not ventured outside and could not possibly be aware of court affairs. Could it truly be a celestial omen? Mother Su swiftly penned a letter and instructed someone to deliver it to the manager of Zui Xianju, Lin. After days of relentless refinement, I have finally concocted a remedy for Jun Mo's leg ailment. Su Li gazed at the small porcelain vial in her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Although it still lacked the final 2 ingredients, by Li Zi and Qian Tsing Shuang, this pill is at least capable of suppressing the chill toxin. The next step is to find an opportune moment to approach Jun Mo. On the surface, he appears cultured, modest, and polite, yet in truth, he harbors deep-seated suspicions. The only way to get close to him is through my cousin. Recalling that I have matters to attend to today, I resolved to visit the Duke of Wei's residence tomorrow. At that moment, Si Qin entered from the outer chamber, saying, "Miss, please accompany me to Zui Xianju." "Certainly, Miss," Su Li replied. Just as she was about to leave with Si Qin and Ji Shu, Yuqi approached. "Eldest miss, are you going out?" Su Li glanced at the hairpin adorning her head and nodded lightly. Yuqi hurriedly added, "Miss, please take me with you. Last time you mentioned that you would bring me along next time." Su Li regarded her silently, while Ji Shu interjected, "Yuqi, does the miss need your permission to take someone with her?" "No, that is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Su Li interrupted this fruitless exchange, saying, "Let us go." Ji Shu huffed and followed Su Li out of the courtyard. Yuqi watched Su Li's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Is the eldest miss still upset with her? This cannot stand. If it continues like this, she will completely lose favor. Upon arriving at Zui Xianju, Su Li was greeted by a man, none other than Wang Wei. "Miss, we have eagerly awaited your arrival," he said. Bowing respectfully to Su Li, Lin, the shopkeeper, approached and said, "Miss, he arrived the day before yesterday." Su Li replied, "Did we not agree he would come today?" Wang Wei hastily interjected, "I came as soon as I arranged matters at home." Su Li nodded, leading the way as she said, "Please follow me upstairs." Upon reaching the room on the second floor, Su Li gestured for Wang Wei to take a seat. Miss, there's no need. I prefer to stand, he responded. Suli chose not to press the matter further, addressing him as Brother Wang. Wang Wei will suffice. There's no need for such formalities, he replied. Having learned from the shopkeeper of Su Li's true identity, he was astonished to discover that the one who saved his son was the so-called foolish young lady from the minister's residence. Indeed, rumors can be misleading. Su Li continued. Wang Wei, I have a task for you. Are you able to handle it? Wang Wei pounded his chest, assuring her, whatever you command, I shall not falter, whether it be scaling mountains or traversing fiery pits. Su Li responded, it is not so grave. Merely exercise caution and avoid drawing attention. After glancing at the shopkeeper, who nodded in understanding, Lin produced a small wooden box and handed it to Wang Wei. Upon opening it, Wang Wei was taken aback to find it filled with silver notes. Miss, what is the purpose of providing me with such a large sum? He asked, bewildered. Without questioning the reason for the substantial amount of provisions, he added, your trust in me is greatly appreciated. I shall not disappoint you. Su Li nodded in affirmation, saying, if you require additional funds, you may consult with the shopkeeper. She had already inquired thoroughly about Wang Wei, who held a certain degree of prestige in the commercial establishment. Entrusting this matter to him was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. After briefing him on the task, Su Li turned to manager Lin and asked, Lin Bo, have there been any developments regarding Xiajiang? Su Li nodded affirmatively. Very well. Continue to send people to follow him. Xiajiang, lacking funds, could only seek assistance from Shi Yuan, who remained under house arrest and was unable to leave the estate. It remained to be seen what clever scheme Xiajiang would devise. Su Li glanced at the sky, feeling no urgency. There was still ample time, and she decided to stroll leisurely. Having not roamed the streets for a long time, and in her past life rarely stepping out, her outings were often confined to a carriage, cloaked in layers to avoid being seen. Now, walking freely along the bustling streets, she felt light and unburdened. The thoroughfare was alive with the clatter of carriages and the ebb and flow of people. Shops lined both sides of the street, their FAAs standing in neat succession. Jishu and Si Qin were cautious, flanking her to prevent any collisions with passers-by. Su Li smiled. There is no need to be so tense. You both should also look for things you like. I shall buy them for you. And do not forget to bring along the ink painting. Jishu responded cheerfully, yes. Mississippi. After a while of browsing, both maidens' hands were laden with trinkets, items that delighted young ladies yet held little monetary value. The two girls felt a delightful thrill, knowing their mistress had not ventured out in years, let alone enjoyed a shopping excursion. As they continued their exploration, they passed by a ready-to-wear shop. Su Li suggested, let us go in and take a look. Dressed in subdued tones, Sumu assumed her daughter had a preference for understated attire, preparing only garments in soft, muted hues for her. No one knows that she actually has a greater affinity for the flamboyant hue of red, red as bright as blood. In this new life, Su Li is determined not to compromise herself. She will live according to her own preferences. The Rui Workshop is the largest garment shop in the capital, and its proprietress, known as Madame Lu, is a woman in her 30s. Upon the entrance of Su Li and her companions, Madame Lu approached them with warm enthusiasm. Would the young lady like to choose some fabric or ready-made garments? We have just received a batch of exquisite materials. Would you care to take a look? Su Li glanced around and inquired, do you have any fine fabric in red? Madame Lu smiled. What a fortunate coincidence. We just received some yesterday, Suzhou silk satin. The color is absolutely stunning. We're the only ones who have it. Please bring it to me, Su Li requested. Of course, just a moment. Miss, Madame Lu replied, turning to instruct her assistant to fetch the fabric, which was precious and stored upstairs. With a smile, Madame Lu explained, the material is quite valuable. When the fabric was brought, it was housed in a long wooden box, underscoring its worth. As Madame Lu opened the box, Su Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it deserved its reputation alongside the moonlight satin. While moonlight satin is predominantly moon-white, this silk satin boasted a perfectly vibrant red. Su Li nodded, declaring, I will take this fabric. Simultaneously, a clear voice chimed in, I will take this fabric. A young lady, tilting her face upwards, regarded them with an air of superiority. Madame Lu quickly smiled and addressed her, ladies, are you selecting fabric or ready-made garments? The young lady pointed at the silk satin and said, I want that piece of fabric. Lu Nyangzi found herself in a predicament. This fabric has already been requested by this young lady. There is only this one piece, and she arrived first. At that moment, the young lady's expression darkened, and before she could speak, another young lady behind her stepped forward and exclaimed, "Do you know to whom you are speaking? This lady is the daughter of the current prime minister. Hurry up and present the fabric." Ru Yifeng, being the largest fabric shop in the capital, naturally adhered to its principles. Lu Nyangzi replied, "It was this young lady who arrived first. Unless she no longer desires it, perhaps you should consider other fabrics." Meng Jiyun glanced at Su Li, lifted her chin, and declared, "I will take this batch of fabric. You may choose another." Su Li assessed her. Aware of the rumors surrounding the prime minister's favored concubine who extinguished his wife's standing, such arrogance likely belonged to the prime minister's illegitimate daughter. Su Li closed the box containing the fabric, which only heightened Meng Jiyun's sense of triumph. Just as she was about to remark on Su Li's compliance, she heard Su Li state, "Lu Zhuanggui, please take my measurements. I wish to commission a garment from this fabric." Meng Jiyun, her face darkened, retorted, "How dare you? Are you not aware of my status? You still dare to compete with me?" Observing Su Li's plain attire, which did not suggest a noble background, Su Li coldly laughed and replied, "A mere illegitimate daughter dares to be so arrogant." Upon hearing these words, Meng Jiyun's face flushed with shame. Having lost face in front of her entourage, she stepped forward, raising her hand to strike, shouting, "Lowly servant, you seek a beating." Jishu stepped in to intercept her wrist, asserting loudly, "Our young lady is the legitimate daughter of a minister. How dare you?" Meng Jiyun shook off Jishu's hand, sneering, "Oh, I was wondering who it might be. So it turns out to be that disfigured creature. How is it that you dare to emerge from your abode?" Su Li gazed coldly, asking, "Jishu, did you hear the barking?" Jishu was taken aback, then replied, "Indeed, I heard it as well." Meng Jiyun's expression twisted with fury. She dared not lay a hand on Su Li, for despite everything, she had the backing of both Minister Su and the Duke of Wei. Yet, she was poised to strike Jishu. "Cease at once. Greetings, fifth princess." Upon noticing the man behind Princess Chaoyang, everyone immediately bowed. "Greetings, His Royal Highness King Jing." Su Li also bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the fifth princess and His Royal Highness." The fifth princess nodded and inquired, "You are Su Li? Su Yu is your half-sister?" In her previous life, she had not been well acquainted with this fifth princess, only aware that this beauty, hailed as the foremost of the capitals for beauties, met a dire fate. Once Jun Hui ascended, she was sent far away to marry into the Western Shun as part of a diplomatic union. Chuyang nodded, casting a glance at Su Li. Observing her up close, she found the pair of eyes peeking from beneath the veil remarkably enchanting, clear and pure, reminiscent of the Persian cat nurtured in her mother's palace, soft and easily deceived. No wonder her half-sisters felt emboldened to tarnish her reputation. Were Su Li privy to the princess's thoughts, she would surely find them amusing. In her past life, she may have appeared innocent and easily victimized, but in this lifetime, Su Li had risen from the depths of hell, determined to drag those who sought to harm her down into the abyss. Chaoyang then turned her gaze towards Meng Jiyun, stating, "I overheard your quarrel outside. She arrived first. That fabric rightfully belongs to her. Is this how the right minister instructs his daughters?" Meng Jiyun immediately apologized, saying, "I acknowledge my mistake." Chaoyang snorted coldly and retorted, "To bully others by taking advantage of one's power, what audacity! Why do you not continue now?" Meng Jiyun, compliant and timid, replied, "I understand my error. I shall take my leave at once." With that, she hastily fled with her companions in a state of panic. Jun Emo chuckled softly. His elder sister, merely a year his senior, could indeed be quite intimidating when she adopted such a righteous demeanor. Just a moment ago, Chaoyang had been poised, but now she exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Jun Emo, saying, I see. You find it uncomfortable to accompany me on a shopping spree, don't you?" Noticing Su Li's curious gaze, Chaoyang quickly adopted a serious expression and cleared her throat. Su Li smiled apologetically, saying, "Princess, please forgive me. You may choose first." Chaoyang, with her head held high, replied, "Very well." Lady Lu selected fabrics for Princess Chaoyang, while Su Li stood nearby, occasionally overhearing the two mention terms such as crown prince and wedding date. After some time, Chaoyang turned to Su Li, saying, "You may choose. I have not found anything to my satisfaction." As anticipated, the fabrics in the palace were undoubtedly the finest offered from various regions. And although Riafang was substantial and its materials exquisite, they could not surpass the tribute goods. When Chaoyang and Jun Emo departed, Su Li bowed respectfully. Suddenly, Chuyang remarked, "This Miss Su is rather pitiable. I caught a glimpse of her at a palace banquet a few years ago and was left with some impression." particularly because that little girl was exceedingly adorable. It is a pity that after these years, she has lost her beauty. Junemo replied indifferently, such as fate. Chaoyang scoffed lightly, you are quite mature for your young age, are you not? As if having seen through the mundane world, one should promptly seek a princess. Lest the noble consort continues to murmur incessantly about my mother before me. Junemo maintained his perennial expression, smiling as he remarked, everything is destined. Chaoyang curled her lips in disdain. She would not be surprised if one day her royal brother chose to renounce the world. He had indeed taken after the noble consort, unyielding and unperturbed, even in the face of calamity. Mother, I have come to keep you company for lunch, she announced, signaling for the dishes to be served. After dining with Lady Su and engaging in light conversation for a while, Chaoyang took her leave as Lady Su prepared for her afternoon nap, making her way back to her quarters with her maid. Cousin. A greasy male voice called out from behind as she passed by the pond. Jishu stepped protectively in front of Su Li, warning, halt. Who are you? Xiao Wentai cast a glance at Jishu, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Although this young lady was a disfigured, ugly duckling, the maidservant possessed a certain charm. Once he secured Su Li, these girls would naturally belong to him as well. His discontent with his aunt's insistence on his marriage to Su Li diminished considerably. I am your cousin, Xiao Wentai, he declared. Su Li frowned slightly. Xiao Wentai? The son of Xia Jiang? It seemed that due to some impediment, Xia Jiang had sent his son in his stead. Su Li replied coldly, I have but one cousin, the son of the Duke of Wei. With that, she turned and continued on her way. Hey, cousin, don't go. Xiao Wentai hastily pursued her, attempting to seize her hand. Jishu shouted angrily, impudent. Su Li halted, turning to him with a frosty glare. If you persist, I shall have someone toss you into the pond. Observing Su Li's icy gaze, Xiao Wenkai immediately hesitated to approach further. As he beheld Su Li's silhouette, malice crept into his eyes. You little vixen. Just wait until I possess you. Let us see how defiant you remain. Chapter 21. The strategy in her previous life. Su Li had little interaction with Xiao Wenkai, having only heard whispers of his lecherous and gambling nature. Noticing the distress on her mistress's face, Mo Hua softly inquired of Si Qin, what troubles her? Si Qin promptly replied, do not worry, my lady. You have entrusted me with your concerns, and I am ever vigilant. Su Li pondered that Xiao Wenkai's absence in her former life was likely due to her being entirely under the control of that mother-daughter duo. Once she reached maturity, she was wed to a destitute scholar. The unforgettable incident of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was probably orchestrated by them as well. Thoughts of Zhao Huayan tightened her fists, her nails digging into her palms without eliciting pain. Li Er, do not fret over your scar. I, Zhao Huayan, am not one to be swayed by mere beauty. What I value is your inner spirit. You are astute and virtuous, far surpassing those young ladies in the capital who merely recite poetry and engage in wordplay. I, Zhao Huayan, vow to never wrong you in this life. Li Er. The sixth prince possesses remarkable talents. Should he ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly be a wise ruler. Can you persuade your esteemed father and the Duke of Wei to consider him? Li Er, you are with child. I shall have your sister come to the manor to keep you company. Su Li, surrender the military dispatch, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Take that dispatch and join your maternal grandfather's family. The vivid scenes from her past ignited a fierce hatred within Su Li for those individuals. Junhui, Zhao Huayan, Suyu, you all deserve to perish. Calculating the time, Zhao Huayan should currently be making his way to the capital in October for the imperial examination. With over 2 months remaining, Zhao Huayan appears outwardly upright and unyielding, yet he is adept at manipulation. Within a mere few months of arriving in the capital, he had entangled himself with Su Yu and aligned himself with Junhui. In her past life, after marrying him, she devoted herself to his support, elevating him from a destitute scholar to a position of power alongside influential ministers. Junhui possessed Zhao Huayan's intellect, the might of the Duke of Wei, and the wealth of Su Mubai. Su Mubai. The Su Mubai was indeed Junhui's treasury. She was aware that Su Mubai hailed from humble beginnings, fortuitously saved by Junhui, and thereafter became utterly devoted to him. Su Mubai was exceptionally gifted in commerce. Within a few short years, he became the wealthiest in Tianqi, continuously supplying financial resources to Junhui in his quest for dominance. Currently, she was merely the daughter of a high-ranking official, insufficiently equipped to contend with the cunning prince. Yet she would meticulously orchestrate her plans, gradually dismantling Junhui's power, rendering him a helpless and immobile figure. In this lifetime, he lacked both his advisors and military might. Thus, her immediate objective was to rescue Su Mubai before Junhui could act. After all, who does not covet a treasury? As of now, she was just an ordinary official's daughter, yet she needed to elevate her status, providing her the confidence to confront the illustrious Junhui. This year's snow disaster and famine presented both calamity and opportunity. Miss, what are you pondering? Si Qin inquired cautiously. Su Li shook her head and replied, nothing. By the way, has Yu Qi shown any unusual movements these past few days? There were no significant actions. Merely complaints about Mrs. Favoritism and the close relationship with the maid, Lure. Su Li curled her lips, remaining silent. Master, you should visit Aunt Xia. She has not eaten or drunk for 2 days, claiming that she will not partake of food until you cease your anger. Upon hearing this, the minister's expression darkened. Having many women is simply troublesome. If it weren't for Ah Shu's frail condition during Su Li's birth, making it difficult for her to conceive, and if his mother had not insisted on bringing her into the household, he would never have allowed it. How wonderful it would be to live a life devoted to the one he cherished. Initially, he thought she came from a humble background, and being docile, she would not be difficult for Ah Shu to manage, thus he tacitly consented. The minister, with a stern face, replied, then let her starve. With that, he bypassed the kneeling maid and continued on his way. The maid, momentarily taken aback, called out, Master, Master. In the courtyard, the servants began lighting the lamps, and the laughter echoed softly, illuminated by the warm, golden glow, bringing a sense of comfort to the heart. The minister entered the room, smiling. What has caused such merriment for you two? Father, I dreamt that mother gave birth to a little brother. The minister embraced Su's mother and chuckled. What an amusing dream indeed. After this remark, he refrained from elaborating further, wary of his wife's sensitivity. Su's mother felt a surge of joy. Her daughter's dreams were indeed prophetic. She dreamt that Xia Jiang was the brother of someone from the Western Garden, and that turned out to be true. Furthermore, she dreamt that the crown princess would be chosen, which also came to fruition. Now, she dreamed of being pregnant. How could this not bring her delight? Although she cherished her daughter, she still harbored a tinge of regret for not being able to bear a son for her husband. The young maid entered with a basin of clear water, and the family washed their hands, beginning their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. Just as they were eating, Wang Xia burst in, exclaiming, Master, Madam, something has happened in the west courtyard. Su Li assisted her mother to the west courtyard, where the yard was brightly lit. Upon entering, they were met with the sound of the maid's cries. Auntie, please wake up. Auntie, see you, having received the news? Instructed the maid to help her inside. The scene was chaotic and tragic, with cries echoing everywhere. Su Li helped her mother into the room, where they saw the white silk hanging from the beams. Su Li raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this was a staged suicide. The minister of personnel shouted, Silence. Let the doctor take a look. There she was, pale and leaning against the headboard, silently shedding tears, resembling a frail beauty. The minister frowned and asked, What is this commotion about? Aunt Xia cried, Rather than have the master grow weary of me, I might as well hang myself with a rope to serve the old lady. The minister replied sternly, Nonsense. Seeing the person on the bed in such a state, he refrained from speaking harshly, letting out a sigh. It was merely a punishment of house arrest. Why do you react this way? What do you intend to accomplish? Aunt Xia responded, Master, our household has been unsettled these past few days, and since you have grown weary of me, I wish to go to the Water Moon Monastery to recite scriptures and pray for the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su cried out, Mother, you cannot abandon your daughter. Mother, Su's mother coldly retorted, Are you planning to become a nun? Is this a threat against me? Forcing a concubine to become a nun would tarnish her reputation irreparably. Could such infamy ever be erased? Aunt Xia hesitated momentarily, speaking softly, I dare not impose. I merely feel that the household has been rather unfortunate these past few days and seek the Bodhisattva's blessing. Minister Su exclaimed, Very well. If you wish for the Bodhisattva's protection, then once you feel better, you may go to the Hugua temple to light some incense. Aunt Xia replied quietly, But, as a mere concubine, I cannot enter the Hugua temple. Minister Su turned to Su's mother and said, Madam, it is true that the household has faced misfortune recently. Perhaps you could take Lier and Yuer with you to pay your respects. Su's mother nodded solemnly. She had intended to visit the temple, though not solely due to the household's troubles. Su Li cast a glance at Aunt Xia, realizing that this commotion was likely an attempt to leave the estate. Though she was still uncertain of the other party's intentions, she sensed it was undoubtedly directed toward her or her mother. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. Chapter 22. Mutual Scheming. Xiao Wentai, an outsider residing in the outer courtyard, only learned of the events in the western garden after dawn. He was taken aback. What was his aunt planning? She must not encounter any misfortune, for if she did, their family's source of wealth would be jeopardized. Without even partaking in breakfast, Xia Wentai hurried to Aunt Xia's quarters. Aunt, are you truly contemplating such foolishness? Aunt Xia dismissed the attendants, and once assured of their privacy, she straightened her posture, shedding any semblance of fragility. If I do not act thus, how can I soften your uncle's heart? She cast a sidelong glance at her nephew, responding deliberately. Xia Wentai sighed in relief, saying, I was beginning to worry, Aunt. Since I have come all this way, when will you provide me with the silver? Aunt Xia's expression darkened. I recently gave your father several thousand taels. How could I possibly have any silver left? Xia Wenkai surveyed the room with dissatisfaction and remarked, Aunt, the ornaments in this room are evidently quite valuable. You should refrain from coveting these items. Their conspicuousness would surely attract attention. Are you afraid that others might not notice their worth? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Wenkai acknowledged the truth in his words, realizing that the entryway would pose a significant challenge. Aunt, what do you propose we do? If you do not provide any silver, what will happen if they report my father to the authorities? Xiaoshi let out a cold laugh. Are you unaware of the numerous properties and fertile lands your father has acquired? Upon hearing this, Xia Wenkai became indignant. Those possessions were destined for him. My father has stated that if you do not produce funds, he will seek assistance from uncle. Should he say something untoward in front of uncle, you must not hold it against my father. Fuming, Xiaoshi slammed her hand on the table. How dare he? Xia Wenkai retorted. My father has asserted that he fears nothing now that he faces imprisonment. Aunt, the silver my father earned at Zui Xianju was mostly given to you. Now that the truth is surfacing, how can you turn a blind eye to my father's plight? Xiaoshi's face turned pale with anger. Were it not for the leverage he held over her, she would have preferred to sever all ties with him. These vampires. If she had not persuaded the master to appoint him at Zui Xianju, how could he have acquired the wealth to buy property? If he had been more cautious, how would that little vixen Suli have discovered any flaws, leading to her own disgrace in the eyes of the master? Now he dared to repeatedly use that incident as leverage against her. In her heart, Xiaoshi was filled with vexation. She must devise a lasting solution. Noticing the troubled expression on Xiaoshi's face, Xia Wenkai cautiously inquired, Aunt, you bear the surname Xia. Thus, we are a family. I am your dear nephew. And with no sons of your own, will you not bequeath your wealth to me, but rather to my cousin? She bears the surname Su and will eventually marry, which would benefit another. As Aunt Xia gazed upon her nephew, his avaricious demeanor nearly provoked her to exclaim in anger. Yet, recalling her forthcoming plans, she stifled her ire. Upon hearing this, Xia Wencai's face illuminated with delight, and he ingratiatingly remarked, I knew that your heart lies with our Xia family, Aunt. Rest assured, I shall honor you dutifully in the future. Pray, grant me the silver. Father must be anxiously awaiting. Aunt Xia chuckled. Do not be hasty. This silver is my reserve for burial. Without it, even your cousin's dowry would be in jeopardy. Should your father require further funds, I would truly be unable to provide. What a predicament this is. Xia Wenkai scratched his head, pondering this. Did you heed my words from yesterday? Aunt Xia inquired. Xia Wenkai retorted in irritation. Aunt, it is better that you do not mention it, for I grow angry at the mere thought. That Suli, with her lack of beauty and unrefined nature, does not appeal to me. Aunt Xia silently scoffed at his disdainful expression. Though Suli had suffered a disfigurement, she was more than sufficient for her wayward nephew, given her noble lineage. However, he aspired to marry a woman of beauty and grace from a prestigious family. Xia Wencai's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, once wed, he could secure the funds and subsequently divorce Suli. Yet, Aunt, Suli is always accompanied by her maids, leaving me no opportunity to approach her. Xia remarked with a smile, what difficulty lies in this? The upcoming visit to the Hugua Temple presents a splendid opportunity. Simply heed my aunt's arrangements, and success will surely follow. Xia Wenkai nodded in agreement, stating, I shall follow my aunt's instructions without hesitation. 2 hours later, Xia Wenkai, with banknotes in hand, left the Su residence, brimming with confidence. No sooner had he stepped out than news reached Suli. She summoned Sichin and instructed, inform Lin Bo to proceed as planned. Sichin nodded and promptly departed. As Xia Wenkai ambled down the bustling street, he felt the weight of his fortune and occasionally patted his chest. Oh, brother Xia, let us have some fun, called out a jovial voice. Old Six, not today. I have matters to attend to, he replied. The man, referred to as Old Six, insisted, What matters could possibly interrupt our enjoyment? Your luck was poor the other day. Perhaps today it will turn. Come on, let us have a go. The sounds of dice rolling and lively banter from the gambling house stirred Xiao Wencai's interest. But mindful of the banknotes he carried, he declined, saying, "Perhaps tomorrow. I truly have business today. Just a few rounds won't hinder you. Look at the money in front of old 3. Good heavens, despite his poor luck, he's winning today. Why not join in?" Xiao Wencai glanced at the animated old 3, his excitement palpable, and his own desire to gamble grew stronger. "Very well, just a few rounds," he conceded. "Let us go." He placed his own money on the table, and indeed, as old 6 had predicted, fortune favored him today. He won several consecutive rounds, and the pile of money before him swelled, causing him to forget his initial intent to play only a few rounds. In a moment of exuberance, the audacious Xiao Wencai declared, "I wager all." Laughter erupted as he reveled in yet another victory. "Truly remarkable," exclaimed Lao Lu, his delight palpable. "Fortune favors you today. Do not let this opportunity slip away." Chapter 23. A debt from a past life. Having adorned herself with care, Su Li set forth accompanied by 2 maidservants. Upon arriving at the residence of the Duke of Wei, the doorman, recognizing them, promptly ushered them inside. As they settled, Wei Yuanyao soon appeared in the main hall. "Ah, what brings you here today?" "Thankfully, I had not yet ventured out." Su Li replied, "The weather is splendid, so I thought to pay a visit." "Is grandmother and my aunt at home?" Wei Yuanyao responded, "Indeed, they are." "Come, let us head to grandmother's courtyard. My mother is surely attending to her." Nodding in agreement, Su Li rose and followed Wei Yuanyao towards the residence of the venerable matriarch. "Liar, you are truly remarkable. I employed your methods and followed your prescription. After taking just 1 dose, grandmother's legs have improved considerably. Now, she can move from her courtyard to the main hall without assistance from the maidservants. You cannot imagine how delighted grandfather and my father are. They sing your praises to the heavens." With a gentle smile, Su Li replied, "If I can alleviate grandmother's suffering, then my pursuit of medicine has not been in vain." As they exchanged light-hearted banter, it was but a short while before they arrived at the matriarch's courtyard. "Grandmother, look who has come to visit," Wei Yuanyao exclaimed loudly before even crossing the threshold. Upon entering the room, the elderly matriarch's eyes crinkled in joy upon seeing Su Li. "Liar has arrived?" Wan Shi, initially poised to reprimand her daughter for her lack of decorum, fell silent at the sight of Su Li standing behind her. Su Li smiled as she approached and greeted, "Grandmother, good day." "Aunt, good day." Lady Wei rose and took Su Li's hand, saying, "Come, dear. Assist your grandmother in taking a stroll through the garden." With that, Su Li helped Lady Wei as they made their way outside. Wang Shi followed closely behind, remarking, "Mother's leg ailment has greatly improved. Lear's medical skills surpass even those of the imperial physicians." Wei Yuanyao chimed in, "Indeed." Upon reaching the garden, which was in full bloom during the height of summer, they found it to be a splendid sight. It was still before noon, and the heat was bearable. So they settled onto the stone benches in the courtyard. Su Li nodded and said, "She may be a bit restless, but rest assured, grandmother, I am no fool. I shall not allow her to create chaos." Lady Wei sighed. "In these past years, my mobility has been limited, and I have seldom ventured out, especially not to the minister's residence. I last saw your half-sister many years ago. She was quite charming and could easily win people over. I never anticipated that after all this time, she would dare to act so brazenly towards you." Noticing her grandmother's rising ire, Su Li quickly reassured her, "Grandmother, do not be angry. I have not suffered any losses. Rather, it is she who has faced considerable setbacks in recent days." Lady Wei huffed, "So, she has even dared to empty your room? What audacity!" At this, Wang Shi interjected, "Mother, your 70th birthday is approaching, and father intends to celebrate grandly. Siyu is still your granddaughter. She will undoubtedly come. At that time, you may reprimand her as you see fit." Lady Wei pondered, "Is that truly appropriate? Is it not absurd for someone as close to the grave as I am to contend with a young girl? Yet, if I refrain from addressing the matter, I find it intolerable. The granddaughter, whom she holds dear, is not someone a mere commoner can belittle." Lady Wang remarked with a smile, "Mother, who can question a grandmother guiding her granddaughter?" Old Madame Wei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if she behaves herself, a few words of admonition will suffice to deter her from harboring any disrespect towards my Lear." A warmth enveloped Su Li's heart, her grandmother's anger on her behalf, despite only knowing this much, made her feel supported. How would she react if she were aware of the various grievances Su Yu had inflicted upon her in a past life? "Grandmother, Old Madame Wei, noticing the slight redness in her granddaughter's eyes, asked in surprise, "What troubles you, Li? Have that mother and daughter caused you distress? I shall write to your father immediately and have him dismiss her." Su Li quickly interjected, shaking her head. "No, it's just that your kindness towards me has moved my heart." Old Madame Wei chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Silly child." The group engaged in pleasant conversation in the courtyard for a while, and Su Li inquired, "And, is my cousin at home? I have something to discuss with him." Lady Wang nodded. "Yes, with the imperial examination approaching, he is likely in the study." Su Li expressed her surprise. "Is my cousin participating in the literary examination as well?" Wei Yuanyao scoffed. "He claims he will participate in both the literary and martial examinations, boasting that he intends to achieve the top honors in both. What a grandiloquent claim." Su Li smiled. "I believe in my cousin. He possesses that capability." Lady Wang, hearing this, laughed. "It seems your biological sister is no match for your cousin. Yaoer, please take your sister to the study." Su Li performed a respectful farewell and proceeded towards the study alongside Wei Yuanyao. "Lier, what brings you to seek my brother?" Su Li replied, "It is nothing of great importance. I merely have a few matters to consult with my cousin." Upon reaching the study, Wei Yuanyao boldly pushed open the door. Wei Yuanling lifted his gaze and noticed his two younger sisters entering. "Leo has come." Su Li stepped forward and courteously bowed. Addressing him, "Cousin." Wei Yuanling nodded and remarked, "Grandmother and mother are both in the residence. You may go to them." Su Li responded, "Lear has just come from grandmother's courtyard and indeed has matters to discuss with cousin." Wei Yuanling expressed surprise. "You seek me?" Su Li nodded and turned to Wei Yuanyao, saying, "Cousin, I wish to have a private conversation with cousin Wei." Wei Yuanyao murmured, "So mysterious?" With that, she pouted and exited the room. Noticing Su Li closing the door, Wei Yuanling looked at her, puzzled. Su Li approached him and stated, "Cousin, I shall be direct. I have come regarding Prince Jing." Wei Yuanling was even more bewildered. "Prince Jing? How is it that I am unaware of any connection between Xian and this cousin?" Su Li continued, "Cousin, you are aware that I possess medical skills, are you not?" Wei Yuanling nodded, recalling how countless renowned physicians, including imperial doctors, had been summoned for grandmother's leg ailment. All to no avail. Yet, with just a few of his cousin's medicinal applications, her condition had significantly improved. Su Li added, "Cousin, I know that Prince Jing suffers from a cold ailment." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuanling's eyes widened in astonishment. "Cousin, how did you come to know this?" It was no wonder he was so taken aback. Prince Jing's cold ailment had been well concealed, known only to those closest to him, with no one else being aware. Su Li remarked, "As a healer, it is only natural for me to discern such matters. Cousin, I am capable of curing King Jing. However, he is not one to easily trust others." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuanling's eyes gleamed with hope. To ascertain the king's affliction with but a mere glance indicated a remarkable proficiency in medicine. Yet, Ziyan was indeed skeptical of others. Wei Yuanling furrowed his brow in puzzlement and inquired, "Cousin, what compels you to treat King Jing?" Su Li replied, "What reason is required for a healer to attend to the ailing? After all, I owe him from a past life." However, such sentiments were not to be voiced. She could only present herself as a benevolent practitioner. Wei Yuanling was taken aback to discover that his cousin possessed a heart dedicated to the service of humanity. Su Li produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Wei Yuanling, saying, "This is a remedy I have concocted to combat the cold affliction. It merely requires 2 additional medicinal catalysts. This potion will temporarily suppress the cold poison, preventing its recurrence for a year. Once the catalysts are procured, and combined with my unique golden needles to draw out the poison, the affliction can indeed be resolved." Wei Yuanling accepted the vial and inquired, "What are the catalysts?" "White Li Zi and Qin Xing Shuang," Su Li responded. Wei Yuanling's eyes widened in astonishment. The former could be found within the palace, yet the latter could likely only be sourced from the frigid realms of Xichuan. Su Li nodded. "Indeed, thus it presents certain challenges." Holding the vial, Wei Yuanling remarked, "Fortunately, it is merely a challenge. That is far better than despair." Su Li reassured him, "In any case, this medicine can suppress the condition for a year. If there is any lingering doubt, it can be examined by the imperial physician before consumption." Seeing her speak so candidly, Wei Yuanling offered a sheepish smile. Given the nature of that individual, examination was certainly to be expected. "Rest assured, cousin, I will ensure this medicine reaches Ziyan." Su Li nodded slightly, careful not to display too much emotion for fear of arousing suspicion. Chapter 24. The Wealth of the Minister's Mansion. Xiao Wenkai wandered listlessly through the streets. Initially, His luck had been favorable, but inexplicably, it took a turn for the worse, leading him to lose over 100,000 silver notes. He contemplated recovering his losses, only to find himself deeply indebted to the gambling den by several tens of thousands. Upon entering the house, Xia Jiang immediately inquired, "Where's the money?" Xia Wenkai stammered, "The money? Aunt didn't give it." Xia Jiang's expression darkened instantly. "How is that possible? Did you not relay my words to your aunt?" "I did. But she said she has no money either." Xia Jiang slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it. Does she really want to drag us down with her?" Xia Wenkai timidly replied, "And said you have so many houses and fields. You should sell some." Grinding his teeth, Xia Jiang thought of the prospect of imprisonment and reluctantly agreed to sell his properties. His heart ached. Those possessions were hard-earned, and now he was forced to part with them. "Place the items in my courtyard, but be careful. That vase is from the previous dynasty. If it breaks, your worthless life cannot compensate." Xiaomu sharply instructed the servants. Xia Jiang, maintaining his composure, questioned, "Why have you bought so much again?" Xiaomu retorted, "I went shopping with Madame Zhang today. Everyone was buying, so how could I refrain?" Xia Jiang, filled with anger, replied, "Madame Zhang is a grain merchant. What foundation do we have to compare?" Unapologetically, Xiaomu countered, "What do I lack? Is our family not wealthy? What is wrong with spending a little money?" As he gazed upon his spendthrift wife and his son, who was as useless as a wall, Xia Jiang felt an excruciating headache. Where was the money in the household? "I am on the verge of selling our estate and farmland." Xiao's mother, taken aback, remarked, "If there is no money, why not ask your younger sister? The minister's residence is affluent." Xia Wenkai replied, "Mother, my aunt won't give any." Xiao's mother was astonished. How can that be? She has always been generous before. She was aware that her husband held some leverage over her sister, which was why for these past years, the younger sister had been demanding and receiving as she pleased. Xia Wenkai thought he had successfully concealed the matter, yet it unraveled much too swiftly. The following day, as dawn broke, Xia Wenkai was awakened by a commotion outside. Before he could express his irritation, Xia Jiang forcefully kicked open the door. "You little rascal, have you been gambling again?" Xia Jiang stood at the threshold. His face darkened in anger, quite intimidating. Xia Wenkai hastily donned his clothes and retorted, "I haven tea. Have you not? The creditors have come to our home, claiming you lost over 200,000 yesterday. Tell me, where did you acquire such a sum?" Just as Xia Wenkai was about to respond, he heard a shout from outside. "Hurry up and repay the debt. If you don't, I'll break your son's hands." Xia Jiang rushed outside, while Xia Wenkai cowered in the room, too frightened to show himself. It was unclear how Xia Jiang managed to negotiate, but ultimately, the creditors granted a 3-day grace period. Once the crowd dispersed, Xia Wenkai emerged from his hiding place, and Xia Jiang coldly inquired, "Did your aunt give you any money?" "No." "She did." He instinctively began to deny, but seeing that the truth was already laid bare, he chose to confess. "How much did she give you?" 150,000 taels. As soon as she reached the courtyard gate, Mother Xia exclaimed sharply, "What? 150,000 taels? You lost it all." Xia Jiang, gripping a weapon, rushed forward to strike, but Mother Xia hastily intervened. Even if he sold their house and land, it would only suffice to repay Zui Xianju. What about the gambling den? If he failed to repay Zui Xianju, he would face imprisonment. If he neglected the gambling house, his son's hands would be at risk. With a stern expression, Xia Jiang resolved to seek assistance from his sister once more. Chapter 25. Acquiring a disciple, Wei Yuanling arrived at the residence of King Jing, where the servants respectfully welcomed him inside. "Young Master Wei, the prince is in the study. Please, enter." Wei Yuanling pushed open the study door and found Jun Imo seated at a desk, accompanied by several well-built guards and an elderly man. Jun Imo looked up and inquired, "What brings you here?" As Wei Yuanling entered, he observed the somber expressions of those present and asked, "Why does everyone look so grave? Has something happened to the crown prince?" The crown prince, Jun Xiao, had always maintained a close friendship with Jun Imo in recent years. Due to the crown prince's frail health, many matters had been handled by Jun Imo on his behalf. Imo Yang stepped forward to close the door. Wei Yuanling, perplexed, questioned, "Why the secrecy?" The elderly man shook his head with a sigh and said, "Young Master Wei, the prince's cold ailment has worsened significantly. He is currently forcing the cold poison down to his legs. While his life is not in immediate danger, each step he takes is accompanied by excruciating pain. If this continues, the prince's legs." Wei Yuanling was taken aback. "Is it that severe?" The elderly man nodded gravely. Suddenly, it seemed that Wei Yuanling recalled something. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his waist and handed it to the elderly man. Master Dai, please examine this medicine. Master Dai skeptically accepted the vial. Upon opening it, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. Old Dai placed the concoction beneath his nose and, in an instant, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young Master Wei, from whence did you procure this medicine?" Wei Yuanling inquired, "What is it? Is there an issue?" He added, "If there is a problem, please refrain from mentioning my cousin." Old Dai, marveling, remarked, "The person who concocted this medicine possesses medical prowess far superior to mine, and it precisely targets the cold poison afflicting the prince. The formulation bears a striking resemblance to the techniques of my master, the illustrious Master Mingyang. Young Master Wei, from where did this medicine originate?" Wei Yuanling was taken aback, his mouth agape, and replied, "Is this medicine truly that remarkable?" Old Dai, flushed with excitement, responded, "Young Master Wei, was it a white-haired elder with a youthful visage who provided you with this remedy?" Wei Yuanling shook his head, saying, "This medicine was given to me by my cousin. She mentioned that it requires 2 more medicinal ingredients and also spoke of needing her golden needle to thoroughly cure Xian's cold ailment. The golden needle to guide the blood." Wei Yuanling confirmed. Old Dai eagerly approached, asking, "Young Master Wei, where is your cousin? May I have the pleasure of meeting her?" He suspected that his master had taken on a female disciple. However, he thought, it might be possible to meet her in the future. "Let us first discuss this medicine. Is it suitable for the prince to consume?" Old Dai promptly replied, "Indeed. Although the medicine lacks certain ingredients, it is still highly effective. Once the prince takes it, the cold poison can be suppressed for over a year." Wei Yuanling sighed in relief, as this aligned with what his cousin had conveyed. Junemo, deep in thought, lowered his head, concealing his expression. Mo Yang inquired, "What additional ingredients are needed?" He was resolute in his determination to procure them for his master, come what may. Wei Yuanling remarked, "The white crystal and the layered frost." Mo Yang, facing a dilemma, replied, "It will take some time to acquire them." Elder Dai reassured, "No worries. We have a year to search at our leisure. Your Highness, please take this medicine, 1 pill each day." Jun Mo took the porcelain bottle and inquired of Wei Yuanling, "Suli?" Wei Yuanling paused for a moment, then responded with a nod, "Indeed, it is crafted by my cousin. She has nearly cured my grandmother's leg ailment." With Elder Dai having verified the pills, Jun Mo was assured of their safety. He recalled the distinct, clear black and white of her eyes, an impression firmly etched in his mind. He had never considered himself one to remember faces. Observing Jun Mo put away the medicine, Wei Yuanling asked in surprise, "Xian, aren't you going to take it?" Jun Mo replied, "I will." He was skeptical that anyone would willingly provide him with an antidote. He needed to seize an opportunity to meet this woman. Chapter 26. Sending their family to hell. When Xiaoshare confronted Xia Jiang, she was nearly beside herself with frustration. In a private room of a tavern, she glared at him and said, "What did you summon me for this time?" Xia Jiang, feeling guilty, forced a smile and replied, "Sister, I am in a difficult position. I had to sell our house and the fertile land. Due to the urgent sale, I was forced to accept a lower price. And now I have no money left after covering the debts to Zui Xianju." Xiaoshare retorted, "If the debts are settled, why did you call me out?" Xia Jiang lamented, "It is because of your useless nephew, who owes the gambling den tens of thousands of taels. If he cannot repay, they threaten to take his hands. Sister, please save Wakai. He is the sole heir of our Xia family." Xia's face darkened with anger. "Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to help. But you have already borrowed over 100,000 taels from me. How can I possibly have any silver left? I have long advised you to manage Wakai properly. His current behavior is unacceptable, yet you refuse to heed my words. And now, look at the situation we find ourselves in." Xia Jing nodded and said, "Yes, I admit it is my fault as an elder brother, but given the circumstances, we cannot truly allow him to lose a hand." Xia's sister rose, her tone icy. "I genuinely have no money left this time. Sell your residence to save your son's hand." With that, she turned to leave. "Sister, you cannot be so heartless. If I sell my house, where will I live? That is not my concern. Are you attempting to sever our ties?" Xia Jiang half threatened. Xia's sister gritted her teeth. This truly felt like a bottomless pit. She turned back to face Xia Jiang, who looked at her with a mixture of plea and threat. Sighing, she realized that without a definitive solution in mind, she could not afford to tear apart their relationship. "I truly cannot provide any silver. However, let us do this. Tomorrow we will go to Hugua Temple, and you should have Wenkai come along, but do not let him show himself until I give the signal." Xia Jiang looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean by this?" Do not ask too many questions. If all goes well, you will have an endless supply of silver. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiang nodded and said, very well, I will follow your lead. Wretched beings. They are all wretched souls. This group of leeches clings to her weaknesses, intent on draining her dry. Xia's sister gazed at her reflection in the mirror and suddenly let out a cold, sinister laugh. In the past, there remained a semblance of familial affection, but now, even that faint connection has been completely eroded, leaving her with a singular desire to condemn that family to perdition. She dismissed the others, approaching the bedside, where she retrieved a small box. Upon opening it, she discovered it brimming with silver notes. Zuashi caressed the bills, realizing that this constituted her last vestige of wealth. With this sum, she would ensure the downfall of that family. Once her plans are executed tomorrow, and after the ruin of Su Li, it would signal the demise of that family. Brother, do not blame me. You have forced my hand. Ha ha. Outside the door, the maid shuddered at the sound of laughter emanating from within. Su Li was in her chamber practicing calligraphy, a pastime she cherished during moments of unrest since her rebirth. Sichin entered and said, Miss, the lady has sent word that we shall depart for the Guaguosi temple early tomorrow morning. Su Li raised an eyebrow and set down her brush. So soon? Has Suyu recovered? Sichin approached to tidy the desk. It seems so. I just saw Lua assisting the second miss in the garden. Su Li smiled. How resilient she is, able to walk again in such a short span. Sichin replied, I heard it was the master who sought medicine from the imperial physicians. Su Li paused, sighing, it seems father still regards her as his daughter. These words left Sichin puzzled. What could they possibly mean? In recent days, Su Li had deliberately distanced herself from Yuchi, who had grown increasingly close to that side. Everyone observed this development, but feigned ignorance. Yes, miss, rest assured. Chapter 27. A night expedition. The following morning, Su Li rose early to wash and dress. Once prepared, she proceeded to the main courtyard to have breakfast with her mother. All was prepared, and the mother and daughter made their way to the entrance of the manor, where the carriage awaited them. After a brief pause, Su's mother, her expression darkening, commanded, Go and see why they have not yet arrived. It is unbecoming for the mistress to wait for the concubine. Forgive me, elder sister. I have arrived late, came the voice of Xia. Approaching, Xia offered further apologies. Sister, my health has not yet fully recovered, hence my delay. Please do not take offense. Suyu stepped forward and bowed. Mother, greetings. Elder sister, greetings. Su's mother turned and said, Let us board the carriage. May I accompany you, elder sister? Suyu attempted to take Su Li's arm, but was met with resistance. Just as Su's mother was about to ascend the carriage, she quickly interjected. Leo shall ride with me. The scar on Leo's face was a remnant from a prior carriage ride with Suyu, and she dared not let her out of her sight. Yes, mother, Su Li nodded, assisting her mother into the carriage. Suyu cast a resentful glance at the vehicle. Xia whispered something in her ear, and soon Suyu's expression brightened. The group proceeded grandly towards the Hugwa Temple. The journey from the Su residence to Hugwa Temple took an hour and a half, during which Su Li and her mother engaged in light-hearted conversation, making the time pass swiftly. Madam, Miss, we have arrived at Hugwa Temple, announced the carriage driver. Su Li helped her mother descend from the carriage and looked up. The temple was enveloped by lush trees and vibrant flowers, but most striking was a towering Bodhi tree outside the temple. The deep and resonant sound of the bell from within the temple evoked a sense of reverence. The visitors to Hugwa Temple were primarily from noble families, and the group entered the sacred space. Within the temple, devotees moved about, while a monk sat nearby, rhythmically striking a wooden fish and reciting sacred texts. Su's mother led a few companions to offer incense, and a young acolyte approached, bowing and inquiring, Amitabha, esteemed patrons, are you here for meditation or incense offering? Su's mother returned the gesture and replied, Please, young monk, assist us. Today we wish to disturb your esteemed temple. Tomorrow we will offer the principal incense. The young acolyte responded, Esteemed patrons, please follow me. Su's mother and her companions followed him to the rear of the temple. Esteemed patrons, this is the guest quarters of our temple. Shortly, someone will bring vegetarian meals. In the late afternoon, the abbot will be delivering a sermon in the main hall. You may attend at your leisure. Su's mother exclaimed, How wonderful! I did not anticipate being fortunate enough to hear the abbot's teachings. Thank you, young monk. The young monk then took his leave. Su Li accompanied her mother into their room, and Su's mother, concerned for her daughter, arranged for them to stay in adjacent chambers. They were situated in the eastern wing, while the Xia family and Suyu occupied the western wing, each in separate rooms. The ladies settled at the table to rest and enjoy tea, while the maidservants swiftly organized their belongings. As noon approached, a young monk delivered the vegetarian dishes. Soon, it was time for the evening service, and Suli accompanied her mother to the main hall. Upon entering, they found many attendees already gathered for the abbot's discourse. The mother and daughter hastily knelt on their cushions, attentively listening. "Miss, I noticed that after you left, Yuchi stealthily entered your room," whispered Imo Hua as she adjusted the clothing. Suli inquired, "Did you observe her doing anything?" Imo Hua replied, "I did not dare to approach too closely, but after she departed, I carefully inspected the area and discovered that a piece of your clothing is missing." Suli's expression darkened as she coldly remarked, "Let us proceed according to the plan." Imo Hua nodded in agreement. Until dinner time, nothing of significance occurred. A faint, icy smile crept upon Suli's lips. "Yuchi, tell me, throughout history, how many servants who betrayed their masters met a favorable end?" Upon hearing Suli's sudden inquiry, Yuchi's eyelids flickered. Could it be that the young lady has uncovered something? Suli continued with a teasing smile, "I was merely inquiring. Why so tense? You four maids have accompanied me since childhood, and I am well aware of your loyalty." Reassured by her words, Yuchi relaxed and responded, "What the young lady says is true. My heart is wholly devoted to you." Seeing her determination to tread a path of peril, Suli chose to refrain from further discussion. After freshening up, she instructed the maids to take their rest. Since her rebirth, she had not allowed the maids to sleep outside her chamber, fearing that they might inadvertently reveal something in their dreams. Leaning against the headboard with a book in hand, she dozed off briefly after lunch. In this unfamiliar environment, she felt no fatigue, and as she glanced at the time, it was nearly midnight. Just as she extinguished the lamp and prepared to rest, she suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence in the room. "Who goes there?" Jun Imo chuckled softly as he emerged from behind a pillar. "Miss Su, you are truly vigilant." Observing his calm demeanor, one would think it was not he who had intruded upon a lady's chamber. Suli stared at him in surprise, her initial wariness fading upon recognizing him. "Prince Jing? What brings you here?" Jun Imo strolled over to the table, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea, and replied warmly, "Miss Su, I have come to express my gratitude for the antidote you gifted me." Despite Suli's outward composure, her heart was momentarily at a loss for words. If gratitude was in order, why now? Why must you choose this moment? Suli ought to be grateful that she is not yet disrobed. Rising to her feet, she donned her shoes and stepped forward, stating, "Yet you have not taken the medicine." This was not a question, but a certainty. Jun Imo raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise. How did Miss Su know that this prince had not ingested the medicine? Suli gazed at him earnestly and replied, "That medicine is beneficial to you. I harbor no ill intentions, nor do I seek anything from you. Consider it a favor I extend in light of my cousin." Jun Imo studied the woman before him for a moment. She was unmasked, and the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating one side of her face, flawless as jade, while the other bore a stark contrast. The extreme visual dichotomy was strangely harmonious, and within her eyes, he discerned a hint of helplessness and indulgence. Suddenly, he smiled, his features softening into a portrait of tenderness. "This prince indeed requires that pill. Regardless of your motives, I shall accept this favor from you. Provided your request lies within my capabilities, I shall repay this kindness. What say you?" Suli felt a sense of resignation. The man's wariness was truly excessive. "Very well," she acquiesced. As she turned to dismiss him, Jun Imo swiftly closed the distance, encircling her in his embrace. Suli's eyes widened in shock. "You, Shu, do not speak. There is someone, a man." His words rendered Suli motionless, an electric tension coursing through her. How could there possibly be a man in this courtyard? It was a sacred Buddhist sanctuary, where the chambers for male and female devotees were situated in entirely opposite directions. With their proximity, she caught a faint, cool fragrance emanating from him. A subtle noise outside drew her attention, and she witnessed the paper of the window being punctured. Suli regarded the scene with a cold gaze. Chapter 28. Alas, how cruel as silence enveloped the room. The figure outside gradually pushed the door open. In the shadows, Suli fixated her gaze upon the entrance. The newcomer, a man clad in a dark robe, was partially illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a black cloth obscuring his face. He entered and quietly secured the door, stealthily approaching the bedside. Suli gestured for Jun Imo to hold his breath, raising her hand. The cloaked figure stumbled several times before collapsing motionless onto the floor. Jun Imo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the woman before him. Su approached the masked man and swiftly removed his veil, exposing none other than Xiao Wenkai. Junimo stepped closer, remarking, I did not anticipate encountering such an intriguing scene today. It seems many have their eyes on Miss Su. He continued, Do you require my assistance, Your Highness? If you find yourself unoccupied, might you consider breaking this man's limbs and discarding him down the mountain as you leave? Noticing her calm demeanor, Junmo's curiosity was piqued. Were this an ordinary woman faced with such a situation, she would likely be consumed by terror, crying out in fright. Yet here she was, composed and directing him with purpose. I had thought you would merely cast him aside, but it appears you wish to inflict such brutality upon him. How cruel indeed. Su suppressed her impulse to roll her eyes at his comments, while she contemplated returning the favor in kind. So you still bore the identity of a lower-ranking official's daughter, and the visitors to the temple were primarily from noble families. If word spread that a scandal had transpired within the sanctified grounds of the Buddhist temple, her reputation as a legitimate daughter would be irreparably tarnished. Only a woman of lesser standing, like the Xia family's unremarkable concubines, would disregard familial honor in pursuit of immediate gain. Which official in the capital can claim their courtyard is untainted? Yet, everyone tends to keep such matters behind closed doors, never daring to bring them to the forefront. After all, should things escalate, a mere report to the censorate could jeopardize one's esteemed position. Su, preoccupied with thoughts of her mother next door, addressed Junimo. Your Highness, please proceed as you wish. I shall check on my mother. With that, she disregarded the two men in the room, one reclining and the other standing, and made her way outside. Junimo was taken aback. Was she so certain that he would assist her? Contemplating, he finally spoke, Mo Yang. In an instant, a man clad in black appeared within the chamber. Your Highness, act according to Miss Su's instructions. Understood. Mo Yang swiftly seized the unconscious Xiao Wenkai from the ground and vanished in a blink. Su entered the adjacent room, pushing the door open to find the maid and the old woman in the outer chamber completely oblivious. She hurried to the inner room to check on her mother, relieved to discover that she had merely succumbed to a fragrant sleep. Upon returning to her own quarters, she found that Junimo had already departed. Exhausted from the night's turmoil, she loosened her attire and succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Su, fully dressed, hastened to the Xia residence. Mother, please hurry, Su urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaoshi allowed her maid to assist her in dressing, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile. What is the rush? Su joyfully replied, I am eager to see. Xiaoshi interrupted her, How many times have I told you to conceal your emotions? Su, anticipating Su-Li's misfortune, listened to her mother's admonition with a cheerful spirit. Soon, Xiaoshi completed her grooming, and the mother-daughter duo set off towards the eastern wing. Su's mother gazed in astonishment at the beaming mother and daughter by the door. What brings you here so early today? Asked Mrs. Xia. Did you not wish to offer incense at the altar? We thought it best to arrive early, lest we delay the ritual, she replied. Su's mother nodded in satisfaction, rubbing her forehead. For reasons unknown, after a brief nap, she felt even more fatigued. After tidying herself, she inquired of Wang Xia, Has Lear not yet arrived? Wang Xia responded, Perhaps she is still weary from yesterday. Mrs. Xia chuckled with a hint of mischief. Indeed, was she not utterly exhausted from yesterday's endeavors? Unable to contain her concern, Su interjected, Mother, let us go check on my sister. She may not be feeling well. Upon hearing this, Su's mother became slightly anxious and rose to accompany her maidservants outside. Upon exiting, they encountered Mo Hua and Ji Shu waiting at the door, their faces pallid and devoid of color. Su's mother inquired, Why are you two not attending to the young lady, and instead loitering here? The two maidservants stammered in response. Mrs. Xia's smile grew more pronounced. Madam, let us hasten inside to see. It may be that the eldest young lady has caught a chill. Indeed, mother. Let us go and check, echoed Su. As Su's mother stepped forward, Mo Hua raised her head to block their path, exclaiming, You cannot enter. Su's mother regarded her with suspicion. Why can we not enter? What has happened to Lear? Mrs. Xia also advanced. This girl is quite peculiar. How dare she obstruct the madam? Su, eager to witness her sister's plight, insisted, Step aside. I must see my sister. Su's mother sensed something amiss. Why were this mother and daughter so anxious to enter, while the two maidservants persistently hindered them? Observing the relieved expressions of the two maidens, Madame Xia discerned that the atmosphere within the chamber was likely rather deplorable. Madam, could it be that the young lady is truly unwell? These maidens might be withholding the truth out of fear of punishment. We should certainly enter and ascertain the situation, with matters having escalated to this point. That wretched Suli was on the brink of ruin. This door must be opened, regardless. So you stepped forward, intent on pushing open the door, when it unexpectedly swung ajar. Ah, what a touching display of concern from my aunt and sister, Suli remarked with a faint smile at the door's threshold, causing Madame Xia's eyes to widen in disbelief. Suyu exclaimed, "What on earth?" Suli looked at her and replied with a smile, "What is the matter? I am perfectly well." Seeing her daughter unharmed, Madame Xia exhaled in relief and asked, "Why were you keeping the door shut?" "These two maidens have yet to explain." Madame Xia nodded and urged, "Let us hasten to the main hall." Yet, Suyu, unwilling to relent, dashed into Suli's room, scanning the surroundings for anything amiss. Suli chuckled and inquired, "Sister, what are you doing?" Suyu, begrudgingly, replied, I was merely examining how your room differs from mine. That fool, Xiao Kai, he must not be cowering in fear and has backed out at the last moment. Right?" Suli dismissed her with indifference, guiding her mother forward. Madame Xia took Suyu's hand and said, "Second miss, we should quickly follow the madam." After exchanging a knowing glance with her daughter, Suyu, despite her resentment, had no choice but to follow with a face full of grievance towards the main hall. Upon their arrival at the main hall, they found a young acolyte already engaged in sweeping and tidying up. In the west wing, Suyu's face was a portrait of fury. "Mother, did you not assert that this plan was foolproof? How is it that not a single hair of Suli has been diminished?" Madame Xia felt a surge of frustration. "This ineffectual individual has vanished just when we needed him most. Do not fret, my dear, for I have alternative strategies in mind. If we cannot locate that unworthy nephew, we shall simply substitute him with another. This way, Suli's reputation will surely be tarnished." Chapter 29. Hoisting a stone to stumble upon one's own foot, Suli accompanied her mother, listening to the abbot's teachings, as they descended from the main hall. Just as they reached the bottom of the steps, a young man called out to her, "Lear, it truly is you." The surrounding officials and their families halted in their tracks. "Young man, addressing my daughter in such a manner amidst a crowd seems rather inappropriate," Madame Su admonished sternly. Suli regarded the individual with a cold gaze, uncertain how someone from the Western Garden had found her. Although he bore an appearance of respectability, his demeanor clearly revealed a lack of integrity. The Western Garden seemed intent on tarnishing her reputation without respite. The young man continued to apologize profusely. "I beg your pardon. I was simply overwhelmed with emotion and could not restrain myself." Miss Su, since that evening, I have found it impossible to forget you. And today I am finally able to behold your lovely countenance once more. Madame Su's face darkened with ire. What was this that evening? What did he mean by impossible to forget? Such words could easily lead to scandalous interpretations. The young man's remarks instantly ignited whispers among the crowd. The gazes directed towards Suli shifted dramatically. What a decline in societal morals. Who would have imagined that a daughter of the Su family would possess such character? If I were Minister Su, I would disown such a daughter. You must keep your distance from the young lady of the Su family in the future, do you understand? The cacophony of voices from all around intensified, deepening the pallor of Su's mother's countenance. Since her daughter's visage had been marred, she had not stepped foot outside the estate. And this was nothing short of slander. Just as Su's mother was about to advance, Suli restrained her, offering a subtle nod. A flicker of trepidation crossed the man's eyes. At that moment, the long-silent Xia spoke. Indeed, if this were true, it would be a fortuitous event. However, should it be calumny, your entire family may find themselves ensnared. Suyu stepped forward as well, declaring, "Do you possess any evidence? Mere words will not suffice for belief." The man immediately feigned the demeanor of a heartbroken suitor, lamenting, "Lear, how could you be so callous? Were those words merely a deception?" Suli regarded his theatrics with a cold gaze. The man clenched his teeth, adopting an air of reckless abandon, exclaiming, "Very well. If it is evidence you seek, I shall present it." He retrieved an object from his bosom, stating, "Since that fateful night, I have carried this with me. Whenever I miss you, I take it out to gaze upon." Suyu involuntarily exclaimed, "Sister, is that not yours?" She quickly feigned a slip, hastily covering her mouth. The onlookers flushed with embarrassment upon witnessing this. "How shameless," they muttered. Who would have thought Miss Su so unreserved? Though her face was ruined, must she rely on her body? It was a wonder she still had the audacity to live. If it were me, I would choose to end my life with a single rope. Upon seeing the object, Su's mother felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Suyu nearly burst into laughter. She had not noticed the peculiar glances directed her way from the surrounding ladies. They would not differentiate among them, but would merely remark that all daughters of the Su family were equally disgraceful. If the elder sister is thus, how could the younger sister fare any better? Su Li wore a cold expression. She was initially concerned about the family's reputation, yet this mother-daughter duo was truly repugnant. What purpose does this serve? What can it possibly prove? The man, noticing her calm demeanor, shouted, "This is your garment, and your name is embroidered upon it." A chorus of condemnation erupted around them. How scandalous! In a sacred space of Buddhism, how could one behave so? It is nothing short of sacrilege. Good heavens! Truly, Su Li let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Is that so simply because you claim it to be?" The man, observing her unwavering composure, muttered about her alleged heartlessness, insisting he would not relent until he found the truth, and began to inspect the name on the garment. When that character was revealed, the smile on Su Yu's face froze. Before Xia could hide her malicious glee, she shouted, "You audacious rogue! Where did you acquire this? How dare you slander the daughter of the Su family?" The man was still bewildered, but Su Li interjected, "You incessantly accuse me and call me Lear. Yet the name here clearly reads Yue. What explanation do you offer?" The man was taken aback, unable to comprehend how what he held had transformed. The surrounding ladies turned their skeptical gazes towards Su Yu, although Su's mother breathed a sigh of relief. The public uproar was a blow to the dignity of the Su family. Whether it be Su Li or Su Yu, the Shang's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, rendering them a laughingstock. Su Yu screamed, "What are you all looking at? This is not mine." No. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, thought that, after all, both were daughters of the minister's family. Any alliance with either would be advantageous. "Linger, I have always been calling for you." I was referring to the Ling and Lingxi. Our intimate moments were never like this. Su Li and Su Yu stood quite close, making it difficult to discern which Miss Su he initially addressed. A woman's intimate name is known only to those closest to her, yet at the Chionghua banquet, Su Yu had already revealed her name before everyone, thus providing the man with an opportunity to exploit. Aunt Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. It was as if she had lifted a stone only to crush her own foot. Little did she know that this audacious individual would retaliate. Su Yu shot a fierce glance at Yu Qi, who stood behind Su Li. Why does Su Li's attire bear the character Yue? Surely this insolent maid is playing tricks on her. Upon seeing the character Yue, Yu Qi understood the gravity of the situation. Witnessing the elder Mrs. half-smile and the second Mrs. venomous glare nearly caused her to collapse. Initially, I thought it was the elder miss, only to discover that it was the second miss who lacked decorum. Is this truly the caliber of the capital's talented women? Bah! At such a tender age, unable to endure solitude, she is undoubtedly a product of her aunt's indulgence. Su Yu's face turned ashen as she shouted, "Be quiet." "I did not," Lady Xia coldly retorted. "Bah! A toad wishing to eat swan meat. You, a ruffian, dare to aspire to be the son-in-law of a minister? Dream on." Su Li raised an eyebrow, realizing that desperation had led to unfiltered words. Su's mother looked at Aunt Xia in astonishment, questioning how she knew the other was a ruffian. Su Li did not wish to tarnish the reputation of the minister's residence for the sake of this mother-daughter pair, nor did she intend to let them off easily. "Sister, I know you are wronged. At this juncture, you must clear your name." Su Yu turned to Su Li, yet Su Li's gaze was fixated on her arm. A spark of realization ignited within Su Yu. Indeed, compared to the disparaging remarks of others, this course of action, while still shameful, bore a significantly lighter stigma. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing the vivid red of her birthmark to the astonished onlookers. Aunt Xia's attempt to intervene was futile. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Su Li proclaimed loudly, "Seize this slanderous ruffian who dares to malign my sister. Madam, spare me. I am but a pawn in another's game." The man pleaded. Aunt Xia quickly ordered, "Gag him." The man was silenced and dragged away. Although Su Yu's reputation was vindicated, the fact that she had been compelled to publicly display her arm in defense of her honor became the subject of gossip. With a cold huff, Su Yu stormed off towards the west wing. Su Li observed Aunt Xia's retreating figure, a smile curling upon her lips. This was far from over. Chapter 30. I hope you appreciate this grand gesture. Did you not claim that everything was perfectly arranged? That there was no chance of failure? Yet, how is it that Su Li emerged unscathed while I became the subject of mockery among that crowd? Faced with her daughter's accusatory tone, Aunt Xia found herself at a loss for words. All she could offer was a soothing remark. "Do not fret, my dear, we still have opportunities ahead." Su Yu was unyielding, her disappointment from the day's events weighing heavily on her. Opportunities, you say? You only offer empty reassurances. When has anything ever come to fruition? That wretched Suli always seemed to evade consequences. And that treacherous maid, feigning loyalty, dared to toy with me. I shall ensure her ruin. As she witnessed her daughter's escalating frustration, and Xia's mind was burdened with concerns of her own, the ruffian was taken away by the housekeeper. If he let slip even a word, it could spell disaster. Mo Hua poured tea for her, and Suli took a sip. Yu Qi stood to the side, lowering her presence as much as possible. Yu Qi, Suli called out blandly. Do you have nothing to say? Yu Qi stammered. I am but a servant. Suli slammed the cup down onto the table. Yu Qi fell to her knees with a thud. Speak up. What benefits did they offer you? What else did they ask of you? Yu Qi's eyes widened. Indeed, the young lady knew everything. Miss, you are so ruthless. You are fully aware yet maintain your composure, setting a trap for me to fall into. I've served you since childhood. Suli found it amusing that this was somehow her fault. Mo Hua stepped forward and scolded. You do remember you have been by the young lady's side since childhood? Without her, where would you be today? You could have been sold to some forsaken corner, and yet you dare to feel wronged? Jishu added, ungrateful wretch. A mere trifle of kindness has led you to betray your mistress. You ingrate. Xichin moved her lips, but remained silent. Her gaze sharp as a knife upon Yu Qi. Suli let out a cold laugh. Now you have two choices. First, regain Siyu's trust and continue relaying messages to her, naturally, under my terms. Yu Qi exclaimed, that is utterly impossible. Suli smiled. Then you are left with the second option, to die in atonement. Choose wisely. Yu Qi looked at Suli, realizing she was not jesting. She was entirely serious. This realization sent a shiver down Yu Qi's spine. When did the young lady become so ruthless? Suli observed her silence and, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, if you do not choose, allow me to assist you in making a selection. I shall opt for the second. The servant shall choose the first. Suli chuckled softly. Very well, rise. You shall continue to be my trusted maid as before. With trepidation, Yu Qi stood up, finally realizing that regardless of her master's usual amiability, a single word from her could spell her doom. Resuming their earlier arrangement, Su Li and her mother shared a sedan chair. The chair swayed gently along the official road, with intermittent bursts of cheerful laughter emanating from within. Madam, someone has collapsed in the middle of the road. Startled, Su's mother quickly descended the chair. You there, ascertain whether he is alive or dead. Several attendants approached and turned the man over. Su's mother found the figure somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, she gasped in astonishment. Hurry and summon Aunt Xia from the rear to take a look. The servants, perplexed but obedient, hurried to fetch Madame Xia from the back of the chair. No wonder she couldn't find him today. She had thought him cowardly and retreating, yet he had ended up in such a state. What if something were to happen to Xiao Wenkai? Would her brother not hold her accountable? Furrowing her brow, Su's mother pondered, with so many officials around. Why does he have to collapse before our sedan? Surely, the other party is aware of his connection to you. Is this a provocation aimed at the Su residence? Yet, was it not too far-fetched to target the nephew of a concubine to provoke the minister's residence? She then recalled the scoundrel who had slandered her daughter and Su Yu's integrity today. Could it truly be an affront directed at the minister's residence? And Xia shouted, Why are you all standing there in a daze? Quickly, help him into the sedan. At last, Madame Xia and Su Yu shared a palanquin, with Madame Xia's seat being graciously bestowed upon Xiao Wenkai. Could it be that your father has offended someone in the officialdom? With his temperament, he certainly has a propensity to provoke others. Su Li offered a comforting remark. Mother, it may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps the Xia family has incurred the ire of someone. A playful smile adorned Su Li's lips as she quipped, Aunt Xia, I sincerely hope you find delight in this grand gift. Chapter 31. Not to be underestimated. Quick. Assist Wenkai inside and summon the physician at once. Upon alighting from the palanquin, Madame Xia hastily commanded. Su Li nodded and, accompanied by a few maidservants, took her leave. As they traversed partway, Su Li instructed Xichin, be vigilant of the woodshed area. Xichin lowered her voice and inquired, Miss, are you concerned that someone may silence us? Su Li nodded in affirmation. I shall keep a watchful eye, Xichin assured her. Upon returning to her chamber, Su Li had just completed her grooming when entered and announced, Miss, the western courtyard is quite lively. Physicians are arriving in waves. Oh, what transpired? Su Li inquired nonchalantly, holding a book. Replied, it is unclear who is behind this, but it is said that Master Xia's limbs have been shattered beyond repair, leaving him destined to remain bedridden for life. How tragic. Su Li lamented, indeed. It is a dreadful fate. Puzzled, remarked, why does it seem that you appear somewhat pleased, miss? Su Li gazed at the delicate maidservant before her, feeling a flicker of joy within. In her previous life, was matched to Xiao Wenkai, with a dismal outcome. Now, with Xiao Wenkai in such a state, he would no longer possess the capacity to entangle her maidservants. How could she not feel elated? Curious, asked, why do you regard me in such a manner, miss? The ink painting is exquisite. The ink painting blushed and said, once the lady's scar fades, even 10. No. 100,000 ink paintings cannot compare to her one. Su Li chuckled lightly. How foolish. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered from outside. Miss. Trouble has arisen in the woodshed. Upon Su Li's swift arrival at the woodshed, she saw her mother emerging from within. Su's mother blocked her daughter, saying, do not enter. It is quite gruesome inside, not suitable for a young lady's eyes. Su Li's gaze turned icy as she scanned the servants in the courtyard. To her astonishment, the western courtyard was in utter chaos, yet they still had time to silence witnesses. Truly, one should not underestimate them. There must be numerous henchmen lurking in this residence. Su's mother commanded, clean this place up. Yes, madam, they replied. Su Li supported her mother as they departed. The fact that there could be a silencing here indicates the adversary's considerable power, Su's mother lamented. How could father have provoked such individuals? Su Li softly replied, Mother, have you considered that this may not be aimed at father, but rather at the daughter? Su's mother paused, regarding her daughter with astonishment. Aimed at you? Su Li nodded, saying, the thief initially targeted the daughter, only changing their tune when exposed. Su's mother questioned, but the words on that garment. I had them altered. Su Li interjected. Su's mother widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, You. Su Li continued, there is no need for surprise, mother. I have long sensed something amiss. Have you not wondered why those desperate individuals in the western courtyard sought to pay their respects? And how coincidentally, Xiao Wenkai also appeared at the Guoguang temple? Initially, she had no intention of divulging such matters to her mother, yet her mother was undeniably too candid. Failing to unveil Shi Yuan's true nature left her mother utterly defenseless against the deceit. Following the recent elimination of that individual, Su Li was abruptly enlightened. Her adversary was akin to a venomous serpent. Despite possessing memories from a past life, granting her the ability to foresee certain events, she was not omnipotent. She feared that a single misstep could ensnare her mother in peril, a regret that would prove too late to amend. Only by revealing the truth to her mother could she ensure that her mother would take the situation seriously. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Su's heart was tumultuous. Reflecting on recent occurrences and the peculiar behavior of that mother-daughter duo earlier that morning, she was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Hastily, she grasped her daughter and asked, Did something transpire last night? Su Li nodded, recounting the events in detail. After hearing her daughter's account, Su's complexion turned ashen. That wretched woman. Upon the verge of rushing out, Su Li swiftly restrained her mother. Mother, do not act impulsively. Please, remain calm, she implored. How can I remain calm when she has harmed my daughter so? Su Li embraced her mother, reassuring her, I am unharmed. The ones in peril are that mother and daughter. We currently lack evidence, and should you act rashly, it would reflect poorly on you. Once I acquire proof, even if you were to exact revenge upon her, the outside world would not dare to speak ill of you. Her mother gradually regained her composure. Indeed, without tangible evidence, her reputation might be inconsequential, yet it would jeopardize her daughter. Su tightly embraced her daughter, filled with remorse, and said, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has forced you to bear such burdens alone. Su Li replied, Do not worry, mother. Evil deeds will be repaid in kind. That day is not far off. Su Li shook her head and said, Mother, see you is also father's daughter. If we speak thoughtlessly, it may put father in a difficult position. Su's mother replied, I am the mistress, and the Xiao family are merely servants. I can easily fabricate a reason to sell them off, or even take their lives. It is not a difficult task. Su Li advised, Mother, if we act forcefully, even 100 Xiao family members would not be feared. However, if we are caught with incriminating evidence, rumors may spread. And father will be accused of being lax in his household management, which would tarnish your reputation as well. The Xia family are servants, but Su Yu is a mistress. Moreover, wouldn't he that be too lenient on that mother and daughter? Although Su's mother hailed from a military family and was somewhat naive, she was not foolish. Upon careful reflection, she came to understand the implications. While the master had little emotional attachment to the western courtyard, Demanding action without solid evidence or resorting to violence would indeed provide fodder for gossip. After Su Li reassured her for a while, Su's mother finally calmed down completely. Su Li cast a cold gaze towards the western courtyard, determined to find its Achilles heel and deliver a fatal blow. The game had progressed halfway. She possessed the patience for the outcome. In due time, she would make that mother and daughter regret their existence in this world. During a meal, she casually inquired about the news of the doctor being summoned to the western courtyard. Su's mother replied nonchalantly, "I do not know whom the Xia family has offended, but their son had all his limbs broken. The doctor said it is uncertain whether he will regain consciousness. It could be months, years, or perhaps he may remain in this state indefinitely." Su Shangshu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such brutality? When did the capital's security become this chaotic?" Su's mother internally scoffed. Brutal? She wished she could storm into the western courtyard and shatter his skull. If it were not for my daughter's intelligence. One can only speculate what predicament she might currently be facing. After a few had finished their meal, the clamor from the west courtyard could be heard even from across the yard. It was not their family causing the disturbance. Thus, it was unreasonable for them to continue disrupting the peace within the residence. Mother Su replied, "Very well." Chapter 32. The price of Su Li's life. The following day, Mother Su arrived early at the west courtyard. Upon seeing the situation, concubine Xia hastily inquired, "Sister, what is the matter?" After learning the true nature of the west courtyard the previous day, Mother Su no longer wished to maintain even a facade of cordiality. Concubine Xia widened her eyes, playing the victim, and pleaded, "Sister, when Kai's limbs are all broken, and he has yet to regain consciousness, could we not wait a little longer? To act now would surely cost him his life. I have but this one nephew. I implore you, in the name of our sisterhood, allow him to remain in the residence for a few more days." Given Wen Kai's condition, it was evident that his plight was closely tied to Su Li. Once he awakens, he will undoubtedly reveal the truth, and although her brother may harbor resentment, he will undoubtedly rally against their common foe. In the past, Mother Su might have granted her a modicum of consideration. However, at this moment, her restraint in not lunging at her to tear her apart was a feat in itself. Expecting her to show any courtesy was a mere fantasy. The physician had already stated that they could not ascertain whether her nephew would awaken. Should they allow him to linger indefinitely in the residence? Rest assured, the servants will be cautious, and the master is not without compassion. Mother Su glanced at the maid behind her. Wang Xia produced a wooden box and handed it to concubine Xia. Mother Su continued, "This is 1,000 taels, a token of goodwill for the Xia family." With that, she gestured for the attendant behind her to step forward. "Alas, this cannot stand. Madam, do you not fear that your unfeeling demeanor may lead to unflattering gossip? Cease this." Yet, regardless of Aunt Xia's protestations, Mother Su was resolute in her decision to send him away. "The Su household has already shown enough compassion. The injury was not inflicted by us. We have summoned physicians from across the city and lavished costly remedies upon him without regard for expense. What more is required? Are we to bear the burden of his care for a lifetime? What sort of reasoning is that?" Mother Su interjected coldly, cutting off Xia's desperate pleas. Realizing that the situation was irretrievable, Xia feared that her brother might witness his son in such a state, and, unable to withstand the distress, would speak recklessly. She thus implored, "If that is the case, may I accompany you to the Xia household? I wish to speak with my brother." After a moment's contemplation, Mother Su assented. "It is only natural. Do as you wish." "Thank you, madam." Meanwhile, Xia Jiang was at home, anxiously awaiting news. Today marked the deadline set by the gambling house. Should he fail to repay the debt, his son's hands would surely be forfeit. As he paced restlessly, a sudden commotion outside startled him. Believing it to be the debt collectors, he rushed to the door, only to be confronted with an unexpected scene. "Who are you?" Xia Jiang demanded loudly. At that moment, Xia emerged from the sedan, her expression mournful, tears streaming down her face without a word. "Brother, Wen Kai, something has gone terribly awry." Only then did Xia Jiang notice the stretcher bearing his son. Xia stepped forward to support him and said, "Brother, Wen Kai is still alive, however. Let us speak inside." Stumbling forward, he observed his son's chest rising and falling, unable to discern any visible wounds, and assumed he was merely in a deep slumber. "Quickly, bring him inside." He then turned to Xia, his voice cold and commanding, "You will enter and explain this to me." He was carried into the room and placed upon the bed, after which Xia Shi instructed the servants to withdraw. Only then did Xia Jiang speak. "Explain to me clearly how my dear son, who is perfectly well, has become like this after just one day apart." Xia Shi wept. "Brother, It is all the doing of that mother-daughter pair, Su Li and her mother. I had everything planned meticulously, yet I know not what went awry. And upon seeing Wen Kai, he has become thus. She then recounted the events with embellishments, claiming that Xiao Wen Kai had fallen hopelessly in love with Su Li, and that her actions were meant to assist her nephew. Xia Jiang, however, dismissed such nonsensical tales. He knew his son all too well. Would his son, who had always been enamored with beauty, truly fall for a woman whose appearance had been marred, regardless of the reasons? It was undeniable that Su Li was entangled in this affair. Xia Jiang fixed a cold gaze upon Xia Shi and inquired, "What did the doctor say?" Xia Shi, taken aback by his composure, replied, "The doctor indicated that Wen Kai may awaken soon, or perhaps never again." Xia Jiang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "How can this be? There are clearly no external injuries." At that moment, Xia Shi comprehended the reason for his calm demeanor, and her own countenance grew even more sorrowful. "Brother, Su Li's heart is truly vicious. She had someone shatter Wen Kai's limbs. The doctor was at a loss as to how to set the bones. Hence he did not attend to the limbs, instead prescribing pain relief and tonics." Xia Jiang felt a crushing weight in his chest, and ultimately coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Xia Shi into a scream. In the midst of her shock, she felt an unexpected sense of solace arise within her. This individual has always wielded her secrets as a weapon against her, exerting control with an air of superiority. Now, facing this dire outcome, one might say it is deserved. Such thoughts linger in her mind, yet her face betrays a mask of panic. She rushes to support Xia Jiang, anxiously exclaiming, "Brother, do not be disheartened. I shall surely seek out treasures from heaven and earth to restore Wen Cai's health. I will ensure that Su Li suffers a fate worse than death." Xia Jiang forcefully pushes Xia Shi away, his voice laced with anger. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your true intentions. With Wen Kai in this state, you bear part of the blame. If you cannot heal Wen Kai, none of us shall find peace." Xia Shi grits her teeth, responding, "Indeed, I will exhaust every means to restore Wen Kai. I also desire Su Li's life." She hastily concurs, "Very well. Allow my sister some time. After all, Su Li's status is rather extraordinary." Just as Xia Jiang is about to speak, a cacophony erupts from outside. "Xiao Wen Kai? Come out. Damn it. Pay back the money you owe." A menacing threat follows, accompanied by sounds of smashing and chaos. Xia Jiang trembles with rage, with his son in such a condition. When will these people cease their torment? Xia Shi quickly produces a stack of silver notes and hands them to Xia Jiang, attempting to placate him. "Brother, this is what I managed to gather with great difficulty. Use it to settle the debts, and the remainder shall be for Wen Cai's medical treatment, if it is insufficient. I shall devise a solution." Xia Jiang's anger subsides slightly as he coldly remarks, "At least you have some semblance of conscience." As he departs, Xia Shi's expression darkens. Were it not for the fear of his reckless words, she would not have stooped so low. Chapter 33. She is yours now. Upon hearing of the events at the West Garden, Su Li refrains from comment. After having lunch, she practices her calligraphy beneath the floral trellis in the garden. "How carefree you are." A melodious voice echoed through the air. Wei Yuanyao inquired, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" Su Li set down her pen, approached, and gently ushered her inside. "Of course, cousin, you may come whenever you wish." Wei Yuanyao took a seat as ink paintings adorned with tea and delicacies were presented. Lifting her cup, she savored a sip and remarked, "You may leave for now. I wish to converse with Lier for a while." "Certainly, Miss Wei." Once the room was devoid of others, Wei Yuanyao grasped Su Li's hand and asked, "Have you encountered some trouble?" Su Li, taken aback, responded, "Cousin, why do you say that?" Wei Yuanyao replied, "Today, my brother visited and brought someone for me, instructing me to pass her on to you." Su Li gazed at Wei Yuanyao with confusion. Wei Yuanyao then called out into the air, "Mo Yun." In an instant, a shadow flickered and knelt before them. "Mo Yun is here." Su Li raised an eyebrow. The figure on the floor was a woman with an aloof demeanor. Su Li turned to Wei Yuanyao, who explained, "This is Mo Yun. She is now in your service." Before Su Li could respond, Mo Yun bowed respectfully and addressed her. Mo Yun pays her respects to the young lady. "Mo Yun, are you a shadow guard?" Su Li inquired. "Indeed." Su Li instructed, "Please rise." "Yes," Wei Yuanyao added. Mo Yun possesses great skill. When unneeded, she remains hidden from all, revealing herself only when required. Su Li regarded Mo Yun and said, "You may withdraw for now." "Yes." No sooner had the words left her lips than Mo Yun vanished from sight. Su Li gasped in astonishment. Truly remarkable skills. Su Li gazed at Wei Yuanyao and inquired, "Cousin, why have you bestowed upon me a shadow guard?" She dismissed further contemplation, reassured that her cousin harbored no ill intentions towards her. The presence of such a skilled individual would undoubtedly facilitate her endeavors. After frolicking for a while in Su Li's courtyard, the two rose and proceeded to the main hall. Upon seeing them enter, Su's mother beamed with delight. "Yaoer, I have heard from your mother that she is currently considering a match for you. It is said that the son of the Marquis of Wuyang is quite remarkable, possessing both charm and literary talent. What are your thoughts?" Wei Yuanyao exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Aunt, please spare me." She lamented, "I have been incessantly lectured by my mother at home, and just when I finally escape, you bring it up again." Observing her dramatics, Su's mother chuckled, "It is not our incessant chatter. Rather, you are no longer a child." In a bid to share her plight, Wei Yuanyao sought to drag the onlooker, Su Li, into the discussion. "I am merely a year older than my cousin, and she has yet to be considered for a match. There is no need for me to rush." Surprised that the flames of this conversation could reach her, Su Li protested, "Why are you pulling me into this, elder cousin?" Su's mother, casting a furtive glance at her veiled daughter, momentarily darkened her expression but quickly replied, "Lear has yet to reach the age of maturity, unlike you." "Curious?" Su Li inquired, "The son of the Marquis of Wuyang? Is he not the renowned third young master of the Ji family in the capital?" Su's mother nodded. "Indeed. The Marquis of Wuyang, Ji Kue, has 3 sons, all esteemed young men in the capital. The eldest serves in the Eastern Palace as the prince's right-hand man, while the second son has ascended to a high rank at a young age within the Military Affairs Bureau. The third young master of the Ji family has been heralded as a prodigy since childhood, particularly adept at strategies and calculations. At the tender age of 12, Wei Yuanyao entered the renowned mechanical lineage of the Mo family, rarely making an appearance. Su Li, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Cousin, if your future husband happens to be the young master of the Ji family, that would indeed be splendid. Why not give it some thought?" "Absolutely not. I relish my independence too much. Why must I marry?" Wei Yuanyao replied with a hint of frustration. "I truly cannot fathom it. Our household is more than capable of supporting me. Why is there an insistence on my marriage?" Taken aback by Wei Yuanyao's strong aversion to matrimony, Su Li inquired, "Cousin, what exactly are you afraid of?" Wei Yuanyao hesitated before responding, I've never even laid eyes on that person. My mother claims I met Ji Huaizhou when I was a child, and we supposedly got along splendidly. Good heavens, that was ages ago. I have no recollection whatsoever. And now I am expected to wed a stranger? I refuse." Su Li pondered this and found merit in her cousin's reasoning. "How about this? In a few days, isn't it the 100 Flowers Festival? You could ask your brother to invite that young master from the Ji family, and we might catch a glimpse of him from a distance. We could then ascertain his character." "That would be highly inappropriate," Su Mu interjected. Su Li shook her mother's arm, pressing, "Mother, would you truly wish for cousin to marry someone she does not know? What if he is avaricious or lecherous? What if he is a notorious drinker?" Su Mu interrupted, "There are too many what-ifs. Your uncle and aunt would never harm Yaoer. Besides, the Ji family is of noble standing. Their offspring are undoubtedly of exemplary character." Wei Yuanyao stepped forward, tugging at Su Mu's arm, and pleaded, "Aunt, as the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Some people are adept at masquerading." Seeing both her niece and cousin pleading from either side, Su Mu soon found herself capitulating to their wishes. "Very well, then let your cousin keep an eye on you all. Bring more attendants. The 100 Flowers Festival draws a crowd, and we must not get separated. Also, I know, Aunt, you are truly kind. Come, cousin, let us discuss our plans for that day." With that, Wei Yuanyao swiftly pulled Su Li away. Su's mother chuckled and shook her head. Chapter 34, Loyalty in the Night. That night, after Siyu finished her evening routine and was about to retire, her maid, Luer, entered and announced, "Miss Yuchi has come." Siyu frowned. "She dares to see me? Let her in." Soon, draped in a cloak, Yuchi entered alongside Luer. Yuchi bowed to the second Mississippi. Siyu rose, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Yuchi, saying, "You still dare to appear before me? How bold! Do you think I would hesitate to take your life?" Yuchi repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "Second miss, please forgive me. I do not know how things turned out this way. I am utterly devoted to you, and I beseech you to grant me another chance." Suyu narrowed her eyes and approached barefoot, delicately lifting Yuchi's chin with her slender hand. "Why did you choose to betray the mistress you have served since childhood to come to me? The second miss is breathtakingly beautiful, her name renowned. She is bound to achieve great fortune in the future. In contrast, the eldest miss has marred her beauty and lacks talent, making her future prospects grim. Though Yuchi had followed the eldest miss since childhood, she yearned to serve a master with promise, and the second miss was the finest choice. So you regarded Yuchi as if assessing the truthfulness of her words. As a personal maid, Yuchi was typically considered a companion, meant to serve her mistress in a more intimate capacity. Suli's appearance, even if she were to marry, would fail to win a man's affection. As her maid, naturally, I would hold no significant status, let alone hope for a day of prominence. Suyu snorted coldly. At least you are perceptive. Yuchi sighed in relief, knowing she had gained her trust. Gazing into Suyu's knife-like sharp eyes, Yuchi spoke earnestly. Perhaps that ruffian looked down upon the young lady and instead set his sights on you. With a beauty like yours, it is no wonder countless men in the capital are enamored with you. I suspect that man must have tampered with the evidence, which is why the character changed. Suyu touched her cheek, ever confident in her beauty, and found Yuchi's reasoning somewhat plausible. At that moment, Lu'er stepped forward and said, Miss, when Yuchi obtained that small garment, I also observed it. There indeed was a characterly on it. It is highly likely that the toad harbored delusions and meddled with it himself. Yuchi cast a grateful glance at Lu'er, recognizing that the bracelet was not given in vain. So you looked at Yuchi and said, You may rise, I have misjudged you this time. Lu'er, please fetch the jade hairpin to reward Yuchi. Lu'er turned to retrieve the jade hairpin and presented it to Yuchi. Yuchi, trembling with gratitude, said, This servant thanks you for your generosity. So you replied gently, As long as you remain loyal, you shall not go unrewarded. Continue to keep an eye on Suli. Understand? I understand. Yuchi responded. So you waved her hand. You may leave now. Yes, this servant takes her leave. Once outside the courtyard, Yuchi felt her back damp with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Humph. Initially, she was angered by the cold stares from the three of them, but now, she felt indifferent. The young lady has come to know everything, and now she can only obediently follow her instructions. In this moment, Yuchi feels a pang of regret for having betrayed her master. Yet, reflecting on the uncertainty of the future while standing beside Suli, she thinks that if given another chance, she would still choose to betray her master. Chapter 35. The useless heiress Suli was practicing her calligraphy when Jishu entered with an envelope. Miss, your letter. Suli set down her brush and took the letter, discovering it was from Wang Wei. The letter informed her that he had arrived in the south and begun procuring grain. Please deliver this to Manager Lin. Yes, miss. Jishu replied as she took the letter. After Jishu exited, Suli uncertainly called out, Mo Yin? Mo Yin appeared instantly. Mississippi. Suli looked at her and said, Can you help me inquire about someone? Who does the miss wish to find? His name is Sun Mubai. He has a cinnabar mole and is approximately 21 or 22 years old, originally from Liaozhou. Mo Yin clasped her hands and replied, Within 3 days. I shall certainly locate this person. Suli was astonished. So soon? Mo Yin stated, Our Mo family as shadow guards are adept at finding individuals. As long as he still exists in this world, we will surely have news within 3 days. With that, she vanished from the room. Suli murmured softly, Mo family as shadow guards. In the study of the Jing Wang manor, Wei Yuanling looked at the man in the blue robe seated across from him. Ji-san, free yourself tomorrow evening. Ji Huaizhou sipped his tea and replied, For what purpose? Tomorrow evening is the Grand Flower Festival. Why would you choose to invite me instead of a beautiful woman? Wei Yuanling scoffed. Just make yourself available. There is no need for such trivial chatter. Ji Huaizhou remarked. If you were a beauty, I might have considered it, but as a robust man, I hold no interest in you. Who would be interested in you? It is merely a task entrusted to me. A flicker of realization crossed Ji Huaizhou's eyes as he softened his tone. Very well, since you have sincerely invited me, I shall accompany you on this journey. Wei Yuanling retorted, Get lost. For the sake of his sister, he endured. Jun Imo set aside his book and said, Having been preoccupied for so long, it is indeed time to unwind tomorrow. Count me in. Ji Huaizhou turned to him, asking, Are your legs up to the task? Jun Imo replied with a smile, Much improved. Ji Huaizhou, filled with excitement, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Much improved? Old Dai is truly remarkable. Jun Imo added, Thanks to Miss Su. Ji Huaizhou inquired, Miss Su? Who is she? What does she have to do with it? Wei Yuanling, lifting his chin with pride, declared, Xian's legs have improved thanks to the medicine given by my cousin, Suli. Ji Huaizhou's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Suli? The most unattractive girl in the capital? Wei Yuanling glared at him fiercely, raising his fist. Speak again. You are just a foolish rich heir. My cousin is far more intelligent. Her medical skills even make old Dai concede. Noticing Wei Yuanling's rage, Ji Huaizhou wisely fell silent, though his curiosity lingered. How could such an exceptional person be labeled so? During dinner that night, Minister Su gazed intently at his daughter. Su Li touched her face and asked, "Father, why do you stare at me? Madam, do you think Lear's scar has faded a bit?" Minister Su uncertainly posed the question to his wife. Recently, the daughter has been ever present, yet she remained oblivious. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the atmosphere had grown considerably lighter than before. Observing the astonishment and joy on her parents' faces, Su Li absent-mindedly touched the scar on her face. Su's mother promptly rose and bowed towards the door, exclaiming, "Truly, this is divine intervention. I have prayed daily, and the Buddha has heard my pleas." Su Shangshu, equally exhilarated, momentarily cast aside his usual demeanor of elegance, striking the table in delight. "Excellent, excellent. Lear is indeed blessed." Seeing her parents so jubilant, Su Li could not help but smile in return. "Let Yuqi come in," she instructed. After removing her hair ornaments and changing into her nightclothes, she seated herself at the table. Shortly, Yuqi entered, bowing respectfully. "Miss, did you summon me?" Su Li inquired. "Have you resolved the matter over there?" "Yes, the second young lady has been convinced," Yuqi replied. Su Li then pushed a brocade box across the table towards Yuqi, stating, "Splendid. Inside is a century-old ginseng. Deliver it to the Xia family in my name. If Suyu questions you, merely say it was discreetly taken from my storeroom, a gesture to make amends for past transgressions." She then produced a wooden box. "These should also be delivered to the Xia family in the name of Aunt Xia, in batches, and ensure that Xia Jiang believes you are currently acting on Aunt Xia's behalf." Yuqi, puzzled, asked, "Miss, what is the purpose of this?" Su Li replied coldly, "You need not inquire further. Simply follow my instructions." Yuqi nodded, clutching the box. "I shall carry out your wishes." Su Li stood. "You may leave now." "I wish to retire." "Yes, I take my leave," Yuqi responded. As she watched Yuqi's departing figure, Su Li's gaze turned icy. Chapter 36. The Blooming Festival Sister. "Are you going out? May I accompany you?" Just as Wei Yuanyao reached the door, the voice of Su Yu echoed behind them. Wei Yuanyao feigned ignorance and pulled Su Li towards the carriage. Su Yu hurried forward, tugging at Su Li's sleeve. "Sister, since you are going out for the Blooming Festival, I wish to join you." The streets were bustling with people, and considering that her sister had not ventured out in a while, Su Yu worried. What if someone careless were to bump into you? Wei Yuanyao interrupted her, saying, "Hey, if you wish to go out, go by yourself. Why are you bothering my cousin? With me around, who would dare to be reckless?" She then exclaimed, "Lear, let us be on our way." Watching the two depart in the splendid carriage of the Duke's residence, Su Yu stamped her foot in frustration. "What are you staring at? Hurry and prepare the carriage," she shouted at the servants. It was still early evening, with the streets yet to be illuminated, but the number of passers-by was gradually increasing. Su Li led Wei Yuanyao into the drunken immortal pavilion, making their way directly to a private room on the second floor. Upon opening the window of the room, they were greeted by a view of the flower platform for the Blooming Festival. "Lear, this spot is truly splendid, with the lake view behind us. And we can see the flower platform right outside this window," Wei Yuanyao exclaimed excitedly after circling the room. Su Li smiled and replied, "Indeed. From here we shall witness the poetry contest and the riddle guessing, as well as the flower ball competition. Every year, the Blooming Festival is a grand affair. Women hold flowers in hand, and if a gentleman has feelings for a lady, he may pluck a bloom and place it in her hair, symbolizing mutual affection. Should a man be enamored with a particular maiden, he would venture to the flower platform to solve riddles and obtain a flower lantern, presenting it as a token of his admiration. Certainly, this lantern riddle is open for all to guess, and after passing a few challenges, one can seize the flower ball and receive generous rewards." Su Li smiled and said, "Cousin, if that young Master Ji were to bestow upon you a lantern, would you accept or decline?" Wei Yuanyao, upon hearing this jest, felt her cheeks flush with rare color. "Pa, just wait and see my amusement. There will come a day when fortunes shift." Su Li suppressed a smile as the two sat at the table, sipping tea and enjoying delicacies. "Wow, miss, come and see. How beautiful!" exclaimed several maids by the window, their voices filled with awe. Wei Yuanyao and Su Li rose to the window, unable to contain their astonishment. As the lanterns illuminated the night, the streets thronged with people, a dazzling display of bright lights and celebrations. Young men and women adorned with flowers or holding lanterns moved gracefully, their every glance captivating. Su Li softly murmured, "The east wind releases flowers upon 1,000 trees, scattering down stars like rain." Luxurious carriages perfumed the roads, the sound of phoenix flutes stirred, and the light of jade pots turned. A night of dancing fish and dragons. The moths and snow willow golden threads, laughter and whispers carrying fragrant secrets away. With a smile, Su Li asked, "Cousin, shall we venture down?" Wei Yuanyo eagerly nodded, "Yes. What fun is it to watch from up here? Let us descend to solve riddles and compose poetry, and perhaps win some lanterns." Su Li replied, "As for the flower ball, let's forego that. We lack for nothing in silver." In past years, winning a flower ball meant either receiving reward money or a house, both of which I do not need. Instead, let us strive to win a few lanterns for ourselves. Su Li donned her veil and nodded, "Let us go." Once on the street, several maidservants and attendants surrounded the two, guarding them from the crowd. Su Li felt no concern. Today, there were plenty of attendants, and moreover, there were hidden protectors nearby. Wei Yuan now possessed an extraordinary beauty, her pair of luminous eyes, clear and pure, sparkling like stars. She frequently engaged in conversation with the women beside her, and when joy filled her heart, her smile radiated excitement, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as if her ethereal charm overflowed. Each expression, each smile, compelled admiration for her elegant and exquisite brilliance. Beside her, Su Li, though adorned with a veil, exhibited a graceful and voluptuous figure, her steps light and airy, clad in a gown of emerald hue, the hem delicate and sheer as a wisp of mist, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. As the two appeared, numerous male gazes were drawn to them. Despite the presence of attendants attempting to obstruct, some still sought to offer their lanterns. It took quite a while for them to reach the flower platform. "Cousin, let us see who can gather the most lanterns in our competition." Su Li nodded in agreement. At that moment, an elder stepped onto the flower platform, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." The crowd hushed, intrigued by his presence. The annual Baihuadan has arrived once more, and while the rules remain unchanged, the prizes have altered. With this, the elder stroked his beard, deliberately building suspense. Some eager for the rewards immediately inquired, "What are this year's prizes? Has the monetary reward increased?" "Not at all," he replied. "My master has decreed that those who partake in riddles and poetry must be genteel individuals. Thus, we shall not sully the literati with trivial matters. This year, the one who emerges victorious shall receive the treasures from the box behind me." What could it possibly be? Do not keep us in suspense. Reveal it to us. I came solely for the monetary reward. How can the rules change so unexpectedly? The crowd buzzed with excitement as the elder raised his hand, signaling for silence. He stepped aside, gesturing for the attendants behind him to open the box. Two servants cautiously lifted the lid, revealing its contents and placing them gently upon the platform. There lay an ancient guqin, its surface a deep black, subtly shimmering with an ethereal green hue, reminiscent of verdant vines entwined around aged wood. How could this exquisite instrument be reduced to such a state? It appeared to be of great value. "This is the green cue. It is indeed the green cue." The elder chuckled with delight, remarking that there were still discerning individuals among them, for this was indeed the renowned green cue. Today's rules have shifted slightly. In addition to the usual challenges, a performance will be required. The victor shall claim this green cue as their prize. From the moment the guqin graced their sight, Su Li clenched her fists tightly. "Sister, yesterday my brother-in-law gifted me a fine guqin. He referred to it as green cue. At first, I was taken aback, hardly believing it. It was only when I beheld the instrument in Su Yu's chamber that I began to accept the truth. The guqin I had painstakingly acquired to win Zhao Huan's favor had been bestowed upon another. When I inquired about this, Zhao Huan explained, I noticed that Yuer is well-versed in music, and since she is your sister, a member of our family, I thought it fitting to gift it to her." At that moment, I longed to ask if he understood the lengths I had gone to, battling for 3 days and nights to claim this very instrument. My fingers stained with blood from the struggle. "Lear, what troubles you?" "Nothing. I simply have a deep affection for this guqin." Wei Yuanyao appeared troubled. Furrowing her brow as she remarked, "I can manage to compose poetry and win lanterns, but when it comes to playing the guqin, I find myself utterly incapable." Su Li replied, "It's nothing. She will surely obtain this instrument." Chapter 37. As the lanterns begin to glow all right, this year the difficulty has increased. "So teams of 2 are permitted," Wei Yuanyao exclaimed joyfully. Wonderful, cousin. We shall undoubtedly be invincible across the land. The elder declared loudly. Now, it is time for riddles. The rules are quite simple. I shall present a riddle, and the first to answer correctly, with the most correct answers, shall emerge victorious. Everyone, are you prepared? The crowd eagerly rubbed their fists together. Even if they could not acquire the floral ball, they could still win lanterns for their beloved. Now, I shall recite the first riddle, so listen closely. Fireworks, do not approach. Guess a character. As soon as the elder's riddle was spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. Wei Yuanyao whispered, Why is this year's riddle so difficult? Cousin, do you know the answer? Su Li replied softly, It is the character N. The elder chuckled, This young lady has answered correctly. Indeed, it is the character N. A voice from the crowd inquired, N? How can that be N? Noticing Wei Yuanyao's eyes light up, Su Li sensed she had grasped the concept. She gently explained, Fireworks, do not approach means to remove the fire from smoke, leaving yin. When you place heart beneath yin, it forms in. As Su Li finished speaking, applause erupted around her. Remarkable. Whose daughter is this, so exceptionally talented? Although she wore a veil, her beauty was apparent. At that moment, a voice called out from behind the crowd, Sister. Su Yu approached with a radiant smile, exclaiming, I never imagined my sister could be so remarkable, remembering the riddle from the book so clearly. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. It turned out she had already seen the riddle. This seemed to be the second young lady of the Shangshu residence. She referred to that girl as sister, which could only mean she was the so-called foolish heiress. It was the disfigured woman. No wonder she wore a veil. Hearing these remarks, Su Yu's lips curled slightly in a feigned innocence. Wei Yuanyao, observing the surrounding individuals, declared loudly, Silence. You are the foolish one. My cousin can guess the answer without even looking at the riddle. You need not say more. Cousin, Su Li calmly interrupted Wei Yuanyao, disregarding Su Yu entirely. Inwardly, Su Yu scoffed, casting her gaze toward the flower stand. She had arrived late, and with her presence, Su Li would never shine. That riddle was merely a stroke of luck for Su Li, regardless of the crowd's discussions below. The elder on the platform took down a lantern and handed it to Su Li, saying, Miss, you have answered the riddle correctly. This lantern belongs to you. Su Li smiled softly, accepting the lantern and expressing her gratitude. The elder nodded and proclaimed to the crowd, These riddles were devised by my esteemed family, and thus could not possibly be found in any book. Therefore, what this young lady suggested is simply impossible. The crowd erupted in another round of chatter. Su Yu inwardly cursed the elder for his indiscretion. However, she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, I see, my sister must have misspoken. Su Li continued to treat her as if she were invisible, ignoring her completely as she flitted about, devoid of even a glance. The elder presented the next riddle. With a gentle touch, a piece moves to checkmate. What character does it represent? Just as Su Yu pondered, Su Li calmly interjected. The answer is character. The elder expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, Young lady, your knowledge is remarkable to answer 2 riddles correctly. This lantern belongs to you. Su Li took the lantern and handed it to the ink painting behind her. Su Yu, filled with resentment, bit her lip. Wei Yuanyao gazed at Su Li in admiration. Her curiosity piqued. Li heir, how is it that the answer is character? Su Li elucidated. The term gentle touch signifies a slight mark above. A piece refers to that with added below. As for checkmate, it involves removing che from June, leaving the upper part. When these 3 components are combined, they form the character. Wei Yuanyao's eyes sparkled, and noticing Su Yu's frustration, she raised her chin and remarked, What? Is she not the talented maiden of Tianqi? Even my cousin pales in comparison, huh? A name that does not match the reality. Su Yu, exasperated, retorted, I shall surely excel in the next riddle. The elder then posed another. The visitor is indeed a guest from Penglai. What character does it signify? Su Yu, possessing some knowledge, quickly declared, Mountain. The elder chuckled, Correct, this lantern belongs to you. Su Yu accepted the lantern, lifted her chin, and huffed at Wei Yuanyao. No one inquired, yet she began explaining, The person from Penglai is undoubtedly an immortal. Which character, when combined with person, forms immortal? It is, of course, mountain, and thus, the answer is. Surrounding young gentlemen applauded enthusiastically. For Su Yu, with her talent and beauty, was far more captivating than the disfigured Su Li. The elder on the platform chuckled. Today seems to be the young lady's exclusive performance. What are the talented young men of Tianqi waiting for? Around him, the gentleman clamored, then hastened to present the next riddle. I have just arrived. I would readily concede to Miss Su heir. Su Li retreated to one side, holding 2 lanterns. Cousin, why have you ceased guessing? Look at how pleased Su appears. Su Li replied with a smile, we only need 1 lantern to advance to the next round. We need not concern ourselves with her. Even if she obtains a lantern and moves on, I am confident in defeating Su. It is better to give her a glimmer of hope, only to vanquish her when she believes success is within her grasp. The elder then presented another riddle. Magnanimous towards others, what character does it depict? The crowd parted, stirring with excitement. Leading the way were 3 distinguished young gentlemen, none other than Jun Mo and his companions. Su Li observed that Jun Mo maintained his usual graceful demeanor, while her cousin stood tall and handsome. The third figure must be the 3rd son of the Ji family, clad in an inkwash robe and adorned with a felt cap. He wielded a folding fan, exuding an air of charm and elegance, undoubtedly a gifted scholar. Su Li was taken aback. The legendary Ji-san, reputed for his mastery of mechanisms and calculations, appeared so delicate and scholarly. Turning to her cousin, she found her staring blankly at Ji-san among the crowd. Is it possible that my stubborn cousin has found her match? What are you laughing at? Su Li inquired. Cousin, does this potential future brother-in-law not seem rather appealing? What future brother-in-law? Do not speak so recklessly. If you do not act quickly, such a talent may be sought after by others. Wei Yuanyao glanced over, immediately gritting her teeth. She noticed Su, blushing with bashfulness, leaning forward gently, inquiring, young master, how is this riddle solved? After speaking, she cast a coy glance at the other 2. Su Li's lips twitched. Which of the 3 had captured Su Yu's fancy? Su Yu curtsied and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Observing this, Wei Yuanyao let out a cold snort. Humph. Flower Peacock. Chapter 38, The Pig and the Cabbage Ultimately. 7 individuals emerged victorious with the lanterns. The elder chuckled, esteemed guests, 7 groups have triumphed in the first round. I invite these 7 groups to the flower platform to continue with the second round of poetic competition. He then turned to a lone participant, stating, we require pairs, so that the outcomes will not be deemed unfair. Ji-san pulled Wei Yuanling aside, saying, Wei brother, let us form a team. This lute is indeed exquisite. Wei Yuanling responded bluntly, I will not participate. At that moment, Su Yu approached and, with a graceful bow, sweetly addressed Jun Mo, Your Highness, the King of Jing. I am in need of a partner. I have heard of your exceptional talents, might you? Before she could finish, Jun Mo lightly uttered 2 words. I cannot. Su Yu's face stiffened, but she quickly raised a smile. I beg your pardon. It was presumptuous of me to ask. A noble person such as yourself should not engage in these mundane activities. Draped in white garments overlaid with deep purple gauze, Jun Mo stood beneath the lantern, his jade-like visage remaining serene, choosing not to speak further. Su Yu then turned her gaze towards Wei Yuanling. Cousin, could you lend your cousin a hand? Wei Yuanling replied coldly, I refuse. Seek another. Su Yu's expression darkened as she glanced at the floral ball atop the wooden frame. She was confident that she could excel in poetry, yet to succeed in the ball game, one must possess exceptional skill. What should she do? Miss Su, may I have the honor of being your teammate? Upon hearing this voice, Su Li's heart was tumultuous. Junhui. She never anticipated encountering an enemy under such circumstances. Su Li gazed at Junhui. It was undeniable that the royal offspring were never lacking in charm. Judging solely by appearance, he was indeed dashing and eloquent. Yet who would have imagined that beneath such a facade lay a heart filled with ambition, treachery, and deceit? The crowd bowed in respect. No need for formalities. Let us be casual, Junhui remarked with a smile. Turning to Jun Mo, he said, 7th brother is here as well? I shall join in the festivities. Jun Mo clasped his hands in greeting, elder brother. Junhui nodded and exchanged smiles with Wei Yuanling and Ji Huaizhou. His subordinates had informed him that Miss Wei was present to compete for the flower ball, and recalling his mother's words, he thought to cultivate some goodwill. However, upon noticing that Miss Wei had already formed a team with her cousin, he decided to find someone else to team up with. He planned to showcase his talents and, when the time was right, to hold back a little, ensuring that Miss Wei's heart would be easily won. So you approached shyly, curtsying, Your Highness. Do you truly intend to participate? Junhui replied with a smile, that depends on whether Miss Su grants me this opportunity. Su Yu's face flushed, and she softly replied, It would be my honor. Although Junhui was a prince who lacked the emperor's favor, he was known for his virtuous reputation, and with his gentle and handsome demeanor. Su Yu was no match for him. Junhui's warmth contrasted with Jun Mo's. While Jun Mo was also polite and amiable, he inexplicably exuded a sense of distance. Jun Hui was different. When others conversed with him, it seemed as though their statuses were equal, devoid of any princely airs. Ji Huaizhou remarked, "What shall we do? I am still short a teammate." Su Li wished to create an opportunity for the two of them and pulled Wei Yuanyao over, saying, "Cousin, why not team up with young Master Ji?" Wei Yuanyao inquired, "And what about you?" Just as Su Li was about to call out Mo Yun's name, a gentle voice interjected, "This prince shall partner with Miss Su." Su Li looked over in astonishment, while Jun Mo smiled back at her. Su Yu shot Su Li a quick glare, inwardly cursing. Even a disfigured beauty is still a vixen. Moments ago, she had been rebuffed by King Jing, who preferred solitude. Yet now he agreed to partner with Su Li. Was this not a slap in her face? Wei Yuanling observed his sister with Ji Huaizhou, then glanced at his cousin with Jun Mo. He felt an inexplicable urge to intervene, fearing that his precious sister might be at risk. Yet he found himself without a valid reason. After all, to seize the flower ball, one must possess considerable skill. If his cousin teamed up with his sister, the chances of winning would be slim. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he looked at Jun Mo. But the amused glimmer in Jun Mo's eyes halted his words. He felt an unaccountable sense of intimidation. He refrained from voicing his thoughts to replace Jun Mo and could only watch helplessly as the four ascended the flower platform. The sight of such a collection of talented individuals and captivating beauties stirred excitement among the spectators below. Was this a poetry contest or a beauty pageant? Once all 7 groups had taken their places on the platform, the elder announced loudly, "Excellent. Everyone is here. Let us commence the second round, the poetry contest." The rules were simple. The elder would pose a question, and the team that could produce the most poetic verses would emerge victorious. In this round, the top 3 will advance to the next stage. As today marks the 100 Flowers Festival, let us compose poetry with the word flower as our theme. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yuanyao, standing at the far left, declared, "The rhinoceros occupies the shade of flowers. Waves disturb the misty hues." Su Li, unfazed, responded, "As night lingers and wine wanes, the lantern flowers fall to the ground and once more upon the bed." Su Yu also replied with ease, "Who can entwine the willow's tendrils? The flower chamber remains reluctant to bloom." The competitors behind them displayed an equal measure of prowess. The exchange stirred the audience into a fervor. How remarkable! Was it not said that the eldest daughter of the Su family was a mere empty vessel? Yet, I see her brimming with talent. Indeed, such rumors are unworthy of belief. Do you suppose the tales of her disfigurement are also fabrications? That holds some truth. At a banquet once, the wind lifted the veil of Miss Su, and many bore witness. Alas, what a pity! Miss Su Air truly lives up to her reputation as a talented poet. Observe how effortlessly she composes. Yet, I must say, among the pairs on stage, they seem quite compatible. What are you saying? That ugly creature could never be worthy of our esteemed Prince Jing. Precisely. Are your eyes deceiving you? The atmosphere was electric both on stage and in the audience. As the rounds progressed, the pace of poetry composition gradually slowed. Unsurprisingly, the remaining 3 pairs were Su Li, Su Yu, and Wei Yuanyao. Su Yu, taken aback, cast a glance at Su Li. When did Su Li become so adept at poetry? It takes her time to formulate her responses, whereas Su Li speaks with effortless spontaneity. In the second round, it was entirely dependent on the efforts of several women. Yet in the third round, it became a matter relying on a few men. Wei Yuanyao observed the 3 individuals before her, her heart filled with trepidation. It was acceptable to lose to His Highness King Jing, for the qin belonged to her cousin. However, she must not succumb to the 6th prince. As the old man's gong resounded, the 3 equally skilled men soared toward the wooden frame. Originally, Jun Hui intended to demonstrate his favor towards Ji Huaizhou in front of Wei Yuanyao, but upon seeing Jun Mo, that competitive spirit within him was ignited. How could he be content when, due to his mother's lowly family background, he had not been granted the title of king, while Jun Mo had been conferred the title of King Jing ahead of him? The 3 individuals on the wooden frame exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Chapter 39. Rumors are unreliable. Jun Hui gazed at the floral ball above. Turning to Jun Mo, he remarked, "Seventh brother, your skills have greatly improved." Jun Mo replied with a smile, "Who would have thought? The usually quiet 6th brother possesses such remarkable prowess." Both wore smiles, and if one were to overlook their competitive stances, one might indeed believe they were the best of siblings. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Sin darted from the side, only to have his legs seized before he could revel in his moment. "Ah, your highnesses, spare me." With a concerted effort from Jun Mo and Jun Hui, Ji-san was pulled down. Alas, these two acted unethically, colluding against him. If it weren't for their higher status, disheartened, he trudged over to the flower stand, where Wei Yuanyao approached, letting out a soft laugh. Ji-san looked up to see her radiant smile. Momentarily taken aback, he inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Wei Yuanyao chuckled, "If we lose, we lose. After all, it is the valiant and invincible King Jing we are up against, and losing to him is no disgrace." "Thank you, but that did little to console me." The two combatants above were locked in an intense struggle, causing the wooden frame to sway increasingly with their movements. "Your Highness, be cautious. The frame is about to collapse." "Ah, good heavens. Quickly, vacate the flower platform." Those beneath the wooden structure hurriedly distanced themselves, and several maidens shielded Su Li and Wei Yuanyao, escorting them to safety. The two on the frame paid no heed to the warnings from below, their gazes solely fixed upon the floral ball atop the structure. Jun Mo leaped towards the floral ball, with Jun Hui determined not to lag behind. Both grasped the floral ball simultaneously, unwilling to yield, and in an instant, the wooden frame crashed down. They landed deftly, fortunately avoiding harm to anyone. An elder observed the floral ball, which was now divided between the two, and fell into contemplation. "How shall we determine the victor? Please, everyone, wait a moment while I consult my master," he said, parting the curtains behind the platform and stepping inside. At that moment, a crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion about this unprecedented occurrence. Su Yu approached Su Li and said, "Sister, why not let me have that guqin? After all, you do not play it." Su Li replied coolly, "How does sister know I cannot play?" Su Yu smirked inwardly, responding, "I have never seen you play, sister." Su Li remained silent. In her previous life, before encountering Zhao Huayan, she had indeed been indifferent to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, considering them mere embellishments. Yet, Zhao Huayan was a talented scholar, and to capture his attention, she compelled herself to diligently study these arts. Fortunately, her intelligence and diligence bore fruit, and she truly made significant progress. Upon noticing that Su Li remained silent, Su Yu's smile grew ever more triumphant. Wei Yuanyao was about to speak, but someone interjected. "The ownership of this guqin shall be determined by skill. If Miss Su ultimately acquires the guqin, even if she lacks musical talent, it shall be her prerogative to let it gather dust in her chamber," remarked Jun Mo nonchalantly. Jun Hui cast a surprised glance at Su Li. It was indeed remarkable that the renowned Su lady, said to be disfigured, could elicit such words from his seventh brother in her defense. Jun Hui chuckled softly, saying, "Seventh brother, you're mistaken. This is a rare ancient guqin. To let it languish in a room would be a pity. It would be far better to bestow it upon Miss Su Air, for she is a connoisseur and will surely cherish this instrument." Su Yu expressed her gratitude with a smile towards Jun Hui, raising her chin slightly as she regarded Su Li. Just then, the elder emerged once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, my master has decreed that each group should send forth one individual to perform a piece. All present shall serve as judges, and the one who garners the most votes shall claim the guqin." Su Li nodded slightly, deeming this arrangement fair. Su Yu, having studied the guqin since childhood, confidently declared, "I shall go first." The elder replied, "Please, miss, step forward." As Su Yu made her way to the flower platform, she whispered to Su Li, "Sister, concede this time. It would be quite embarrassing to lose in the end." With that, she ascended the platform. Su Li, with her eyes cast down, stood in quietude. Wei Yuanyao exclaimed in anger, "How utterly brazen of Su Yu! The next time I visit the Su residence, I shall ensure my aunt teaches her a proper lesson." Jun Mo, observing the silent Su Li, inquired, "Shall I intervene in this contest? Should he take the stage, though it is possible he might triumph over that instrument, it would only serve to cement Su Li's reputation for incompetence." Su Li shook her head and replied, "Leave it to me." Upon hearing her words, Jun Mo fell silent. Su Yu approached the flower platform, circling around the green chi, her hand caressing the body of the guqin, her eyes filled with determination. Truly deserving of its name, the green chi is a magnificent instrument. Crafted from exquisite sandalwood, its body is elegant and refined, and the strings are taut as silken threads. She gradually took her seat, extending her delicate hand to produce a series of melodious notes. The sound was gentle and enchanting, akin to the blooming of spring buds. As the piece concluded, applause and cheers erupted around her. Those well-versed in music would surely discern the imperfections within her performance. Both the instrument and the player require time to harmonize. Since this was Su Yu's first time playing the green chi, There were several notes that she had not executed perfectly. Nevertheless, it was already commendable. And to the ears of those surrounding her, it was nothing short of celestial music. Excellent. Truly a renowned talent from the capital. Indeed, Miss Sue's skill is exceptional. Only she is worthy of such a renowned instrument. I fear the eldest Miss is certain to lose this time. Why not concede gracefully? I have heard that Miss Sue has studied under esteemed masters and has dedicated numerous years to her craft. Victory is assured. Look, Miss Sue is remarkably composed. Humph. I believe she is merely putting on an act. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Suli remained unfazed, which only served to infuriate Wei Yuanyao to the brink of exasperation. Standing beside her, Ji Huaizhou remarked, "What is the rush? I sense your cousin is quite assured." From the moment Suli engaged in the first round of riddles and the subsequent poetic duel, it became evident that the legendary Miss Su was no ordinary individual. Upon hearing the flurry of compliments surrounding her, Suyu gracefully rose and bowed, humbly stating, "I beg your pardon." She then descended from the flower platform and inquired of Su Li, "Sister, will you perform again?" Su Li remained silent, brushing past her as she made her way to the stage. A cold scoff escaped Suyu's lips in her heart, still putting on an act. "There will come a time for your tears." She approached Jun Huai and asked, "Sixth Prince, what do you think of my musical skills?" Jun Huai smiled and replied, "The musical talent of Miss Su is truly exceptional, unmatched in the capital." Suyu's smile deepened with affection as she cast a lingering glance at Jun Huai. As Su Li took the stage, her fingers caressed the green chin, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She performed a slight bow before gracefully taking her seat. With delicate hands raised, her slender fingers glided over the strings, and as she exhaled softly, the music suddenly erupted, flowing like a gentle stream, reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters, imbued with a profound essence. Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. This was impossible. It could not be. Jun Huai narrowed his eyes, observing the figure on stage. It was evident that those who could capture the interest of the seventh prince were indeed extraordinary. Wei Yuanling and his sister widened their eyes in astonishment, filled with both surprise and delight. With such an outstanding aunt, it was only natural that their cousin would not be mediocre. Jun Mo gazed at the woman on stage, realizing she continually brought forth unexpected marvels. Suddenly, the music transformed, becoming exceedingly lively, casting aside all troubles, as if one were transported to a realm of blissful tranquility. Here, high mountains and flowing waters coexisted, flowers blossomed in splendor. Fish danced beneath the sea, eagles soared in the sky, spring was vibrantly alive, and the landscape was radiant. This was the grandest depiction of freedom. Suddenly, the melody shifted once more. Before me, a scene unfolds like 1,000 galloping steeds, stirring a profound sense of exhilaration within my soul. The lady upon the stage transports the audience into one world after another. As the performance concludes, the usually bustling street falls astonishingly silent. Suli smiles faintly and rises, calmly declaring, "I have embarrassed myself. Miss Su is indeed a person of hidden depth. Who dares to claim that she is a mere fool? She is evidently well-versed in poetry, literature, music, and propriety, far surpassing the second young lady. Though I may not comprehend the art of playing, I can discern that Miss Sue's melodies resonate deeply with the listeners. Alas, it is a pity, had her beauty not been marred. The threshold of the minister's residence would surely be trampled by suitors. Minister Su undoubtedly stands as the foremost scholar of his time, with both daughters being so remarkably talented." As Siyu listened to the murmurs surrounding her, her face contorted in fury. She turned to glance at Jun Huai, her expression darkening further. Jun Huai regarded Su Li on stage with keen interest. This Miss Su is intriguing. The rumors of her being utterly unremarkable, the so-called first ugly woman, a foolish heiress devoid of talent or beauty, had reached his ears long ago. Yet, upon witnessing her today, he realized how ludicrous those tales were. Her presence is undeniably captivating. Even without seeing her features, she draws the eye. Who would have thought that the foolish, ugly girl of rumor could astonish in such a manner? Her musical prowess is unmatched, likely unparalleled throughout the realm. Jun Huai laughed heartily and applauded, exclaiming, "Truly unexpected. The title of this instrument belongs rightfully to Miss Su." Through the delicate veil of her headdress, Su Li cast a cold gaze in his direction, her voice devoid of emotion. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Jun Huai nodded, intrigued by the visage concealed beneath her headdress. The woman stood in stark contrast to the rumors. It remained uncertain whether the tale of her disfigurement was merely a fabrication. At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached the stage with a smile, proclaiming loudly, "There is no need for me to elaborate. Everyone knows who the rightful owner of the green chi is. Congratulations to Miss Su and His Highness, Prince Jing. This guqin now belongs to you both." Su Li nodded slightly, responding, "Thank you, old sir." Servants carefully stepped forward to pack the guqin, while the attendants of the Su family received the wooden box. Su let out a cold huff and turned to leave, but upon encountering several dignified gentlemen, she came to an abrupt halt. What did it matter if Su Li had won the guqin? Could a woman deemed unattractive ever compare to her? Su Yu stepped closer, her voice softening. "Congratulations, sister, on acquiring the green chi. Might I occasionally visit your courtyard to admire this guqin? You know how I have adored the instrument since childhood." Su Li replied, "This guqin does not belong solely to me. It is also Prince Jing's." Su Yu turned her gaze toward Prince Jing, batting her eyelashes. For it was customary for a gentleman to acquiesce to a lady's request. Prince Jun Mo interjected, "I have a penchant for cleanliness and do not wish for outsiders to touch my possessions." Su Yu countered, "Then what of my sister? Those with outstanding skills may make exceptions, such as Miss Su." Her words left Su Yu blushing in embarrassment. It was not a matter of cleanliness, but rather a rejection of her. Prince Jun Hui chuckled, "Miss Su, if you adore the guqin, I shall gift you one tomorrow. One that is scarcely inferior to the green chi." Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face lit up with joy. Really? Her innocent delight elicited a more genuine smile from Prince Jun Hui. "As long as the second miss is pleased." Wei Yuanyao clasped Su Li's arm joyfully and exclaimed, "Cousin, let us dine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. After such a prolonged outing, I find myself quite famished." Su Li cast a troubled glance at several gentlemen. The original intention of their outing was merely to allow her cousin a distant glimpse of Ji San. However, that purpose had been subverted, as her cousin and Ji San had grown alarmingly close. Should their mothers learn of this, it would undoubtedly lead to a scolding. Fortunately, the affair between Ji San and her cousin remained a secret, perceived by others as a mere friendship. Jun Hui, eager to approach Wei Yuanyao, seized the opportunity presented. Would it be unwelcome to have an additional companion? Jun Hui smiled at Wei Yuanyao. She hesitated, contemplating a negative response. Yet the fact that he was a prince restrained her, and she glanced at her brother. Wei Yuanling shot her a stern look. Their grandfather and father had specifically cautioned him to be wary of the sixth prince. Wei Yuanling then addressed Jun Hui with a smile. "In that case, let us all go together." Wei Yuanyao was taken aback by the unexpected assembly. All she had desired was to share a meal with her cousin. But it had transformed into a gathering of many. Upon reaching the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Su Li assumed the role of host. "Lin Bo, please bring us a portion of our signature dishes," Su Li instructed. "Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on a moment." In Tianqi, where customs were more liberal, it was customary for men and women to share tables during informal gatherings. Only at formal events did they separate. Wei Yuanyao settled to Su Li's left and, once seated, leaned in to whisper, "Li Er, it is one thing for the seventh prince and Ji Huaizhou to join, as they are close to my brother. But why is Su Yu and the sixth prince here as well?" Su Li chuckled and gently patted her hand. Sharing a table with her adversary. Who could fathom the turmoil within her heart? Reflecting on Jun Hui's past actions towards the Su family and the Duke of Wei's household, she felt an overwhelming urge to poison his cup in a moment of uncontrollable rage. However, they were in the Zui Xianju, and should anything untoward happen to a prince here, the emperor would undoubtedly pursue the matter with relentless scrutiny. Su Li reminded herself to exercise patience. One day, she would ensure that Jun Hui met a fate devoid of burial. As Su Li removed her veil, Jun Hui's heart sank slightly upon discovering that she still wore a face covering. Yet, upon observing her delicate features, with brows like painted mountains and her bright, clear eyes, innocent and untainted, reminiscent of a sheltered noble maiden, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The exquisite dishes paired with the unique fruit wine of Zui Xianju tempted Wei Yuanyao to indulge in a glass. "Cousin, this fruit wine is delightful. You must try some," she urged. Su Li quickly snatched the cup from her hand, responding, "Though the wine is not strong, it still possesses a lingering potency. You must refrain from drinking it." What would Aunt say if she knew that not only did you meet with Ji San, but also shared a drink at the table? It would surely infuriate her. Inadvertently, Wei Yuanyao had taken a sip. She pouted in dissatisfaction. "So stingy." Wei Yuanling lightly tapped her on the head, chiding, "Cousin is right. Who permitted you to drink?" Wei Yuanyao, feeling aggrieved, rubbed her head and fell silent. Ji Huaizhou, observing the girl's pitiful expression, could not suppress a chuckle. She had hardly changed. She was still very much like the little girl who once chased him for candied hawthorn. Chapter 41. The thoughts of all parties after the meal. The servants had already brought the carriage to the entrance of Zue Xianju. As everyone exchanged pleasantries to bid farewell, Siyu looked at Junhui and gently said, "Your Highness, it is getting late, and I am alone, dear sister. How could you be alone?" "You still have me," he interjected, before Siyu could finish her words. Suli interrupted her. Truly, she was worthy of being raised by the concubine, always scheming to climb the social ladder. Suyu's expression stiffened as she had momentarily forgotten about Suli. "But sister, we are both women." Suli retorted, "No buts. Linbo has sent someone to follow us. We will be safe." In any case, she had no intention of allowing Siyu to involve herself with Junhui. At least not for now. With the conversation reaching this point, Suyu found it difficult to continue. Junhui smiled and feigned ignorance. His current objective was Wei Yuanyao, and he must refrain from entangling himself with others. Su Li and Suyu climbed into the carriage, one after the other. Suyu sat in the back, fiddling with the handkerchief in her hands, lamenting how such a splendid opportunity had been ruined by Su Li. Inside the carriage, Wei Yuanyao felt a bit dizzy. She had not anticipated that the after effects of a cup of fruit wine would be so intense. "Brother, slow down the carriage. I feel unwell." Wei Yuanling replied coldly. "Serves you right. You shouldn't have indulged." Upon seeing his sister's discomfort, he lifted the curtain and instructed the driver to reduce the speed. He twisted open a water pouch and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take a sip." Wei Yuanyao accepted it and took a drink, mumbling, "I still feel unwell." She was tipsy but not entirely intoxicated. "What if I need to sober up? If mother finds out, I will be scolded to death." Wei Yuanling chuckled in irritation. "Oh, so you are aware of the consequences." If their mother learned that he had taken his sister and cousin out to celebrate the 100 Flowers Festival with men, and allowed her to drink, it would be nothing short of a disaster. After being repeatedly warned to keep his sister away from the sixth prince, today had been a complete deviation from that advice. A beating would be too lenient. Brother, I feel like I might vomit," Wei Yuanling exclaimed in alarm. "Hold it in." In the tranquil depths of the night, Junhui strolled along the street, accompanied by his entourage. As the hour grew late, the vendors were packing up their stalls, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. Passing by the banks of the Yin River, he noticed some individuals still releasing river lanterns. Junhui halted his steps, gazing into the distance. Yabai, one of his guards approached, addressing him. "Why do you think the seventh prince appeared today?" Junhui inquired. Yabai shook his head. "I am unsure, my lord. The seventh prince has always been reclusive, rarely making public appearances. Yet today, he attended the 100 Flowers Festival and even participated in the flower ball." Junhui seemed to be conversing with his subordinate while also pondering aloud. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he continued, "Surely he cannot be infatuated with the eldest daughter of the Su family? Although the Su family may not rival the Wei Duke's household, Minister Su is still a prominent figure among the literati. With Zhemo holding military power and the backing of Minister Su, who has always maintained a close relationship with Wei Yuanling, should he aspire to that position, he would indeed be a formidable opponent, at least more so than the ailing crown prince." Yabai replied coldly, "My lord, perhaps you are mistaken. While the eldest daughter of the Su family may not be as lacking as the rumors suggest, it is indeed true that her appearance is not pleasing. The seventh prince would not." Reflecting on Su Li's demeanor, a flicker of intrigue danced in Junhui's eyes. This woman was quite fascinating, despite her remarkable talents. She was shrouded in such unfavorable reputation. Nevertheless, as long as this prince married Wei Yuyao, that position would eventually be his. Chapter 42. Su Mu Bai, my lady. "I have found it," Mu Yin announced suddenly as he appeared while she was sipping her tea. Su Li set down her teacup in surprise. "So soon? Where is he?" In the dilapidated temple located in the southern part of the city, Su Li rose promptly and said, "Let us venture out together." "Certainly," came the reply. As Su Li exited the room, she encountered Si Qin, who was carrying some pastries. "Miss, are you leaving the estate?" Si Qin inquired. Su Li nodded and stated, "You and Mo Hua shall accompany me." The group boarded a carriage and journeyed towards the southern outskirts of the city. "Miss, where are we headed? It appears quite desolate here. Is it safe?" Si Qin asked, casting a worried glance out the window. Su Li smiled reassuringly. "There is nothing to fear. Mo Yin is with us." The Mo family's covert guards are renowned for their prowess, able to face 100 foes single-handedly, rendering ordinary villains no match for them. Aside from Yu Qi, The other maidservants were aware of Mo Yun's existence, yet they remained oblivious to his true capabilities. After approximately an hour, the carriage came to a halt. "Miss, we have arrived at the land temple in the southern district," the driver announced. Si Qin and Mo Hua carefully assisted Su Li down from the carriage. As Su Li walked, she surveyed her surroundings. The area was overgrown with wild grass, and the remnants of crumbled walls created a scene of utter desolation. The temple itself appeared to have succumbed to years of neglect, its earthen idol damaged and forlorn. Cobwebs adorned the eaves, and the incense burner lay overturned, seldom visited by anyone. The deeper they ventured within, an unpleasant odor assailed their senses, prompting the group to cover their noses. Mo Hua, perplexed, asked, "Miss, what is our purpose here? There seems to be nothing of interest." Su Li surveyed the area and queried, "Mo Yun, where are you?" Mo Yun revealed himself, using his sword sheath to part the withered grasses. "Ah, there is indeed someone." Si Qin and Mo Hua gasped in astonishment at the figure lying beneath the underbrush. The person's face was obscured, leaving their condition unknown. Su Li stepped forward but was halted by Si Qin. "Miss, please remain where you are. I shall investigate." Uncertain whether the man was alive or dead, she insisted that the young lady should not be exposed to any ill fortune. Si Qin approached, crouching down to exert effort in turning the individual over. "My goodness, he is rather heavy." Mo Yun stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the man and turning him to face Su Li. She nodded and said, "Indeed, it is he." In her previous life, she had caught but a distant glimpse of this person. "Move him to the carriage and take him to the Lin courtyard," Su Li commanded. The Lin courtyard was a residence bestowed upon her mother as part of her dowry, and it stood vacant at present. Upon reaching the Lin courtyard, without awaiting further instruction from Su Li, Mo Yun carried Su Mubai into the room and placed him gently on the bed. His ease in handling the man was reminiscent of cradling a small kitten or puppy rather than a grown man. Su Li attempted to approach, but Si Qin interposed once more. "Miss, this individual is far too filthy. Allow me to summon a man to assist him in cleaning up, so you may approach thereafter." Observing the state of the man on the bed, with wriggling insects and lice visible in his hair, Su Li felt a pang of revulsion and nodded in agreement. Who could have imagined that the once extravagant tycoon of Tianqi, who had lavished gold freely, would now present himself in such a disheveled state? Si Qin procured a man, offering him silver to assist Su Mubai in bathing and changing into clean attire. "Miss, it is ready now," she announced. Su Li entered the room, approaching to take his pulse. Mo Hua gazed at the man on the bed, contemplating the adage that one is often judged by one's attire. Just moments ago, he resembled a heap of mud. Now, though pale and somewhat emaciated, he appeared more like a delicate scholar. After taking his pulse, Su Li instructed Mo Hua, "Please prepare some light porridge. The individual in question is not in grave danger. It is merely a case of wind and cold entering the body, compounded by several days without sustenance, resulting in an unresponsive slumber." Su Li prepared another prescription and instructed Si Qin to procure the necessary herbs. "Very well, Mississippi." Once Su Mubai had taken the medicine and regained some consciousness, capable of swallowing on his own, a young servant was asked to feed him some light porridge. By the time these tasks were completed, the sun had begun its descent in the west. "Let us depart. We shall return tomorrow." Chapter 43. Expecting on the return journey. Mo Hua could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Miss, who is that person? Why must we save him?" Mo Hua exchanged a glance with Si Qin, both recognizing the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Su Li remained with her eyes closed, stating, "He may require a few more days of recuperation. Mo Hua, please check on him occasionally." "Understood, Mississippi. Where have you been all day, my dear? I have not seen you around," Sumu said as she summoned the servants to prepare the evening meal. Su Li stepped forward to assist her mother toward the dining table. "Mother, I felt a bit stifled in the house and went out for a breath of fresh air." Sumu requested a servant to fetch Su Fu from the study for dinner, then took her daughter's hand and added, "You should refrain from going out too much lately. The crown prince's wedding is approaching and envoys from various nations have arrived, creating a chaotic atmosphere that could lead to trouble." Su Li nodded, assuring, "I understand, mother. Please do not worry." At that moment, Su Fu entered and remarked, "Let her go out for some fresh air. Just ensure she takes more attendants with her." He felt pleased to see his daughter finally venturing outside, her demeanor becoming increasingly optimistic and cheerful. Furthermore, although Tianqi may not be the strongest, it possesses considerable strength, and the envoys would not dare to act too arrogantly. Sumu shot a reproachful glance at Su Fu, saying, "You spoil her too much." Suli smiled as she personally served soup to her parents, saying, "Daughter understands. I shall refrain from going out these days." Observing the gradually fading scar on her daughter's face, Sue's mother felt a surge of joy. "Lear, it seems your scar has lightened again." Suli gently touched her face, replying, "Indeed, in just a few days, it will be scarcely noticeable. Now, if I wear makeup, it hardly shows at all." Sue's father, looking at his increasingly beautiful daughter and then at his lovely and virtuous wife, smiled so broadly that the corners of his eyes crinkled even more. "Let us eat. It will soon become cold." The family, with smiles illuminating their faces, exchanged amusing stories from the day, laughter occasionally echoing in the air. The maid stood by, attending to them. As Suli gazed at this heartwarming scene, her eyes secretly glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, Sue's mother frowned, covering her mouth and turning slightly away, appearing somewhat unwell. Sue's father was startled and promptly supported her. "My dear, what troubles you? Have you caught a chill?" "Mother, please drink some water," Suli urged. Seeing the concern etched on the faces of her father and daughter, Sue's mother weakly waved her hand, saying, "I do not know what has been bothering me these past few days. I have been feeling nauseous. Perhaps I have caught a chill." Upon hearing this, Suli's eyes brightened. "Mother, let me take your pulse." Sue's mother then recalled her daughter's medical knowledge. Suli began to check her mother's pulse. Sue's father anxiously inquired, "What is it? If it's serious, I shall summon someone to fetch Dr. Chio from the palace." Suli chuckled softly. "There is no need to trouble Dr. Chio. Mother is fine." Sue's father, in distress, retorted, "Your mother's face is so pale. How can she be fine?" Suli's face was radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling brightly. "It is truly nothing of concern. I merely wish to extend my congratulations to father and mother." Sue father and Sue mother gazed at their daughter in confusion. Suli smiled at her mother and inquired, "Mother, how long has it been since your little joys have graced us?" Embarrassed by her daughter's inquiry regarding such a personal matter, and inspired by her radiant smile, Sue mother's eyes sparkled with realization. "Lear, do you mean?" "Indeed, mother," Suli affirmed. Sue father, filled with anxiety, interjected, "What riddle are you two playing at?" Suli chuckled, "Congratulations, father. You are to become a father once more." "What do you mean once more?" You are saying your mother is expecting?" Sue father finally comprehended, and an uncharacteristic joy illuminated his scholarly visage. Suli nodded, "Yes, I am certain. Though it is still early, less than 2 months along." Sue father exclaimed, "Really? You mustn't be mistaken." Sue mother, though her symptoms had been evident in recent days, felt a twinge of doubt. After so many years without such news, she had ceased to entertain such thoughts. Suli reassured them once more, "Indeed. If you doubt, father, we can summon a physician for confirmation." Immediately, Sue father directed the servant behind him, "Hurry, fetch a doctor." The servant promptly exited. The joy on Sue father's face was irrepressible. "Splendid. My dear, please sit down. Wang Xia, instruct the kitchen to prepare some light dishes." Seeing his exuberance, Sue mother chided with a smile, "Look at you, so unrestrained before our daughter. What an unbecoming display." Suli laughed, "Mother, this is indeed a moment of great joy. Father is simply overwhelmed with happiness." Sue's father immediately exclaimed, "Indeed. The doctor will be here shortly." As the doctor approached to pay his respects, he was interrupted by Sue's father. "No need for excessive formalities. Quickly examine my wife." The doctor stepped forward to take Sue's mother's pulse. After a brief moment, he congratulated the esteemed official. "Madam is indeed with child, approximately 2 months along." At this news, Sue's father could no longer contain his elation and burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha, rewards for everyone. All shall be rewarded." Tears welled in Sue's mother's eyes. After so many years, their long-awaited joy had finally arrived. Suli stepped forward to offer comfort, asking, "Mother, what troubles you? This is a joyous occasion. Why do you weep?" "Mother is simply overwhelmed with happiness." Suli smiled and added, "Lear is also delighted. Soon I shall be an elder sister. When the baby brother arrives, I will teach him to read and write, supervise his archery and martial arts training, and buy him many delightful toys." Caught up in the joyous atmosphere, Suli felt a surge of happiness. She recalled the brother from her past life who had perished shortly after birth due to the schemes of the West Garden. This time, she vowed that the child would be born safely, determined to amend the regrets of her previous existence. Sue's father chuckled, "How do you know it will be a brother and not a sister?" "I just know. The deities have revealed it to me," Suli replied confidently. Sue's father laughed heartily, and the room was filled with jubilation. Meanwhile, in the west garden of the Su residence, Xiao was indifferent as she consumed her meal. Mother, are you even listening to me? Su Yu exclaimed, exasperated. She was striving to enhance her reputation outside, yet as a concubine's daughter, she felt thwarted by her mother's lack of ambition. Xiao lifted her gaze, responding calmly, do not fret, you heir. Su Li's triumph will not last long. Curious, Su Yu asked, what scheme do you have, mother? Just then, Lu hurriedly entered the room. Madam, the second miss, the main courtyard. How outrageous. Such disregard for decorum. Do you wish to be punished? Su Yu interrupted her words. Luer knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Xiaoshi inquired, what has happened? Luer replied, news from the main courtyard indicates that the madam is with child. Xiaoshi furrowed her brow. With child? What do you mean? She is pregnant, Lua clarified. Xiaoshi sprang to her feet, exclaiming, what? How is that possible? Did you mishear? Luer hurriedly insisted, there is no mistake. The master is overjoyed. And everyone in the household has received a reward of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Xiaoshi, furious, turned and swept the cups and dishes from the table to the floor. Wretched woman. Su Yu, with a stern expression, yelled at Luer, get out. Luer quickly rose and exited the room. Mother, we must act swiftly. If we wait until she gives birth to an heir, what will remain for us? Xiaoshi clenched her fists. Su Yu, with a sinister smile, remarked, she is only in her 30s, while her pregnancy is normal. Being pregnant does not guarantee a safe delivery. Chapter 44. No mercy, no release with mother expecting. Certain plans must be advanced. Anyone or anything that poses a threat to mother and my brother must be eradicated swiftly. Miss, did you call for me? Yuchi entered cautiously. Suli set down her book and regarded her. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Yuchi lowered her eyes. Yuchi dares not. Suli scoffed. Dares not does not equate to not resenting. What progress has been made on the tasks I assigned you? With Luer as support and her deliberate flattery, she has been subtly relaying information to the western courtyard, and they have begun to lower their guard. Suli nodded and said, very well, in a few days. You shall find an opportunity to eliminate Xiao Wentai. Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day rather than discussing an act of murder. Yuchi's eyes widened in terror. Kill Xiao Wentai? Miss, I have never taken a life. I cannot. Suli replied coolly. I am commanding you, not consulting you. Only one of you and Xiao Wentai can remain alive. You must choose. Yuchi desperately bowed her head, pleading, Miss, I beseech you to spare Yuchi. I truly cannot bear to do it. While she was somewhat tempted by greed, having grown up in the minister's residence, she had never encountered darkness. The sudden demand to take a life left her in a state of panic. Su Li's voice turned icy. You have but 2 paths, either kill Xiao Wentai or meet your own demise. Choose. No choice? Then I shall make it for you. I will do it. I will do it. Yuchi cried out. Su Li smiled. That's more like it. When you act, you must ensure that Xia Jiang discovers it. Yuchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, if that occurs, will I still be able to live? You cannot be so merciless. Su Li chuckled. Fear not. There will be someone to rescue you. You will not fall into Xia Jiang's hands. Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you? Su Li glanced at the disheveled Yuchi on the ground and coldly remarked, do you believe you still have room for negotiation? You can either die now or follow my instructions and retain your life. Before Yuchi could respond, Su Li pinched her cheek and placed a pill in her mouth. Lifting her chin, Yuchin was taken aback, desperately trying to extract the pill from her mouth, only to realize it had already been swallowed. Miss, what have you given me? Yuchin asked in terror. Nothing of consequence, just a touch of poison to ensure your obedience. Fear not, if you comply with my instructions, the antidote will be provided. Came the reply. With a sorrowful expression, Yuchin realized her last avenue of escape had been sealed. I shall certainly follow your instructions, Mississippi. I implore you. Considering my years of companionship, grant me mercy, she pleaded. Su Li picked up a book and said, you may leave now. Yes, Yuchin bowed and exited. Su Li gazed at her retreating figure, resolute in her heart. She would not show any weakness. In this lifetime, she was a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. The following day, having promised her mother not to leave the residence, Su Li remained by her mother's side after breakfast. Mother, your embroidery skills are truly remarkable. Watching her mother begin to craft a pair of adorable tiger head shoes for children, she found it both charming and delightful. Sumu smiled and replied, all the clothes you wore as a child were sewn by me, stitch by stitch. You were so chubby and adorable, always tugging at your father's hair. He would grimace in pain, yet never scold you. As Sumu recounted amusing tales from her daughter's childhood, her eyes sparkled with joy. And Suli listened with keen interest. "You were so mischievous as a child. I wonder how you became so composed." She attributed her daughter's change to maturity, believing that Suli had simply outgrown her childish ways. Leaning against her mother, Suli said, "Mother, it is I who was foolish. I believed the words from the Shiyuan, thinking that every young lady should be dignified and reserved. Yet, Suyu freely indulges her whims with father. I envy her. But Aunt Xia insists that I am the elder sister, the legitimate daughter." Mother Su gently caressed her daughter's face and said, "The crown prince is getting married, and all the officials' families will attend. Lear, you haven't participated in such a grand banquet for years. You must accompany your dear mother. Do you understand?" Suli nodded, nuzzling against Mother Su, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her mother, a smile gracing her lips. Mother Su chuckled. "Indeed, the older you grow, the more you love to act spoiled." Suddenly, Suli inquired, "Mother, since father loves you so dearly, why did he allow concubine Xia to enter the household?" Mother Su blushed and replied, "What love or lack thereof?" After a pause, she continued, "When you were born, you weighed over 8 pounds, a plump little girl. Yet, I was left in a weakened state, and the physician warned that it would be difficult for me to conceive again. Your grandmother then urged your father to take another wife. It was not that she was unkind, for she has always been quite lenient with me. But she could not bear the thought of the Su family line coming to an end. Your father felt guilty towards me, and thus harbored his feelings in silence. Little did he know, concubine Xia became pregnant. Upon learning this, your grandmother took it upon herself to bring her into the household. On the day she entered, your grandmother clearly instructed concubine Xia that as long as she behaved herself, she would enjoy a life of prosperity. Over the years, concubine Xia has adhered to this, though her daughter has not been so well behaved. Suli observed her mother, a cold smile forming within her. It was not that Suyu was disobedient, but rather that Suyu was young and lacked the subtlety that concubine Xia possessed. Did mother know if concubine Xia had any prior engagement before entering the household? No. Mother Su replied, "Your grandmother sent someone to investigate. Concubine Xia's family was unblemished. However, your father owed money to the officials, and thus he used her daughter as a means of settling his debts." Suli nodded, realizing that to uncover Su Yu's true origins, she would need to delve into the matters concerning Xiajiang. "Mother, let us take a stroll in the courtyard. Being with child, one cannot remain seated for too long," Suli suggested as she rose to her feet. Sumu set aside her needlework and nodded in agreement. Suli gently supported her mother as they ambled cautiously through the courtyard. Suddenly, a vivid red flower caught her eye. "Sister Wang Xia, from whence did this pot of flowers come?" Suli inquired with curiosity. Wang Xia smiled and replied, "Miss, the gardener just brought these today. Does not the lady prefer vibrant flowers? The gardener has brought quite a number." Suli's voice turned cold as she commanded, "Dispose of all these flowers at once. From now on, any flowers placed in Mother's courtyard must first be approved by me." Wang Xia was taken aback, but quickly instructed the servants to remove the red flowers. "Lear, what is wrong with these flowers?" Sumu asked, perplexed. "Mother, this flower is called Lingeiwewa. It possesses medicinal properties, promoting blood circulation and dispelling stasis. However, it is extremely harmful to those newly with child. Prolonged exposure can lead to miscarriage." Sumu gasped in shock. "Is it truly that potent?" Suli grasped her mother's hand reassuringly. "Do not fear, mother, regardless of intent. Be it deliberate or inadvertent, I shall not let anyone escape unscathed." Indeed, Su Li, accompanied by Si Qin, exited the main courtyard and made her way to the front courtyard, declaring, "Summon the gardener to see me." "Yes, miss." Chapter 45. Establishing authority. The commotion in the front hall drew the steward's attention, and he hurried over. "Miss, what is the matter?" Seated in a chair, Suli sipped her tea and, after a moment's pause, addressed Subo, "Please stand aside and observe for now." The steward had heard from the servants about the incidents in the main courtyard. The young lady had initially ordered the removal of several flowers and now sought the gardener, indicating that something was amiss. Soon, Sichin entered and announced, "Miss, the gardener has arrived." Wang Tong, having previously met the young lady, was uncertain of her intentions in summoning him. Su Li, seated above, regarded Wang Tong with a frosty demeanor and inquired, "How many years have you served in the minister's residence?" Raising an eyebrow, she continued, "You must be considered an elder here. Who else remains in your family?" "Only my elderly mother," he replied. After posing several mundane questions, Wang Tong gradually relaxed, shedding his initial trepidation. Suddenly, Su Li's gaze sharpened, and she coldly asked, "Did you place those Lingxue flowers in the main courtyard?" Wang Tong, bewildered, protested, "It was I who arranged them, for the lady has a fondness for vibrant blooms. And thus they were positioned according to her preference." Su Li retorted, "Are you aware that Lingxue flowers are harmful to women who have recently conceived?" Wang Tong, taken aback, exclaimed in distress, "Miss, I was unaware. This morning, I visited the flower market and found only splendid Lingxue flowers, with no other varieties available." So Su Li scrutinized his demeanor, uncertain whether he was merely adept at feigning innocence or genuinely wronged, yet his expression did not betray deceit. "You assert that the market had solely this type of flower today? How peculiar." Wang Tong hastily replied, "I too found it strange. The market owner mentioned that other flowers would arrive later. I thought nothing of it, considering the exquisite quality of the Lingxue flowers, and thus purchased a considerable quantity." Su Li continued to pose several inquiries, yet regardless of her efforts, she could extract nothing of value. Su Li waved her hand, summoning several servants forward. "Take him away for now. We shall deal with him once the matter is clarified." "Yes, Mississippi," Wang Tong shouted. "Miss, I am truly wronged." Mississippi. As Wang Tong was dragged away, the steward stepped forward and said, "Miss, it seems someone has meddled in the mistress's courtyard. This is the oversight of this old servant. I will investigate immediately and ensure the mistress receives an explanation." Su Li regarded the steward, who had served in the Ministry of Rights for decades with unwavering loyalty to her father. In her past life, Steward Su met his demise before her father, and his steadfast loyalty assured her he would never betray him. She could not allow the likes of him to escape the scrutiny of Shi Yuan. "Steward Su, summon all the servants to the front hall. I have something to convey." Shi Yuan was adept at winning hearts, and many in the household were her eyes and ears. This was an opportune moment to cleanse the ranks. "Yes, miss, please wait a moment." Steward Su promptly went to gather the servants. Before long, the servants arrived in dribs and drabs at the front hall. Upon seeing the young mistress, they regarded her with disdain, chattering and laughing, their demeanor casual and disrespectful. Si Qin stood behind Su Li, her expression serious, attempting to step forward but was halted by a glance from Su Li. Su Li lifted her gaze, surveying the assembly of servants, some familiar and others unfamiliar. She recognized a few distinctly, after her mother's passing in her previous life. These individuals had been summoned to Lady Xia's side. Su Li's eyes turned cold. Silence. Her voice, though soft, was completely drowned out by the raucous noise. A few among them heard her but feigned ignorance, their expressions laced with disdain, wearing looks of amusement. Su Li hurled the teacup to the ground, her voice cold as ice. "I demand silence." Instantly, the courtyard fell into a hushed stillness. However, it wasn't long before someone voiced their dissatisfaction. "Miss, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say, please say it quickly. We have plenty of work to attend to." Another echoed, "Indeed. We are not so idle." Su Li regarded the women who had spoken. They were the very individuals who had thrived in her past life. With a smile, she responded, "I apologize for hindering your tasks." Her swift apology elicited derisive laughter from several, revealing their disdain. They had expected her to change, but alas, she remained the same timid soul. The moment the last of their taunts faded, the angry voice of Steward Su rang out. "You insolent servant! How dare you speak to the miss in such a manner? It seems you wish to forfeit your position at the minister's residence." He had arrived just in time to witness the slight against Su Li, and the audacity of such disrespect in front of so many was intolerable. The haughty demeanor of the servant dissipated immediately as she forced a smile. "Steward, please forgive me. I was merely anxious about my tasks, fearing the master and mistress might hold me accountable, which led to my careless words." Steward Su snorted coldly and approached Su Li, cupping his hands respectfully. "Miss, you need only give the command. Should anyone behave in such a manner again, it will not require your order for me to take action." His last remark was directed at the servants scattered throughout the courtyard, and those who met his gaze quickly suppressed their smiles, bowing their heads in compliance. Su Li smiled graciously. "Thank you, Steward Su." Su Li rose and stepped forward, followed closely by Si Qin. "You are all curious as to why I have summoned you today, are you not?" She began. "A significant event has transpired within the residence, prompting me to believe it is time for a thorough cleansing of our ranks. Otherwise, there are those among you who, in their misguided arrogance, might think they can deceive the heavens and conceal their true natures. Some have, for the sake of trivial favors and unrealistic promises, forgotten who the true master of this estate is, who provides your monthly stipend, and whose hand holds your contracts of servitude?" As her words echoed through the room, those with guilty consciences lowered their heads in shame. Others exchanged puzzled glances, astonished by the formidable presence of the usually reticent young lady, whose authority now felt almost suffocating. The steward observed Su Li with a sense of pride. She was indeed the daughter of the master and mistress, and her commanding demeanor was nothing short of impressive. Su Li continued, "I shall not dwell on the misdeeds of the past. Those I have named may now gather their belongings and depart from the minister's residence." The heads that had been bowed in submission now lifted in protest. "Young lady, though you are our mistress, we are not at fault. You cannot act in this manner," one cried. "Indeed, young lady, such actions may lead others to label you as cruel and ungrateful. We, your servants, have devoted decades of service to this household. Now, in our old age, to be cast out so heartlessly, it is unjust, and we would have a rightful claim should we take this to the authorities." In the face of the servants' fervent objections, Su Li remained remarkably composed. "Why the haste, my friends? Have I not yet named those who are to leave? Do you all realize that your actions are sufficient for me to expel you, which is why you appear so flustered?" The crowd fell silent. Such agitation indeed revealed their guilt. With a smile, Su Li extended her delicate hand. As her fingers pointed in her direction, they all lowered their heads. You, and you, do not look away. You shall all step to the left." The individuals singled out knelt, bowing their heads in protest. "Miss, I have not betrayed you. Please, miss. See clearly. Miss, you must be mistaken. I have always conducted myself properly in my duties." Su Li replied with a smile, "Do as I instruct." The steward summoned individuals to pull aside those whom Su Li had pointed out. She then identified several more. The servants in the courtyard divided into two groups. Those not selected wore expressions of schadenfreude, as it seemed the young lady still took into account the reputation of Aunt Xia. Choosing not to assert her authority over Aunt Xia's people, Su Li surveyed the two groups, confirming her choices once more. "All right, the rest of you, gather your belongings and leave." The smiles of those not selected instantly froze on their faces. "Miss, could you be mistaken? We have committed no offense. How can you demand our departure?" "Indeed, miss, you do not possess that authority. We are all long-standing members of this household, having contributed our share of toil, if not merit." Some individuals were visibly anxious, while others dismissed Su Li entirely, paying little heed to her words. They had their own backing. The young lady had always heeded Aunt Xia's counsel. As long as Aunt Xia spoke a word, the young lady would undoubtedly comply. Su Li gazed at the group of individuals standing idly by, a cold smirk curling her lips. Indeed, it was a case of the servant bullying the master. "What? You refuse to move? Do you wish for me to summon someone to throw you out? If you pack your belongings yourselves, you may take your years of savings with you, but if I call for assistance, you will leave with nothing." Upon hearing her words, the servants exchanged glances, each thinking that as long as they remained still, she would certainly not dare to take any drastic action. Su Li turned to the steward and said, "Uncle Su." Although the steward was unaware of Su Li's motives for wanting these people removed, he understood that if the young lady sought to assert her authority, he could not undermine her resolve. "Yes, miss." A group of guards stepped forward, their expressions fierce as they encircled the group. It then dawned on the crowd that Su Li was not merely posturing to frighten them. She was entirely serious. "Miss, even when someone is sentenced to death, their crimes are publicly declared. We have done nothing wrong. Why must we be treated in such a manner? This is absurd. We refuse to accept this. I demand to see Madam. I wish to speak with Aunt Xia. Aunt Xia, please save us. The young lady has lost her mind." As Su Li observed the flustered assembly, she let out a cold laugh and raised her arm. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. At that moment, the gazes directed at Su Li were filled with either trepidation or flattery, completely devoid of the earlier indifference. "You refuse to submit? Then I shall ensure you do so willingly." To the Zhang family, who shouted the loudest, "I recall that you were employed in the Su residence long before my birth. Do you not remember who intervened to resolve the matter concerning your son's brutal acts against those innocent women? Since then, your visits to the main quarters of your mother have diminished, while your excursions to the West Garden have become increasingly frequent. Have you entirely forgotten the good things that should be sent to the main house? Such a muddled sense of priorities leaves me little choice but to reconsider your presence here. If you wish to spare your son from another imprisonment, I suggest you act wisely. And you, Feng Chui, as a mere kitchen maid, from where did you acquire the wealth to purchase several estates and acres of fertile land? Surely, it cannot have been obtained without misappropriating funds meant for the household provisions." I recall you were brought up by Aunt Xia, who expressed a fondness for your southern cuisine. Shall I report this and have a thorough investigation conducted? Furthermore, you, oldly from the stables, when I departed. The carriage you prepared was in fine condition. Why then did the horse go wild? Do you truly believe I lack the means to procure evidence? The passage of time may hinder my recollection, but I assure you, I am not without recourse. And you, and all of you, who spend your days in deceit and underhanded dealings, should the authorities investigate, it would tarnish the reputation of the Su family. If you do not choose to leave voluntarily, I shall ensure you are delivered to the officials, which may ironically enhance my own reputation. With that, Su Li proceeded to name several individuals, some of whom were genuine. Others fabricated. Those singled out turned pale, their expressions betraying fear as they regarded Su Li with disbelief. How could she possibly know such intimate details? The steward looked at her with a mix of admiration and guilt. As the steward of the Su household, his failure to perceive the malice harbored by so many of the servants was indeed a gross dereliction of duty. In a cold tone, Su Li remarked, I initially sought to extend some grace, considering our master-servant relationship. However, it appears you have no need for such leniency. If imprisonment is what you desire, I shall gladly oblige. At her declaration, the group immediately began to plead for mercy. Miss, please spare our lives. We shall gather our belongings and leave the manor at once. Forgive my transgressions, esteemed lady. I willingly offer to depart from the residence. Just as the crowd pleaded for mercy, the matriarch, Madame Xia, arrived on the scene. Halt, she commanded, stopping those who were about to leave. You shall not depart. The group, upon seeing her, felt a surge of hope. Madame Xia, you must intervene. The young lady intends to drive us to our doom. Ah, Madame Xia, you have arrived just in time. Please, save us. With the matriarch present, their expressions transformed in an instant. Madame Xia turned to Su Li and inquired, My dear young lady, what is the meaning of this? They have been performing their duties adequately. Why do you seek to dismiss them? Be reasonable and cease this uproar. Su Li found the situation amusing. What is so humorous? Madame Xia asked. I find your naivety rather entertaining. Do you truly believe that as a half-servant, half-master, you possess the authority to govern me, your legitimate mistress? Madame Xia's countenance darkened as she recalled her daughter's assertion that Su Li had changed. Initially skeptical, she was now confronted with the undeniable truth of Su Li's transformation. Lear, you, she began, intending to invoke familial ties, only to be interrupted by Su Li. Lear is what you choose to call me. Madame Xia quickly corrected herself. My lady, your actions will surely tarnish your reputation. Given your current disposition, coupled with your ungratefulness, finding a suitable match in the future will prove exceedingly difficult. Su Li sneered. There is no need for my aunt to worry about my accomplishments. Even if I remain unmarried for life, I am confident that my parents and my younger brother would gladly support me. You should be more concerned about your own sister. She has offended Her Majesty the Empress and Her Highness the Princess. Such a marriage is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Madame Xia was momentarily rendered speechless, her face darkening with anger. Is the eldest young lady truly intent on this course of action? The master will undoubtedly be furious upon learning of it. At this moment, the steward stepped forward and addressed Madame Xia. Aunt Xia, should the master become aware, he would only endorse the young lady's decision. These treacherous servants are utterly heartless. He then turned to the group and declared, You may choose between imprisonment or leaving the Su residence. The decision lies with you. Su Li coldly added, Consider your options wisely. If you depart voluntarily, you may still find another master. Otherwise, were it not for the desire to swiftly resolve this matter, she would have relished the opportunity to incarcerate them all, as their actions lacked substantial evidence. Her primary concern was to provide her mother with a peaceful environment for her pregnancy and, of course, to preserve the reputation of the Su family, which is why she opted merely to expel these individuals. The maidservants shall take their leave. Go on, Sai. Gradually, the crowd dissipated. Madame Xia watched her years of painstaking efforts in nurturing these individuals come to naught, and her vision darkened. Be careful, aunt. A maid behind her quickly supported her. Madame Xia pushed the maid away, gritting her teeth. I am unwell and shall take my leave. Without waiting for Su Li's response, she turned and departed. Su Li observed her retreating figure, a cold smile gracing her lips. Today marked the definitive rupture of their relationship and the declaration of war. Originally intending to indulge leisurely, her actions against her mother provoked her to an uncontrollable fury. Xia, your retribution will soon arrive. Chapter 47. No one can escape. Su Li's eyes were filled with unrelenting malice. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered. Xia coldly inquired, "What is it?" And this was handed to the maid in the chaos during the Zhang family's departure. The maid said, presenting a note. Xia took the note and unfolded it, her already sullen visage growing even more frigid. Wei, the old maid by Xia's side, stepped forward and softly remarked, "Aunt?" Xia handed the note to Wei and said, "Nanny, you know what to do." The old maid examined the note and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. The Zhang family has truly lost all sense of humanity. If it weren't for your intervention back then, who knows what fate would have befallen their son. Now, they dare to threaten you over trivial matters. They are utterly foolish. Rest assured, I shall handle this appropriately. Upon entering the mansion, Xia brought only this nanny and a maid with her. Wei was as dear to her as her own parents, and she was well aware of Xia's affairs, often managing matters on her behalf. Wei gazed at Xia with maternal affection and said, "I have no children of my own. To put it frankly, I consider you as my own daughter." Xia's face revealed a touch of emotion as she replied, "Then please arrange for this matter to be dealt with swiftly. You know who can keep a secret, Nanny." The old servant understands. The old Zhang family could never have anticipated that their moment of greed would cost them their lives. The main court has also learned of the events that transpired in the previous courtyard. The young ladies are animatedly recounting the valiant confrontation of the young mistress against the cunning maidservants. Su's mother, listening intently, alternates between frowning in worry and expressing surprise and delight. The astonishment lies in the realization that many of the servants she sees daily harbor ill intentions. The joy, naturally, stems from her daughter's remarkable abilities. She casts a disdainful glance towards the western courtyard, now understanding that for so many years, scheming has been afoot. And it is she who has been foolish. As a mother, she feels she has failed, allowing her daughter to shield her from danger. Henceforth, life in the western courtyard shall be simplified. As long as it is manageable, everything will adhere to the standards set by the concubine. Yes, madam. The servants comprehend that a transformation is imminent within the household. Su Li has meticulously tidied up affairs in the estate, expelling those who needed to be dismissed and promoting those deserving. With clear rewards and punishments, everyone understands that as long as they remain honest and diligent, the Su residents will not forsake them. Su Bo, please procure some honest servants from the matchmaker as soon as possible. At this moment, the steward is entirely obedient to his young mistress, second only to Su's father. Rest assured, miss, I will make arrangements immediately. Su Li continued, we shall attend to this matter tomorrow. For now, there is something more urgent that I wish for Su Bo to handle personally. Please give your instructions, Mississippi. Su Li remarked, Su Bo, do you recall what the florist mentioned? He stated that today at the flower market, only the Lingxue flower is available. Do you not find this peculiar? It is indeed strange. How could such a large flower market possibly offer only one type of flower? If Wang Tong is not lying, then there must be an issue with the owner of the flower market. Su Li nodded and said, indeed, so Su Bo, I require you to discreetly investigate whom that proprietor met today. The news of mother's pregnancy only emerged last night, even with swift actions. They could only have made their arrangements today. The old servant replied, I shall attend to it at once. As the steward of the Ministry of Personnel, he was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing her daughter approach, Su Mu grasped her hand and scrutinized her carefully. Su Li smiled and inquired, Mother, what is it? Su Mu sighed. It is nothing, merely a feeling of inadequacy as a mother for sending you to attend to such matters. Although many affluent families would have their unmarried daughters learn to manage household affairs, it was typically the matriarch who handled such potentially scandalous matters to avoid gossip. Mother, you are now with child. Your foremost concern should be your own well-being and to ensure the safe arrival of your younger brother, whom both father and I have long awaited. Seeing her daughter's understanding nature, Su Mu felt a mix of comfort and sorrow. Miss, we have discovered something, indeed. There are hidden motives at play. At this moment, the steward could only admire his young mistress. Before dawn today, someone witnessed Aunt Xia's brother visiting the flower market proprietor. Our people, through the proprietor's servant, learned that he received 500 taels of silver and subsequently instructed to collect all flowers except for the Linggewewa. Xiajiang, the steward confirmed, yes, that is indeed him. Su Li nodded, saying, understood, then let the florist go unharmed, but expel him from the estate. Though his actions were unintentional, they nearly led to a grave mistake. As you wish, Mississippi. The steward was about to descend when he suddenly turned and said, Miss, regarding Xia Jiang, should this old servant. Su Li replied, No need for that. I have my own plans for this matter, and there is no need to trouble father for now. You may leave. The steward was taken aback. Subo, this minor issue I can handle on my own. Father has enough burdens. We should not add to his woes. Yes, this old servant takes his leave. Xia Jiang? Excellent. It seems that Xia Jiang is already preparing to ally with the Xia family to avenge his son. Si Qin stepped forward and said, Miss, why not inform the master of this matter? Aunt Xia has dared to lay hands on the madam. The master surely will not let her off. No need. If father learns of this, at most, it will be the Xia family's misfortune, but what I desire is not merely their misfortune. Suyu, none of the Xia family will escape. Let the servants understand that in this household, only Su Mu and the eldest young lady hold authority. Mother, why hasn't tea dinner been prepared yet? I am so hungry. Aunt Xia instructed a maid. Go check what is taking so long in the small kitchen. Yes, the large kitchen is operated according to the standards of the concubines and illegitimate daughters, certainly not as well as if one were to prepare a private meal. The maid bowed her head and replied, It is said that the madam has decreed that from now on, all exceptions are cancelled. Everything shall proceed as it should. The first to express dissatisfaction will undoubtedly be Suyu. It is common knowledge that there is a stark contrast between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Previously, Suli had her share, and so did she, clothes, jewelry, monthly allowance. All were equal. Now, if everything were to revert to the established rules, that would be unacceptable. There is a saying, it is easy to fall into extravagance from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from extravagance. Suyu abruptly rose and declared, I will seek out father. However, Madame Xia immediately interjected, Do not go. Why not? They have gone too far. I cannot believe father would allow me to be bullied. You err. Trust your mother. These things will eventually come to us, and we shall not require charity from others. Suyu was unwilling to listen, and she rushed toward the door. Madame Xia quickly instructed, Stop the second miss. The servants immediately obstructed her path. It is futile for you to go. Do you think your father will stand up for you? He will not. His heart is solely with that mother and daughter. Observing her obstinate daughter, Madame Xia felt a profound weariness. He will. Father loves me. Suli has ruined her looks. From now on, father can rely only on me. Siyu shouted vehemently. In disbelief, she glanced at old Madame Wei. Nanny? Old Madame Wei stepped forward and said, Second miss, it is true. If you go, you will merely earn a scolding. It is better to heed your aunt's advice. Let us consider our plans carefully. Defeated. Siyu sank back down, murmuring, How could this happen? Why has father suddenly become so partial? Witnessing her daughter in such despair, Madame Xia refrained from uttering harsh words and instructed someone to fetch food from the kitchen. Then she sat beside her daughter and remarked, Ever since Suli awakened from her illness, she seems to have transformed. Previously, she was never close to your father, yet now look. She has him wrapped around her finger. Suddenly, she has grown fond of the Duke of Wei's household, while she harbors nothing but disdain for us. How can a person change so drastically? Suyu pondered for a moment and remarked, Mother, upon your words, I too find it astonishing. It is not merely her attitude that is transformed. She is taken to auditing accounts, composing poetry, and playing the piano. It is as if she has become an entirely different person. Were it not for my familiarity with her, I might suspect she was an impostor. At that moment, Wei Posey's eyes brightened, and she stepped forward, saying, Madam, do you think the young lady has become influenced by some malevolent force? Xia Shi regarded Wei Posey and inquired, Nanny, what do you mean by that? Suyu replied, No matter how much a person changes, it is inconceivable that one could suddenly acquire skills they never possessed before. This can only imply a fundamental change within her. Wei Posey nodded in agreement and suggested, The second young lady is astute. We should invite a Taoist priest to examine the situation. Xia Shi contemplated this and deemed the plan feasible. She coldly asserted, Indeed, even if it is not due to some malevolent entity, I shall ensure she becomes one. Chapter 48. The winds of change. The steward exhibited remarkable efficiency. Leading a group of servants early in the morning, Suli assisted her mother, distributing tasks among the servants. She intended to place 2 maids by Su Mu's side, but Su Mu declined, stating, I have sufficient help, there is no need for more. Suli explained, Mother, I sent word to the Duke of Wei's residence yesterday. These 2 maids were arranged by grandmother. They are a pair of sisters. The elder, Miao Yin, excels in dietary supplements, while the younger, Miao Yu, is skilled in medicine. They possess some martial prowess, and with their company, incidents like yesterday's will not recur. allowing both father and daughter to rest easy. Upon hearing this, Su Mu relented. Did your grandmother know? She inquired. Mother, your pregnancy is a joyous occasion. Grandmother would be overjoyed to hear the news, Su Li remarked. However, it is still less than 3 months along. Stability is yet to be achieved, and uncertainties abound. Su's mother frowned. Do not worry, mother. Take heart. Su Li then collaborated with the steward to fortify the household's arrangements, transforming her mother's main courtyard into a veritable bastion, the safest refuge within the Su residence. Engaging in reading and practicing calligraphy, the day passed swiftly. As the family gathered for dinner, a maid rushed in. Sir, the second young lady is in trouble. Although Su Yu could not compare to Su Li, she was still cherished by her father. What has happened to you? He inquired. Sir, you must go and see. The maid urged, refraining from revealing the reason for her urgency. Su Li exchanged glances with her mother. You should go and take a look, Su's mother suggested. What new trouble could arise now? Upon their arrival at Su Yu's courtyard, they found the servants encircling the room. Chaos reigned within. Su's father asked in a deep voice, What is happening here? Almost immediately, they heard the distressed voice of Madame Xia amidst the crowd. Yue, wake up. It is your mother. Su Yu's voice followed. Filled with terror. Ghosts. There are ghosts in this house. Mother, I see so many ghosts. I am so frightened. Father, Yue is scared. As they ventured further inside, the scene became clearer. Su Yu appeared disheveled and delirious, her mind seemingly unhinged, muttering incoherently. Tears streamed down Madame Xia's face, and upon seeing Su's father, she hurried to him, exclaiming, Sir, please, you must help the second young lady. Su's father frowned and commanded, Go summon a doctor. Useless, I have already summoned several doctors. All in vain. Su Li silently scoffed and coldly remarked, It seems to me that my sister is suffering from hysteria. She ought to be sent to the countryside for a period of recuperation. As soon as the words fell, Su Li distinctly observed Su Yu's movements become rigid. Su Li understood, indeed it was all an act. Aunt Xiao wept. My lord, I have but this one daughter. I implore you to save my Yue. Su's father furrowed his brows in distress. His children were few, counting the one his wife carried. There were only 3. He wished to help. But how could he do so? He had intended to call for someone to fetch the imperial physician, yet Aunt Xiao interjected, My lord, the second misspeaks of spirits. I believe she must have offended something. I know a Taoist. I wish to invite him to come and examine her tomorrow. Su's father looked at Su Yu, about to speak, when Su Yu suddenly screamed, Female ghost. I am not afraid of you. I will destroy you. With that, she charged directly at Su's mother. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers pale with shock. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Xia's eyes, but she quickly masked her expression. Forgive me, my lord and lady. The second miss is currently delusional. Her actions are not intentional. Su Li's gaze turned icy. This mother-daughter duo was indeed plotting against her mother, both overtly and covertly. Such a grand performance must be aimed at her or her mother. After she had driven away so many of Aunt Xia's people, Xia had suffered a considerable loss. Now she was preparing to retaliate. A Taoist, spirits. Su Li's eyes brightened. Could it be that her recent transformations had raised suspicions? Regardless, she needed to take precautions against any unforeseen circumstances. As she approached the desk, she picked up a pen and began to compose a letter. Instantly appearing, inquired, What is your command, miss? Handed her the letter and instructed. Deliver this to the Hugua temple without delay and ensure it reaches the abbot. Yes. After departed with the letter, gazed out the window. The night air was cool and the wind began to rise. Chapter 49. The Taoist's invocation. The following day, shared a morning meal with her mother and accompanied her in the courtyard to aid digestion. Li, after the commotion in the western garden yesterday, I cannot help but wonder what mischief you are brewing. Today, remain within my sight, admonished. Since the repeated disturbances in the western garden had become exceedingly wary of. Supporting her mother as they strolled, discerned her concerns. Do not fret. Mother, there will be no trouble, she reassured. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, instructed a maid to lay a cushion on the stone bench. Gently assisting her mother to sit, approached with a small bowl of congee. Madam, please consume this congee, she urged. Having experienced morning sickness and eaten little that morning, felt a pang of hunger. After tasting a spoonful, she asked, What have you added to this congee? Before long, the bowl was nearly empty, and was pleasantly surprised to find that she did not feel nauseous. You have put in much effort, she smiled. Since the onset of her pregnancy, had struggled to eat without succumbing to sickness, often feeling utterly unwell. Witnessing Skill breathed a silent sigh of relief. With you sisters by my mother's side, I am at ease. As they conversed, an urgent clanging of a copper bell resonated through the air, furrowed her brow and instructed, forget about, assist mother into the house. The gathering at the west courtyard has commenced. Mother Sue gently grasped her daughter's hand and said, Lear, come in with me. Suli nodded and replied, all right, I will assist you. As Mother Sue engaged in her needlework, she conversed with her daughter, creating a warm atmosphere. Mother, you should take a break. Needlework can strain your eyes, Suli suggested after an hour had passed. Mother Sue acknowledged her daughter's concern, setting aside her work to stretch her weary body. Surprised, she remarked, why has the master returned so early today? Did he dine first or go to the other side to take a look? Father Sue replied, if you are hungry, please eat without waiting for me. You must not go without nourishment. Mother Sue responded, I had porridge today and am not hungry yet. Lear and I will wait for you. Father Sue nodded, very well. I shall take a quick look and return shortly. With that, he stepped outside. Suli approached her mother and commented, it seems Suyu holds a significant place in Father's heart. Mother Sue gazed at Father Sue's retreating figure and mused. After all, she is his daughter. Suli remained noncommittal, saying, whether she is truly his daughter is still uncertain. Upon reaching the courtyard of Suyu, Father Sue was met with an array of talisman papers scattered along the path. Entering the yard, he found it shrouded in a murky haze. Upon seeing him, Mrs. Xia bowed and whispered, Master, you have arrived? Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the Taoist performing a ritual. Father Sue nodded, observing the makeshift altar in the courtyard. The Taoist, clad in ceremonial robes, was intently reciting incantations. Suddenly, the Taoist called out, with 3 pillars of true incense. We communicate with the divine. Let the 3 realms reveal their supernatural powers. Light the incense. A young Taoist priest lit 3 incense sticks, then retreated to one side. Pressing his palms together, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the priest spat out a mouthful of wine, causing the flames to leap high. The onlookers were startled. Su Father remarked, this Taoist seems to possess some skill. Immediately, Mrs. Xia interjected, my lord, this is the Wuxi Taoist from the Taiping Palace, with boundless magical power. My Yuer is saved. The Wuxi Taoist abruptly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely ahead, and bellowed, which demon dares to show itself? I am here. Reveal your true form at once. Mrs. Xia trembled slightly, drawing closer to Su Father, and softly said, there truly is a demon in our residence. It is quite frightening. Su Father, noticing her delicate demeanor, patted her hand and reassured, did you not say this Taoist is formidable? With him here, what is there to fear? The Taoist continued his incantations, exclaiming, such a cunning demon, possessing a high level of cultivation. However, today, you cannot escape my grasp. He then executed a dazzling array of spells, involving both blood and fire. Once he concluded his mystical display, Su Father stepped forward and asked, is that all? The Wuxi Taoist replied, this demon is exceedingly sly, using a living body as a guise, making it difficult for most to detect. Yet, it was unfortunate to encounter me. I already know its hiding place. Su Father frowned, realizing this meant the demon had yet to be vanquished. Mrs. Xia hurriedly inquired, Taoist, please tell us, where is this demon concealed? The Wuxi Taoist replied, to the southeast. Precisely opposite this courtyard, which has affected the second young lady. Xia pondered for a moment and remarked, the southeast? Isn't that the young lady's courtyard? Su's expression darkened as he coldly replied, absurd. Wuxi exhibited an air of arrogance, asserting that he would not be mistaken, that aberration was indeed located in the southeast. The longer this dragged on, the greater the harm to the original being, jeopardizing its fate. If that were to happen, rescuing her would be futile. Su's visage grew grave. He was reluctant to believe his daughter was afflicted by malevolent forces, yet such matters were steeped in mystery, and it was wiser to err on the side of caution. If what the Taoist claimed was true, and his daughter's suffering stemmed from him, he would be left with eternal regret. Observing his internal struggle, Xia feigned nonchalance and remarked, no wonder the young lady has undergone such drastic changes of late. Su reflected upon the transformation his daughter had experienced and turned to instruct a servant. Fetch the young lady at once. Meanwhile, Suli had already been informed. Enraged, Su's mother was ready to storm out. That vile wretch, resorting to such insidious methods against my daughter. Does she think I am made of clay? I shall flay her alive. Suli quickly grasped her mother's arm and smiled. Mother, why are you so furious? In the end, We do not even know who will suffer the most. Please remain here in the courtyard while I investigate. Her mother insisted. No, I shall accompany you. Suli interjected. Mother, you are with child. The situation over there is quite chaotic. If some blind fool were to collide with you amidst the turmoil, it would play right into their hands. I promise you, I will not allow myself to be at a disadvantage, all right? Sister Sue quietly chastised herself for her perceived inadequacy as she gazed at her daughter, saying, very well. Remember this. Do not allow yourself to be taken advantage of. In the West Garden, no matter how much she claims to be of importance, she is merely a concubine. You may very well sell her if necessary. After this, she turned to Wang Xia and instructed, Wang Xia, you too shall go, should anything seem amiss. Come and inform me at once. Suli laughed, responding, Mother, with father around, do you truly fear that I will suffer losses? With a nod, Suli set off towards Suyu's courtyard, accompanied by Wang Xia and Si Qing. Chapter 50. The abbot appears. Father, did you call for me? Su's father was about to speak when the Taoist from Wuxi suddenly shouted, Monstrous creature! Upon seeing me, why do you not surrender at once? Suli regarded the goat-bearded Taoist with a cold smile. Wuxi felt an unsettling chill at her gaze. This girl possessed an unsettling power despite her tender age. Madame Xia, noticing the Taoist's momentary daze, coughed lightly, internally cursing him for his lack of composure, ensnared by a mere glance from Suli. Nonetheless, she softly cautioned, Taoist? My lord, please stand back. I must perform a ritual to expel the malevolent spirit afflicting the young lady, declared the Taoist. Madame Xia grasped Su's father's arm, assuring him, Do not worry, my lord. The Taoist merely seeks to exorcise the malevolent presence, allowing the young lady to return to her normal state. Suli looked at her father, asking, Father, do you truly believe that I am possessed by an evil spirit? Her father pondered for a moment, hesitating before replying, The Taoist will not harm you. Suli chose not to meet her father's gaze again. She understood him well. As an official, he was often left without recourse. Yet he always held the utmost goodwill towards those around him, a true soft-hearted man. Unless the masks of these individuals are torn away and the bloody reality laid bare before his eyes, he would never perceive their malevolence. Suli observed the Taoist priest as he leaped around her, muttering an array of incantations. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and thrust his copper coin sword forward. Feigning a fierce battle, perspiration streaming down his face from the exertion. Throughout the ordeal, Suli maintained her cold gaze. After the passage of 2 incense sticks, the Taoist finally ceased his antics. My lord, the demon has been vanquished, but, Su's father exclaimed, but what? The young lady has been possessed by this demon for too long. Her fortune has suffered some detriment. Henceforth, anyone who approaches her will encounter continuous misfortune. Su's father inquired gravely, Master, is there a way to remedy this? Wuxi, stroking his goat beard leisurely, replied, Indeed. If the young lady is taken to the temple and engages in 5 years of ascetic training before the Bodhisattva, she will gather some merit, and her fortune will naturally be restored. A cold smile crept across Su Li's heart. It became clear what their intentions were. She had been possessed by an evil entity and was now deemed a harbinger of misfortune, required to undergo purification to regain her former state. At the tender age of 14, if she were to depart for 5 years, she would emerge an old maid. Su's father hastily asked, Master, is there no other method? I could donate half of my entire fortune for merit. Would that suffice? Wuxi shook his head. That is not possible. This matter can only be resolved by the young lady herself. No one else can assist. My lord, to be frank, the young lady is, at present, a calamity. Her parents are the first to bear the brunt. I advise you to send her away as soon as possible. Su's father wished to protest further, but Suli interrupted him. Suli smiled and inquired, Are you suggesting that my presence in the manor makes me a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity to those close to me? Wuxi replied, Indeed. At that moment, Siyu emerged, supported by a maid. Father, aunt, sister, what has happened to me? Xiashi immediately exclaimed with joy, You are well. The Taoist is truly miraculous. Su Fu gazed at Suyu, and seeing her clarity of mind, he found himself more inclined to believe the Taoist's words. Xiashi understood that persuading Su Fu to send Su Li away from the manor would not be an easy task, considering she was the legitimate eldest daughter. A flicker of malice crossed Xiaxi's eyes as she said, My lord, let us heed the Taoist's advice. He stated that the first to suffer misfortune from the eldest lady is you and your wife, and with the lady currently with child, we must not be careless. Su Li was taken aback, realizing that the child in her mother's womb had become a bargaining chip to force her departure. Su Fu appeared to have made a significant decision as he declared, "Lear need not leave the manor. If you are fearful, you may reside at the estate. As for the lady, she shall first go to the Duke of Wei's residence to nurture the child. Everyone has their fate, and throughout my life, I have committed no wrongful deeds. I fear nothing." He then turned to Su Li and reassured her, "Lear, do not be afraid. Father will accompany you." Tears welled up in Su Li's eyes. She had not anticipated such a decision from her father. Xiaoshi's face turned pale. Realizing she had underestimated Su Li's standing in his heart, Su Yu suddenly shouted, "Father, for Su Li's sake, you have allowed our family to fracture. You have truly lost your senses." Her words, filled with vigor, betrayed no trace of weakness. Su Fu retorted in anger, "Impudence! How dare you speak in such a manner?" Su Yu yelled, as if she were unleashing years of pent-up resentment. "Have you lost your senses? How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Su Father, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Do not restrain her. Let her speak." He pondered that although he could not compare this second daughter to Lear, he had fulfilled his duties as a father. He provided for her without reservation. Whatever Leo had, she had as well. This illegitimate daughter was no less deserving than the legitimate daughters of other families. Yet, to his astonishment, she remained unsatisfied. Su Yu broke free from Xia's grasp and declared, "Speak if you must. The one who should be sent away is Su Li, the harbinger of misfortune, yet you wish to expel us instead. Are you not being foolish?" Su Father's chest heaved with anger. Su Li stepped forward, saying, "Father, there is no need for you to be angry. Some individuals simply lack appreciation." Su Yu retorted immediately, "In what way am I ungrateful? Su Li, if I were you and recognized myself as a harbinger of misfortune, I would depart from the residence to spare my parents from misfortune." Su Li replied coldly, "Huh? You have conjured some obscure sorcerer to compel me to leave. Tomorrow, I shall find a sorcerer of my own to declare you a disaster. And will you then also depart?" Wuxi stepped forward, stating, "Miss, I am Wuxi, the foremost disciple of Master Tianqin from the Taqing Temple, and I am not the charlatan you imply." Su Li regarded Wuxi with a frosty glare. "I certainly hold respect for Master Tianqin, yet I have never heard of you as his disciple." She then turned to Su Father, "Father, should you not send someone to the temple to inquire about Master Tianqin and verify his credentials?" Su Father nodded in agreement. Wuxi, however, remained unperturbed, for indeed, the disciple of Tianqin was named Wuxi. As a few individuals engaged in a heated debate, the butler hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Master, the abbot of Hugwa Temple has come to visit." Su's father was taken aback. The abbot was renowned as the foremost figure in the realm, possessing knowledge of both the past and the future. He promptly responded, "Please invite him in." Xia and Su Yu exchanged puzzled glances, while Wuxi's face turned pale in silence. "Alms to you, young benefactor. It is a pleasure to see you again," the abbot proclaimed. The gathered company immediately bowed in respect. Su's father stepped forward and inquired, "Abbot, may I ask what brings you here today?" The abbot replied, "As I passed through this area today, I recalled that not long ago, the young lady came to Hugwa Temple to seek an oracle. At that time, I could not decipher its meaning, but by a fortunate turn of events yesterday, I finally unraveled its message. Thus, I have come today to deliver it." Su Li expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow, asking, "Thank you, Abbot. Might I inquire if the oracle foretold misfortune, labeling me as a harbinger of disaster?" The abbot was taken aback, exclaiming, "Young benefactor, how can you say such a thing? You are destined for greatness, endowed with a life of fortune and unparalleled nobility. All who are close to you shall thrive in your auspicious influence." Su's father was astonished. "Is this truly the case?" "Monastics do not speak falsehoods," the abbot assured. Su Li remarked, "How curious. A Taoist priest claimed I am a disaster star, contradicting your words, Abbot." The abbot turned his gaze toward Wu Shi, who was sweating profusely. Chapter 51. Another presence. The abbot inquired, "And who might this Taoist priest be?" Wu Shi was about to respond when Su Li interjected, "He is the eldest disciple of the celestial toad Taoist from Taqing Temple, Taoist Wu Shi." The abbot furrowed his brow. "Taoist Wu Shi?" Su's father stepped forward, asking, "Is there something amiss?" The abbot replied calmly, "I am an old acquaintance of the celestial toad." As these words escaped his lips, Wuxi began to bow his head in trepidation, wiping away the sweat of anxiety. Su Fu, perplexed, remarked, "Both of you are esteemed prophets of Tianqi, and it is only natural that you share a bond." Kong Jian turned to Wuxi and inquired, "Benefactor, is it your own assertion, or shall this humble monk speak on your behalf?" Su Fu cast a bewildered glance at Master Kong Jian, then at Wuxi, who dared not meet his gaze. Observing Wuxi's discomfort, Kong Jian continued, "The Taoist of Taiping Temple, Wuxi, is known to me, though he is not the individual before us." Su Yu silently questioned Xia Shi with her eyes, while Xia Shi, equally astonished, stared at Wuxi. Su Li noted the shock on Xia Shi's face and the unease radiating from Wuxi, realizing that Xia Shi was also unaware of Wuxi's true identity. Su Fu, with a steely gaze fixed upon Wuxi, demanded, "Who are you truly? Why do you impersonate Taoist Wuxi to deceive me in my own residence?" Wuxi cast a fleeting glance at Xia Shi, who also averted her eyes. Noticing Wuxi's silence, Su Fu raised his voice, "Someone, seize this audacious fraud and cast him into the dungeons." Panic seized Wuxi. He knew he should not have come to the Su residence for a mere handful of silver. The person before him was, after all, a high-ranking official, someone he could not afford to provoke. As the household servants approached, Wuxi fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "My lord, spare my life. I am indeed named Wuxi, and make my living through fortune-telling. It was the lady of the household who sought me out, requesting my assistance." Just as he was about to reveal everything, he was abruptly interrupted by Xia Shi. "My lord, I believed him to be the Taoist Wuxi of Taiping Temple. I too have been deceived. Please see through this ruse." Upon witnessing the concubine being dragged into the manor and seeing Master Kong Jian observing nearby, Su Fu hastily remarked, "I apologize for the disturbance, honored monk. Please, allow us to serve you tea in the front hall." Kong Jian replied, "There is no need, venerable sir. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." Su Fu then added, "Very well. I shall make a point to donate a greater sum of incense money to the Gua Temple on another occasion." Inquiring further, Su Fu asked, "Who is it?" "It is indeed your esteemed second daughter," came the response. Su Yu's countenance darkened, and she was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective upon the bald monk. But upon reflecting on his esteemed status, she restrained herself with great effort. Kong Jian turned to Su Yu and advised, "Second miss, I urge you to accumulate merit to alleviate your own grievances. Otherwise, calamity shall surely befall you." Su Fu was taken aback, for he knew that Kong Jian's words were always remarkably prophetic. He quickly inquired, "Master, if I were to donate more incense money, could it serve to accrue merit for my daughter?" Kong Jian replied, "The support of one's biological parents can indeed be beneficial." With a sigh of relief, Su Fu responded, "That is reassuring." Kong Jian then announced, "I must take my leave. Allow me to escort you out of the manor." Su Li interjected. Upon exiting the courtyard and noticing the absence of onlookers, Su Li remarked, "I am grateful for your assistance, master, though it seems I have inadvertently caused you to breach your vows." Kong Jian, perplexed, responded, "Breach my vows?" Su Li chuckled, "Indeed, you have been compelled to speak falsehoods, portraying my fate in such a favorable light." Kong Jian, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "A monk does not speak falsehoods. All I have uttered is the unvarnished truth." "Young benefactor, you possess an exceptionally fortuitous fate." Su Li was taken aback. Her sole purpose in this life was vengeance, and she had resigned herself to the notion that her hands would remain stained, fully prepared to descend into hell after exacting her retribution. Yet, the monk's assertion of her favorable fate struck her as profoundly strange. Su Li gently spoke, "In any case, I am grateful to the abbot today." The abbot replied, "If you truly wish to thank me, then fulfill the promise you made in your letter." Su Li responded, "I will diligently transcribe the Heart Sutra and deliver it to you as soon as possible." The abbot clasped his hands together and said, "That would be splendid. It shall be regarded as a significant merit." Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, the abbot remarked, "Please, stay your steps, dear benefactor. I must take my leave." "Farewell, abbot," came the reply. As Su Li bid farewell to the abbot, her father continued to interrogate Wu Shi. Wu Shi insisted that he was summoned by the Xia family and had no intention of deceiving anyone at the residence. Meanwhile, the Xia family vehemently maintained that they had been duped, having believed that this Wu Shi was indeed the one from Taiping Temple. Su Li listened from outside the courtyard for a while before stepping inside. She looked at Wu Shi and stated, "You must understand that there is a vast difference between the principal offender and an accomplice. Therefore, your statements must be substantiated with evidence." Wu Shi turned to Su's father and said, "My lord, it is you scoundrel. How dare you deceive us and nearly wrongfully accuse my sister? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Su exclaimed as she withdrew her hairpin, aiming it at Wu Shi. Su Li quickly interjected, "Stop her." A couple of household servants swiftly restrained Su Yu. "Let me go. I must help my sister teach this charlatan a lesson." Su Yu struggled, attempting to advance. The servants, being men, hesitated to lay hands on their mistress, while Su Yu pressed forward, forcing the servants to retreat in defense of Wuxi. Su Li coldly remarked, "Sister, I appreciate your intentions, but until this matter is clarified, my sister's heart will not find peace." Su's father raised his voice, "Enough. You are step back." Su Yu protested, "Father." She understood that as long as she could not silence Wuxi, he would undoubtedly expose her mother. "Step back." Su Yu could only reluctantly retreat, her eyes fiercely glaring at Wuxi, silently threatening him. Su Li gazed at Wuxi and said, "If you candidly disclose who instructed you, I shall persuade my father to treat you leniently." Xiashi chuckled dryly, remarking, "Look at what the young lady says. This charlatan merely seeks to swindle our household. I suggest we imprison him." Su Li ignored her and fixed her attention on Wuxi, asking, "What have you decided?" Wuxi, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Is what you say truly the case? There is no deception in my words." Wuxi immediately divulged everything without reservation. "It was her. She sent me to the residence, instructing me to utter those words, slandering the young lady as possessed by a demon. She offered me 100 taels of silver, which I no longer desire. I implore you, show mercy and spare me this once." Wuxi pointed at Xiashi, confessing all. Su Fu's piercing gaze fell upon Xiashi. Her complexion paled as she retorted, "Master, do not heed this charlatan's nonsense. He is merely defaming me. I have treated the young lady as my own daughter. How could I possibly conspire against her? Master, you must have him thrown into prison." Hearing that this woman not only failed to plead for him, but also shifted all blame onto him, Wuxi countered, "It was clearly your maid who sought me out. Otherwise, how could I possibly know of the young lady's recent changes to the extent of claiming she was possessed by a demon?" Su Li then asked, "Can you identify who came to find you?" "I can." The maid bore a prominent dark mole on the right side of her face. Upon hearing this, Su Li immediately understood the implication. She turned to Madame Xia and inquired, "Aunt Xia, where has your devoted maid Danqing gone?" Danqing was brought into the household by Madame Xia and was the goddaughter of her wet nurse. Su's father let out a cold scoff and commanded, "Bring this charlatan to the authorities and also send someone to fetch Danqing. I demand a thorough interrogation of both individuals, and I expect results post-haste." "Yes." The household servant stepped forward to apprehend Wuxi. "Spare me, Lord Minister." "Miss, you promised leniency." "Mississippi." Su Yu quietly approached Madame Xia, who shook her head in a gesture of caution, advising her against any rash actions. Su's father then addressed Su Li, saying, "Lear, come along. Let us join your mother for lunch. She must be waiting anxiously." Su Li chuckled softly, amused that her father was preoccupied with her mother's meal at such a moment. As they walked partway, Su's father instructed the steward, "Go to Hugua Temple and contribute some oil money." Su Li inwardly smirked, realizing this was to accrue merit for Su Yu. However, she pondered whether her father's efforts would be in vain, as he seemed to believe that assistance from Su Yu's biological parents would be effective. Chapter 52. Investigate independently. Due to the direct orders of the Lord Minister, the efficiency of the authorities was remarkably high. By the time of the Shan hour, someone had arrived. Not long after receiving the news, a maid entered to inform Su Li that her father wished to see her in the study. Upon arriving at the study, she entered without hesitation. "Father, you called for me?" Su's father nodded and said, "The results of the official inquiry have come to light." Initially, that girl was adamant in her silence, but after enduring some coercion, she confessed. "Indeed, this incident was orchestrated by the Xia family, who believed that your recent transformations were too drastic, thus devising this scheme against you." Su Li nodded in acknowledgement. This was to be expected. Her father, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are not surprised? Were you not close to Xia Yue? How can you remain unfazed by her treachery?" Despite his own suspicions, the revelation left him astounded. Su Li met her father's gaze with seriousness. "Father, I was indeed close to Aunt Xia and Sister Su Yu at first, but upon uncovering certain truths, that bond has since frayed." Her father quickly inquired, "What truths have you discovered?" Su Li took a seat and replied, "There are multiple matters to discuss, beginning with Aunt Xia's attempts to sow discord between you, mother, and myself. Then there's the second sister's malicious gossip portraying me as a talentless and unattractive girl. The origin of the scar upon my face, the slanderous attempts to tarnish my reputation at the Guowang Temple, and countless other incidents of which you remain unaware." Su's father sprang to his feet in disbelief. "You speak the truth? How can this be possible?" He had thought the current situation was shocking enough, but the extent of his daughter's revelations left him utterly astonished. Su Li nodded, recognizing that it was time for her father to be enlightened, lest he continue to live under the illusion of a harmonious family. If you doubt my words, I encourage you to investigate for yourself. I am confident that, regardless of how clandestine her actions may be, with time and effort, one will inevitably uncover the truth. After a lengthy pause, he finally declared, I shall conduct an inquiry. Suli rose and said, since father has already made up his mind, I shall take my leave. She suggested that he investigate the matter himself. After Suli departed, Su's father summoned his subordinates and instructed, thoroughly investigate what the Xia family did on the day the eldest daughter's face was disfigured, leaving no detail unexamined. Additionally, look into the source of the rumors surrounding the eldest daughter over the years. Yes, Su's father sat in his study for quite a while, pondering the lifelong commitment to having only one wife, fearing the strife that may arise in the household. For many years, he regarded Xia as a virtuous woman, respectful and courteous to the matriarch, and treating Li heir as her own. It was precisely this that led him to tacitly approve of her privileges. Little did he anticipate. Upon reaching the entrance of the main courtyard, he encountered Wang Xia, who was carrying a plate of pastries. Suli inquired, Sister Wang Xia, what is mother doing? Wang Xia replied with a smile, you have arrived just in time, Mississippi. You ought to persuade Madam. Ever since the arrival of the sisters Miaoyan and Miaoyu, Madam's morning sickness has lessened, which is indeed a good thing. However, she has recently developed an insatiable appetite, consuming astonishing amounts each day, and even Miaoyan and Miaoyu cannot dissuade her. Suli expressed her astonishment. Mother has such a good appetite? Indeed, this afternoon alone, she has devoured 3 plates of pastries. At this rate, she will surely suffer from bloating, even if the food is easy to digest. Such excessive consumption could lead to complications with the child's size, significantly increasing the risks during delivery. Suli replied, I will speak to mother. Typically, Su's mother was a person of restraint, yet since her pregnancy, she had indulged considerably. Wang Xia's concerns were not unfounded. Suli and Wang Xia entered the room, where Su's mother feigned a stern expression and said, I could hear from afar that Wang Xia was reporting me. What is this? Li heir, do you intend to supervise me as well? Is it impossible to indulge in a snack? Suli observed her mother's rare childlike demeanor and chuckled, Mother, Sister Wang Xia is only looking out for your well-being. It is indeed unwise to overindulge in treats, especially since you have been eating little and engaging in minimal activity lately. This is truly not beneficial. Sumu smiled and replied, I am aware of that, but I simply cannot help myself. I do not know how much the child in my womb craves, and these past few days, my appetite has been quite insatiable. Suli stepped forward and gently grasped her mother's wrist, proceeding to take her pulse as she usually did. It is quite common to have cravings during pregnancy. How about this? I shall prepare some candied fruits for you to satisfy your cravings without causing any discomfort. Sumu chuckled. What if word of this gets out? It would surely invite ridicule. Suli laughed. What is there to fear? In the hearts of father and me, you are the most cherished. A blissful smile lit up Sumu's face. Suli gazed at her mother's expression and silently vowed to make her the happiest person in the world for the rest of her life. After chatting idly for a while, Suli said, Mother, I have laid my cards on the table with father. He may find it difficult to accept for the time being and is likely feeling quite distressed. Please do talk to him. Sumu nodded. I had been meaning to mention it. Even if you hadn't brought it up today, I could no longer contain myself. Do not worry about your father. He is responsible for the situation in Shiyuan. If he had not placed that Su Yu on the same pedestal as you, fostering her ambitions, then Xia Qingji would not dare to be so presumptuous. Suli responded with a light laugh. Mother, we cannot place all the blame on father. You are equally culpable. The privileges you granted Shiyuan could be considered the most generous among all of Aunt Tianqi's concubines. You both are magnanimous individuals, yet some people, instead of expressing gratitude, only become more demanding. Seeing her daughter speak up for Su's father, Su's mother curled her lips in disdain but did not refute the statement. Indeed, their excessive leniency had fostered the growth of petty individuals. Suli continued, Mother, father will surely investigate the matters concerning the western courtyard. By then, it will be enough for them to drink a pot of their own medicine. Enough of that distasteful mother-daughter duo. Lear, the day after tomorrow marks the crown prince's wedding, and an evening banquet for the envoys will be held in the palace tomorrow night. I have prepared your attire, she said, beckoning Wang Xia to fetch the garments. Su's mother added, I see that the scar on your face has nearly healed, so let us dress you splendidly this time. allowing those gossipy ladies to witness just how beautiful and exceptional my daughter truly is. Su Li accepted the garments brought by Wang Xia, glancing at them. The fabric was exquisite, and the design was contemporary. Mother, please be cautious about what you consume tomorrow night. Exercise discretion. Do not worry, my dear. I understand, she assured. Chapter 53. The imperial banquet. The crown prince's wedding was a grand national affair. Envoys from various nations had already arrived at the relay station, and the welcoming banquet was scheduled for the evening. As the hour of Shun approached, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Miss, I shall ensure you are adorned beautifully. Surpassing those noble ladies, Ji Shu declared, eager to showcase her skills. Su Li replied, there is no need. A simple hairstyle will suffice. I do not wish to steal the spotlight today. Mo Hua stepped forward to persuade her. Miss, with your scars healed, it is time to present yourself beautifully. Allowing those rumors to fade away. Not at all. We shall maintain a low profile as best as we can today. Although Tianqi was not a weak nation, it still lagged behind Beiyin and Dongsu. In the realm of Tianqi, the military strength was somewhat lacking. It was said in a previous life that during a grand palace banquet, an envoy from Beiyin became infatuated with a young lady of the official class. A single word from the emperor sealed the fate of that maiden. Although several maidservants used to adorn her beautifully, the young lady remained resolute in her decision. When the preparations were complete, Su Li turned around, and the maidservants were struck with astonishment, frozen in place. She wore a pale green tunic, intricately patterned, paired with a floor-length skirt of the same hue. A pearl chain grazed her delicate wrist, accentuating her fair and luminous skin. Her silken strands, cascading like a waterfall, were gathered with a golden hairpin adorned with a peach blossom, while long strands of pearls and jade added an air of softness. A few moon-white pearls sprinkled among her tresses made her raven locks appear even darker, her beauty as flawless as the finest jade. This simple hairstyle radiated an ethereal charm, transcending the mundane world. Noticing the maidservant's silence, Su Li smiled and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Miss, you are so suited to pearls. You are stunning," they exclaimed. "With such remarkable parents, you are naturally not inferior. I have never seen a woman more beautiful than you, Mississippi." I thought the second young lady was already exquisite, but in comparison, she seems rather ordinary. Su Li replied, "All right, Mo Hua, bring me the veil." Mo Hua questioned, "Miss, your complexion has improved. Why do you still require the veil? Bring it here. This face is too striking. Even if I sit quietly in a corner, I would still draw attention." Su Li responded, donning the veil. "Let us go. Mother must be waiting anxiously." Upon reaching the main courtyard, Sumu noticed her daughter still wearing the veil. "Why do you still have the veil on? Is your face not well?" Su Li stepped forward to support her mother, saying in such a setting, "It suffices for a daughter to behave this way. The hour grows late. Mother, let us depart." After a moment of contemplation, Sumu understood her daughter's considerations and ceased further remarks. As the mother and daughter arrived at the entrance of the residence, they discovered Siyu waiting by the carriage. As a concubine's daughter, she had no legitimate claim to attend the palace banquet, yet she possessed some talent. It was rumored that among the envoys from Beiyin was the illustrious Princess Wan Enshui, renowned throughout Beiyin. In a bid to maintain their esteemed reputation as a land of propriety, it was decreed that any talented young ladies from official families were permitted to partake in the palace festivities. "Mother, sister, I have been waiting for you both for quite some time," she said, her gaze lingering on Su Li's attire and the seemingly simple yet exquisite hairpin adorning her head, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes before she quickly masked it. Ever since the privileges at Shiyuan had been revoked, her monthly allowance had significantly diminished, and the garments and jewelry she received were far less splendid than before. Su Li observed Suyu and could not help but acknowledge that the woman excelled in accentuating her own merits, appearing quite charming. However, without the embellishment of valuable accessories, she presented a somewhat petty demeanor, lacking the former grandeur of a noble lady. Noticing Su Li and her mother ignoring her, Suyu felt a pang of embarrassment. "Sister, I initially thought you would have no opportunity to attend such a palace banquet, yet unexpectedly, you have been granted special permission. It has been many years since I last attended a palace gathering. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you during the event." Her tone carried a subtle hint of boastfulness, particularly emphasizing the word care. Su Li smiled and replied, "Sister, how impressive it is that you have received such permission. Unlike me, I am fortunate enough to attend without needing any special allowance." With that, she assisted her mother into the carriage. Siyu clenched her teeth in frustration. "Wretched girl, what a remarkable situation. Once my aunt's plan succeeds, she too shall possess the identity of a legitimate daughter. Second, miss, let us board, Lua gently reminded. Suyu glanced at the opulent carriage occupied by Su Li and her mother, then at the modest carriage behind it, snorted disdainfully, and chose the latter. Inside the spacious and comfortable carriage, Su's mother spoke coldly, such unworthy things, flaunting in such a flamboyant manner for whom? Su Li chuckled softly. Suyu's attire was as plain as could be, comparable to mourning garments, yet her mother still deemed her extravagant. One cannot entirely blame Su's mother. When one harbors a disdainful view of another, everything appears flawed. Moreover, regardless of how modestly Suyu dressed, her intrinsic nature remains unchanged. Mother, there is no need to be upset. It is not worth it. Here, have some soup. This was specially brought for you by Sister Miao Yan, as she feared you might go hungry. A little sustenance is necessary, for the palace is hardly a place for dining. Su's mother accepted the soup and took a sip, her expression softening somewhat. By the time Su Li and the others arrived, many guests had already gathered. The seating arrangements separated the genders, with the young ladies displaying poise and decorum, whispering softly among familiar companions. The young gentlemen exuded charm and elegance, engaging in discussions of poetry or current affairs with their neighboring peers, occasionally casting glances across the room. As Suyu entered the hall, she quickly joined the company of familiar noble ladies, exchanging laughter and conversation. From a distance, Wei Yuanya was seen pulling Ming Jiro over. "Aunt, Lear, you have arrived." Su's mother nodded with a faint smile. Su Li greeted, "Cousin, Miss Ming." Ming Jiro replied, "Please, do not refer to me as Miss Ming. I am older than you. Just call me sister." Su Li, with a voice as sweet as honey, called out, "Sister Ming." Ming Jiro smiled, her eyes curving with delight. She too had a half-sister. Yet their relationship was fraught with disdain. None could compare to the charming softness of the sister before her. Su Li's bright black and white eyes sparkled with laughter, unaware that the other found her so endearingly delicate. Wei Yuanyao chimed in. "Aunt, my mother is over there. Shall we go?" Sumu nodded and proceeded inward. Upon seeing her approach, Wang Shi swiftly urged her to sit. "Sister, you've arrived. Come, sit beside me. You mustn't be careless now." Sumu chuckled, "Sister-in-law. It's not that exaggerated." She and Wang Shi engaged in soft conversation. Su Li nestled beside her mother, with Wei Yuanyao and Meng Jiro sitting closely, sharing amusing anecdotes in hushed tones. Surveying the room, Su Li inquired, "Why haven't I seen Aunt Ming? She hasn't come to such an occasion." Meng Jiro replied quietly, "My mother spends her days in prayer and rarely ventures out. She has been bedridden lately, and even medication has yet to improve her condition." Furrowing her brows, Su Li contemplated the rumors surrounding the Right Chancellor's treatment of his concubines and wives, fearing that Aunt Ming's heart had long been battered. "Once I have the time, I shall pay a visit to Aunt Ming," Su Li declared. Wei Yuanyao's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Indeed. Jiro, my cousin possesses remarkable medical skills. She treated my grandmother's leg ailment, and she has nearly recovered. You should ask her to examine your mother. She will surely provide effective treatment." Ming Jiro beamed. "Really?" Wei Yuanyao replied. "Would I deceive you?" Su Li added, "I possess some medical knowledge. If you do not mind, I would be glad to examine Aunt Ming." Meng Jiro quickly replied, "Not at all. Thank you." Just as she spoke, a burst of laughter erupted nearby. The group turned to see Su Yu and several other noble ladies led by Meng Jiyun, engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly discussing something amusing, their lips covered as they giggled. Wei Yuanyao scoffed, "What a perfect match of foul tastes." Su Li commented, "Why bother with them?" At that moment, Su Yu hastily covered her mouth, whispering, "Let us keep our voices down. My elder sister's glare was truly terrifying." Meng Jiyun retorted, "Why fear a fool like her? You should learn from me." Su Yu gazed at Meng Jiyun with envy, saying, "I am not as fortunate as you. The right minister dotes on you, unlike me." Lu Jiao quietly inquired, "Sister Yu, is it true that your elder sister's face is ruined, and she has no talent whatsoever?" Su Yu nodded, "Indeed. Isn't it common knowledge in the capital?" "Why do you ask?" While it is true that her face is disfigured, she felt a pang of insecurity at the thought of Su Li's performance during the recent 100 Flowers Festival. Lu Jiao smirked slyly. "What if we let her embarrass herself in front of everyone? Right before the Empress and the officials, wouldn't your elder sister be utterly humiliated? How could she still act haughty in front of you afterward?" So you felt a surge of delight within but feigned hesitation, saying, "That might not be appropriate. If my father finds out, I would be in trouble." Ming Jiyun tapped her forehead, exasperated. "You are simply too timid. If you won't, I shall assist you." Not only do I wish to humiliate her, but I also desire to expose her unsightly visage to the unforgiving gaze of the public. Suyu lowered her head, feigning fear, while her heart brimmed with exhilaration. Lu Jiao was akin to a venomous serpent, harboring nefarious schemes, and Meng Zhiyun, spoiled by her parents, was arrogant yet devoid of intellect, perfect for leading the charge. When Su Li falters, she could swoop in to salvage the situation, showcasing a fade of sisterly affection. Chapter 54. Envoys from various nations. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. A piercing voice echoed from outside. The Emperor and Empress, accompanied by their concubines, made their grand entrance. We pay our respects to the Emperor and to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress. The crowd hastily knelt in reverence. There is no need for such formalities, my lords. Rise. The Emperor settled majestically upon his high seat, his imposing robe unfurling, and his authoritative voice resonated. Today marks the reception of envoys from various nations. You need not be so constrained. At this moment, Su Li gazed upon the Emperor and Empress on the elevated platform. The sovereign exuded an aura of righteousness. The Empress, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe embroidered with golden phoenixes, was a vision of grace and regal splendor. She cast a warm smile upon the assembly, yet an unshakable sorrow lingered in her brow. The absence of the crown prince today suggested that his ailment was indeed grave. Other concubines were also elegantly attired, their opulent garments radiating charm and allure. Such a royal banquet must not suffer from a loss of dignity. As the attendees settled, another announcement resonated from the entrance. Prime Minister Bai Yin has arrived. Princess Bai Yin Qi has arrived. The assembly turned their attention to the palace doors, where a procession entered, led by a man in his 40s and a young maiden. The young maiden, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, possessed an enchanting beauty. Undoubtedly the renowned Wanyan Shui of Beiyin. Adorned splendidly, she vividly embodied the opulence of the Beiyin royal family. The two approached, placing their right hands over their hearts and bowing deeply in a gesture of respect. We pay our respects to His Majesty, Emperor of Tianqi. The Prime Minister of Beiyin continued. Today, we have come to extend our congratulations to His Highness, the Crown Prince of Tianqi, wishing for harmonious union with the future Crown Princess. May they share mutual respect and understanding. The elderly emperor chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. On behalf of the Crown Prince, I express my gratitude to the Prime Minister and the 7th Princess. Please, take your seats. The young master of Nanjing has arrived. The ambassador from Dongshu has arrived. As the two entered, one was strikingly handsome, while the other was robust and tall. They stepped forward in unison, bowing and addressing, Your Majesty of Tianqi. The emperor laughed. Ha ha ha. I thank the young master and the ambassador for journeying from afar. Please be seated. The guests took their places beside the Beiyin envoys. Su Li cast a discreet glance, noting that the young master of Nanjing, Liang Xianting, was indeed a legendary figure. His military and literary prowess were well known. But what stood out most was his exceptional skill in understanding human nature. Undeniably handsome, he emanated an aura of melancholy. His eyes, shrouded in mist and resembling a cold abyss, were inscrutable and elusive. Once all were gathered, the emperor raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, I express my gratitude to the envoys from various nations for coming to celebrate the Crown Prince's nuptials. As you have traveled great distances, should there be any shortcomings, I hope for your understanding. Now, let us all raise our cups in a toast. The assembly rose, lifting their goblets and drinking deeply. Please, be seated. With everyone comfortably settled, the royal banquet commenced in earnest. With a mere wave of his hand, the old emperor summoned forth a symphony of chimes, and the graceful melodies of song and dance filled the grand hall, as silken sleeves fluttered elegantly. Just as the guests were enjoying their libations, 3 figures stealthily entered from outside the palace. You are a prince, and we are also of noble birth. Why do we resemble thieves? Murmured Ji Huaizhou. Wei Yuanling replied, I had no inkling that Xian would be attending. He has always deemed palace banquets dreadfully dull. It is indeed a perplexing turn of events. The person leading the way uttered 2 words, silence. The trio moved to a corner, where palace attendants discreetly arranged 3 additional tables, allowing them to sit in quietude. After a moment of silence, Wei Yuanling remarked, Xian must be concerned about the brashness of the envoys from the northern flame nations at the banquet. Perhaps the emperor finds it challenging to manage. With Xian present, there is no cause for alarm. Ji Huaizhou nodded in agreement, saying, I share your thoughts. The crown prince's absence can be excused with Xian's attendance. Jun Mo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. What need is there for such elaborate reasoning? Perhaps he merely sought entertainment. His gaze drifted forward, quickly locating the striking figure clad in azure. Chapter 55. Malicious intent. Su Li surveyed her surroundings with an impassive expression. Outwardly, all appeared harmonious, yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. A glance ahead revealed her father and his fellow ministers, all donned in expressions of solemn readiness, indicating that today's gathering would likely be anything but tranquil. Indeed, as Su Mu was serving the dishes, a soft, melodic voice broke the air. Your Majesty Tianqi, Shuer has come bearing a treasure of the realm, which she wishes to present to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Tianqi. Emerging in a resplendent crimson attire, Wanyan Shui gracefully positioned herself at the center of the grand hall, exuding an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances, acknowledging her arrival. The ministers within the hall straightened their postures, and the Emperor raised his hand, calling for the festivities to pause. Oh, what treasure do you present? Wanyan Shui clapped her hands, prompting an envoy from Beiyin to step forward, producing a box the size of a palm. She approached and lifted the lid. Your guests, behold, this is the extraordinary treasure, a living bone flower, which our Beiyin royal family has fortuitously acquired. A living bone flower. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Such a marvel truly exists. The onlookers murmured, if His Highness were to consume the living bone flower, his ailment would surely improve significantly. How generous of Beiyin. Su Li gazed intently at the wooden box, confirming the presence of the living bone flower. Although it would not cure the crown prince entirely, it would alleviate his suffering and restore enough strength for him to attend such royal banquets. Instantly, the hall buzzed with animated discussions. Even Liang Xianting and the envoy from Dongshu cast sidelong glances. The Empress, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Your Majesty, with this living bone flower, our royal son would no longer be confined to his sickbed day after day. Naturally, the Emperor desired it as well. But it was clear that Beiyin would not part with such a precious item easily. As the chatter continued, Wanyan Shui further proclaimed, I have long heard of the exceptional talents and resources of Tianqi, and I have always admired its culture. Thus, I earnestly requested my father to allow me to visit Tianqi, wishing to broaden my horizons. Should Tianqi prove victorious against me, I shall present this living bone flower with both hands. A minister boldly interjected, Is this a gift or a provocation? Wanyan Shui curled her lips into a smile and remarked, Isn't Tianqi renowned for its literary heritage and etiquette? Are you truly afraid of a mere woman like me? The crowd murmured among themselves, questioning her claim to be just a woman, for everyone knew that the seventh princess of Beiyin was an extraordinary talent, unmatched in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. The emperor desired the coveted Shengua flower, yet it belonged to another, and he could not simply seize it. To obtain it, he must engage in a contest. To refuse a challenge would signify weakness, with their military might inferior to that of others. If their soft power faltered as well, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor inquired, How does the princess wish to compete? Wanyan Shui responded with a smile, It is quite simple. As ladies of Tianqi, you have all been educated in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, have you not? Let us compete in these arts. Surely this is a fair arrangement. The emperor nodded in agreement, declaring, All right, everyone present, the young ladies of Tianqi. Who wishes to spar with the seventh princess? Regardless of the outcome, rewards await. The empress added, Whoever can secure the Shengua flower for me shall receive a generous reward. With both the emperor and empress speaking, the noblewomen eagerly anticipated the contest. However, due to Wanyan Shui's formidable reputation, none dared to step forward readily. At that moment, the fifth princess, Junwan, seated beside the wise concubine, interjected, Since the seventh princess wishes to compete, I shall join in for the excitement. The empress and the wise concubine exchanged glances. The empress's gaze reflected satisfaction, while the wise concubines revealed concern. The empress whispered, I have confidence in Wanner, do not worry. The wise concubine felt somewhat reassured. Looking across all of Tianqi, if Junwan could not prevail, then surely no one else could. Wanyan Shui cast a glance at Junwan and queried, Fifth princess? Junwan nodded and said, Please, seventh princess, enlighten me. Wanyan Shui smiled and replied, Very well. Since I proposed this, I shall go first. She then clapped her hands, and a maid from Beiyin brought forth a box. Unlike ordinary musical competitions, this particular instrument was known as the illusory zither. Should the player possess a wavering mind, they would fall into a trance, their innermost desires magnified, leading them to commit extraordinary acts. For instance, a murderer might envision slaying within the hall, while a lecher would find themselves publicly disgraced. Only those who are devoid of desires, akin to a blank canvas, would be impervious to its influence. I wonder if the fifth princess dares to attempt it? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was not merely a contest of musical skill, but a test of mental fortitude. Jinwan's expression faltered. Though she was somewhat skeptical of the zither's power, she feared the consequences should she succumb to its control. The virtuous consort's complexion shifted dramatically, and she suddenly pressed her forehead, letting out a pained groan. The emperor instantly grasped the consort's intentions and inquired, "Consort, what troubles you?" Although he too coveted the bone flower, he understood that if the princess were to disgrace herself, it would be a scandal of royal proportions, far more severe than that of a noblewoman. Wang Yanshui's intentions were clearly sinister. Yunfei smirked inwardly. Usually aligned with the empress, she now seemed to retreat. The virtuous consort was unconcerned with such matters. Her sole focus was to prevent her daughter from approaching the zither. "I suddenly suffer from a severe headache. I may need to take my leave," she declared. Jinwan cast an apologetic glance at the empress, while she yearned to procure the bone flower for her elder brother. Risking her own dignity could jeopardize her mother's position and their circumstances. "Yes, mother, let me assist you. Please take your time." Though the queen felt reluctant, she dared not express any dissatisfaction in light of the emperor's words, instead donning a smile as she showed concern for the virtuous consort. Once the virtuous consort and her daughter departed, the emperor remarked, "What a most unfortunate turn of events. However, it matters not. With so many talented women present, I refuse to believe that none can command this instrument." To the emperor's statement, Wang Yanshui merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. The queen, observing that not a single person in the hall stood to respond, felt her expression darken. Wang Yanshui then declared, "In that case, allow me to present my humble attempt." Seated at the zither, her fingers danced gracefully, releasing a melody that enveloped the room. As the strains of music filled the air, the expressions of the audience began to shift. Some were moved to tears, while others erupted into laughter, each reacting differently, with only a few remaining unaffected by the enchanting spell. Suddenly, the sound of a wine cup shattering echoed, rousing the assembly from their reverie. In a moment of collective astonishment, their gazes turned towards Wang Yanshui, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Wang Yanshui glanced towards the source of the interruption. A table occupied solely by the wives and daughters of officials, noting no discernible difference among them. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Junemo looked at Suli, his gaze deepening. As the melody concluded, Wang Yanshui rose and inquired, "I have finished my performance. Who has been sent by Tianqi?" The emperor offered a reluctant compliment. Indeed, the seventh princess possesses remarkable skill on the zither. Even he had momentarily succumbed to the illusion. Fortunate that it was but a fleeting moment, sparing him from embarrassment. The queen surveyed the assembly of official daughters and proclaimed, "Who will play a piece? Regardless of victory or defeat, both His Majesty and I shall bestow generous rewards." Perhaps, had the previous scene not unfolded, some might have dared to try their luck. For where there is a substantial reward, brave souls are often found. However, after witnessing the peculiarities of this instrument, the crowd collectively lowered their gazes. The queen's complexion shifted from pale to green, and then to a darker hue, becoming increasingly ghastly. She was determined to acquire the elusive bone flower. Casting her gaze downward, she coldly inquired, "Do we not have 4 talented maidens in Tianqi? Where are the young princess of the Zhao royal household, and Su Yue, the daughter of Minister Su?" As Jun Wan had just departed, and the daughter of General Biao Qi, Lan Yu, was absent due to her betrothal preparations, only the remaining 2 could be summoned. The young ladies collectively exhaled in relief, some with a hint of schadenfreude, glancing at the 2 called upon, Zhao Wangge and Su Yue. Suli found the situation somewhat amusing. It was a classic case of the nail that sticks out getting hammered down. A fine reputation could bring its own troubles. Chapter 56. Su Yue's embarrassment from a corner. Ji Huaizhou let out a couple of tut-tuts and remarked, "The queen is in a hurry. I say, even if we were to lose, we could still obtain the bone flower. Why is she so anxious?" Wei Yuanling scoffed. "Are you suggesting we should resort to thievery from the embassy?" "Those who understand me understand, Yuanling." Wei Yuanling shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think the people of Bei'an are fools? If they feel cornered, they might destroy the medicinal materials, which would be a loss for His Highness the Crown Prince." Ji Huaizhou shrugged his shoulders. "All right then, I shall say nothing. Jun Imo glanced at the two, and the corner fell into silence once more. Zhao Wanggu and Su Yuyue, their faces pale, rose to respond. We are here, Your Majesty. The queen spoke softly. You too, step forward. She suppressed her anger, striving to appear as gentle as possible. Zhao Wanga and Su Yu approached with trepidation, paying their respects to the Empress and Emperor. The Empress spoke softly. Indeed, you are both remarkable beauties. Your talents are a blessing from the heavens. Why not take a turn at the Guqin? Should you falter, fret not. I shall not only refrain from reproach, but shall also bestow great rewards. The two young women exchanged glances, realizing that this was no mere matter of winning or losing. Their very fates hung in the balance. A single misstep could lead to their own downfall. Zhao Wang discreetly glanced towards her parents. Zhao Wang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, as you are aware, Wanga's reputation stems from her poetry. Her skills on the Guqin are far from impressive. Even without the influence of illusions, her performance would not rival that of Princess Beiyin. He implied that risking his daughter's reputation for the sake of a contest that she was bound to lose was unnecessary. The Empress, possessing some knowledge of the situation, recognized that this young princess was more inclined towards poetry than music, having never heard her play the Guqin. This competition was no trivial affair, although eager. She could not afford to take such a risk. Her gaze then shifted to Su Yu, startled by the weight of the Empress's gaze. Su Yu quickly cast a pleading look towards her father. Although Su's father wished to speak on her behalf, he found himself at a loss for words. It was unfortunate that she had always sought the spotlight, her presence known at every gathering, whether showcasing her musical talents or her vocal prowess. The Empress had taken note of her antics, feeling a surge of irritation, yet maintained her composure. Miss Su, she said, I am aware of your exceptional skills in the arts. This time, I place my hopes in you. Should you triumph in this contest, I shall immediately petition the Emperor to grant you the title of County Princess. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. County Princess. That was indeed the coveted status she had longed for. From now on, whenever Su Li encountered her, she would have to pay her respects. Casting a glance at the Guqin in the center of the grand hall, she resolutely declared, I, a humble maiden, dare to take a chance. Fortune favors the bold. As long as I constantly remind myself not to succumb to illusions. Your Majesty, I have a request, she continued. The Empress smiled warmly and replied, Speak your mind. If I should fall into an illusion, I beseech your Majesty to awaken me at once, regardless of what I may say or do. I implore you not to hold it against me. The Empress nodded. Very well, I grant you this promise. With the Empress's assurance, Su Yu gritted her teeth and approached the Guqin. As the music began to resonate, all eyes were fixed on her, filled with anticipation. Halfway through the piece, Su Yu showed no signs of distress. The Empress beamed with delight, and the Emperor exhaled in relief, regarding Su Yu with admiration. The officials praised Minister Su for having such a fine daughter. Only the seventh princess of Beiyin remained composed, a smile perpetually gracing her lips. The more Su Yu played, the more exhilarated she became. Soon, she would be a county princess, soon to ascend to a higher social rank. At that moment, she would have Su Li. The melodious strains of the Guqin continued to flow, and just when everyone believed Su Yu would succeed, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Ha ha. Su Li, you wretched creature. Why don't you kneel and kowtow? Ha ha ha. Su Li, look at you now, you lowly wretch, I could strike you down. You boast of an illustrious maternal family. Your father favors you, yet you possess neither grace nor virtue. What gives you the right to look down upon me? The hall erupted in shock, and the Empress's face fell in disappointment as Su Yu suddenly burst into laughter, her words utterly blasphemous. Having anticipated that Su Yu would triumph in this contest, she ultimately found herself in a most embarrassing predicament. The queen regarded Su Yu with a cold gaze, devoid of any inclination to rouse her from her stupor. It was only when the Emperor observed the mocking expressions of the foreign ambassadors that he commanded someone to awaken her. When Su Yu emerged from her illusion, her complexion turned ashen. The onlookers regarded her with indifference or derision. In a state of urgency, she sought her father's gaze. Upon hearing her utter those words, her father was rendered incredulous. He had always believed his obedient and charming daughter to be so, unaware that she harbored such sentiments beneath the surface. She resented her legitimate sister to the point of wishing death upon her and her legitimate mother. He prided himself on showering affection upon this daughter, oblivious to the multitude of grievances she held within her heart. As Su Yu met her father's astonished and disappointed gaze, a wave of panic surged through her. She fervently shook her head, murmuring, It is not as it seems. It is not as it seems. Su Li felt a twinge of disappointment just moments ago. In her illusion, Su had dreamt of ascending to the position of a county princess, revealing few secrets, merely expressing her hatred and incessantly cursing her. Yet, even this was sufficient. At the very least, Su could not seek her father's approval any longer. The noblewomen of the capital had also discerned that she was a person who disrespected her legitimate mother and sister. The emperor ordered her to be taken away. Wang Yinshui stepped forward, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the esteemed lady of Tianqi would be such, truly? TSK. This remark incited the wrath of the noble women of Tianqi towards Su Yu. The queen interjected, "Your Highness, such words are misguided. Su Yu is merely a lowly concubine's daughter and cannot represent the noblewomen of our capital." Wang Yinshui, with pride, retorted, "If that is the case, then you should present a true noblewoman to compete with me." The empress's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight as she turned her gaze towards the noble ladies of the capital. Suddenly, Meng Jian stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe there is one person who is well suited for this competition." The empress's interest was piqued. Who might that be? With a smile, Meng Jian replied, "I have heard that during the 100 Flowers Festival, someone performed a piece that won them a renowned instrument. Furthermore, this individual has remained secluded for many years, untouched by the world's chaos, thus fitting the description of a blank slate." As Meng Jian concluded, Wei Yuanyao nearly rose to scold her, but Su Li timely restrained her, shaking her head. In a corner, Wei Yuanling frowned. "Why does this sound so much like my cousin?" Ji Huaizhou remarked, "Aside from your cousin, who else could have won the famed instrument?" This was indeed a grand spectacle. The empress, invigorated by Meng Jian's words, inquired further, "Who is this young lady?" Meng Jian turned her gaze towards Su Li. Su Li. Chapter 57. The first talented woman of Tianqi. All eyes turned towards Su Li, while her mother anxiously held her daughter's hand. Whispers echoed around them. Impossible. Is Su Li not a fool? How could she possibly play the piano? Indeed, this is utterly absurd. Did Miss Ming misspeak? It seems there is truth to it. I heard that on the day of the 100 Flowers banquet, someone truly witnessed Su Li playing the piano, and she won the instrument Chi. How could this be? Isn't Su Li famously known for her unattractive appearance and poverty? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Meng Jian's eyes. She had initially thought Su Li to be a simpleton. But before Su Yu approached, she whispered in her ear that Su Li possessed remarkable musical talent, so let her embarrass herself. The right minister was taken aback when his daughter pointed out Su Li, feeling as though two piercing gazes were boring into him. Su Fu and Wei Xiong glared at the right minister with fierce intensity. He wiped the sweat from his brow, acutely aware of his fault, and lowered his head to feign sipping his drink. Su Li sensed her mother's tremor and gently patted the back of her hand, offering silent comfort. The empress turned her gaze towards the women seating and inquired, "Su Li? Is she the legitimate sister of Su Yu?" Meng Jian nodded and replied, "Indeed. It is said that none of the ladies present possessed the same level of musical skill as Miss Su. While Su Yu's talent is commendable, it pales in comparison to Su Li's by at least tenfold." Su Li inwardly scoffed at the exaggerated praise. The emperor, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, why have I never heard of such a figure before? Which Miss Su do you speak of?" As he stepped forward, Su Li had no choice but to rise. With her mother and Wang's anxious glances upon her, she gracefully advanced. The empress observed the simplicity of the young woman's attire, yet her demeanor was striking. "Why do you wear a veil?" the empress asked. Before Su Li could respond, Meng Jian interjected, "Your Majesty is unaware that Miss Su's face has long been marred, and she wears the veil to conceal her disfigurement." The empress scrutinized Su Li, noticing the clarity of her eyes, which shone with a stark contrast of black and white. Despite being publicly shamed for her appearance, she displayed no signs of inferiority or evasion, which instantly garnered the empress's favor. The empress gently spoke to Su Li, "My child, how skilled are you in your musical endeavors?" Su Li, neither servile nor arrogant, replied, "It is acceptable." Wang Yinshui approached and scrutinized Su Li from head to toe. Despite Wang Yinshui's impudent behavior, Su Li remained unperturbed. Wang Yinshui declared, "Among the women of Tianqi, this one is rather pleasing to the eye. She shall suffice." The empress gazed at Su Li and asked, "Do you possess confidence?" Su Li cast a glance at the zither in the center of the hall and then looked towards the empress, noting the urgency in her eyes. Beyond her royal status, the empress was also a mother. The medicinal herbs capable of alleviating the crown prince's affliction lay before them. How could she remain still? A sigh escaped Su Li's heart. "Very well, Let this be a repayment of her past kindness. In her previous life, when Si Qin came to her aid, she revealed that Junhui intended to harm her father and maternal grandfather. The Empress had perilously advised Junhui. Although the outcome could not be altered, Su Li still felt gratitude. One must understand that the Empress's situation was fraught with difficulty. Despite her lofty title, she was not Junhui's biological mother. Junhui, fearing gossip, had no choice but to honor the Empress as the Empress Dowager, while his true mother was the West Empress Dowager. Reflecting on these matters, Su Li nodded and said, "This humble daughter is willing to make every effort." At that moment, Su's mother resembled an ant on a hot skillet. Although her daughter could play the zither, she was nowhere near as skilled as Ming Zhiyun claimed, and it was evident that there were intentions to ruin her daughter. Just as she was about to rise, Wang Shi swiftly grasped her arm and whispered, "Sister, do not be hasty. Liu is not a reckless person. Let us observe further." Aware that her own intervention would likely bear no fruit and might even provoke the emperor's ire, Su's mother resolved to bide her time. If her daughter were to fall into an illusion, she would immediately rush forth to awaken her. At this moment, both Su's father and the Wei family were harboring similar thoughts. The emperor chuckled, stating, "Should Miss Su emerge victorious in this contest, I shall bestow upon her lavish rewards." The empress added, "Indeed, what I previously proclaimed stands. If you triumph, I shall petition to elevate you to the rank of county princess." Su Li graciously bowed in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, your majesty." The empress nodded, "Go forth." Once more, Su Li performed a courteous bow before turning towards the enigmatic instrument. A fleeting figure emerged, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall. Though her visage remained indistinct, she exuded an aura of chilling allure. With her gaze lowered upon the zither, her emotions were obscured from view. The music flowed gently, enchanting like the budding of willow branches and the blooming of flowers, each note resonating with a profound melancholy. The onlookers were left in astonishment, for this legendary figure, often dismissed as a mere fool, indeed concealed remarkable depth. Her skill on the zither transcended mere proficiency. It was unparalleled in its excellence. Yang Xianing held a wine cup, his fingers tapping rhythmically against its surface in time with the music. Frequently casting glances towards the young woman performing, his eyes filled with curiosity. The empress observed Su Li, indifferent to the beauty of the melody, silently praying that she would not succumb to an illusion. Su's parents and the Wei family were gripped by a mix of tension and astonishment, unaware of the gazes, some filled with surprise, others with anxiety, curiosity, or admiration. Su Li's fingers danced over the strings, immersing herself in her own realm, untouched by the external world. As the piece concluded, the sound gradually faded, yet it lingered in the air, as if echoing endlessly, embodying the essence of lingering melodies. Truly, the phrase 3 days of lingering sound and the imagery of shattered jade from Kunshan pale in comparison. Miss Su rightfully deserves the title of the foremost female talent of Tianqi. Meanwhile, Yunfei harbored a secret resentment. This Su Li was indeed infuriating. Had it not been for her meddling, this rare bone flower would have remained unattainable. Without the bone flower, the crown prince would merely be lingering on the brink of survival. In the corner, Ji Huaizhou expressed his astonishment. She is completely unaffected by the illusion. How remarkable! The validation through this guqin suggests that Miss Su possesses either an extraordinarily resolute will beyond that of ordinary individuals or an unblemished purity. Observing the young girl in the hall, yet to reach maturity, everyone speculated that Miss Su must belong to the latter category. With grace, Su Li rose and offered her respects. This humble daughter has embarrassed herself. The emperor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Indeed, the daughter of Minister Su is no ordinary woman. Reward her. Bestow a generous reward." The crowd collectively chose to forget Minister Su's earlier disgraceful daughter, and the officials extended their congratulations to Su's father. Such a spectacle undoubtedly brought glory to Tianqi. At that moment, the chancellor of Beiyin stood up and remarked, though she was not swayed by the illusion, "It does not prove her superiority over our princess. Only if her guqin skills surpass those of our princess can we deem her the victor." Yun Fei felt a surge of joy and was about to speak, when Wan Yin Shui interjected, "As a lover of the guqin, I can naturally discern that this young lady's skills exceed my own. I willingly accept defeat." Su Li turned her gaze toward Wan Yin Shui, who, adorned in crimson, resembled a radiant sun. Though this woman was cunning, she exhibited a commendable integrity. Sensing Su Li's scrutiny, Wan Yin Shui met her gaze and offered a friendly smile. Su Li responded with a slight nod. The empress, beaming with delight, proclaimed, "I honor my word. let us request the emperor to decree you as a county princess." Meng Jiun and her ilk were consumed with jealousy, astonished to discover that Su Li truly possessed considerable talent. As the emperor was about to speak, the cloud concubine interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe that Miss Su indeed deserves a reward. However, the competition is not yet concluded. We have only witnessed one round of the 4 arts. It would be prudent to wait until all contests are finished before bestowing any accolades." The queen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That is indeed reasonable. Let us wait until the conclusion of the competition before granting any rewards. Miss Su, please take your seat." As she sat down, Su Li immediately grasped her mother's hand, sensing a slight tremor within it. In a hushed tone, Su Li reassured her, "Do not worry, mother." Su's mother harbored countless questions, yet understanding the inappropriateness of the moment, she refrained from speaking, merely holding her daughter's hand tightly. Chapter 58. Another victory once seated. Wang Yinshui continued, "Your Majesty and esteemed Queen, you have triumphed in the first round of our contest. Let us now proceed to the second round. The second contest would be a game of chess, the rules of which need not be elaborated upon. Simply select a representative to compete against me." This round was one that Tian Qi was determined to win. The people of Tianshao are passionate about chess. From the elderly to the young, all are skilled players. With so many scholars present, victory seemed assured. Thus, as soon as Wang Yinshui finished speaking, nearly 10 individuals stepped forward to volunteer, eager to showcase their talents before the emperor and empress. Unlike the first round where there were no candidates, this time the abundance of participants made the choice quite challenging. Wang Yinshui declared, "Since you all believe yourselves to be adept at chess, I shall set up a chessboard. Whoever can break the formation in the shortest time will have the honor of competing against me. How does that sound?" The proposal was met with nods of agreement from the emperor and empress. Wang Yinshui stepped forward to arrange the chessboard, then retreated to the side. "Please proceed." In the background, a palace maid meticulously reconstructed the chessboard displaying the game of Wang Yinshui. The onlookers, deep in contemplation, heard a faint murmur from below. Was the princess of Beiyin jesting? Presenting us with a deadlock to unravel. No matter the placement, it leads to defeat. I refuse to believe anyone can resolve this. Initially, the expressions of the emperor and empress brimmed with confidence, but now they exchanged glances of uncertainty. Su Li smirked. Wang Yinshui truly lived up to her reputation. Her strategic layout was astutely intricate. Time passed, nearly a quarter of an hour, yet no one could decipher the situation. Wang Yinshui declared, "I shall grant you another 15 minutes. If you fail to break this deadlock, you shall no longer be qualified to compete with me." I resolved this situation in merely a quarter of an hour. The empress above grew anxious. "Just moments ago, weren't you all boasting confidently? Why the silence now? Step forth and resolve it." Those who had boisterously proclaimed moments before now bowed their heads like quails. The empress gritted her teeth in frustration, while Yunfei secretly delighted in the tension. Only a final quarter of an hour remained. To the empress, Wang Yinshui's voice sounded like a death knell. As the time limit approached, despair gripped the entire assembly. In the midst of the empress's dismay, a figure clad in azure emerged from the crowd. Even years later, the empress could vividly recall that moment. The azure attire seemed to radiate light. "Perhaps this humble servant may give it a try. Is it you again?" Su Li smiled and responded, "I hope to seek guidance from the princess." With that, she approached the chessboard under the watchful eyes of the court officials. In truth, she had encountered this particular configuration in her past life, as it was part of an endgame repertoire. If she does not break the deadlock today, in a few years, she will inevitably be deciphered, her methods catalogued alongside others, known throughout the realm. Su Li picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board without a moment's hesitation. Before the onlookers could comprehend her move, Wang Yinshui had already begun to applaud her. "Impressive. What is your name, Su?" Su Li, having met the 7th princess of Beiyin, replied with a serene smile. "Su Li, Miss Su, you possess the qualifications to engage in a match with me," the princess declared. Su Li remained unflustered, responding, "I would be honored to learn from your esteemed strategies, princess." Wang Yinshui gestured invitingly. "Miss Su, please." "7th princess, please." Su's mother murmured in disbelief. "Is this truly my daughter?" Beside her, Wang expressed joy. "Who else could it be? Our Lier is truly remarkable. She has been a gem hidden from view all these years." In a corner, Ji Huaizhou marveled. "Your cousin truly conceals her brilliance." Wei Yuanling was utterly astonished, murmuring, "To be honest, I only just realized how exceptional my cousin is." No wonder my mother insisted on strengthening our ties. Jun Mo raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Regardless of the spectators' opinions, the two opponents in the hall were engrossed in their match, trading moves back and forth in a fierce contest. Half an hour passed, and Suli inclined her head. I concede. Wang Yinshui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Miss Su, may I inquire where you studied? Suli replied, I have no master. As you have heard, I have marred my face and rarely leave my home. I have taken to these pursuits as a form of entertainment, and over time, I have accumulated some knowledge. Wang Yinshui admired Su Miss for her candidness in mentioning her disfigurement. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. This is not merely a matter of having some experience. I, as a princess, have studied chess under esteemed masters since childhood and have faced no rivals in Beiyan. Yet, you managed to best me in merely half an hour. You are indeed remarkable. The Empress has proclaimed you the foremost talented woman of Tianqi, and I wholeheartedly agree. Su Li rose with a gentle smile and addressed the Empress. Your Majesty, I am honored to fulfill your expectations. The Empress regarded Su Li with increasing satisfaction, yet lamented that her son was enamored with Lan Yu, for otherwise, Miss Su could surpass all the civil and military officials present. Upon hearing this, some ministers felt a sense of shame, while others remained unconvinced. Su Li calmly replied, Your Majesty, you overestimate me. I am merely an idle person with some knowledge of these leisurely pursuits. The esteemed officials are different. They are devoted to the well-being of the nation and the livelihood of the people, far surpassing my capabilities. The dissenting ministers found their tempers soothed. Look at this young lady. Her words are indeed eloquent. Many among them, with unmarried sons or nephews, began to consider her merits. Although the eldest daughter of the Su family had suffered a loss of beauty, her noble lineage, virtuous character, humility, and talent rendered her a worthy candidate for a wife. As the saying goes, one should marry a woman of virtue, and Miss Su certainly fits the role of a matriarch. The emperor was also pleased. Having won 2 out of 4 matches, if they were to secure victory in 1 more, the coveted Shangluo would belong to Tianqi. Not only would this spare the crown prince further hardship, but it would also bring honor to Tianqi. Consequently, his gaze towards Su Li grew ever more approving. Although consort Yun harbored no fondness for Su Li, she could not help but notice the high regard in which both the emperor and empress held her. Upon reflecting on Su Li, who is also the granddaughter of the Duke of Wei, and the fact that she has a father serving as a minister, it became evident that aside from her disfigurement, she was not inferior to Wei Yuanyao in any other respect. This realization stirred some calculations within her heart. Chapter 59. The Princess of Chongning. Following the 2 rounds of competition in music and chess, the next event was painting and calligraphy. A palace attendant stepped forward to arrange the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. This time, Su's mother was not as anxious, yet she remained profoundly astonished. Before the contest commenced, the 6th prince, Junhui, made a tardy entrance. He bowed to the emperor and the empress, pleading for forgiveness for his lateness. The emperor, in high spirits, chuckled. Rise quickly. Your tardiness is excusable since you were occupied with official duties. Do take your seat. The crown prince was frail, and the 3rd prince was enamored with landscapes, spending less than a month in the palace throughout the year. Thus, the weighty responsibility of ensuring the safety of envoys from various nations naturally fell upon Junhui during the imperial banquet. In truth, Junhui had been outside the hall when Su Li was playing the qin. He had been issuing instructions to the imperial guards when he was captivated by an enchanting melody. He recalled the day of the 100 Flowers Festival when Su Li had dazzled everyone with her performance. The attendants had mentioned her name, and he felt no surprise. As if everything were meant to unfold in such a manner. Once he had arranged everything and entered the hall, he happened to witness her in the midst of a challenging game. This woman possessed a certain enchantment that irresistibly drew one's gaze toward her. The only lament was her disfigurement. Had it not been for that, having such a beauty by his side would indeed be a delightful affair. After expressing his gratitude to the emperor and empress, Junhui turned and seated himself nearby, whereupon a palace maid approached to refill his cup. Su Li sensed Junhui's scrutiny upon her. She engaged in hushed conversation with Wei Yuanyao and Meng Zhuro, yet her hand, concealed within her wide sleeves, clenched into a fist. Junhui is a royal prince, and a cunning one at that. She cannot afford to act recklessly. At this moment, she remains too weak to contend with the prince, thus her primary objective is to elevate her status and reputation. Until then, she must exercise patience. Consequently, she must secure her current title of county princess and earn the honor of being dubbed the first talent of Tianqi. During the art competition, the Empress first inquired whether Su Li could continue competing. This was not only due to her genuine recognition of Su Li, but also because a victory for Su Li over Wang Yinshui would be far more favorable. Should another individual compete and win, it would be less commendable to claim that several had combined efforts to triumph over Bai Yan. Naturally, Su Li agreed. Rising to her feet, Su Li noted that the crowd was considerably calmer than during the previous 2 rounds. They had come to realize that this Su Li, though silent, was indeed a remarkable talent. As Su Li and Wang Yinshui took their respective positions, they exchanged a knowing smile and a slight nod before commencing their artwork. At the center of the resplendent hall, 2 exceptional women wielded their brushes gracefully across the paper. One, clad in crimson, exuded a beauty that was both striking and confident, while the other, delicate as a willow in the breeze, appeared fragile yet resilient. After the incense burned for a while, both women set down their brushes. "I have finished my painting. I too have completed mine." They then shared yet another harmonious smile. A palace maid stepped forward to present their artworks to the assembly. A wave of excitement swept through the hall. Indeed, these were 2 masterpieces. The prowess of the 7th princess of Bai Yan is well known. Yet Miss Su is truly astonishing. In my opinion, these 2 paintings are equally remarkable. Su Li gazed at Wang Yinshui's painting, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Wang Yinshui depicted a breathtaking snow-capped mountain landscape. Under the shroud of night, the majestic peaks stretched endlessly, adorned with a cloak of snow at their summits and midsections, revealing sparse, withered trees. The interplay of snow and mountain exuded a formidable charm. The ink capturing the snow showcased her remarkable artistic prowess. Wang Yinshui turned to regard Su Li's artwork, her expression transforming into one of surprise and admiration. On the rice paper, the mountains loomed grandly, cloaked in lush vegetation, while a waterfall cascaded beneath a rising red sun, heralding the awakening of nature. Both paintings portrayed the beauty of nature, one embodying winter and the other spring, each possessing its unique allure. "You paint exceptionally well," Wang Yinshui remarked. Su Li responded with a smile. "Your painting skills are not to be underestimated, princess. I hold great admiration." In the corner, Ji Huaizhou was thoroughly impressed by Su Li. Patting Wei Yuanling on the shoulder, he said, "As a friend, I feel compelled to speak the truth. You are not worthy of Miss Su." Wei Yuanling swatted his hand away, shooting him a glare. He retorted, "Nonsense. How could I not be worthy? We are clearly well matched." Although he harbored no romantic feelings for his cousin, seeing as they shared a sibling-like bond, he still wished to maintain his dignity in front of this fellow. The previously silent Jun Imo finally spoke. "Ji-san makes a valid point." Wei Yuanling widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Ziyan, how can you be so unkind? Am I truly that lacking? I am handsome and charming, possessing both literary and martial talents." Ji Huaizhou scoffed. "Let us be realistic. You, a martial enthusiast, have little in common with Miss Su." Wei Yuanling protested. "What is so difficult about poetry and song? I am also preparing to participate in the literary examination, aiming to achieve the remarkable feat of being both a literary and martial champion." Jun Imo chuckled softly, expressing his ambition, yet warned, "While becoming a martial champion may be within reach, should you falter in the literary test, do not seek me or Ji-san for consolation." Gazing at the landscape painting, Jun Imo found it perfectly suited to adorn his study. The assembly in the great hall was utterly astonished, particularly Su's father, who nearly leapt from his seat. "Is this truly painted by my daughter? How could she possess such remarkable talent?" A pang of guilt washed over him. He had neglected his daughter over the past 2 years, unaware of her extraordinary growth. As he listened to the praises and admiration from his colleagues, his heart swelled with a mixture of bittersweet emotions, eventually settling into pure delight. He had always believed his daughter to be exceptional, but now he felt that no man in the world was worthy of her. Equally astonished and elated was Su's mother, who felt that this evening was the most heart-pounding experience of her life. Observing the ongoing debate among the guests, the Emperor and Empress noted that no consensus had emerged regarding which painting was superior. The Emperor turned to Jun Hui, asking, "Huier, which of these 2 paintings do you find more commendable?" Jun Hui regarded both works. Naturally, he believed Su Li's painting to be superior. Yet he selfishly wished for her not to win. If Su Li triumphed, the crown prince would acquire the coveted bone flower. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty, my understanding of art is rather superficial. Were the 3rd royal brother present, he would surely discern the merits of each." At that moment, several envoys stood up. proclaiming that the seventh princess's painting was indeed superior. Ultimately, it was Wan Yin Shui, with a decisive wave of her petite hand, who brought the matter to a close. I find that both paintings possess their unique merits, thus, I shall declare it a tie. Ultimately, your Tianqi has triumphed, and this exquisite bone flower shall belong to you. Tianqi. The empress's face instantly blossomed with joy, her gaze softening to a benevolent expression as she looked upon Wan Yinshui. I truly admire the spirited nature of the seventh princess of Beiyin. On behalf of the crown prince, I extend my gratitude to the seventh princess. After instructing a close maid to retrieve the bone flower, the empress expressed her appreciation with heartfelt words, ensuring she acknowledged those who aided in securing the coveted flower. Your Majesty, since Miss Su has emerged victorious in the contest, might it be appropriate to issue a decree to bestow upon Miss Su the title of County Princess? We should also select a title for her, the Empress remarked, glancing at the Emperor. Su Li cast a grateful look towards the Empress. She had anticipated merely the title of County Princess, yet the Empress had gone so far as to request a title for her. The distinction between having a title and not is indeed significant, akin to Jun Hui and Jun Mo, both princes, yet Jun Mo bears the title of King Jing, thus enjoying a status of greater nobility. The Emperor nodded with a smile and proclaimed loudly, Su Li, step forward to receive your title. Su Li advanced respectfully, kneeling, and responded with a clear voice, this humble servant is present. Su Li, the legitimate daughter of Minister Su, possessing both beauty and intelligence, whose remarkable insight has provided the crown prince with a remedy, is hereby granted the title of County Princess of Chongning, with a special bounty of 1,000 households. Thus decreed. Su Li felt overwhelmed with gratitude, performing a deep bow of thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. She nodded in acknowledgement towards the Empress, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 60. A glimpse of splendor after the contest concluded, the great hall returned to its previous ambience of music and dance. Upon returning to her place, the ladies surrounding her offered their congratulations, yet who could discern the sincerity of their sentiments? Su Li was bestowed the title of County Princess, a position adorned with a noble appellation, which incited a pang of jealousy in Meng Zhiyun, distorting her features. Observing Su Li surrounded by admirers, a shadow flickered across Meng Zhiyun's face. After dismissing the ladies who had come to offer their congratulations, Su Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Yuanyao exclaimed with delight, Li, I never expected you to be so formidable. That Su Yu pales in comparison to you. You are now a county princess. Should I be bowing to you in the future? Su Li chuckled, Cousin, you jest. Have you noticed someone in that corner over there? Wei Yuanyao, puzzled, glanced briefly and replied, I see no one. Take a closer look. Wei Yuanyao focused her gaze, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Amused by her reaction, Su Li recalled having discerned the chemistry between her cousin and Master Ji during the 100 Flowers Festival. Have you spotted them? Unintentionally. Wei Yuanyao had discovered that Jun Mo and his companions were indeed seated in that corner. Given their status, they should have occupied a prominent position. Yet it seemed they preferred the seclusion of the corner to avoid any disturbances. Did not my brother say he would not come? Why is he hiding in a corner? Su Li whispered with a laugh, Your future cousin-in-law is also here. Wei Yuanyao's face flushed, and she playfully pinched Su Li's waist, saying, How mischievous. Su Li quickly begged for mercy. Meanwhile, in the corner, Ji Huaizhou savored his drink, relishing the advantageous position that afforded him a panoramic view without interruption. Feeling quite at ease, just as he indulged in his wine, he sensed a gaze, faint yet palpable, resting upon him. He scrutinized the figure before him and quietly straightened his posture. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Wei Yuanling remarked, Why sit so formally? There are no young ladies vying for your attention. Ji Huaizhou responded with a refined smile, That may not necessarily be the case. Wei Yuanling was left with goosebumps from his ostentatious grin. After the imperial banquet, the emperor and empress departed first. Jun Hui assisted Yun Fei in her exit, while Su Li helped her mother, and Wei Yuyao supported Mrs. Wang as they all made their way out. Su Fu was already waiting by the carriage at the palace gates. His emotions fluctuated today. His daughter had brought him both embarrassment and pride. From a distance, Su Li spotted her father's figure. Mother, I suppose father is rather anxious. The mother and daughter pair walked forward together. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them. With quick reflexes, Su Li steadied her mother and maneuvered them aside. Ah, my foot, came a sharp cry. Mother, are you all right? Su Li inquired hastily. Your mother is fine. But I am not. Su Li, you stepped on my leg. It hurts terribly. You must apologize to me. The girl had intended to snatch Su Li's veil, but was thwarted and stepped on in the process. Although she could overlook the insults exchanged at the banquet, this woman had nearly collided with her mother, an unforgivable act. She had deliberately stomped on her leg, which would surely bruise. What do you mean forget? Su Li, do not evade the topic. You must apologize to me. Upon witnessing the commotion, Su Fu felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. He hurried over, assessing Sumu with concern, and asked, "Are you all right?" Mother Su shook her head. It would be prudent for her to venture out less in the future. Should an accident occur, it would be too late for regrets. Had it not been for Lier just now, she surely would have fallen. Su Li, witnessing her lack of remorse and her arrogance, felt her gaze darken. Have you forgotten that I have been bestowed the title of Princess of Chongming? Not only do you neglect to pay your respects, but you also dare to act disrespectfully. Is this how the right chancellor raises his daughter? Upon hearing Su Li's words, the surrounding ladies and gentlewomen recalled that this Su family maiden was no longer the same. At that moment, Xiang He, the chief maid beside the empress, approached, followed by several palace maidens bearing trays. Princess of Chongming, the empress has sent me to escort you out of the palace, and these are gifts from her majesty. As soon as Xiang He spoke, Meng Jiyun's expression shifted. For the empress to send someone was no trivial matter. For the official families, this was a significant honor, especially as it was bestowed upon her alone amidst the crowd. Su Li respectfully inclined her body towards the direction of the palace and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress." Noticing the crowd encircling them, Xiang He inquired, "Princess, has something occurred here?" Before Su Li could respond, Meng Jiyun hurriedly interjected, "It is nothing. I merely accidentally bumped into the princess." Jiyun apologizes to the princess. "May your highness be magnanimous and forgive me." Su Li coldly retorted, "Weren't you just insisting that I should apologize?" Xiang He expressed her surprise. "You are of noble status, princess, even if you were at fault. It is utterly unreasonable to expect you to apologize to a mere commoner." The words spoken caused Meng Jiyun to blush with embarrassment, and her heart raced with anxiety. However, this was no ordinary maid. She was the chief maidservant beside the empress. If she were to utter a word in front of her majesty, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Contemplating this, she decided to be humble and immediately knelt before Su Li. "County princess, it is all Jiyun's fault. I beseech you to spare me this once." Su Li, reflecting on her recent elevation to county princess, understood the importance of moderation. If she were to encounter her again in the future, she would show no mercy. "Very well. My mother is unwell today, so I shall let this pass." Xiang He stepped forward and said, "County princess, allow me to escort you out of the palace." "Thank you, Sister Xiang He," Su Li replied softly. Seeing her respectful demeanor, Xiang He's smile became more genuine. After Su Li and her companions departed in their carriage, the others gradually dispersed, leaving behind Meng Jiyun, who glared fiercely at Su Li's retreating figure. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help me up," she shouted. That wretched Su Li, how ruthless she is. Unbeknownst to them, a luxurious carriage lingered in the shadows. Yang Xuanting's mind was captivated by the fleeting glimpse of that enchanting visage. The most unattractive face of Tianqi concealed such extraordinary beauty beneath the veil. How intriguing. Liang Xianting boarded the carriage. Let us depart. Chapter 61. The prince's grand wedding. By the time they returned home, it was already a quarter past the hour of high. After settling Su's mother, Su's father was about to leave. Su's mother inquired, "Why are you not resting? Where are you off to?" Su's father replied gently, "You should sleep. I have some matters to attend to. Rest now," he added. As Su's father reached the door, Su Jin draped a cloak over his shoulders, and they proceeded towards the study. On the way, they encountered the steward, prompting Su's father to pause. "Old Su, instruct that wretched child to kneel in the back hall." The steward glanced quizzically at Master Su, then at his son standing behind him. Su Jin whispered, "Second Mississippi." The master retorted angrily, "Let her kneel for a night. That would be too lenient." The steward hesitated, wishing to intercede, but Su Jin shook his head in disapproval. The atmosphere suggested that the second miss had committed a grave transgression. "Yes, I shall send someone to relay the message to the second miss's quarters." Having spoken, he turned to leave. Master Su pondered for a moment before adding, "If she insists on seeing me, tell her I have no desire to meet. She ought to reflect deeply. If she refuses to comply, I shall consider her no longer my daughter. Her fate, life or death, shall be of no concern to me henceforth." "Understood, master." It appeared that the master was genuinely incensed this time. Master Su, accompanied by Su Jin, made their way to the study. "Speak, what have you uncovered?" Su Jin bowed respectfully and replied, Master, the incident regarding the eldest Mrs. Disfigurement occurred some time ago, thus requiring additional time for investigation. However, over the past 2 years, all rumors concerning the eldest Miss ultimately lead back to that old nurse by the side of Madame Xia. Master Su furrowed his brow and exclaimed, How audacious! Intensify the efforts. I wish to know precisely what she has been up to behind my back these past years. As you command, Master. Master Su rubbed his temples and inquired, Is the congratulatory gift for the crown prince's wedding prepared? Su Jin replied, My father has long since arranged it, and the madam has already reviewed it. Su's father nodded and instructed Su Jin on a few matters before dismissing him, then lowered his head to attend to some official documents. Early in the morning, Su Li learned of Su Yu's night spent in kneeling. Xiaoshi wished to plead for her, but was halted by Su Jin. Si Qin appeared to be in high spirits, her voice light and cheerful. Miss, the master is thoroughly disappointed in the second young lady this time. Yesterday, she made quite a scene, bringing shame upon herself beyond the confines of Tianqi. Mo Hua entered, carrying incense-scented garments, and chuckled, Sister Si Qin, how is it that you are even happier than the miss with the second young lady's misfortune? After a moment of contemplation, Si Qin replied, I cannot say, perhaps we were enemies in a past life. Su Li smiled knowingly. After their playful banter, the maidens helped her prepare her attire. Rising, Su Li declared, Let us go check if mother is ready. Upon reaching the main courtyard, she found her mother and father embroiled in a heated discussion. Leah going alone makes me uneasy. I shall be cautious, Su's father frowned. Madam, I will keep an eye on Leah. Besides, she is now a county princess. Who would dare to bully her? Su's mother attempted to argue further, but he continued, If it weren't for Leah's quick reaction yesterday, you could have been in serious trouble. I still feel a shiver at the thought. Su Li listened at the door for a while, finally grasping the situation. Entering the room, she said, Mother, if you do not wish to go, then do not. I can manage on my own. I have Si Qin and Jishu accompanying me. An aunt and cousin will also be there. Nothing will happen. Su's mother felt a lingering apprehension from yesterday's events. Seeing her husband and daughter express their concerns, she offered a few words of advice. You must stay close to your aunt today. I have noticed that the Empress holds you in high regard. Should you encounter any ill-mannered individuals, do not hesitate to seek justice from your father or the Empress herself. You have just received your title, and there may be some envious souls who will attempt to belittle you. Do not subject yourself to such indignities. Si Qin, Jishu, you two must keep a vigilant eye on the young lady, understood? As Sumu continued her endless stream of admonitions, Su Li felt no annoyance. Mother, truly, there is no need for concern about me. Rather, you should be cautious in the manner and keep your distance from the Western Garden. The mutual exchange of advice between mother and daughter rendered Su Fu almost like an outsider. After a short incense stick had burned, Su Li, accompanied by her maidens, boarded the carriage, embarking grandly towards the palace. Within the carriage, Su Li inquired, Si Qin, did you deliver the prescription I gave you last night to Mo Hua? Si Qin replied, Indeed, Mississippi. You mentioned that it was Su Mu Bai's prescription, so I handed it over to her. She left early this morning for the other courtyard and should take the medicine with her. Su Li then asked, Su Mu Bai is feeling better now, I presume? Yes, Si Qin affirmed. Mo Hua said he is much improved and can now walk about. He wishes to personally express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Su Li closed her eyes and fell silent. I shall visit the other courtyard tomorrow to meet this remarkable businessman. After a bumpy half-hour ride, the carriage halted at the palace gates. Entering the palace required a search, yet as a county princess, Su Li did not need to disembark. She merely lifted the curtain to reveal her face before proceeding inside. Su Li mused to herself, power is indeed a splendid thing. The young lady, a court attendant by the side of Her Majesty the Queen, was named Su Li. As she lifted the curtain, Xianghe greeted her with a respectful bow. Miss Su, the Queen has sent me to escort you to the Queen's palace. Thank you, Sister Xianghe, replied Su Li graciously. Miss Su, you are too polite. Please, step into the palanquin, urged Xianghe. With a nod, Su Li entered the palanquin. Upon their arrival at the Queen's palace, Xianghe guided Su Li and her attendants inside. Upon entering, they beheld the Queen seated majestically, accompanied by the virtuous consort and Princess Chaoyang. Su Li bowed respectfully, and the Queen immediately beckoned her with a radiant smile. Lear, come forth. Taken aback, Su Li hesitated. Observing her bewilderment, the Queen chuckled. We share a special bond. May I call you Lear? Swiftly, Su Li responded. To receive your Majesty's affection is an immense honor. With that, She stepped closer. The queen grasped her hand warmly, saying, "I have always cherished daughters, yet I have only borne the crown prince. Your mother is indeed fortunate to have such a considerate daughter." This remark rendered the consort and her daughter somewhat uncomfortable. In the palace, all princesses were required to refer to the queen as mother, yet the queen chose to shower affection upon the daughter of a subject, neglecting them, which stirred unease in their hearts. However, the consort was aware of her own shortcomings, having feigned illness the previous day to take Princess Chaoyang away and prevent her from competing with Wang Yinshui. She knew well the queen must harbor some displeasure, despite her outward demeanor. Yet, the queen appeared oblivious to the nuanced atmosphere within the hall. Continuing her conversation with Su Li, the consort, having given birth to the third Prince Junsu and Princess Chaoyang Junwan, had maintained a cordial relationship with the queen for many years and was certainly no fool. The empress spoke wisely, acknowledging that Miss Su was indeed a darling, one whom my sister greatly admired. If Wanner possessed even half of Miss Su's understanding, my sister would be fervently offering prayers. The two concubines exchanged compliments in a game of subtlety, extolling her virtues to celestial heights, which left Su Li feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, at that moment, a lady-in-waiting entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the time is nearly upon us. We may proceed to the Eastern Palace." The Empress nodded. Su Li then took her seat in the palanquin, accompanying the three noble ladies toward the Eastern Palace. Upon arrival, the assembly had gathered, and the envoys from various nations had taken their places. As the announcement rang out, all present bowed to the Empress, secretly astonished. Truly, Su Li had captured the Empress's favor, for she was granted the honor of traveling in a palanquin within the palace. The Empress led the group inside, and from a distance, Su Li noticed Wei Yuanyao discreetly waving to her from beside Wang Shi. The Empress glanced at Su Li, who explained, "That is my cousin." With a smile, the Empress replied, "Go on, it is more comfortable for young ladies to be together." Su Li respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded and continued forward with the Xian concubine, while Su Li made her way toward Wang Shi and Wei Yuanyao. "Lear, how is it that you arrived with the Empress? And in a palanquin as well?" Wang Shi whispered. Su Li replied with a gentle smile, "It is merely the Empress's kindness." Wei Yuanyao chimed in excitedly, "Mother, last night Lear helped the crown prince win the rare flower. Naturally, the Empress would treat her differently." Wang Shi nodded in agreement, leading her niece and daughter aside. A number of ladies approached, introducing their daughters. "Miss Su, allow me to present my youngest, Yining. This girl has long expressed her admiration for you. Given your similar ages, I believe you could enjoy each other's company." Another lady chimed in. "My daughter also delights in the arts, and I am certain you will find common ground." However, Wei Yuanyao, feeling herself pushed out of the circle, exerted herself to break through the crowd. "I only need my cousin," she declared. "You must all step aside." With that, she spread her arms protectively around Su Li. Madame Wang scolded, "Yaoer, how can you speak to our esteemed ladies in such a manner?" Then, with a conciliatory smile, she addressed the gathering, "My apologies, ladies. My daughter has been rather spoiled." The ladies, not daring to reproach her, smiled in return. "Not at all. Your daughter is simply being herself. Her candid nature is quite charming." Indeed, Madame Wei," one lady continued. "I have a son, aged 20, who was utterly captivated by Miss Su at the palace banquet yesterday. Just look at him." Another added, "And my nephew, a young man of great promise, would be a splendid match for Miss Su. I shall certainly speak to the matchmaker about this at the Ministry of Rights tomorrow." Seeing that the ladies had shifted their focus from Su Li to herself, Madame Wang felt a sense of resignation. "I am grateful for your kind intentions, ladies. But while I am her maternal uncle, such significant matters are beyond my purview. Moreover, Lear has yet to come of age, so it is premature to discuss these matters." Outside the throng, Wei Yuanyao led Su Li to a secluded corner. Su Li sensed that ever since her entrance into the grand hall, she had been the object of scrutiny. Turning her gaze, she discerned it was from the direction of the southern envoy. Wei Yuanyao gazed at her mother, encircled by a throng of admirers, and sighed, "Lear, you have become quite the coveted prize. These people are utterly overwhelming." Su Li chuckled softly. "These individuals do not even know what I truly look like. They speak of deep-seated affections. It is not I who they are enamored with, but rather the queen's regard for me, my father's esteemed position, and the military power held by my grandfather." Wei Yuanyao looked at Su Li and remarked, "Lear, your remarkable qualities could very well be the reason for their attraction. You excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possess exceptional medical skills, and are gentle and easy to befriend. Were I a man, I would undoubtedly be drawn to you. Su Li smiled faintly. So, it appears I am quite exceptional. Observing her lively cousin, Su Li felt a pang of bitterness. Cousin, Lear has caused you much distress in her past life. Noticing her cousin's sudden, tight grip on her hand, despite the discomfort it brought, Wei Yuanyao inquired, "What troubles you, dear cousin? Are you still worried that marriage might lead you away from your uncle and aunt? Are you fearful of a distant husband and unkind in-laws? I, too, felt trepidation when my mother first began to consider suitors for me." The more Wei Yuanyao spoke, the more fervent her words became, wishing fervently to propose on behalf of her brother. Su Li, bemused, pondered the absurdity of it all. It was not that she looked down upon her cousin. On the contrary, she believed her cousin's brother to be the ideal husband. The Wei family was uncomplicated, devoid of the intrigues often found in noble households, lacking the tensions of in-laws and siblings. Yet, she felt unworthy of such a union. She is a wretched soul, burdened with sins. She is the root cause of the annihilation of the Wei Guogong manor in her former life. She has come to atone for her transgressions, destined to be stained with blood in this lifetime. How can she be worthy of a loyal and valiant noble house? Cousin, what has happened? Do not frighten me. Upon seeing tears welling in Su Li's eyes, Wei Yuanyao panicked. Lear, please, do not weep. Did I say something wrong? You may scold me. I often speak without thinking. Su Li hurriedly reassured her, Cousin, I am fine. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. It turns out that someone cares for me. Wei Yuanyao sighed in relief. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought my words had upset you. The emperor has arrived. A herald's announcement interrupted their conversation. Wang Shi exhaled, finding this gathering quite troublesome. As everyone bowed in respect, the emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, entered with a hearty laugh. Followed by 3 imposing princes. The emperor took his seat at the elevated position and said with a smile, Please, be seated. Today we celebrate the crown prince's wedding. There is no need for formality. At that moment, a ceremonial official stepped forward and proclaimed, The auspicious hour has arrived. May the crown prince and crown princess step forward. Today, the red thread is tied, and the perfect match is made. 1,000 miles of fate are drawn by a single thread. Crown prince, crown princess, please take the red silk. The newlyweds, adorned in brilliant red wedding attire, each grasped an end of the silk as they entered gracefully. If one were to overlook the crown prince's unusually pale complexion, the scene appeared exceedingly harmonious. It seemed the crown prince had already consumed the medicinal flower, for he could stand unaided to pay his respects to heaven and earth. The ceremonial official continued, with the harmonious pairing of phoenix and dragon. We humbly invite the crown prince and crown princess to bow at the wedding altar. A respectful bow to the sovereign, expressing gratitude for the union, followed by a deep reverence. The newlyweds simultaneously bow once more. A second bow. A third bow. Rise. The ceremony concludes, and they are escorted to the bridal chamber. Instantly, cheers and thunderous applause erupt. Suddenly, the crown prince stumbles, expelling a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. Your Highness, brother, my son, summon the imperial physician. Chapter 63. Receiving a scorching hot potato, the crown prince's sudden illness sends Blue Jade into a frenzy. Her marriage into the royal family was meant to bring fortune. Yet, just after the wedding ceremony, this occurs. Does this not signify a husband killer? She hastily removes her bridal veil, strides forward with urgency, calling out to the prince. He is quickly assisted into the inner chamber, and the physician arrives promptly to attend to him. The emperor, empress, and all present stand in silence, waiting anxiously. Su Li observes the assembly in the grand hall, each person bearing expressions of impending doom. However, upon closer inspection, some eyes gleam with barely concealed excitement, others exhibit indifference, while a few display genuine concern. Nearly half an hour passes, and the emperor, unable to contain himself, commands someone to fetch the physician for a report. The physician enters, his face a mask of despair, exclaiming, Please forgive me, your majesty. I am powerless to assist. He collapses to the ground, weeping profusely. The empress slumps in her chair, her face ashen, murmuring, How could this be? How could this be? My son was just smiling at me. The emperor, his voice heavy with disbelief, retorts, How is this possible? Did not the crown prince consume the lifebone flower? Why has this happened? The empress immediately raises her head, pointing toward the northern envoy. It is you. You poisoned the lifebone flower. Wang Yanshui, I demand your life. Wang Yanshui rose and declared, I have committed no such act. Do not slander me with false accusations. The Prime Minister of Bayan also stood, asserting, my integrity is well known. I offered my assistance with good intentions, yet you unjustly accuse our princess. Do you truly believe Bayan is so easily bullied? This is intolerable. The imperial physician immediately interjected, Your Highness has misunderstood. The issue is not with the Shangua flower. This poison is of a chronic nature, and the prince has been afflicted for at least half a year. It cannot be detected prior to manifestation. It is only after the toxin has taken effect that it can be identified, but by then, it is too late. The Prime Minister of Bayan, filled with indignation, retorted, What further explanation is needed? We have only recently arrived in Tianqi. Although the emperor was troubled by the prince's predicament, he recognized the queen's rashness and addressed the emissary from Bayan, saying, The seventh princess, Prime Minister, the queen has acted hastily. Queen, will you not apologize to the princess? To baselessly accuse someone of poisoning the prince could lead to chaos should one misstep occur. Yet the queen paid no heed to the emperor's words. Her mind consumed with the physician's ominous pronouncement of too late. Her gaze, filled with fury and suspicion, swept across the harem. Who would dare to harm her son? The prince, already frail from prolonged illness, was subjected to such treachery. Their hearts are deserving of condemnation. Wang Yanshui raised her hand and said, Enough, enough. It is understandable for Her Majesty to react thus. The emperor immediately commended her profound sense of justice. Su Li looked at Wang Yanshui, genuinely appreciating her character. If a remedy for the poison could not be found, then she would follow the prince into the abyss. A group of physicians knelt trembling in the center of the grand hall. At that moment, a palace servant rushed in, Your Majesty, it is dire news. The prince appears to be on the brink of death. The emperor rose abruptly, striding towards the exit. Su Li, filled with concern for the empress, was suddenly taken aback as Jun Mo approached. Please, save the crown prince. I will agree to any conditions, as long as they are within my power to fulfill. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Was the esteemed Prince Jing unwell? Could it be that he was overwhelmed by sorrow? How could he beseech Miss Su for assistance? Even if Miss Su's reputation diverged greatly from the rumors, mastery of medicine could not be acquired overnight, especially when the patient was none other than the crown prince. If even the imperial physicians were at a loss, any hope for a miraculous recovery would be met with universal relief. However, should anything unfortunate befall the crown prince, the repercussions would be dire. Su Li was equally taken aback. Jun Mo's plea felt like a trial by fire. Observing the urgency in his gaze, she realized just how much he valued the crown prince's well-being. She nodded and replied, Very well. Setting aside her reluctance to refuse his request, the alliance with the empress compelled her to offer her assistance. I have witnessed her save lives. Her medical skills are unparalleled in my experience. Jun, who stepped forward, interjecting, Seventh brother, there is no need for you to resort to desperate measures. How old is Miss Su? If even the imperial physicians are helpless, how could she possibly succeed? The emperor hesitated as he pondered these words. Just then, a frantic voice from a palace attendant echoed through the hall. Quick! Someone! The crown prince has coughed up a great deal of blood. Hurry! The empress rose, addressing Su Li. My dear, please tell me, how would you assess your medical skills? Su Li responded confidently. They surpassed those of the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Department. She spoke with conviction, leaving no room for doubt in her assertion. The courtiers of the Imperial Medical Institute displayed their discontent, yet refrained from voicing their objections at that moment. Finally managing to rid themselves of this formidable dilemma, they felt a sense of relief. In their hearts, they silently criticized, Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. When the crown prince remains unhealed, it will be too late for regret. Upon hearing these sentiments, the empress's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Turning to the emperor, she proposed, Your Majesty, let Miss Su have a try. Perhaps our royal son may yet be saved. However, Consort Yin stepped forward to interject. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This Miss Su is but 14 years of age. No matter how skilled she may be, can she truly surpass the imperial physicians? The emperor glanced at Jun Mo, who resolutely nodded in affirmation. In a solemn tone, the emperor declared, Miss Su, you may proceed with your treatment. If, indeed, the outcome is, I shall pardon you. Su Fu wished to intervene, but Su Li turned to her father and said, Father, allow me this chance. The emperor and empress have assured me that I shall not be held accountable. Do not worry. Su Fu was beside himself, his lips nearly cracking from anxiety. This foolish child. The emperor and empress merely intend for her to attempt the treatment, should she inadvertently send the crown prince to the heavens. Though publicly the emperor may not punish her, he could easily concoct some pretext to end her life. Yet, he could not express such harsh truths to his daughter. Suli then turned to the emperor and stated, "Your Majesty, I will spare no effort in attempting to save His Royal Highness." Chapter 64. Reluctance to speak. Suli followed the emperor and empress into the inner hall, with several princes and princesses trailing behind. As they made their way, the palace maids knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, softly weeping. Upon entering the inner chamber, they beheld Lan Yu, adorned in bridal attire, kneeling beside the bed, holding the crown prince's hand, tears streaming down her face. Upon the arrival of the empress and the others, I immediately wiped away my tears and paid my respects. I greeted my father, the emperor, my mother, the empress, and the crown prince. Suli gazed at the crown prince on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, and he appeared devoid of any anger. The empress hurried forward, tears streaming down her face. My son, open your eyes and look at your mother. I have come." Upon witnessing this scene, the emperor's heart sank significantly. He was left with but a faint breath, one foot already treading the threshold of death. The emperor staggered, but Junhui swiftly supported him, speaking softly, "Father, take care." The emperor brushed him aside and advanced slowly. Although he had several sons, the crown prince was his eldest. During his time in the Wangfu before ascending the throne, the crown prince was the only one with whom he had shared hardships, as the younger siblings had yet to be born. Seeing his eldest in such a state filled him with profound sorrow. "You all step outside. I will first examine the crown prince's pulse. Have the imperial physician send someone to assist me and lend me their silver needles." Suli's clear voice broke through the atmosphere of despair. A glimmer of hope ignited in the empress's eyes. If she had harbored any doubts before, they had now vanished entirely. With the crown prince in such dire straits, could the situation worsen? "Quick! Did you not hear Miss Su's words? Let us leave at once." The empress commanded loudly. Lan Yu, with tearful eyes, was filled with confusion, yet it was evidently not the time for questions. Following everyone else, they exited the room. As the last to leave, Junimo paused for a moment, softly saying, "Do not bear a psychological burden. Simply do your best." Suli acknowledged his words. Once everyone had departed, she stepped forward to examine the situation carefully before taking the pulse. Indeed, it was Junhui's handiwork. The swift identification of the crown prince's poison can be attributed to past experiences. In a former life, Zhao Huayan served as a trusted aide to Junhui, possessing an innocuous appearance while covertly executing numerous unsavory tasks on Junhui's behalf. Several elder officials who supported Junmo met their untimely demise, unbeknownst to them. As a result of this treachery, at this moment, physician Xiao from the Imperial Medical Institute entered with a medicinal box. Suli called out, "Uncle Qiao." Qiao Jingshan, with his benevolent demeanor, nodded and inquired, "My dear girl, are you truly confident? Should anything go awry, you may lay the blame upon me. After all, at my age, I am not overly concerned about my own life." A warmth spread through Su Li's heart. The physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute often regarded themselves with great superiority, and to attend to a mere subject was beneath them. Thus, when her face was disfigured, even her father could not persuade the physicians to come to their residence. Only Uncle Qiao, due to his long-standing friendship with her maternal grandfather, made the effort. Now, these individuals had become timid as tortoises, leaving the eldest, Uncle Qiao, to step forward. This monumental credit would surely be shared with Uncle Qiao, leaving them with deep regret. "Uncle Qiao, believe in me. I can counteract the poison. Please lend me your silver needles." Observing Su Li's unwavering confidence and composure, Qiao Jingshan felt a sense of relief. Those individuals, living off the royal stipend, were less responsible than this young girl, who, when faced with adversity, only thought of how to assuage her own conscience. Qiao Jingshan handed the needle pouch to Su Li and remarked, "My dear girl, the crown prince's poison has already permeated his vital organs. How do you intend to save him?" Su Li replied, "There is still time. The heart meridian remains intact. I will first apply the needles to safeguard the crown prince's heart meridian and then expel the toxins. The process will be accompanied by excruciating pain, Uncle Qiao. You must ensure that the crown prince does not inadvertently bite his tongue in a daze." Qiao Jingshan's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "You are capable of safeguarding the heart's pulse with golden needles? I have only heard of this technique, never witnessed it." Su Li responded with a gentle smile. "I acquired this skill by chance, Uncle Qiao. Let us begin. Nodding solemnly, Qiu Jingshan replied, let us commence. As Su Li unfastened the prince's robe and initiated the acupuncture, the prince's expression gradually morphed into one of agony. Initially, Qiu Jingshan held the prince's jaw firmly to prevent him from biting his tongue. However, as the procedure continued, the prince's pain intensified, and he began to struggle violently. Suddenly, he broke free from Qiu Jingshan's grasp, nearly biting down on his tongue. Your Highness, Qiu Jingshan exclaimed, reacting swiftly to insert his own hand into the prince's mouth. With a muffled grunt, blood trickled from the corner of the prince's lips. Enduring the excruciating pain in his palm, Qiu Jingshan allowed the prince to bite down. Throughout the ordeal, Su Li remained completely focused, not sparing a glance upwards as she diligently located acupoints to insert the needles, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. As time elapsed, the prince's struggles gradually subsided. Outside, the onlookers were filled with mounting anxiety, their gazes fixed intently on the door. Almost an hour had passed when Yunfei inquired, why is it taking so long? Is Miss Su's medical skill truly effective? The Empress remained silent in her chair. Jun Emo remarked, the lack of noise may indicate a positive outcome. After nearly another quarter of an hour, the door finally creaked open. Su Li and Qiu Tai emerged, and the crowd surged forward, anxiously asking, what has transpired? Is the prince all right? Upon seeing Su Li's pallid face and expressionless demeanor, the Empress staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was only thanks to Xianga's timely support that she did not fall. Yunfei immediately remarked, see, I told you, how could Miss Su, being but a young girl, possibly know how to detoxify? Su Li raised her gaze and noticed the sorrow etched on everyone's faces. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a glimmer of joy hidden in Yunfei's eyes. Junhui appeared to be mourning the loss of a brother. A cold laugh flickered within Su Li. Indeed, they were skilled in the art of deception. The crown prince is unharmed, Su Li stated nonchalantly. What? Unharmed? How can that be? Yunfei exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face. The Empress suddenly came to life, stepping forward to grasp her hand, asking, what did you say? Enduring the pain inflicted by the Empress's nails digging into her skin, Su Li replied with a calm smile, this humble servant asserts that the crown prince is safe. The poison has been resolved by 70%. With an additional prescription to clear the remaining toxins, His Highness will be entirely free of harm. Upon hearing this, the Empress first smiled, then wept. She hurried into the room, unable to rest easy without witnessing it for herself. Yunfei looked at Su Li and said in a serious tone, then why did you maintain a placid expression and remain silent, causing this palace to misunderstand? Su Li responded, this humble servant was merely fatigued and did not wish to speak. Yunfei was taken aback. The Emperor's expression finally softened as he declared, enough? Miss Su has accomplished a great feat this time. I shall reward her handsomely. Su Li replied, Your Majesty, this poison has not been recent. It has persisted for 6 months. Unless the source of the toxin is identified, even if the crown prince is cured this time, he may still fall victim to poisoning again. The Emperor nodded, his voice turning cold. Miss Su speaks wisely. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. To dare poison the crown prince under my very nose is an act of audacity beyond measure. Jun Mo furrowed his brow and remarked, my royal brother's meals are tested with silver needles before consumption. How could he still succumb to poisoning? Su Li responded, that is an excellent question. You shall understand upon entering. Yunfei and Junhui exchanged a discreet glance, with Junhui gently shaking his head. Chapter 65. Knowing people by appearance. Not by heart. Upon entering the chamber, the Empress exclaimed with joy, Your Majesty, look. The crown prince's breathing has stabilized significantly, and there is a hint of color returning to his face. The assembly turned their gaze to the crown prince, and indeed, as the Empress had stated, he appeared improved. Su Li approached, examining him closely before her gaze settled upon the brocade pillow upon which he rested. This is the culprit, she declared. Jun Mo stepped forward to retrieve the brocade pillow and turned to Su Li. In a hushed tone, she explained, this brocade has been steeped in poison, and the scent has been masked by incense. Occasional contact with this fabric does not induce poisoning. Even silver needles would fail to detect it. However, over time, with prolonged exposure during sleep, the toxins gradually seep into the body, resulting in what the physicians have identified as chronic poisoning. The Emperor, in a fit of rage, demanded, Who possesses such a malevolent heart to devise such a method? The Empress immediately wept, Your Majesty, you must ensure the capture of the perpetrator. If it were not for Miss Su, our royal son. The Emperor nodded, Turning to Junimo with resolve, "This matter shall be entrusted to you for investigation. Whoever is found culpable shall face severe punishment." The Empress cast a glance at Junimo, silently acquiescing. Junimo and the Crown Prince have always maintained a cordial relationship. Had it not been for Junimo's suggestion to have Su Li detoxify the Crown Prince, he might have already. Reflecting on Su Li, the Empress turned to the Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, Miss Su has rendered outstanding service this time. You must reward her generously." Su Li bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, while I played a part in the Crown Prince's successful detoxification, Dr. Chiu also contributed significantly. It was he who bravely placed his own hand into the Crown Prince's mouth, preventing him from inflicting further injury upon himself due to the excruciating pain." Dr. Chiu stepped forward humbly, saying, "This old minister feels unworthy and dares not claim credit for such efforts." Observing Dr. Chiu's bloodied hand, the Emperor waved his hand decisively, proclaiming, "Bestow rewards upon them. Qiu Jingshan shall be promoted to the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, overseeing the affairs of the hospital. Ensure you cleanse it thoroughly." Qiu Jingshan, taken aback with joy, raised his head and proclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." "Rise," the Emperor continued. "As for our greatest benefactor, I bestow upon Miss Su Li a palace decree, granting her free access to the Imperial Palace, along with a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk." Su Li stepped forward to express her gratitude for the honor. Lan Yu looked at Su Li, her gaze filled with appreciation. Who would have thought that the one to ultimately save the Crown Prince would be Su Li? Once notorious for her reputation, had it not been for her, Lan Yu feared she would have become the laughingstock of the capital, with no place in the royal court. The Empress and Lan Yu further bestowed numerous gold and silver ornaments as tokens of gratitude. Su Li then provided the recipe for the detoxification and detailed the appropriate dosages before taking her leave. As she departed, Su Li noticed Junimo was already interrogating the servants of the Eastern Palace. She paused and reflected, one may know a person's face, but true intentions often remain hidden, even among those as close as brothers. Upon uttering these words, without waiting for Junmo's response, she departed. Upon hearing that his daughter had indeed cured the Crown Prince's poison, Su's father could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. His daughter is a genius? How could she acquire such profound medical skills merely from a few books in his study? If she were to earnestly seek a mentor, her abilities would be truly remarkable. Su Li followed closely beside her father as they made their way toward the palace gates, accompanied by a long procession of palace maids, each carrying the bountiful rewards bestowed upon Su Li by the noblewoman, creating a most magnificent spectacle. Upon returning home, news of the eldest young lady's rewards spread throughout the minister's residence. Su Yu smashed the bracelet in her hand. Wretched girl, what is there to flaunt? Is it not merely her status as a legitimate daughter that has caught the noblewoman's eye? If she too had a maternal grandfather wielding military power, being of legitimate birth, she would undoubtedly excel beyond Su Li. Today, she could not even enter the palace, and last night, she had been punished by Su's father. Forced to kneel in the backyard for an entire night, her resentment was nearly overwhelming. "Let us go. I must find my mother." She resolved to hasten and devise a plan with her mother to curb Su Li's arrogance. Chapter 66. No one shall survive. Xia Jiang stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask, which esteemed physician are you referring to?" The two individuals paused and glanced at Xia Jiang. "The renowned physician you speak of resides in the southern part of the city. His medical skills are truly extraordinary. My elderly mother has been bedridden for nearly a decade. And after that venerable physician administered a single dose of medicine, lo and behold, can you guess what happened? She recovered. Now she can walk a mile in one breath." The other person exchanged a look with his companion. "My friend, your exaggeration is too much. What if this fool does not believe you?" Xia Jiang, however, could not dwell on such matters. He was solely filled with hope for his son's recovery. Xia Jiang suppressed the excitement within his heart and continued to inquire, "Where does the divine physician reside in the southern part of the city?" One of the individuals responded, "Allow me to write down the address for you. Although this physician possesses remarkable medical skills, his consultation fees are rather steep." Xia Jiang expressed his gratitude, contemplating that no matter how exorbitant the fees, he must ensure the health of his son. Following the address, he arrived at the location. "Is anyone there?" He called out several times until an elderly man, appearing quite ethereal and wise, slowly emerged. "Who are you seeking?" he asked. Xia Jiang respectfully inquired, "Are you the esteemed physician Wu Xiren?" "Indeed, I am." "Do you have a patient at home?" The elder replied. Yes, I wish to request your esteemed service for my son, Xia Jiang stated. The elder warned. My consultation fees are quite high. Without hesitation, Xia Jiang responded, I understand. Please name your price. First, tell me about your son's condition, the elder requested. Xia Jiang recounted the current state of Xia Wakai. After a long moment of contemplation, the elder declared, 100 taels. Xia Jiang sighed in relief, thinking that with some effort, he could manage to gather the amount, only to hear the elder add 2 more words, in gold. Xia Jiang gasped in shock. Gold? Esteemed physician, is this not a bit excessive? The elder replied coldly, that is my price, not a single coin less. Xia Jiang, in a state of urgency, pleaded, physician, please do not take offense. I never implied I would not pay. The elder suggested, very well, I shall prescribe a potion for you. Administer it to your son, he will surely awaken. At that point, you may decide whether you wish for me to continue his treatment. Xia Jiang expressed his gratitude profusely and departed with the prescription provided by the divine physician. Upon arriving home, the maid immediately prepared a medicinal concoction for Xia Wenkai to consume. Time passed, and after several hours, there was still no sign of improvement. Just as hope began to fade, the maid rushed in with news that Xia Wenkai had awakened. The couple, Summer Jiang and his wife, barely had time to don their outer garments before hastening to their son's room. Indeed, they found Xia Wenkai awake. He weakly called out, Father, Mother, but his voice soon faded. Yet, those 2 words were enough to fill the couple's hearts with joy. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, Xia Wenkai succumbed to exhaustion and fell back into a deep slumber. My lord, this miraculous physician is truly effective, exclaimed Summer's mother with palpable excitement. Summer Jiang felt a mix of elation and concern. While their son's awakening was undoubtedly a blessing, he was troubled by how they would procure the 100 taels of gold for the physician. My lord, are you troubled about the medical fees? Inquired Summer's mother. Summer Jiang nodded in affirmation. But we have no money, yet my younger sister possesses wealth, she suggested. After some contemplation, Summer Jiang resolved to seek assistance from his sister. The following day, shortly after Summer's family arose, the maid brought forth a letter. Upon reading it, Summer's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. This is utterly outrageous. They truly regard me as a cash cow. She declared that not only did she lack the requested sum, but even if she were to possess it, she would refuse to part with a single tael. If she complied this time, there would surely be further demands. These parasitic individuals would not require 100 taels to purchase a worthless life. Mama, assist me with a task. A day passed without the arrival of the funds, and Summer Jiang could no longer remain idle. He prepared to visit the Su residence personally. However, as he traversed the alley, a group of masked individuals in dark clothing suddenly emerged. What do you want? He demanded. Who are you? The ones here to take your life, they replied before lunging at him with drawn blades. As a life hung precariously in the balance, a valiant woman clad in rugged attire intervened, shielding him from the blade. Summer Jiang, escaping the clutches of death, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the gallant heroine before hastily retreating. Unbeknownst to him, he had incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary, resulting in a perilous hunt for his life. Upon returning home, he was met with a sight that ignited fury within him. Wow, wretch, what have you done? He bellowed, as he forcefully sent Yu Qi sprawling to the ground. Displacing the pillow, he discovered his son's lifeless form, eyes wide open, face contorted in agony. Turning with a fierce glare towards Yu Qi, he demanded, Why have you done this? Who commanded you to take my son's life? At that moment, Summer's mother entered, collapsing in despair at the threshold, only to regain her composure and erupt into inconsolable sobs. My son, Wenkai? She cried out, You wicked harlot, I shall end your life. Yu Qi found herself nearly throttled by Summer's mother, but Summer Jiang pried her hands away, renewing his interrogation. Speak. Was it Summer Qingji who sent you? Yu Qi, gritting her teeth, replied, No, it was not Aunt Summer. It was the eldest young lady who sent me. Summer Jiang's countenance darkened ominously. Had Yu Qi confessed outright, he might have entertained doubts. Yet, her words unequivocally implicated Summer Qingji as the puppet master behind this treachery. One must ponder why, knowing that exposure would seal her fate, she would risk everything to assist the shadowy figure in extinguishing his son's life. Summer Qingji, since you have shown no mercy, do not expect it in return. Just as he was about to snap Yu Qi's neck, 2 masked figures clad in black entered the room. The newcomers, skilled in combat, swiftly seized Yu Qi from his grasp. The cloaked figure struck with a swift motion, and Summer's mother breathed her last. Avoiding a fatal blow, the assailant delivered a cut to Summer Jiang, who immediately collapsed to the ground. The figure coldly remarked, "They are all dead. Let us depart." Yuqing, bewildered, noticed that Summer Jiang's chest still rose and fell, silenced by a pressure point. She could only express her confusion through her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Summer Jiang's face was twisted with resentment. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he stealthily followed the trio and overheard their exchange, further solidifying his suspicions. "Summer Qingji, you possess a heart of such cruelty, merely seeking a pittance from you, and you wish to take the lives of my father and me. Had I not cunningly feigned death, my life would have been forfeit." The memories of his son and wife's demise ignited a fierce resolve within Summer Jiang, compelling him to adopt a desperate stance. If it must be so, then let us all perish together. None shall survive. Chapter 67. The crimes of the Summer family. Father Su was engrossed in official matters within his study when Su Jin hurried in. "Master, Dan Qing has confessed." Corroborating what the Wuxi Taoist said, she claims that Summer's concubine instructed her to find the Wuxi, intending to frame the eldest daughter as possessed by evil spirits. This is Dan Qing's testimony. Father Su took the testimony and, after perusing its contents, rose abruptly. "Wretched scoundrel." Su Jin hesitated, but Father Su's cold voice urged him on. "Speak. What else is there?" Su Jin continued, "I have also discovered that the eldest daughter's disfigurement was orchestrated by Summer's concubine, who bribed the coachman to sabotage the carriage. Furthermore, a significant portion of the funds embezzled by Summer Jiang from the drunken immortal and has found its way into the pockets of Summer's concubine each month. The individuals expelled from the estate by the eldest daughter are largely related to Summer's concubine. Additionally, she has lent out substantial sums at exorbitant interest, amounting to tens of thousands of taels. And Xia instructed her brother to bribe the owner of the flower market, cunningly arranging for harmful flowers to be placed in the lady's courtyard, detrimental to those with child. Xiao Wenkai, the son of Aunt Xia, was a bully, exploiting both men and women. Under the guise of the Ministry of Personnel, Aunt Xia pressured the victims, rendering their suffering voiceless. One incident after another, Mr. Su listened with barely contained rage. "That wretched woman deserves death." With a cold expression, Mr. Su strode towards the door, kicking it open with a forceful shove. "Xia Qingji, come out at once." Xia emerged from the inner room, her demeanor already one of feigned victimhood. "My lord, what troubles you? Why are you so enraged?" "Xiaohe, quickly pour tea for my lord." Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. Su delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Xia let out a harrowing scream, collapsing onto the ground. "You vile wretch! You poisonous woman!" Despite the excruciating pain, Xia clung to the hem of Mr. Su's garment, crying out, "My lord, I have been by your side for over a decade. What is the cause of this? My lord, have you heard some malicious gossip? I can endure my grievances, but please do not let your health be compromised." It was this very Fade that had deceived him for over 10 years. Had he not taken the initiative to investigate personally, how would he account for the suffering endured by his beloved liar? By allowing her to continue her machinations, supporting her nephew in unspeakable acts, he feared the reputation of the Ministry of Personnel would be tarnished by this venomous woman. "Su Jin, take this poisonous woman to the authorities, along with all her testimonies." At this moment, Xia was already pale with fright. She was unaware of what Mr. Su had discovered, nor did she know how to plead for mercy, only able to cry out in her innocence. Wei Laopa stepped forward and implored, "My lord, the concubine has given birth to the second young lady. She is at the age of being courted. Sending her mother to prison now would ruin her." Xiao's eyes brightened, and she changed her tone to plead, "My lord, think of Yue. She is so exceptional. Can you bear to destroy her?" Su Fu replied coldly, "Yue has been corrupted by you, her mother. At such a tender age, she shows disrespect to her legitimate mother and elder sister. While she may have once been considered remarkable, she has now become a laughingstock, nearly tarnishing the reputation of my ministerial household. Daddy, I too have been harmed by that cursed zither. Father, why must you send mother to prison?" Su Yu rushed in, taken aback by the scene before her. Su Fu retorted, "She is merely a concubine, not your mother. This wretched woman has committed offenses against the law. I will sacrifice my own reputation to bring her to justice for the sake of those who have suffered. Su Jin, do not hesitate. Take this old woman to the authorities as well." Wei Laopa, caught off guard, knelt repeatedly and pleaded for mercy. "Mother, stop. Release my mother." Su Yu rushed forward to shield Xia. Su Jin, as a man, naturally could not lay hands on a young lady, and he cast a troubled glance at Su Fu. Su Fu glared at the maidservants, commanding, "Why are you not pulling the second young lady away?" The maidservants hurriedly moved forward. "You wretched maid, step aside. If you dare to touch me, I will have you sold to the most disgraceful brothel." Upon hearing this, Su Fu's expression darkened completely. Such foul language was unbecoming of a lady. "My daughter. Oh, my daughter. How cruel your father's heart has become. My lord, I have followed you. Not for merit, but for toil. Mother, release my mother." Master Su coldly observed the poignant separation of this mother and daughter. At that moment, a servant entered and announced, "My lord, and Xia's brother requests an audience." Master Su replied icily, "I shall not meet him." The servant produced a letter stating, he claims that upon reading this letter, you will surely wish to see him. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, uncertain whether the contents of the letter would bring them fortune or misfortune. Master Su took the letter, glanced at the opening, and immediately fell into a rage. After reading it, he approached Madame Xia and instructed Su Jin, "Release her." Madame Xia looked at him with hope, only for Master Su to kick her again. Su Yu cried out, "Father, how could you treat mother so cruelly?" Master Su suddenly glared at Su Yu and spat, "Do not call me father. I am not your father." He then turned back, expressionless, and declared, "There is no need to send her to the authorities. That would be too lenient for you. You harlot. You deserve to drown in the pond." Madame Xia's eyes widened in shock as she screamed, "No, it is not like that. My lord, do not listen to Xia Zhang's nonsense. He seeks revenge for my failure to save his son. He intends to harm me." Su Yu, perplexed, asked, "Father, what are you saying? What do you mean by drowning?" Master Su ordered Su Jin, "Go fetch Xia Jiang." Su Jin immediately complied. Su Yu glanced at her mother, who appeared ashen, and then at her father, whose demeanor was menacing, sensing that a grave event was about to unfold. Chapter 68. Blood Test for Kinship. As Xia Jiang entered, he charged towards Madame Xia. "You wicked woman! How dare you harm your own brother and nephew? Return my son's life to me." No one anticipated the profound animosity that Xia Jiang harbored towards the Xia family. In a moment of unguarded tension, he lunged forward, seizing Xia Shi by the throat. Xia Shi, already pale from being kicked by Su's father, now found herself utterly defenseless, her eyes rolling back in her head as Xia Jiang tightened his grip. Su cried out in desperation, "Uncle, that's my mother. Have you lost your mind?" She struggled to free herself from the grasp of her maid. Su's father observed coldly, choosing silence over intervention. "Brother, please let go of me." Xia Shi gasped, her voice barely audible as she fought for breath. In his frenzied state, Xia Jiang was devoid of reason, driven solely by a desire to avenge his son by extinguishing this venomous woman. A knife wound to his chest caused blood to seep gradually, staining his clothing. Despite Xia Shi's desperate attempts to pry his fingers from her neck, her efforts were futile. Blood flowed from her hands, yet he showed no sign of relenting. As her brain began to succumb to the effects of severe oxygen deprivation, a glimmer of hope appeared when she noticed the bloodstain on Xia Jiang's chest. Summoning her remaining strength, she pressed her hand firmly against it. "Ah!" Xia Jiang screamed in agony, releasing his hold on her. Once freed, Xia Shi collapsed to the ground, gasping for air with desperate fervor. Just as Xia Jiang was about to advance, clutching his chest, Su Li entered, supporting Su's mother. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Su's mother inquired, "What on earth is happening that I am not privy to?" Su Li assisted her mother into a chair, deftly shielding her with soothing words. Observing that she intended to stay, Su's father made no effort to compel her otherwise. He turned his icy gaze towards the disheveled Xia Jiang and said, "Speak. What evidence does your letter contain?" Su's mother, filled with confusion, inquired, "What letter?" Noticing that Su's father remained silent, Su Jin stepped forward to hand the crumpled letter to her. As Su's mother unfurled the parchment, her eyes widened in astonishment upon reading its contents. She gazed at Xia with a mixture of shock and disbelief, then glanced at Su Yu, and finally turned her attention to Su's father, her heart awash with complexity. It was due to Xia's childbirth that she had been welcomed into the household. Yet now, this letter proclaimed Su Yu to be an illegitimate child. Could anything be more absurd? Xia Jiang, her eyes ablaze with anger, glared at Xia, exclaiming, "My dear sister, do you think escaping my grasp means evading calamity? Huh. Let me enlighten you. The transgressions you've committed are enough to warrant a plunge into despair." She then pivoted to address Su's father, declaring, "Honorable Minister, every word in that letter rings true. Su Yu is indeed not your daughter, but rather, brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Consider Wen Kai." In disbelief, She lamented the incompetence of those tasked with the matter, not only failing to eliminate him, but inciting his wrath, leading him to act recklessly. Xia Jiang bellowed, "Do not mention Wen Kai to me. I believed your malice was directed at others, yet you have shown no mercy even to your kin. Wen Kai is the sole heir of the Xia family, and you dare to lay a hand on him? You lack compassion, so do not expect righteousness from me." A flicker of doubt crossed Xia's eyes. Could it be that those individuals had mistakenly targeted the wrong person? Instead of silencing Xia Jiang, they had taken the life of the ailing Wen Kai? Xia realized that her only course was to deny everything. "Brother, Wen Kai is my nephew. How could I possibly harm him? There must be some misunderstanding here." Xia Jiang scoffed. "Misunderstanding? Do you dare claim that Yuqi is not in your employ?" Xia was even more perplexed. What did Yuqi have to do with this? Instinctively, she remarked, "Yuqi is the maid of the young lady. How could she possibly belong to me?" Xia Jing scoffed once more. "Huh, you might deceive others. But your daughter has already informed me that Yuqi has been bribed to serve you. Now, having committed murder, do you still wish to shift the blame onto the young lady?" At that moment, Su Mu comprehended the situation, rising abruptly and glaring at Xia with indignation. "How audacious! You extend your reach so far as to bribe those around liar. And you dare to tarnish my daughter's reputation." Su Li stepped forward, supporting her mother. "Mother, do not be enraged. You must remain calm. Father is here, and he will uphold justice for me." Fuming, Su Mu sat back down, casting a glance at Su Fu, who coldly interjected, "Enough. Let us set aside this talk of Xiao Wentai and Yuqi. You must clarify for me. Su Yu, are you not the daughter of this official?" "Yes." "No." Both Xia Shi and Xia Jiang exclaimed simultaneously. Even if Xia were not particularly astute, she grasped the gravity of the situation, and in truth, she was far from foolish. "Father, I have called you father for 12 years. How could I not be your daughter? How can you doubt my mother?" This is clearly Xia Jiang's malicious attempt at revenge, slandering both me and my mother. Xia Jiang sneered, fixing his gaze upon Su Yu. "I may seek revenge, but I do not slander your mother. It is precisely because I know this secret that she has repeatedly offered me silver, and due to this secret, she sought to silence me. I was fortunate to escape with my life. However, Wen Tai was not so fortunate and met his demise at her hands." A wave of panic washed over Su Yu. Her mother had indeed given money to the Xia family on multiple occasions, and although she had shown reluctance each time, she ultimately complied. If there were not some damning secret, her mother would not endure such humiliation. Xia Jiang, noticing her stunned silence, sneered and continued, "You are not the daughter of the Su family. You are the result of your mother's indiscretion with a neighbor's son before her marriage. However, my parents disdained his poverty and vehemently opposed the union. At that time, there happened to be officials seeking goddaughters. How charmingly they phrase it as goddaughter, when in reality, it is merely a means to facilitate their ascent in rank. Your mother, being astute, ensnared the esteemed minister, and you, thus, transformed from a commoner's daughter into the daughter of a minister. Alas, your biological father, sincere in his affection for me, even after being forsaken, bestowed his blessings with tears, ultimately succumbing to sorrow on the very day you were born." Su Yu's face turned pale, and she shook her head, murmuring, No, this isn't true, it can't be." While she resented her status as a concubine's daughter, she understood that, compared to a commoner, the daughter of a minister held a far superior position. At that moment, Su Li softly interjected, "Sister is not father's daughter? No wonder Master Kongjian said that sister brings misfortune to her kin. I thought Master Kongjian had erred this time, considering father was unharmed, and Xia Yinyang was safe as well. It turns out." Su father's gaze suddenly turned icy. The words of Master Kongjian had always proven to be prophetic. The day Su Yu was born was the very day her biological father passed away. Now, because of her, the Xia family too would meet a grim fate. Was this not a manifestation of her bringing calamity upon her kin? Su Yu glared at Su Li fiercely and declared, "Silence. I am my father's daughter. I was born as the daughter of the prestigious Shangshu mansion." Su Yu turned to Xia and shouted, "Speak up. Will you allow them to slander me like this? Tell them that my father is the Minister of Revenue for Tianqi, not some commoner." Xia, suppressing her anguish, approached Su's father with a sorrowful expression. "My lord, it matters not how you wrong me, but Yuer is indeed your child. How can you inflict such harm upon her? I may have deceived you about many things, not appearing as devoid of desire as I seem, yet I would never stoop to such depths." Su's father regarded her with a cold demeanor. Had she spoken so earnestly in the past, he might have believed her to some extent. However, The evidence uncovered by Su Jin was sufficient to demonstrate that this woman harbored a dark heart. Su Li remarked indifferently, "Whether Su Yu is truly your daughter cannot simply be claimed. To clarify this matter, it is quite straightforward. A blood test." Su's mother nodded, acknowledging that this was the most direct approach. Xia rushed forward, embracing Su Yu tightly, and desperately shook her head while screaming at Su's father. "No blood test. Absolutely not." Witnessing her vehement reaction, Su's father's expression grew even grimmer. Su Yu's heart sank to the depths. Xia's response spoke volumes. Xia Jiang laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Xia Qingji. Are you feeling guilty? Look at you now. You deserve this." Xia glared fiercely at Xia Jiang. It was all because of him. If it weren't for him, mother and daughter would not have ended up in such a predicament. She should not have shown mercy. She should have had him killed long ago. Chapter 69. Tomorrow is a fortunate day. Su's father commanded Su Jin, "Go, fetch a bowl of clear water." Su Jin departed in response. Xia Shi, holding Su Yu, shouted at Su's father, "Sir, by acting this way, how can you hold her head high in the capital in the future? To be doubted by her own father is to drive us, mother and daughter, to despair." Su Li calmly interjected, "Aunt, rest assured, there are no outsiders here. If my sister truly is our father's daughter, this matter will never leave this room." Xia Shi retorted bitterly, "Even if it remains a secret, such actions will surely chill your heart." Su Li replied with a smile, "If it were I would prefer to verify my innocence through a blood test rather than live with my father's doubts as a persistent thorn in my heart." "Or do you imply that Su Yu is indeed a bastard?" The term bastard dripped with veiled disdain, prompting Su Yu to struggle forward. Yet Xia Shi dared not allow it. She was determined to protect her daughter and prevent anyone from taking blood. Soon, Su Jin returned, carrying a bowl of clear water. Su's father stepped forward and, without hesitation, pricked his finger with a needle to draw blood. He gazed at Su Yu and coldly commanded, "Yue, come here." Su Yu trembled and buried herself deeper into Xia Shi's embrace, softly calling, "Father?" Su's father spoke gently, "Yue, be good. Come here, it won't hurt." His tone was undeniably tender, yet to Su Yu, it felt like a death knell. She shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "Father, I am truly your biological daughter. You have fed me with your own hands, spun me around in your arms, taught me to read and write, and praised my cleverness while stroking my hair. These are the ties of blood. Father, I have called you dad for over a decade. If I am unruly, you may scold or punish me, but how could you abandon me?" There was a flicker of emotion in Su's father's eyes. Over 10 years. This bond was not forged overnight. Though the affection for this daughter may not rival that for Lear, the concern is nonetheless genuine. Su Li's gaze turned icy. "Su Yu, are you aware of the kindness our father has shown you? How could you bear to act so cruelly in your past life? Even if you had slain our father with your own hands, I might have harbored less hatred. But to have allowed our virtuous father to perish bearing the stigma of treason is unforgivable. If you disdain the position of a legitimate daughter of the minister's household, then embrace your fate as a commoner." Su Li stepped forward, addressing her sister. "It is precisely because father cherishes you that he went to such lengths to validate your lineage and silence the rumors. How can you claim that he does not want you?" With a meaningful glance at Su Jin, Su Jin swiftly moved to block the way of Madame Xia and push Su Yu forward. Madame Xia, taken aback, attempted to intervene, but Su Jin, being a martial expert, prevented her from moving. Miao Yin quickly approached and seized Su Yu's hand. Su Yu struggled to break free, but it was in vain. A sharp pain shot through her fingertips, and blood dripped into the water. All present held their breath, their eyes fixed on the bowl. Madame Xia's face turned ashen, filled with despair. Su Jiang laughed heartily, feigning madness. "Ha ha ha, it's separated. It's truly separated. Su Yu is indeed a bastard. Ha ha ha, Su Minister. You've raised someone else's child for over a decade. Ha. Su Jin swiftly applied pressure to his acupoint, instructing the servants to take him away. Su mother covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Su Li gazed calmly at the bowl of water. Su Yu staggered back, collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "Impossible, impossible." Su's father regarded Madame Xia with the coldness reserved for the lifeless. The Xia family was confined to the woodshed, denied water and sustenance, and barred from any visitors. Tomorrow at dawn, she would be cast into the depths. Xia cried out in desperation, my lord, I am afraid. It is my parents who have compelled me. I did not act of my own volition. My lord, Yue, save me." The servants dragged her away, her cries fading into the distance. Su's father looked down at Su Yu, who lay crumpled on the ground, tears streaming down her face. As for you, depart from the Su residence, he declared. I will announce to the world that Suyu has passed away due to illness. With a pale face, Suyu raised her head and wept. Father, this is not my doing. I am but a victim. Father, you have raised me for over a decade. You are more of a father to me than my own. Allow me to remain by your side for the rest of my days to repay your kindness. Su Li scoffed, realizing she had underestimated the audacity of this person. Even in such dire straits, she still wished to linger in the Shangshu mansion. However, this was contingent upon Su Li's consent. Stepping forward, Su Li said, Sister, oh wait, you are no longer my sister, and I cannot call you Suyu. I do not even know your biological father's surname, so for now, you shall take the surname Xia. Xiaoyu. You are no longer a young lady of the Su household. Do you intend to remain here as a servant to repay your father? But you are incapable of performing even the simplest tasks. You fall short of being a servant. Your mother has committed an unforgivable sin. First, bearing a child out of wedlock, and then scheming against your father, turning him into a laughingstock. Your father has shown mercy by merely expelling you from his home. Suppressing the hatred in her eyes, Suyu bowed her head and pleaded with Su Li, Sister, I was wrong in the past. I implore you. Do not cast me away. I shall never dare to contend with you again. I beg you, I beg you. The sound of bang 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 echoed as she knocked her head, quickly staining her forehead a vivid red. Su's father coldly commanded, Enough, do not say another word. Su Jin, expel her from the residence. Should she dare to continue presenting herself as a daughter of the Su family, throw her directly into the prison. Yes, each glance at her face, so reminiscent of the Xia family, filled Su's father with disgust. That he refrained from striking her was a testament to his immense restraint. Father, I am the second daughter of the Su family. Who dares to lay a finger on me? Father. Her voice lingered faintly until she vanished from sight. Su Li exchanged a glance with Si Qin, who nodded and followed her out. The remaining matters were to be entrusted to her father. Su Jin trailed behind, while several servants dragged the wailing Suyu. Si Qin stepped forward. Elder brother Su. The eldest young lady intends to toss her into the jail for a few days and then release her after a warning that should render her compliant. Su Jin paused, contemplating, and agreed. At this moment, expelling her from the residence would certainly lead to her making a scene throughout the city. Si Qin interjected, Miss. The conversation has reached its conclusion. Su Li nodded and walked toward the window. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. Si Qin observed the darkening sky outside and remarked, Miss. It seems it may rain tomorrow. Su Li smiled. Rain can also be a good omen, especially since it marks the day of Xia Qingji's descent into the pond. Si Qin, fetch me a jar of green plum wine. Miss, the after effects of green plum wine can be quite potent. Su Li turned and settled at the table. Just a cup. You shall join me for one as well. This girl had endured a life more arduous than hers and met a death no less burdensome. Very well. Missy. As she sipped her green plum wine, Su Li tapped her fingers against the cup's rim. Zhao Huan, you are soon to head to the capital. Are you not? Chapter 70. Eradication. Initially, Madame Xia, confined in the firewood room, clamored for forgiveness, pleading for mercy. However, upon realizing the futility of her cries, she resorted to vehement curses. She berated Su's father for his heartlessness, lamented her own fate, and condemned the Su family as a whole. In her frenzy, she even turned against her own parents, losing all semblance of reason. Amidst her tirade, she alternated between cursing and begging for salvation, a ceaseless cycle. The servants stationed outside exchanged glances, their annoyance palpable. They longed to stuff their ears with cotton to drown out her incessant wails. This was no longer the once gentle Madame Xia. She had transformed into a mere street harlot. After 2 hours of relentless shouting, her voice hoarse and strained, she fell silent. Retreating to a corner to sit in despair. Death was not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it was the agonizing process of awaiting its arrival. Torment, fear, remorse, hatred, and longing enveloped her like a shroud. Thus, she endured the long night. As dawn broke, Su Jin silenced her cries and bound her to a carriage. Several carriages departed the capital, arriving at the banks of the city moat. Dragged from the vehicle, Madame Xia stood petrified before the rushing waters. Her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears, save for Su Jin and a few impassive servants. Despair consumed her. Su Yi, how cruel your heart is. Not even a final farewell. Su Jin eloquently recited a litany of Madame Xia's transgressions. Into the cage. The iron cage that had been transported was discarded by the riverbank, and she was forcefully shoved inside. Throw stones. The servants brought stones to fill the cage. Into the river. As the iron cage sank beneath the surface, Su finally boarded her carriage. Su Jin approached and clasped his hands, saying, "Miss, the Xia clan has perished." Indeed, several carriages moved majestically toward the city, just as they had come. Inside the carriage, Su rested with her eyes half closed. "Xia Qingji, in your past life, you caused my brother to die in the womb and led my mother to an early demise. The cause of the past yields the fruit of the future. I believe that soon, you shall be reunited with your daughter." The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, as if a rupture had occurred. And soon the heavens wept in torrents. Su stood by the window, her brow furrowed. This rain was a harbinger. The south had already endured a year of drought, and the harvest had been dismal. Just as the crops were to be gathered, relentless rains fell, leaving the southern fields barren. Several trading firms under Jun Hui's command inflated grain prices, profiting from the national calamity. This only exacerbated the plight of the common folk. The affluent could still afford food and lived comfortably, while the commoners, having consumed every last morsel, were nearly reduced to cannibalism. The court intended to open granaries to distribute grain, but fortuitously encountered heavy snow in the north, blocking the roads. Indeed, after this rain, the capital would soon turn cold. This year was far from tranquil. As summer faded, winter would swiftly follow. By the end of September, snow would accumulate, leading to disasters in the north and famine in the south, causing widespread panic among the populace. Junhui possessed a secret granary in the south. Enduring the people's despair, he descended like a celestial being, initiating soup kitchens in the region. Thus, he earned the title of the Benevolent King, marking the beginning of his political ascent. Su scoffed. The grain in his granary was merely the surplus from the inflated prices. What a masterful ruse of playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. He spent no money yet garnered the people's favor. "This time, I shall see how you will fare." The last letter she sent to Wang Wei urged him to establish a granary in the south to store provisions, warm clothing, and medicinal herbs. The supplies in the capital's villa were nearly sufficient, even if heavy snow obstructed the roads. They would last the Zue Xianju and the Su residents for an entire year. Jishu entered with a tray and approached her, saying, "Miss, you braved the wind this morning. Please drink this bowl of ginger tea." Su closed the window, shutting out the bothersome sound of rain, and sat down at the table. She lifted the ginger tea offered by Jishu and drank it in one gulp. "How is my father today?" she inquired. Jishu reassured her, "Miss, rest assured, with the madam providing comfort, the master will be fine. He went to court as usual early this morning." Su nodded, replying, "That is good." It was not that she was overly concerned. Any man would feel troubled in such circumstances. Even if her father held no feelings for Xia Qingxi, he still cared for Suyu. At that moment, Si Qin entered and stepped forward, saying, "Miss, the steward has executed Granny Wei from the Western Garden and Lu Air. The others have been given contracts for servitude." Su nodded, acknowledging that only these three were privy to the truth. Such a resolution was acceptable. After spending 3 days at home, she awoke to a clear sky. Upon stepping outside, the sunlight felt somewhat blinding. The oppressive heat of summer had dissipated, giving way to a hint of autumn. The occasional chirp of cicadas could be heard, and the leaves gleamed vibrantly after the rain. It was hard to believe that snow would soon fall. Perhaps it was the fine weather or the absence of those troublesome individuals. But the entire Su residence appeared clean and transparent, dispelling the gloom of the previous days and lifting her spirits considerably. Su, accompanied by 3 maidservants, entered the courtyard of her mother to pay her respects. "Mother, after not seeing you for 3 days, I perceive that your abdomen appears to be beginning to swell." Su remarked with delight, her gaze fixed upon her mother's belly, where her younger brother resided. In her previous life, they had no sibling bond. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect him wholeheartedly. Sumu smiled and replied, "It has been over 3 months. Indeed, the signs of pregnancy are starting to show." Su gently placed her hand on her mother's abdomen and then assisted her to the table to share a morning meal together. With 3 months passed, Sumu no longer experienced morning sickness and found every dish delightful. During breakfast, Sumu suddenly mentioned, "Your father has proposed to seal off the Western Garden, but I feel that such a closure would be a waste. My dearly, do you have any suggestions?" Su pondered, realizing that her father likely wished to forget those people and events. "Mother, our residence is spacious with few inhabitants. Why not dismantle the Western Garden and allow me to cultivate some herbs instead? Securing the courtyard would only preserve its existence. It would be better to erase it entirely and transform it into something new." After a moment of contemplation, Sumu agreed. "Very well. I shall speak with the steward shortly." Su rejoiced. "Thank you, mother." After finishing her meal in the main courtyard, Suli informed her mother before departing with her 3 maidservants. Chapter 71. Seizing every opportunity to scheme, Su Mubai knelt, expressing his gratitude for the young lady's life-saving grace. Your kindness is something I shall eternally remember. He had been pursued to the capital, suffering from injuries and illness, too fearful to seek refuge in a medical establishment or inn. Had it not been for this young lady, he feared he would have already reunited with his family, leaving no room for thoughts of vengeance. Suli felt a tangle of emotions towards Su Mubai. Had it not been for this individual in her past life, Junhui would not have ascended to that position so swiftly, nor would the Su family and the Duke of Wei's household have met their demise so promptly. Yet, reason reminded her that even in the absence of this person, the inevitable fate would remain unchanged. It was merely a matter of time. Emma Hua, observing Su Li's prolonged silence, approached and gently urged, "Miss?" Su Li replied, "You may rise." "Thank you." Mississippi Su Li responded coolly, "Extend your hand." Su Mubai was taken aback. Emma Hua, having frequently visited to deliver medicine, had grown somewhat accustomed to him. "Why are you dawdling?" "The miss intends to examine your pulse." Su Mubai hastily extended his hand and slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful. Su Li took his pulse and remarked, "You are fine now. The medication can cease." Su Mubai expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Mississippi. There is no need for thanks. I merely happened upon you that day. It seems your life was not meant to end then." "Who is he to warrant such regard from the miss?" Su Mubai's expression darkened as he said, "I have no family left." Su Li was taken aback. In her past life, she had only known that Junhui had saved Su Mubai, unaware of the rest of his story. Taking a sip of tea, Su Li asked lightly, "What are your plans moving forward?" Su Mubai looked somewhat bewildered. Naturally, he sought vengeance, yet he found himself devoid of connections and wealth. The self-assured man now loathed his own impotence. He did not even know who his enemies were. Seeing his distress, Su Li refrained from further inquiries and simply stated, "If you have nowhere to go at present, you may stay here temporarily. However, I do not support idleness. What skills do you possess?" Su Mubai expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi. I am proficient in business." Su Li suppressed a smile, eagerly awaiting this very statement. She nodded and said, "Very well. I have been contemplating starting some businesses myself, and I happen to be in need of assistance. In a few days, I shall provide you with a sum of silver and a shop. The rest will be up to you." Su Mubai was about to agree, but his expression dimmed as he replied, "Miss, I cannot reveal myself. If I do, it will attract my enemies. Fear not. I shall craft a mask for you. In the beginning, you can wear it, and later on, you need not appear in person for every matter." Su Mubai's eyes lit up, and the last vestige of his hesitation dissipated. He believed that before long, he would acquire the means for self-protection and could appear openly without fear. As she sat in the carriage, Su Li recalled a person of paramount importance to Junhui, the daughter of the Salt Transport Commissioner, Yu Qiao, Yu Bangxia. In her previous life, Su Li had envied Yu Bangxia, for she was unlike other noblewomen. She radiated innocence and vitality, unbound by the constraints typically imposed on ladies of her status. Living life on her own terms, she often made astonishing remarks, confidently proclaiming notions such as gender equality, which were scorned by society. Perhaps it was her uniqueness that captivated many distinguished men, including Junhui. Indeed, Yu Bangxia was a woman of considerable ambition, although her ideas sometimes bordered on the impractical. The innovative business concepts she proposed, such as hot pot and buffet, were all entrusted to Su Mubai for execution, which is a significant reason why he became the wealthiest man in the shortest time. Some of her insights regarding water management and disaster relief, though somewhat immature, are nonetheless refreshing. Junhui typically encourages Zhao Huayan to delve deeper into these suggestions and implement them. However, it is Su Li, not Zhao Huayan, who ultimately refines these ideas. Su Li has long recognized that while Yu Bangxia's thoughts are commendable, adhering strictly to her approach would inevitably lead to endless troubles. Yu Bangxia possesses only superficial notions, seemingly oblivious to the complexities of Tianqi. In her previous life, until her demise, Yu Bangxia never married Junhui, as her ideal of a lifetime. A pair was utterly unattainable for him. In her past existence, Su Li had silently ridiculed Yu Bangxia's overambition, yet she also admired her audacity to voice what every woman yearns for but dares not express. Yu Bangxia, in my previous life, I perfected the strategies, yet it is you who receive the accolades. In this life, I shall consider your modest contributions as a form of balance. Reflecting on the hot pot restaurant from her past life, Suli began to sketch and jot down ideas on paper. She would seize every opportunity to swiftly amass wealth and prestige. For her future endeavors would be against figures like Jun Wei and Yun Fei. Chapter 72. His Highness Jing Wang is incapable, a touch of sweetness. In the Imperial Garden, Junsu. Halt this instant. Junsu appeared oblivious, striding forward as if pursued by some dread entity. Wang Yinxue, exasperated, leaped in front of him. Junsu turned to leave. Junsu, why are you running away? Wang Yinxue bellowed. At his wit's end, Junsu sighed. My lady, have mercy. You have clung to me for days. Are you not weary? Junsu was left speechless. Defeated by her, she persisted, claiming he was intentionally letting her win. For the past few days, she had incessantly entangled him in comparisons of poetry, songs, and the arts, driving him nearly to madness. It was puzzling why, long after the crown prince's wedding, while other envoys had departed, the heir of Nanjing and the seventh princess of Beiyin still lingered in Tianqi. They claimed to be savoring the diverse cultures and customs of Tianqi. Instead, they might as well be sightseeing. One was constantly visiting the palace to engage him in competition, while the other remained holed up in the inn, seemingly up to no good. Do you not miss your father and mother? Not at all. Are you not afraid they miss you? Not a bit. She added, without me, they must be enjoying a few peaceful days. Junsu, are you aware of how bothersome you are? Wang Yinxue replied, everyone says you are the most talented man in Tianqi. If I do not seek you for comparison, who else shall I? After saying this, she scrunched her nose in a display of indignation. Junsu was nearly driven to the brink of insanity. Which gossipmonger had informed her that he was the most talented scholar in Tianqi? His eyes flickered as he said, Seventh Princess, you are mistaken. The most talented in Tianqi is my younger brother, Jun Mo. Apologies, dear brother, but I am truly at my wit's end. Wang Yinxue inquired, but His Highness, the King Jing, said you were the most talented. The King Jing is incapable. His calligraphy is utterly illegible, and his flute playing is painfully discordant. Junsu. The twinge of guilt he felt evaporated upon hearing her words. Junimo, you are exceedingly ungracious. How could his calligraphy, which even the foremost calligrapher praised, be deemed unworthy? The sound of the flute is jarring and unpleasant. Who? The musically adept Prince Jing? He regretted taking the challenge seriously the first time this woman sought to compete with him. What a foolish decision. Well, let us engage in 2 contests today, chess and painting, shall we? Junsu felt overwhelmed. Not at all. Wang Yinxue immediately placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, if you refuse to compete, I shall go find the Emperor of Tianqi and the virtuous Empress, and tell them you are neglecting me. Junsu felt utterly helpless. This girl, though petite, was a distinguished guest of Tianqi. A competition it shall be. It was agreed that regardless of the outcome, they would partake in these 2 contests today. Ultimately, Junsu resigned himself to fate, having resolved to depart that very night. The longer he stayed, the more he began to dread the very things he once cherished. Very well. By the way, you may not know this, but I visited the Emperor of Tianqi this morning and declared that as long as I remain in Tianqi, you must accompany me. The Emperor consented. So do not attempt to escape. What? Junsu ran his fingers through his hair. He was aware of his father's ulterior motives, which were merely to facilitate a union. He believed that this girl's desire to be near him indicated affection. Little did he know that her understanding of emotions was utterly lacking, consumed instead by a childish obsession with victory. Junsu turned away, contemplating how to put an end to this torment. Where are you going? Chapter 73. The Consequences of Betraying One's Master. Yuqi had been confined in this pitch-black place for several days. Each day, apart from a fearsome individual who brought her some water and a simple corn bun to sustain her, she had no other company. At first, she naively believed that by diligently cooperating with the young lady, she would be rewarded with renewed favor. During the initial days of confinement within the room, she would call out loudly, inquiring with those who brought her supplies. However, as the days progressed, despair began to seep into her heart. Could the young lady truly intend to imprison her for a lifetime? Just as she sat numbly in the corner, voices emerged from outside the door. Miss, there are people inside. Yuqi looked up, shielding her eyes from the sunlight that had been absent for so long, and beheld a woman clad in red entering the room. Upon noticing Si Qin behind her, recognition dawned. Young lady, you have finally come. Are you here to take me away? The words escaped her lips in joyous surprise. Suli surveyed the dim, cramped quarters, reminiscent of the cell in which she had once been confined in a past life. Indeed, I have come to take you away, Suli replied coolly. With a faint smile, she added, I can let you go, but we have some matters to settle first. In that moment, Yuchi realized that the young lady had no intention of releasing her. Otherwise, she would not have kept her locked away for so long. The joy on Yuchi's face quickly transformed into wariness. What matters? Su Li chuckled softly. It's nothing significant, merely a desire to extract something from you. Bewildered, Yuchi asked, what could the young lady possibly want from a mere servant like me? Your pair of eyes, Su Li replied. I implore you to show mercy. Young lady. In the past, I was blind to your brilliance, mistakenly believing the second young lady had greater prospects. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Young lady. I have been by your side since childhood. How can you bear to do this? Sichin. Please, I beg you, miss. Sister Sichin. I promise I will never vie for your favor again. I implore you. I beseech you. Sichin hesitated, her voice faltering, ultimately remaining silent as she stood quietly behind Su Li. Su Li glanced at Sichin, her expression one of satisfaction. She raised an eyebrow at Yuchi. Regardless of Yuchi's fate in this life, she would not let her escape unscathed. If Yuchi believed that she had lost her eyesight due to her lack of discernment in choosing a master, such an interpretation could certainly be entertained. In their previous life, the tragedies of Sichin, Jishu, and Mahua were, to some extent, intertwined with Yuchi's actions. After all, the presence of these three devoted maids incessantly reminded Yuchi that she was a traitor to her own master. Undeniably, however, the greater burden lay upon her, as their mistress. Her inability to protect her own was lamentable, compounded by her partiality, which rendered her a weapon wielded against them. Observing Yuchi kneeling in a plea for mercy, Su Li coldly remarked, you can preserve either your life or your eyesight. You must choose. Yuchi froze, faced with such a cruel ultimatum. How could she decide? She was powerless. Without allies, and without sight, was she not condemned to await her demise? Yet, to choose death was an impossibility she could not fathom. After a prolonged silence, Su Li inquired, have you made your choice? If you do not, I shall make it for you. I choose to preserve my life. A miserable existence is preferable to death. Without sight, I still possess my hands. Su Li nodded, saying, very well, as you wish. She then led Sichin out of the room. As Su Li neared the exit of the courtyard, a heart-wrenching scream echoed behind her. Unfazed, Su Li continued her stride toward the outside world. Chapter 74. Miss Su is engaged in the capital's inn. Changming expressed his surprise. Young master, are you about to depart? For the past few days, the young master had remained at the inn, engrossed in reading and practicing calligraphy, seldom venturing outside. So seeing him dressed so meticulously prompted this inquiry. In a hushed tone, Changming remarked, I thought you had forgotten the words of the prince. As Liang Xianding boarded the carriage, Changming hastily took his seat at the front. Where are we headed to find the future young mistress? Inside the carriage, Liang Xianding smirked. We shall go directly to the imperial palace to seek the emperor of Tianqi's blessing for marriage, a straightforward approach. The betrothal gifts from my father are substantial enough to win over a princess. Surely, substituting a princess for a county lord will not deter the old emperor of Tianqi. Changming nearly fell from his seat. Their young master, when stirred to action, advanced straight to the final step. Young master, have you made your choice? The second princess of Tianqi is already married. Only the fourth and fifth princesses remain. Which one captures your fancy? I believe Princess Chaoyang, the fifth princess, is quite admirable, beautiful, and talented, Changming suggested. Liang Xianing tapped the carriage wall and replied, enough of this chatter, you shall know in due time. Now, hurry along. With that, Changming fell silent, cracking the whip as the carriage sped towards the imperial palace. In the imperial study, a palace attendant respectfully announced, Your Majesty, the young master of South Border seeks an audience. The emperor set aside his documents and lifted his gaze, saying, let him enter. Announcing the presence of young master Liang Xianting from South Border, the attendant declared. Liang Xianting, with a smile, nodded at the guiding eunuch before stepping into the imperial study. I pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Tianqi. The emperor chuckled, saying, no need for excessive courtesy. How have you been faring in Tianqi these past few days? Mentioning Liang Xuanting's father, the formidable fourth prince of Nanjiang, Liang Shao, was indeed significant. Presently, the ruler of Nanjiang is merely a youth of little more than 10 years, with the true power being wielded by Liang Shao. One could assert that Liang Shao is the genuine authority in Nanjiang. Thus, Liang Xianding occupies a position of great influence, second only to the ruler. Upon hearing Liang Shao's name, the emperor casually remarked, it has been nearly 20 years since I last saw your father. Is he still in good health? This was merely a polite inquiry. Even if Liang Shao were gravely ill, He would never divulge such information to foreign lands. Rest assured, my father is quite well, Liang Xianing replied. However, my visit to Tianqi is not solely to extend my congratulations on the prince's joyous occasion. My father has also entrusted me with a matter. The emperor, intrigued, asked, "What is this matter?" Liang Xianing smiled and said, "Tianqi and Nanjiang have always maintained a cordial relationship. Any past misunderstandings were merely minor skirmishes among border towns. My father's stance is that to further solidify and enhance the amicable ties between our two nations, a marriage alliance would be the most prudent course of action." The emperor frowned, replying, "A marriage alliance? But he has only 2 daughters, both of whom he cherishes dearly." Sensing the emperor's reluctance, Liang Xianting continued, "During my stay in Tianqi, I have truly come to appreciate the Saint Tianqi produce's beauties as nothing but the truth. If your majesty could consent, we in Nanjiang would be willing to offer the 2 eastern cities adjacent to Tianqi as a bridal dowry." The emperor widened his eyes, undeniably intrigued. "I wonder which of my princesses has caught the eye of the king of Nanjiang?" Liang Xianting replied with a smile, "It is not the king of Nanjiang, but rather myself, the heir apparent. Your majesty, rest assured, being the consort of this heir is far more prestigious than being the consort of the southern frontier prince. It is not a certain princess of yours that I have in mind, but rather the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue from Tianqi." The emperor was taken aback and inquired, "Is it Miss Su Li from the Su family? Are you aware of her appearance?" "I am aware, but it bears no significance to me," the heir replied. The emperor was once again astonished. Trading 2 cities for the daughter of a minister seemed exceedingly advantageous for Tianqi. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out from outside, "The empress has arrived." Upon seeing the empress approach, the emperor expressed his surprise. "What brings you here?" He then turned to Liang Xianting. "You are also present?" Liang Xianting performed a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the empress." The emperor, noticing the time, realized it was indeed time for the meal. The empress remarked, "I just overheard something about princess and alliance. Has the southern frontier taken an interest in one of our princesses?" As matters of marriage concerning princesses fall under the purview of the harem, it was only natural for the empress to inquire. The emperor chuckled, "No. It is the heir who has taken a liking to the legitimate daughter of Minister Su and has come to seek my permission for their union." This news was indeed delightful. Even in slumber, he would awaken with a smile. No need for his daughter to leave her home. And yet he secures 2 cities while strengthening the ties between the 2 nations, truly a multifaceted benefit. The empress frowned and said, however, "I have heard that Miss Su is already betrothed, your majesty. This may not be well received if it spreads." The emperor furrowed his brow. "Is that so?" Liang Xianting, equally astonished, added, "I recall that Miss Su's reputation in Tianqi was not particularly favorable, and her appearance. Who could possibly be engaged to her?" Queen Dao remarked, "This remains unclear. I merely overheard Lady Wei mention it the other day. I, too, found Miss Su quite admirable and intended to suggest a match for her, only to discover that someone had already moved ahead. However, as this pertains to a minister's family, I cannot inquire too deeply." The emperor, filled with remorse, gazed at Liang Xianting and said, "It seems we must delay the imperial decree regarding this marriage. I shall summon Minister Su to the palace for further inquiries." His heart ached for the 2 cities in the southern frontier, and he could only seek to ascertain who had engaged with the Su family, allowing them to withdraw from the engagement. Liang Xianting was confident that the conditions he presented would be compelling enough to entice Tianqi, and thus he was not in a hurry. Upon exiting the palace, Changming still found it hard to believe his ears. So, the heir apparent chose not to wed the princess, but instead to marry the disfigured Miss Su? Liang Xianting simply acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Changming scratched his head, questioning the heir's judgment. "Is your mind and eyesight functioning properly? To forego a beautiful and noble princess in favor of an unattractive woman? My lord, despite Miss Su's talents, she is indeed unappealing. How can you endure her presence day in and day out without losing your appetite?" "Not at all. I find her beauty captivating," Liang Xianting replied. "Pray tell, are you displeased with the prince's insistence on this union? Is this your silent rebellion?" "Not in the least. I am quite grateful to my father for compelling me to come to Tianqi." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Changming let out a lament. "Heaven is against me." Chapter 75. The Duke of Wuyang and the Duke of Wei. After the emperor and empress had their midday meal, they bid farewell to the old emperor. The crown prince hastily inquired, "Mother, has father abandoned the idea of granting the marriage?" Had it not been for his quick intelligence, Liang Xianting might have indeed triumphed. The queen shook her head and remarked, The conditions offered by the southern region are exceedingly tempting. I can see that your father, the emperor, is quite intrigued. I can only stall for a moment, but to thoroughly extinguish your father's intentions, we must urgently find a suitable candidate to propose to the Sioux residents. The crown prince furrowed his brow, saying, Miss Sioux has conferred upon me significant grace. Her marriage cannot be treated lightly. Where shall we find such a fitting suitor? He nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment. In due course, Miss Sioux can select a suitable match, and with mother present, she shall not be wronged. At this juncture, a glimmer of inspiration sparkled in his eyes. He turned to a palace servant, commanding, Go summon Ji Huayan into the palace. The queen also nodded in approval, recognizing the Ji family as a commendable option. Ji Huayan, puzzled by the crown prince's summons, hastened to the East Palace without delay. Upon arrival and after greeting his highness, he was beckoned forward. What is the matter? He inquired. The crown prince, Jun-yi, spoke gently, Please have a seat. I seek your assistance regarding a fortuitous matter. Ji Huayan took a seat beside him and asked, What is it? Huayan, you are aware that Miss Su Li, the legitimate daughter of Minister Su, has rendered great service to the East Palace. Jun-yi continued. Ji Huayan nodded, knowing that. As an official in the East Palace and an ally of the crown prince, he was well aware of how Miss Su had saved the prince's life and felt grateful. Jun-yi pressed on, Have you had the pleasure of meeting Miss Su? Ji Huayan replied, I caught a distant glimpse of her during the last palace banquet. The crown prince mused, Miss Su's family background is suitable for a primary consort. Would the Wei and Su families agree to a secondary consort? Jun-yi, unaware that Ji Huayan had misunderstood, continued, Although Miss Su may have lost some of her beauty, her talents are exceptional, and she possesses remarkable medical skills. Ji Huayan thought to himself, It's over. He has truly guessed correctly. Jun-yi extolled Su Li from head to toe, then shifted his tone. This palace believes that Miss Su is perfectly suited for you. Ji Huayan, who was sipping tea, nearly lost his composure, struggling to swallow the tea as he replied. Your Highness, you jest, do you not? Ji Huayan continued. Your Highness, I have only met Miss Su once. Only your proposal, combined with the weight of the Wuyang Marquisate and the Su family, along with the influence of the Wei family, would equate to 2 cities, he added. Ji Huayan then said, I see. This palace shall not pressure you. Once the south border heir is dealt with, if you truly have no intention towards Miss Su, simply let the Su family withdraw from this engagement. Ji Huayan found this indeed to be a good plan. Whether there was an engagement or not was known only to the 2 families. Skipping the formalities of betrothal, they could directly propose, which would create the appearance of an existing engagement. As long as the Su family did not wish for their daughter to marry far away, they would naturally cooperate. Ji Huayan rose and said, Then I shall prepare the betrothal gifts. Although they may be feigned, we cannot allow Miss Su to be slighted. Jun-yi nodded, Go ahead. Jun Huizhou remarked, Elder brother, the crown prince is urgently seeking you in the palace. What is the matter? Ji Huayan replied, It is nothing. The heir from the south border has unexpectedly entered the palace to request the emperor to grant him marriage with Miss Su. What? Has Liang Xianting lost his senses? Before Ji Huayan could finish his words, Ji Huizhou interrupted him and hurriedly rushed out of the mansion. Observing his hasty figure, Ji Huayan called out loudly, Where are you going? In the residence of the Duke of Wei, a servant announced, Young master, the 3rd young master Ji has arrived. No sooner had the servant finished speaking than Ji Huizhou burst in. Wei Xiong, you must prepare to go to the Su residence to propose. Wei Yuanling raised his head, staring at him as if he were a fool. Ji Huizhou took a seat and urged, Do not look at me like that. If you delay, your cousin will be taken away. Wei Yuanling replied coldly, Have you lost your mind? Ji Huizhou hastily recounted the entire situation and concluded, Therefore, you must propose soon. Otherwise, your cousin will be wed far away in the southern frontier. Wei Yuanling sprang to his feet, stating, You stay here. I have matters to attend to. Ji Huizhou pouted. For his little green plum, he was indeed doing a great favor for his future brother-in-law. Chapter 76. A beauty captivates, enchanting 2 cities in the palace of Yunfei. Junhui inquired, Mother, why have you summoned me? He gazed at the Yunfei seated above. Yunfei gestured toward a nearby chair. Please, take a seat. Once Junhui was seated and the palace maids had served tea and withdrawn, Yunfei began to speak slowly. My son, what are your thoughts on the legitimate daughter of Minister Su Li? Junhui pondered for a moment before responding, excluding her appearance. There is no other woman in Tianqi who can match her. Yunfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is backed by the Minister of Revenue and the Duke of Wei. The minister oversees the finances of Tianqi, while the Duke wields military power. If you were to wed her, you would be unparalleled among the princes. Junhui nodded in agreement, stating, "Mother, I share the same sentiment. However, I perceive that the Su family and the Duke of Wei have no intention of aligning with the royal family." Yunfei replied with a smile. "This is the opportune moment. The heir of Nanjing seeks to marry Su Li. The empress has contrived a reason, claiming Su Li is already betrothed. Tomorrow, you shall visit the Su residence to propose, thus marrying into the north and becoming the sixth prince's consort. I believe, as long as the Su family is not foolish, they will know how to choose wisely." Junhui rose and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "I understand what must be done. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." At the Su residence, after freshening up, she leaned against the headboard to read for a while before sending the maids away to rest. In a state of drowsiness, Su Li suddenly opened her eyes and whispered, "Who?" Instantly donning her veil, her hand stealthily reached for the dagger hidden beneath her pillow. As she gazed intently into the darkness, Miss Su is truly vigilant, even sleeping with a dagger at hand. Upon hearing the gentle voice, Su Li relaxed and lowered her weapon. Jun Mo was taken aback. Did she trust him so readily? Su Li donned her outer garment, lifted the brocade blanket, slipped on her shoes, and remarked, "I never anticipated that the illustrious Prince Jing would indulge in the pastime of intruding upon a lady's chamber at night." Jun Mo cleared his throat awkwardly, half amused and half resigned, replying, "I came with good intentions to deliver a message to Miss Su, and yet I find myself labeled a scoundrel." Su Li approached the table and took a seat, pouring herself a cup of tea under the moonlight. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved another cup and poured a drink for him as well. What news could compel His Highness to scale the walls and enter the courtyard at such a late hour? Jun Mo lifted a cup and sat across from her, taking a sip of the tea before remarking, "Excellent tea." Su Li raised an eyebrow, responding, "Indeed, my Su family is not lacking in silver. In this life, I indulge in comfort. While not extravagantly lavish, my living standards are certainly refined." After savoring his tea, Jun Mo leisurely inquired, "Are you quite acquainted with the heir of the southern frontier?" Su Li, puzzled, lifted her gaze and asked, "What prompts this question?" If an ordinary woman were to receive such a query from a man, she would likely retort with indignation, showcasing her grace. However, Su Li understood that Jun Mo's inquiry bore significance. Observing his gentle and meticulous demeanor, she listened as he replied in a soothing tone, "Today, the heir of the southern frontier, Liang Xianting, entered the palace, offering 2 cities as a betrothal gift, requesting your hand in marriage from my father, the emperor." Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? I have had no interaction with that heir. Jun Mo maintained his composed and refined appearance, gazing at her for a prolonged moment, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Does Miss Su not realize her own beauty? The heir is indeed generous. A beauty such as yourself is worth cities, and yet you are merely a daughter of a humble minister. Su Li dismissed his jest as absurd. She had yet to avenge her grievances. How could she leave Tianqi? 2 cities in exchange for a mere noble daughter? Surely, the emperor would promptly issue a decree to that effect. No, she must devise a plan swiftly. Jun Mo observed her restlessness and said earnestly, "This time, you must express your gratitude to Her Majesty the Empress. Had she not intervened to stop the emperor, the imperial decree for your betrothal would likely have reached the Minister of Personnel today." Su Li let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, saving the crown prince had provided her with a powerful ally. Would the emperor relinquish 2 cities so easily? What means had the empress employed? The empress mentioned that you already have a betrothal agreement. From what I see, the emperor has not yet given up on this matter. Thus, I suggest that Miss Su solidify this engagement, ensuring that the other party's status remains elevated. Only then will the emperor refrain from pressuring the Su family to withdraw. Su Li was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the empress would use such a rationale. However, upon reflection, it was the only feasible approach to temporarily suppress the marriage decree. Yet, solidifying an engagement under such circumstances posed significant challenges. Where could she possibly find a highborn individual willing to assist her in this charade? Jun Mo spoke again. "I believe the emperor will bring this matter up with the Minister of Personnel tomorrow. We cannot delay. If the young lady does not have a suitable candidate in mind, considering the assistance you have provided me, I would be willing to lend a hand." Su Li gazed at him in astonishment. "You?" Jun Mo nodded, speaking slowly. "My status is indeed fitting, and besides, I am not unbecoming in appearance. It would not tarnish your reputation should this news spread." as you have treated my leg ailment. I shall regard this as a way to repay your kindness, if you agree. Suli lowered her head in contemplation. Indeed, Junimo was an excellent candidate. He continued. Once the heir of the southern region departs, should you wish to withdraw from this engagement, simply find a means to do so. However, whether you will be able to extricate yourself at that time remains uncertain. He is no longer a child, and his mother has repeatedly advised him. In the royal household, his father is relatively open-minded and has refrained from interfering in the affairs of his son's chambers. However, he has issued a final directive. If a suitable bride is not chosen by the deadline, he shall arrange the marriage himself. Rather than allowing his father to choose at will, it is preferable for him to select someone he finds agreeable. Suli, consumed by a desire for vengeance and determined not to leave Tianqi, unwittingly fell into Junmo's trap. Well, I appreciate Prince Jing's assistance. Rest assured. Once I have dealt with the heir of Nanjing, I shall not delay Prince Jing. Junmo's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling. Very well. I shall pay a visit to propose tomorrow. Suli was taken aback and asked, do you not need to consult with the virtuous Empress Dowager? Junemo replied with a grin. My mother is a devout Buddhist with a gentle heart. I have often acted before reporting to her. It was the first time Suli had seen a mischievous expression on Junmo's face. Is it not customary for the emperor to personally arrange the marriages of princes? Would the emperor not be angered? Junemo responded, to put it simply, given your status, marrying any minister would not sit well with my father. But he would be pleased with a union into the royal family. Suli grasped the underlying implication immediately. If that is the case, then it is settled. With this matter resolved, Suli recalled another issue. Is there any progress regarding the crown prince's poisoning? Junmo's smile faded as he replied earnestly. The perpetrator has been quite covert. Only a few servants from the changing rooms and several attendants from the Eastern Palace have been identified. Suli remarked, as expected. Jun Hui's scheming mind is far too clever to reveal itself easily. Junimo gazed at Suli and inquired, what do you believe the young lady's words from that day truly signify? Suli cast a glance at Junimo and asked, what is your impression of the sixth prince? After a moment's contemplation, Junimo replied, the sixth prince is humble and amiable, possessing a reputation for virtue in the court. Were it not for the diminished influence of the Yun family, he might have achieved even greater heights. However, I find that perfection in a person often appears disingenuous. I cannot accept the existence of such an individual in this world. Suli regarded him with admiration and remarked, Your Highness possesses keen insight. If I were to suggest that the crown prince's poison is linked to the sixth prince, what would be your reaction? Junimo looked at Suli in astonishment. On what grounds do you make such an assertion, Miss Su? Suli explained, as a healer, my sense of smell is more acute than most. The attendants of the sixth prince carry a faint scent of the poison powder, a lingering trace from years of contact. Junimo was taken aback and exclaimed, if this is true, then my sixth brother harbors considerable ambition. Suli remained silent, yet it was apparent that his ambitions were indeed significant. As he aspired to the highest position in the realm, Junimo rose and said, thank you for your insight, Miss Su. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Suli gazed at the round moon outside. Indeed, it was late, with the watchman having already struck the bell 3 times. Was the king of Jing planning to verify his thoughts? It would not be difficult. Perhaps he might investigate the sixth prince's enterprises, where he might uncover surprises. The king of Jing cast a deep glance at Suli and said, I appreciate your guidance, Miss Su. By the way, we shall be betrothed tomorrow. Addressing me as your highness feels somewhat distant. Let us play our roles well. You may call me Xian. Suli fell silent. Lier is called out. And I never knew that his highness, Prince Jing, was so affable. Seeing Suli in a daze, he lowered his head and let out a deep, hearty laugh. Unable to resist the urge to ruffle Suli's fluffy hair, which indeed felt soft to the touch, Suli was momentarily taken aback. She promptly stepped forward to close the window, shutting out all traces of that person. In her past life, he was her adversary. In this life, he has become her benefactor. Now, they are partners in mutual benefit. She heals his leg ailment, while he shields her from certain troubles. Perhaps, in the end, they will even share a common enemy, Junhui. Clarifying their relationship, devoid of romantic entanglements, Suli breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 77. A family with daughters is sought by many on the following day. Su's father attended court as usual, while Suli accompanied her mother for breakfast. They then strolled in the courtyard to digest their meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation and crafting little trinkets. As the hour approached, the butler hurried in. "Madam, you must come to the front hall at once. There is someone here to propose marriage." Sue's mother was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at her daughter. Suli mused to herself that Junimo was rather swift in his actions. "Mother, do not be anxious. Let us proceed slowly," Suli reassured her. Although reluctant to part with her daughter, this was the first time someone had come to formally propose. With her daughter's appearance and reputation now greatly improved, it was certain that suitors would come knocking more frequently in the future. However, she was still curious as to how there was no prior rumor. Yet someone had arrived at their doorstep. Upon reaching the front hall, they beheld an array of large red wooden boxes filling the courtyard, with a young nobleman clad in brocade standing at the forefront, accompanied by an official matchmaker. Outside the main gate, a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Suli was taken aback. Could it be the eldest son of the G family? What brings him here so prematurely? Could it be that I have been entrusted by Junimo? A series of questions flitted through Su Li's mind. Upon seeing Su's mother emerge, Ji Huayan bowed deeply, saying, "I am Ji Huayan, the eldest son of the Duke of Wuyong, and I pay my respects to Madame Su and Miss Su." Su's mother gazed at the numerous large red wooden boxes scattered throughout the courtyard and inquired, "What brings you here, young Master Ji?" Ji Huayan replied with a clear voice, "Madame Su, I have long admired Miss Su, and today I have invited a matchmaker to propose marriage. I kindly request your approval." Su's mother exchanged a glance with her daughter, noticing the confusion reflected in her eyes. Was this esteemed young master truly seeking her daughter's hand? Yet, she could not recall any prior acquaintance with him. Sensing their bewilderment, Ji Huayan understood that they were likely unaware of the matter concerning the heir of the southern border. "Madame Su, Miss Su, may we speak privately?" "I was remiss," Su's mother responded. "Young Master Ji, please come inside for some tea." Once in the main hall, they took their seats, and the maids served tea and refreshments before retreating. Ji Huayan then began, "Madame Su and Miss Su may have reservations regarding my proposal." Perceiving it as rather abrupt, however, there is a reason behind it. Su's mother looked at him, urging, "Please, speak freely, young Master Ji." Ji Huayan recounted, "Yesterday, the heir of the southern border sought to marry Miss Su, offering 2 cities in exchange, and requested the emperor's decree." Su's mother gasped in astonishment. "What? Such a matter exists?" Ji Huayan nodded, continuing, "Madame Su, please remain calm." The Empress Dowager intervened, citing that Miss Su is already betrothed. Relieved, Su's mother exhaled, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank goodness for the Empress Dowager. The meaning behind the interactions between the noble consort and the crown prince is that the marriage proposal must be solidified promptly. Hence, the unexpected visit from Ji Huayan today to propose is not without reason. Madame Su, rest assured, once the envoy from the southern frontier departs, the Su family can gracefully decline this match. Madame Su's expression reflected gratitude. She was about to speak on behalf of her daughter to prevent an unwanted marriage, but was interrupted by the butler's sudden entrance. "Madam, the young master has also come to propose." Madame Su sprang to her feet, while Su Li and Ji Huayan exchanged puzzled glances. Upon reaching the main hall, they were greeted by an overwhelming display of betrothal gifts that had nearly filled the space, extending all the way to the entrance of the estate. Wei Yuanling, witnessing another suitor arriving before him, appeared equally bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on Ji Huayan standing behind Madame Su, his astonishment deepened. "Yuanling, what brings you here?" Madame Su inquired. Wei Yuanling, momentarily speechless, stammered, I have come to propose." Madame Su glanced between Ji Huayan and Wei Yuanling, pondering whether they had conspired together, and which family had received the affirmative response. Outside the gates of the Su residence, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The eldest daughter of the Su family had suddenly become the object of desire, with 2 prominent families vying for her hand, the Marquis of Wuyong and the Duke of Wei, both esteemed lineages. How fortunate the eldest daughter is. Though the eldest daughter of the Su family now holds the title of county princess, her countenance remains marred. Do these noble gentlemen truly not care? The Su family boasts 2 daughters. Perhaps they are proposing for the second daughter instead. Your information seems outdated. It was reported just days ago that the second daughter fell ill, and it may be. Is that so? Alas, the second daughter once basked in such glory. But it now appears that the eldest daughter is indeed the favored one. As Junimo rode upon his steed, a subtle smile graced his countenance. Behind him trailed a long line of soldiers, bearing wooden chests adorned with red silk. The street vendors murmured among themselves, noting that within less than an hour, 4 suitor parties had passed by. "Is that not Prince Jing?" one exclaimed. "It appears he is here for a courtship, yet I have heard no word of his betrothal. Truly, it is Prince Jing. Which fortunate young lady has captured his heart? Come, let us follow and discover." At the intersection, however, they encountered another party of suitors. A similarly lengthy procession of wooden chests bound with crimson ribbons, carried by equally formidable soldiers, marched forth. The 2 riders at the forefront, upon their magnificent steeds, exchanged expressions of mild astonishment upon recognizing one another. "Seventh brother?" Jun Imo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Jun Huai replied with a smile, "I am here to seek the hand of a maiden from the Minister of Rights." "And you, seventh brother?" "By chance, I share mutual affection with Miss Su and am also here to propose," Jun Imo responded. Jun Huai's gaze sharpened momentarily before he chuckled. "As for me, I have my sights set on the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. It seems today we shall each rely on our own merits." Jun Huai had initially anticipated a straightforward victory, yet unexpectedly, an unanticipated rival had emerged. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded upon the streets of the capital. 2 princes, each leading their own entourage of suitors, marched resolutely in the same direction. The astonished onlookers soon realized that the 2 parties remained together all the way to the residence of Minister Su, indicating that both were simultaneously courting the same family. Outside the gates of the Shangshu residence, a throng of common folk had gathered, their mouths agape in astonishment as 2 more suitors arrived to propose. Such a spectacle was indeed a rarity, occurring but once in a century. The ladies in the vicinity clutched their handkerchiefs, discreetly shedding tears. Had the men of the capital lost their vision, or had their aesthetic sensibilities become grotesquely distorted, leading them to favor unattractive appearances? As Jun Wei and Jun Mo dismounted simultaneously, they noted that the betrothal gifts had already been arrayed outside the gates, their brows furrowing in unison. Who dared to compete with him for a bride? The gifts obstructed an entire street in front of the Shangshu residence. The steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, 2 more families have arrived. Heaven above. Their eldest daughter was far too sought after. Indeed, a family with a daughter draws 100 suitors." The most troubling part was that these suitors were precisely the type of husbands that the young ladies of the capital dreamed of. Mother Su sprang to her feet, startling Su Li. "Mother, please be careful," she implored. Mother Su hastened towards the door, leaving Ji Huayin and Wei Yuanling exchanging bewildered glances. In the front hall, upon witnessing the 2 equally distinguished princes standing opposite each other, Mother Su gasped, "The 6th prince? His Royal Highness, King Jing?" After the previous 2 proposals, she had thought herself capable of remaining composed, but upon seeing these 2, her heart could not help but flutter. Could it be that these illustrious figures were also here to seek her daughter's hand? Junhui and Junmo clasped their hands in salute, addressing her, "Madam Su." Mother Su quickly stepped aside, saying, "No, no, how could this humble woman accept such honors from the likes of you?" At the moment Su Li laid eyes on Junhui, her expression turned instantly frosty. To conceal her disquiet, she hastily lowered her head. "Junhui, have you changed your affections?" Junhui stepped forward and said, "Madam Su, I have long cherished a deep affection for your esteemed daughter. Today, I have come to propose marriage. Here is a list of gifts for your consideration." As he spoke, he presented a stack of lavish offerings, which, though unseen, were undoubtedly of immense value. Before Madam Su could respond, Jun Imo stepped forward and declared, "Madam Su, a graceful lady is a fitting match for a gentleman. I, too, have come today to seek the hand of Miss Su. Here is my list of gifts for your perusal." Madam Su held the 2 lists as if they were 2 scalding hot potatoes. With her husband absent, how could a mere woman make such a decision? Upon entering, Jun Hui and Jun Imo noticed 2 individuals seated inside, their expressions fraught with awkwardness. The 4 of them exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Madam Su coughed lightly and suggested, "Let us have some tea." It was the first time she had encountered such a situation, leaving her utterly unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Su's father was anxiously detained by the emperor after the morning court session, his heart racing with unease. Yet, the emperor's demeanor did not suggest impending fury. With a friendly smile, the emperor reassured him, "Do not be anxious, my dear Su. I have simply retained you for a conversation." This statement only heightened Su's father's anxiety. What could a mere subject possibly discuss with the emperor? "Your Majesty, have I erred in some way? Please, enlighten me." After a moment of contemplation, the emperor inquired, "Pray tell, how old is your esteemed daughter this year? Has she perhaps already been promised to another?" just as Su's father was about to respond instinctively. He recalled his daughter's earlier admonition. He had found it peculiar that the emperor, burdened with state affairs, would take an interest in his family matters. Yet now, his heart raced, and adhering to his daughter's counsel, he answered, "Indeed, an engagement has been arranged." The emperor's face betrayed no emotion as he continued. "Which family's son is so fortunate?" Just as Su Fu was about to respond, a courtier hurried in and whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor's expression darkened slightly. "Nonsense. Bring those few before me." "Yes, your majesty." As the courtier was about to exit, the emperor added, "And bring along the princess of Chongning." Su Fu's eyes widened in surprise. "Your majesty, why do you seek my daughter? She is still young and naive. If she has offended your majesty in any way, it is my failure in discipline. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." With that, he knelt and bowed deeply. The emperor raised his hand, saying, "Rise. I bear no grudge against your daughter." As Su Fu stood, the emperor cast him a meaningful glance. "Minister Su, your daughter is truly one of a kind in the capital." Such words left Su Fu hesitant to reply, though he naturally believed his daughter to be unique. Meanwhile, Sumu waited anxiously for her husband, but instead, a courtier arrived. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, Prince Jing, His Highness, the sixth prince, the Princess of Chongning, and the two young gentlemen, Lady Su." Junimo looked at him and said, "Little Lin, what brings you here?" Sumu, worried, grasped her daughter's hand. Suli reassured her, "Mother, it's nothing to worry about." Junimo stepped forward, saying, "Lady Su, please rest assured, with me here, not a single strand of hair will be harmed on Lear." With Prince Jing's reassuring words, Sumu felt somewhat relieved, though she was taken aback to hear him address her daughter as Lear. Suli shot a discreet glare at Junimo, who merely smiled in response. As Junwei observed his approach, he naturally felt compelled to express his loyalty as well. Suli turned to Wang Xia and said, "Sister Wang Xia, please assist my mother to rest." "Yes." Mississippi Suli looked at her mother and reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. Besides, father is still in the palace. Everything will be fine." Su mother nodded, watching as the group exited the residence. The citizens gathered outside parted to make way for them. Indeed, although Miss Su wore a veil, her demeanor was truly captivating. The veil added an air of mystery to her presence. Unbeknownst to Suli, her attire, a flowing green garment, a jade hairpin, and the veil, would soon spark a wave of imitation throughout the capital. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 79, The Feeling of Being Supported. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. After several individuals bowed, they awaited the Emperor's command to rise. After a moment of silence, a voice devoid of discernible emotion resonated from above. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Emperor surveyed the 5 individuals before him and, to be candid, felt quite pleased. Who could resist favoring outstanding young people? However, their recent actions had also incited his ire. He inquired, "I have heard that you entertained the citizens of the capital with quite a spectacle today?" The group exchanged glances, and Junimo spoke up, "Father, how could this be deemed a spectacle? This is a tale of beauty." The Emperor, filled with wrath, retorted, "A tale of beauty? You two possess extraordinary audacity. You took it upon yourselves to propose without my prior knowledge." Junimo continued, "Father, you once stated that you would not interfere with the matrimonial affairs of us brothers. I have taken a liking to Miss Su, hence I have approached her family for marriage." The Emperor's chest heaved with agitation. This mischievous boy. He had promised not to meddle excessively, yet it was not appropriate to proceed with such matters without so much as a word of notice. Junhui interjected, "Father, a graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. I, too, am enamored with Miss Su and find it difficult to restrain my feelings. I beseech your forgiveness." "Humph. What difficulty and restraint? Do not presume that I am oblivious to the little schemes residing in your hearts. Long Ning, tell me, do you have a marriage contract or not?" The 4 of them turned their gazes towards Suli in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation, except for Ji Huaiyan. The Emperor, witnessing the lackluster demeanor of his 2 sons, felt a surge of irritation. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Oh, which of these 4 is it?" Suli looked at the 4 and resolutely replied, "It is His Highness, the Prince Jing." The Wei Guogong and Wu Yong Ho families were not options. Although it was merely a pretense, it would be ill-fated to drag them into suspicion from the Emperor. With only 2 remaining, was there any need for further deliberation? Jun Hui did not wish to be tainted even in the slightest. Ji Huaiyan's expression remained unchanged, as if he felt indifferent. However, Wei Yuanling's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did his cousin not choose him? Did she not understand that their grandfather and uncle wished to distance themselves from the royal family? Jun Huai's eyes darkened momentarily when Su Li uttered the title Prince Jing. It was always Jun Mo. Wherever Jun Mo was present, he would invariably be the one overlooked. Nonsense. How could I be unaware of when you established your marriage contract? The Defei has not even stepped outside the palace gates. From where do you claim to have a marriage contract? The emperor slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly. Su Li and Jun Mo exchanged glances. Jun Mo stepped forward and said, Father, although mother has not left the palace, I have mentioned my affections for Lear to her. She bestowed upon me a jade pendant as a token, binding our families in an engagement. Such utter nonsense. The emperor did not believe him at all, though he had professed not to interfere. How could a prince's betrothal be so carelessly arranged? Seventh brother and Miss Su shall remain. The rest may leave, the emperor commanded. The others glanced at Jun Mo and Su Li, then bowed and exited the grand hall. As the doors closed, Jun Huai felt a twinge of frustration. This younger brother seemed to have seized everything. If he were to marry the young lady from the Su family, he would become a formidable rival, even if the crown prince were to fall from grace. Yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative but to bide his time. A flicker of hope lingered in his mind. Even if Miss Su chose him, it did not necessarily mean she would wed into the Jing Wang manor. Perhaps Miss Su was merely seeking someone to shield her from the southern territories. After all, from his observations, there had been little interaction between her and his seventh brother. It seemed he would need to frequent the Su residence more often. With only the two remaining, the emperor spoke. Now, tell me, have you heard any rumors regarding the southern territories? Jun Mo feigned ignorance and replied, Father, what southern territories? I am unaware. The emperor, seeing his expression, was both amused and enraged. Oh, what pretense! You are merely staging this performance because you heard that the heir from the southern territories wishes to wed a lady from the Su family. I may be aging, but I am not blind. The emperor pointed at Jun Mo and shouted. Su Li gritted her teeth, about to speak, but was interrupted by Jun Mo. Your Majesty, I am indeed enamored with Miss Su. Regardless of any engagement, I shall marry no one but her in this lifetime. Upon hearing his earnest declaration, the emperor was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, when did you cultivate such profound affection for Miss Su? Jun Mo gazed intently at Su Li and asserted, Father, you are well aware of the kind of person I am. I am acutely aware of my desires. Once I have chosen someone or something, I shall not relinquish it. Su Li lifted her gaze, only to be ensnared by a pair of deep, dark eyes. Ah, so you are a romantic at heart? The emperor scoffed, though anger simmered within him. It was directed at those who dared to fabricate a marriage contract to deceive the throne. Yet, the prospect of a daughter from the Su family entering the imperial household alleviated one of his anxieties. As he listened to his youngest son speak with such fervor, pride swelled within him as a father. Nonsense. I, as the emperor of Tianqi, can obtain anything I desire. Jun Mo, sensing the softening of his father's tone, replied, Indeed. Father, what you wish for shall undoubtedly be yours. At this juncture, the emperor felt a twinge of regret for the two cities that were so readily within his grasp. As if divining the emperor's thoughts, Jun Mo continued, Father, the four kings of the southern frontier harbor ambitious designs. They have been increasingly active in recent years. I believe it is only a matter of time before they declare war on Tianqi. Accepting their cities now poses significant risks. Rather, I would prefer to conquer them myself and present them to you in the future. The emperor pondered deeply, recognizing the merit in these words. In recent years, the southern frontier had been recruiting soldiers and expanding their military forces. Given his understanding of Liang Shao, a man known for his bellicosity, ambition, and capability, the situation was indeed precarious. Enough. If you truly harbor feelings for Miss Su, you ought to visit the Ministry of Rites and proceed according to ancestral customs. Jun Mo, filled with joy, bowed and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor. Su Li followed suit, offering her own bow. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious approval. Without uttering a single word, the matter was settled. Is this the sensation of being sheltered by another? The disparity between the words spoken by Jun Mo and those that would have emerged from her own lips is indeed profound. Should the emperor choose to investigate the engagement, she could not evade the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Yet, with Jun Mo's support, both overt and subtle, Su Li felt a deep sense of gratitude. At that moment, the voice of an inner court attendant echoed from outside, Your Majesty, the Defei requests an audience. The emperor paused, taken aback. For Defei was known for her tranquil demeanor and seldom ventured from her chambers. Casting a stern glance at the instigator of this affair, he commanded, "Let her enter." As the palace door swung open, a graceful woman clad in a simple palace gown entered with a measured pace, casting a glance at Junimo and Su Li. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." Her voice, calm and serene, instilled a sense of tranquility in those who heard it. "Rise. You have come regarding the matter of the seventh prince, have you not?" The Defei nodded, smiling gently. "Indeed, your majesty. I was aware in advance of Amour's intention to propose to Miss Su. Should you feel displeased, you may hold me accountable." The emperor, with a sigh of resignation, replied, "There is no need for you to shield him. That rascal has already spoken for himself." The Defei, momentarily taken aback, observed that the emperor did not appear enraged, and with a smile remarked, "Your majesty, do you not often lament how the matrimonial affairs of these princes trouble you? I believe Miss Su and Amour are a perfect match. Is this not a fortuitous union bestowed by the heavens? Though this is the first time I have encountered Miss Su, it is certainly not the first time I have heard of her. I find myself quite pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. Your majesty, may you bless this union between the two children." Su Li raised her gaze, meeting the warm, smiling eyes of the Defei. It is no wonder that she remains firmly among the four favored consorts despite her unassuming nature. Possessing such an exceptional son, it is indeed wise for her not to vie for attention. "Very well, I have not opposed this marriage. I am merely vexed that this rascal made his proposal without any prior notice." Junimo promptly seized the opportunity, acknowledging his fault. "Father, please issue the decree to formalize the marriage. I shall soon approach the Ministry of Rights to procure an official matchmaker and formally propose." Outside the hall, the others awaited the emperor's decree, hesitant to depart. "Do you think the emperor might, in a fit of anger, send my cousin to the southern frontier?" Wei Yuanling whispered. Ji Huayan responded in a hushed tone, "With Prince Jing present, that shall not happen." Wei Yuanling exhaled in relief, continuing, "I must say, she is my cousin. If there is trouble, I should be the one to face it. Why are you all gathering like this?" Ji Huayan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't anticipated that the situation would backfire, with so many arriving today to propose. It was as if they were blatantly informing the emperor that the engagement was merely a pretext. However, with Prince Jing and the Defei present, there should be no cause for concern. At that moment, the hall doors swung open, revealing the Defei, accompanied by Junimo and Su Li as they stepped out. Su Li performed a graceful curtsy, saying, "I, Su Li, humbly thank your highness for your protection." The Defei nodded, smiling as she replied, "I have faith in my son's judgment. For all these years, he has shown little interest in anyone. I was beginning to worry he might remain alone for life." As she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, she remarked, "This is our first meeting. Consider it a token of my greeting." Su Li hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, this is too precious. I cannot accept." The Dowager Empress took her hand and personally adorned her with the bracelet. "There, it looks splendid," she declared. The jade bracelet rested elegantly upon her fair wrist, transparent and exquisite. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I bid farewell to Mother Empress." "Farewell, Your Majesty." Once the Dowager Empress departed, Wei Yuanling immediately stepped forward and inquired, "Cousin, how was it? Did the emperor say anything?" Su Li smiled and replied, "It's nothing to worry about." Although her face bore a smile, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her heart. She had a vague sense that this marriage proposal would be difficult to retract. Upon exiting the palace gates, she spotted her father waiting by the carriage. "Father." Su's father glanced at her and said, "Get in, your mother must be anxious." When Prince Jing arrived at the Su residence once more, accompanied by the imperial edict and official matchmaker, this farce finally drew to a close. Though the curtain fell, the news of Su Li, the eldest daughter of the Su family, being betrothed to Prince Jing sent ripples of astonishment through the community. Some lamented Su Li's good fortune, pondering how one could marry so well despite a disfigured appearance. Jealousy and sighs permeated the air, yet the betrothal had already been sealed. Chapter 80. A half-son-in-law in the chamber of the Yun Empress, Jun Huai, with a solemn expression, addressed his mother, "Mother, this time it is my inadequacy." The Yun Empress's countenance was equally troubled. "This is not your fault. I did not expect Junimo to also be involved. It was quite unexpected." Jun Huai said, "Mother, I am concerned." The Yun Empress nodded in understanding. "Your concerns are indeed valid. The Crown Prince is improving day by day, and the East Palace has tightened its defenses considerably. At this juncture, it would be unwise for our people to take any actions, and we must bide our time." Junhui pondered and remarked, I still worry that even if the crown prince were to fall, Junmo remains a significant threat. He already wields military power, and with the support of the Su and Wei families, who could possibly stand against him? Yunfei smirked and replied, "Do not fret. I believe the East Palace is more anxious. The Empress believes that by preventing Su Li from marrying far away, she can draw the Su family into her camp. In her countless calculations, she never anticipated that the Su family would choose Prince Jing. I dare say she must be regretting her decisions bitterly." Junhui found her reasoning compelling. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he frowned and said, "However, Junmo has always been close to the crown prince. Should the crown prince place his trust in him? And if Junmo remains loyal, their combined strength would render us powerless against them." Yunfei rose, and the palace maid quickly stepped forward to assist her. "What position is not coveted? I refuse to believe that Prince Jing harbors no ambitions. Even if he does not, it is imperative that the Empress and the Crown Prince are made to believe he does. Let us wait and see. When the time is right, we shall stoke the flames." "Mother, you are indeed wise." In the Empress's Fingy palace, she inquired of the Crown Prince, "My son, has the seventh prince shared anything about this matter with you?" The Crown Prince shook his head and replied, "No. I did not anticipate that my younger brother would involve himself." The Queen furrowed her brow and said, "Now that your seventh brother holds military power, if he were to marry a daughter of the Su family in the future, rest assured, mother, I have faith in my seventh brother. He is indifferent to that position. If he were ambitious for it, with his capabilities, I would long be out of the picture. Moreover, my recovery this time is entirely thanks to him. Had it not been for his suggestion to seek the assistance of Miss Su, I fear." The Queen nodded, her expression softening somewhat. "It is not that I harbor suspicions, but such is the nature of royalty. I am not one to repay kindness with enmity. As long as the seventh does not entertain such thoughts, and you brothers maintain your camaraderie, I shall be content to enjoy my peace." The Crown Prince smiled, however. "I did not anticipate so many suitors arriving today. I can understand the Duke of Wei's interest, but the sixth brother." The Queen's expression darkened. "I believe the seventh truly admires Miss Su, but the sixth, his intentions may not be so simple." The Crown Prince replied earnestly, "The sixth brother is usually kind-hearted. Could he also be captivated by Miss Su?" The Queen rubbed her temples and said, "Let us hope so." Noticing her fatigue, the Crown Prince rose and clasped his hands together, saying, "It is getting late, mother. Please rest. I shall take my leave." At the Su residence, after a long, tense journey from the palace, they dealt with withdrawing wedding gifts and receiving edicts. Once the officials from the Ministry of Rites departed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a day fraught with anxiety. In her final words, Su Li spoke with an air of unwarranted guilt. Su's father considered this and realized he could not entirely blame his daughter. The incident had arisen suddenly, and had it not been handled properly, she would have to go to the southern frontier. Finding a suitable candidate for the marriage contract proves to be quite challenging. The family background must not be too humble, lest one be compelled to break off the engagement and head to the southern frontier. Previously, the decision to remain distanced from the royal family stemmed from the instability of the Eastern Palace, an effort to avoid becoming entangled in the fierce struggle for the throne. However, the Crown Prince appears to be steadily improving, and the concerns they harbored may not materialize after all. Alas, one must take each step as it comes. Regardless, I trust that he and my father-in-law will ultimately safeguard Lier. Tomorrow, I must visit my father-in-law's residence. I am certain her grandfather harbors some worries regarding Lier. Mr. Su took a sip of tea and remarked. Mrs. Su nodded in agreement, saying, "Father will understand." Today truly was unexpected. I never anticipated that His Highness the Sixth Prince and Prince Jing would pay a visit. Mr. Su furrowed his brow and responded, "The Sixth Prince is a man of profound depths, far more complex than he appears at first glance. As for Prince Jing, I find him utterly inscrutable. Could it be that he has genuine feelings for our Leo? Or is it simply out of goodwill to obstruct the marriage proposal from the southern frontier?" Su Li felt a pang of unease as she sipped her tea. Mrs. Su glanced at her daughter, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Strangely enough, His Highness the Prince Jing does seem to be a fitting match for our Lier. The virtuous consort is of good character, and I would feel at ease if Lier were to marry into their family. Su Li cleared her throat lightly. Her parents remained unaware that her relationship with Junmo was merely a partnership, now that the imperial edict for marriage has been issued. Her mother had already begun to regard Junmo as a quasi-son-in-law. "Mother, I have yet to come of age. It is premature to discuss such matters." Mrs. Su, interpreting her daughter's modesty, chuckled. "That time will come soon enough, But even after you come of age, I do not wish to hasten your marriage. I would like to keep you by my side for a few more years. Suli playfully said, I do not wish to marry. I simply want to stay here with my parents until my younger brother is born, and then we shall live together as a harmonious family. Her mother chuckled, silly child. What girl does not aspire to marry? Looking at his wife and daughter, Sue's father finally bore a hint of a smile. Chapter 81. The commotion in the marketplace the following morning. As Suli prepared to venture out, she was surprised to find Wei Yuanyao had arrived ahead of her. Lear. You and Prince Jing. You too. Hold on, cousin. There is nothing between us, Suli interjected, recognizing the expression on her face. I haven't said anything yet. I merely inquired about how well you know Prince Jing. Why would he come to propose? Are you unaware? All the young women in the capital are envious of you for receiving proposals from 4 prominent families simultaneously. Such tales could hardly be believed. Rumor has it that both Prince Jing and the 6th prince are utterly infatuated with you, willing to sever ties and engage in fierce confrontations over you. Suli sighed. These rumors are utterly absurd. I have only met Prince Jing a handful of times, and I have barely exchanged a few words with the 6th prince. How could one be infatuated? Wei Yuanyao chuckled. That's why I say my cousin is remarkable. Without even speaking much, he has come to propose. While some have pursued the 6th prince shamelessly for years without a hint of affection, Suli busied herself with the Xian paper in her hands, choosing not to respond. Wei Yuanyao continued, Cousin, you may not be aware, but Meng Zhiyun is utterly devoted to the 6th prince, a fact well known throughout the capital. With the 6th prince here to propose to the Su family, she must be quite incensed. Cousin, what are you doing? Noticing Suli diligently arranging the rice paper in her hands, Wei Yuanyao inquired with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that some drawings adorned the paper, accompanied by detailed annotations. Suli explained, I have reconfigured several vacant premises into a tavern. This illustrates the interior layout and some business concepts. Wei Yuanyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cousin, you intend to venture into commerce? She immediately made to rush outside. Suli swiftly grasped her arm. Dear cousin, it is unnecessary. I have sufficient funds for now, and besides, I am unsure if it will yield profit. What if I incur losses? With a casual wave of her hand. Wei Yuanyao replied, No matter. I do not require that money either. If it results in a loss, so be it. After pondering for a moment, Suli conceded that it was indeed a good idea. She had faith that the tavern would not be a failure. And perhaps it could even help her cousin accumulate a dowry. Very well, but let us keep this a secret for the time being. Only we shall be privy to it, lest the elders find out. In Tianqi, the status of merchants was not particularly esteemed, and during the initial stages of her venture, she preferred to avoid excessive scrutiny. Rest assured, we shall quietly amass our fortunes. With that, Wei Yuanyao hurriedly departed. Suli chuckled at her cousin's spirited nature, reminiscent of her uncle. Qin, prepare the carriage. Yes. Outside, the cacophony of bustling voices, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, and the shouts of vendors harmoniously intertwined in the air. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Qin inquired loudly, What is happening? The driver's voice was tinged with an undercurrent of panic. It seems we have struck someone. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. Aren't those inside the carriage coming out? You have hit a person. Following this, a chorus of murmurs and accusations flooded into the carriage. Qin lifted the curtain and alighted. She beheld an elderly man lying beside the carriage, curled up as if life had departed from him. As she descended, the surrounding voices grew louder with reproach. In the bustling market, your carriage sped so heedlessly, and now a life has been lost. Yet you do not hasten to the authorities to confess. Isn't this carriage from the Su residence? How pitiful for this old man. At that moment, a woman rushed forward, wailing, Father, what has happened to you? How could it come to this in the blink of an eye? Father, what shall I do alone without you? Humanity instinctively sympathizes with the vulnerable. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd's voices grew even louder. This girl is indeed unfortunate, alas. The Su residence has taken a life, yet they do not step down to utter a word? Is this the so-called upright and virtuous official? Hardly. Alas, we, the common folk, must not provoke the authorities. Let us speak less to avoid inviting trouble. Qin, maintaining her composure, attempted to approach. Do not come any closer. Keep away from my father. Father. Qin, feeling helpless, halted and gently said, My dear girl, given the circumstances, we must swiftly take him to the medical hall. Rest assured, we shall cover the expenses. What good is money now? My father is gone. What use is there in taking him to a medical hall? I shall take you to see the officials." The woman wept sorrowfully, disregarding anything the musician said, resolutely intent on bringing the matter to the authorities. Just as tensions escalated, a melodious voice pierced through. "Those in the carriage, step down. Have you not struck someone dead and yet remain hidden? Such arrogance." Inside the carriage, Su Li's eyes narrowed. This incident was clearly not a mere coincidence. "Meng Jiyun, I warned you that if you cross my path again, I would show no mercy." Meng Jiyun stepped forward, bending slightly to address the pitifully crying woman. "Fear not. My father is the Prime Minister. Since I have encountered this matter today, I shall see it through to the end." The woman repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. Miss, please help us." "Miss Meng is truly kind-hearted," someone remarked. "Indeed, beauty accompanied by benevolence. And look at the Su family, hiding away after causing harm." "Which member of the Su family is in that carriage? Is it Madame Su or Miss Su?" Upon seeing the musician descend from the carriage, the crowd naturally speculated it was a lady from the Su household. Meng Jiyun addressed the musician loudly. "This is the senior maid of the eldest daughter of the Su family. I presume the lady inside is Miss Su. Is that not so? Why has Miss Su not shown herself for so long? Is it due to her lack of beauty or her guilt over the incident?" The musician gritted her teeth and replied coldly, "Miss Meng, choose your words wisely. The incident was unintentional. The Su family has not evaded responsibility. We shall cooperate in resolving this matter." Meng Jiyun scoffed. "Cooperate? You send only a mere servant to represent you? Who do you think you are? A mere servant? Believing yourself to be of significance? Be gone." As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike Sichin's face. "Stop." A cold voice rang out from within the carriage. The crowd turned towards the sound, and the curtain was drawn aside by a delicate, fair hand. Sichin stepped forward, feeling guilty, and called out, "Mississippi." Then, she carefully assisted the young lady down from the carriage. The onlookers beheld a girl clad in resplendent red, alighting from the carriage with an air of nobility. Her face was veiled in gauze, and her demeanor was cool and aloof. Beneath elegantly arched brows, a pair of almond-shaped eyes regarded Meng Jiyun with a frosty gaze. The scene momentarily froze, as everyone marveled at the innate grace of the young woman. Upon seeing her descend, Meng Jiyun felt a surge of frustration as she compared the two. "Su Li, you have finally shown yourself." Su Li smirked, her voice icy. "Miss Meng has gone to great lengths to seek me out." With a disdainful glance at the father-daughter duo, Meng Jiyun retorted, "You have taken a life. And now you think a mere sum of silver will suffice? Is that not utterly inhumane?" At once, the young woman began to wail dramatically. Su Li replied coolly, "So, according to Miss Meng, should this county princess pay for a life?" Meng Jiyun's expression stiffened. This was, of course, impossible. But surely, it cannot end with just a sum of silver. At the very least, an apology is warranted. This girl is all alone, and your household must bear some responsibility. Su Li let out a cold laugh, saying, "If this person were truly killed by me, your words would hold merit." However, this individual was not struck dead. The weeping young woman froze at these words, her back stiffening. Meng Jiyun's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly restored her facade of righteous indignation. "Su Li, your words are rather amusing. So many eyes have witnessed that this person met their demise beneath your wheels, yet you claim you did not strike them down?" The onlookers cast discontented glances at Su Li and her servant, and a few caustic remarks floated through the air. The heart gives rise to the face. Beauty often stirs trouble, reversing black and white. These phrases darkened Su Li's countenance. "Regardless of whether you report to the authorities, I shall certainly do so myself." "Lao Yu, go report to the officials." Lao Yu, the carriage driver of the Su residence, promptly responded, "Yes, miss," and immediately stepped out of the crowd. "What has transpired here?" A gentle voice inquired from the back of the assembly. The crowd parted to reveal several individuals, the third prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh princess. Everyone bowed in respect. The newcomers were indeed Jun Su, Jun Huai, and Wan Yinshui. The moment Meng Jiyun laid eyes on them, her expression shifted instantly, transforming into that of a delicate and dignified young lady. Wan Yinshui approached Su Li without hesitation, saying, "Miss Su, I did not expect to encounter you today. Shall we go shopping together?" Su Li replied helplessly, "I fear I cannot accompany the princess at this moment." Meng Jiyun interjected. Miss Su's carriage was racing through the bustling market and accidentally struck this young lady's father. Wan Yinshui remarked, "Miss Su surely did not intend for this to happen. A monetary compensation will suffice. It is hardly a grave matter." Jun Su and Jun Hui nodded in agreement. To them, this truly seemed trivial. Although Su Li also regarded it as a minor incident, the potential damage to the Su family's reputation was a concern. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyun's expression turned icy as she shot a resentful glance at Su Li. Su Li, however, was ungrateful, coldly retorting, "I have already stated that I did not cause the death." Junhui was taken aback. Realizing she might be reluctant to admit the truth, he replied, "Miss Su, if you say it is not so, then it is not. Rest assured, this matter shall not be disseminated further." Su Li coldly responded, "There is no need for your highness to be concerned. I have already reported to the authorities. I believe the truth will soon come to light." Just as Junhui was about to speak again, Meng Zhiyan interjected, "Your highness, since Miss Su is ungrateful, it would be best to leave her be." At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the crowd. Who has reported to the authorities? Chapter 82. Poisoning. A contingent of officials entered the throng. The leader clad in official robes with an air of authority. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly believe their eyes. Such illustrious figures. I pay my respects to the third prince, the sixth prince, the seventh princess, and the princess of Chongning. Jun Su uttered a brief acknowledgement. It was the princess of Chongning who reported. Su Li spoke up. "As the princess of this county, my carriage traversed this bustling market at a pace akin to that of a snail, yet I am accused of having caused a death. Clearly, this was not a case of collision. Summon a coroner to investigate." The weeping maiden in white cried out, "What more is there to investigate? It was you who killed my father. With so many witnesses present, do you still intend to deny it?" The onlookers regarded this group of distinguished individuals. Recognizing their formidable status, and though they dared not voice their concerns, they cast disapproving glances at Su Li. Meng Zhiyun remarked, "I must say, princess, a death occurred beneath your carriage. It is evident. What further investigation do you seek?" Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the patrolling soldier, recognizing his inability to make decisions, spoke up, "Esteemed gentlemen, it is evident that this is a bustling marketplace. If we remain here, the flow of people will be utterly obstructed. Might we consider relocating the crowd to the Shuntian prefecture? Once there, it will no longer be our concern, and the officials can deal with the matter." Observing the congested scene, the others nodded in agreement. Quickly, summon a few individuals to carry the deceased to the yamen. Su Li and her companions followed closely behind, with the curious onlookers trailing them as well. "Do not fear, Miss Su. I am here, and all will be well," Junhui assured her. His subtle approach set off alarm bells in Su Li's mind. Was he still harboring ill intentions? "My fiancée, there is no need for my sixth royal brother to fret." His handsome countenance and composed demeanor captivated those around him. "I pay my respects to your highness, King Jing." Jun Imo stepped forward and positioned himself beside Su Li. Encountering trouble again? His voice was soft and clear, laced with an underlying amusement. Such gentleness caused the young ladies to blush, lamenting once more how fortunate Su Li was. Su Li slightly shook her head, replying, "It is nothing. What brings you here?" "Merely passing by," he replied casually. Behind Jun Imo Yang scoffed, clearly skeptical of the claim that it was mere coincidence. The grand procession toward the Shuntian prefecture became a remarkable spectacle on the streets of the capital. The bewildered populace, upon witnessing this, began to inquire, causing the throng behind to grow ever longer and more imposing. The prefect of Shuntian, having received the news in advance, hurriedly emerged without even donning his official hat, uncertain how he could adjudicate matters in the presence of such distinguished nobility. Isn't this putting him in a difficult position? This humble official pays his respects to His Highness Prince Jing, the third prince, the sixth prince, the seventh princess, and the lady of Chongning. Jun Imo said, "Rise." The prefect of Shuntian stood up, cautiously observing the expressions of the esteemed guests. Su Li spoke. "Your subordinates must have informed you of the situation, correct?" The prefect of Shuntian nodded and bowed, saying, Indeed. No need to elaborate. It is undoubtedly this rogue who has framed the county princess. I shall have this audacious commoner thrown into the dungeon at once." Someone. Meng Zhiyun's face revealed a hint of delight. This only served to highlight the Su family's oppressive authority. "Wait, have you not investigated thoroughly before issuing orders? Is this how you typically adjudicate cases?" Su Li said coldly. The prefect of Shuntian wiped the sweat from his brow and repeatedly apologized. "Your Highness, forgive me. I merely believe the matter to be quite clear. Hence." A woman in white collapsed over the corpse of the elderly man, weeping and denouncing. "Not good. Stop her. She seeks to take her own life." Suddenly, The young woman in white surged to her feet and hurled herself toward a pillar of the courthouse. The situation unfolded rapidly. June Emo sprang forward and kicked her away. She fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers winced in pain, yet felt powerless to speak, for after all, Prince Jing had saved her life. Albeit with somewhat excessive force. Su Li approached and, looking down at the woman, said coldly, "Are you so eager to die? Do not rush when the truth is revealed. If you wish to perish, no one shall impede you." The woman averted her gaze and asserted, "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words, County Princess. You are the County Princess. Your word is law. My life is but a trifling matter, easily dismissed by your decree." Su Li, looking down from her elevated position, inquired, "Is the deceased truly your father? As a daughter, why would you resort to utilizing your father's life to frame another?" Meng Jian stepped forward and remarked, "County Princess of Chongning, what leads you to believe that this young lady is attempting to frame you? We only witness a pitiable girl, unable to seek justice, driven to the tragic act of taking her own life to assert her cause." Wang Yinxue approached Su Li and whispered, "Miss Su, do you possess any means to prove your innocence? If not, it would be prudent to settle this swiftly, perhaps with some compensation. Prolonging this will not bode well for either you or your esteemed house." This advice was quite sagacious, and Su Li cast a grateful glance at Wang Yinxue. She then proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "I assert that I did not cause this person's death, and I possess evidence to support my claim. Observe, although the deceased bears external injuries, had they been struck by a carriage, the impact would have left marks indicative of contact with the ground or the axle. Instead, these wounds appear to have been inflicted by a blunt object, which raises suspicion. Furthermore, this young lady claims to be the deceased's daughter, yet the deceased's appearance suggests a life of labor in the fields. In contrast, I noted that her fingertips bear the delicate calluses of one who has played the guqin for years. How could the daughter of a farmer possess such hands?" As the crowd turned their gaze to her hands, the young lady hastily concealed them within her sleeves. My father cherishes me. Even though our family is impoverished, he still implores the master to teach me the art of music. How is it that any statute forbids the daughters of the poor from playing the lute?" Su Li curled her lips in a smile and remarked, "You may pursue your studies in music, but how will you account for the signs of poisoning found on the deceased?" "What? Poisoned? This person was murdered?" One could not help but feel that, after the County Princess's analysis, this young woman appeared exceedingly suspicious. As the word poisoned echoed through the crowd, a wave of astonishment surged forth. What was once thought to be a mere accident of a carriage collision had now morphed into an intricate enigma. The woman in white instantly displayed a flicker of panic, casting a furtive glance at Meng Jian. "What is this talk of poisoning? The County Princess will say anything to exonerate herself." The woman in white wore an expression of profound grievance, as if burdened by untold woes. Su Li coldly snorted, "Your denial is inconsequential. Once the coroner conducts an autopsy, the truth shall be laid bare." The woman widened her eyes in horror and exclaimed, "An autopsy? Indeed." Su Li replied, "A postmortem examination will ensure that all conspiracies are brought to light." The white-clad maiden cried out, "No, I cannot agree. My father has already met a tragic end. Must you also disturb his peace? How can your heart be so cruel?" Meng Jian promptly interjected, "This examination is far too brutal. We must honor the deceased." The surrounding crowd began to murmur in sympathy. Alas, how pitiful it is that even in death, one cannot find solace. The thought of dissection is indeed a cruel one. Chapter 83. The Truth Revealed. Observing the fervent crowd around her, Meng Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Junhui stepped forward to examine the deceased closely, finding no apparent signs of poisoning. Turning to Su Li, who wore a look of unwavering conviction, he furrowed his brow, pondering that this might merely be Miss Su's excuse. Understanding that an autopsy was impossible, such a statement could allow the matter to fade away, even if some remained skeptical. Listening to the voices surrounding him, June Mo raised his hand. "My dear lady, although the deceased is of utmost importance, should it not be more crucial for the children to uncover the true cause of death? If the desire to preserve the whole body prevents the discovery of the genuine culprit, thus allowing the real murderer to roam free, would that not be an even greater act of filial piety? I imagine your father would rest uneasily. Or could it be that the murderer is you?" The young woman turned pale at his final accusation. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it." Her agitation caught the attention of both Su Li and June Mo, who exchanged glances. Seizing the moment, Su Li pressed on, without identifying the true killer. "The deceased cannot find peace. Surely, he would not wish to depart this world, and as a spirit, he would haunt you day after day. At this proclamation, not only the young woman, but even Meng Jiyun's complexion slightly paled. With the matter laid bare, should you still refuse to consent to an autopsy, it would suggest a guilty conscience. The woman in white instinctively retorted, I am not. I didn't tea. Jun Mo promptly interrupted her. Very well. That indicates your agreement to the autopsy. Good sir, swiftly remove the body for thorough examination. Indeed. Take the body away. The woman in white was taken aback, attempting to intervene, only to be obstructed by Mo Yang. Clasped his hands and said, My lady, your righteousness is commendable. The young woman in white opened her mouth to speak, only to find herself at a loss for words. She swiftly turned her gaze towards Meng Jiyun at the front of the crowd. Upon witnessing her expression, Meng Jiyun was equally perplexed by her intentions. What a fool! How could she agree to an autopsy? Yet, what was done, there was no point in fretting now. Inwardly relieved, Meng Jiyun felt fortunate to hold her own brother's life in her hands. No matter what was uncovered, this woman would surely hesitate to implicate her. The governor of Shuntian spoke, Esteemed guests, this autopsy will take some time. Let us sit and enjoy some tea while we wait patiently. With that, he ordered tea to be served. Jun Hui, perplexed, pondered whether the person had truly been poisoned. Otherwise, Jun Mo would not have requested an autopsy. Reflecting on Su Li's medical expertise, Jun Hui glanced at her, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. This woman was impressively intelligent and composed, with an attention to detail that was remarkable. To have the assistance of such a woman would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. Wan Shui sat idly, toying with her fingers, feeling utterly bored. Meanwhile, Junsu appeared animated, clearly intrigued. A woman capable of capturing the interest of the sixth and seventh sons was certainly extraordinary. To think that a mere outing from the palace would allow him to witness such a grand spectacle was the most entertaining occurrence he had encountered in many days. Outside the gates, the gathered spectators buzzed with speculation about the outcome of the autopsy, nearly ready to place bets. Half an hour passed before the coroner finally emerged through the side door. The governor of Shuntian promptly sat up straight and inquired, What news? Was it poison? Has it truly been confirmed? The coroner nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed. The governor slammed the gavel down forcefully, glaring at the woman in white. He admonished, You bold scoundrel. How dare you conspire against the princess of Changning? The woman in white collapsed to the ground. My lord, I truly did not know my father had been poisoned. Su Li spoke coldly, Are you aware of the characteristics of the corrupting intestine poison? The woman in white stared blankly. What? What characteristics? The poison derives its name from the fact that the area of contact gradually rots away. If there is no antidote, it will spread throughout the body. The woman's complexion changed drastically as she immediately turned to look behind Meng Jiyun. The maid beside Meng Jiyun turned pale, nervously biting her fingertips. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, she felt an intense itch in her hands. Meng Jiyun gritted her teeth, realizing that the truth was becoming clear, and addressed the woman in white. I foolishly thought you were the victim, seeking to avenge you, only to discover the reality of the situation. Poisoning your own father and framing the county princess? Have you not considered the implications for your other family members? Are you truly so heartless, attempting to exploit your ailing father for financial gain? Su Li scoffed, initially. You refused the offer of money and were intent on bringing us before the authorities. Now you claim it was all for financial manipulation. Your reasoning is inconsistent. The woman bit her lip and confessed, I was envious of Miss Su's fortune. You need not inquire further. My intentions were impure, driven by a desire for revenge. Observing the woman's resolute expression, Su Li concluded that she must possess something of greater significance than her own life. The way she occasionally glanced toward the crowd only reinforced Su Li's suspicion that this woman had been summoned by Meng Jiyun. It seemed unlikely that any further revelations would emerge today. The magistrate of Shuntian struck the table decisively and proclaimed, Well, the truth has now emerged. Subdue her. This vile woman who has committed patricide for greed shall face execution in 3 days. The officers stepped forward to drag the woman away, who appeared utterly devoid of spirit and offered no resistance. Thus, the farce came to a close, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Meng Jiyun wished to leave, but found herself unable to move, as the sixth prince was also present. Wan Yinxue, relieved that matters had been resolved, exclaimed with joy. Approaching Su Li, she inquired, Miss Su, how did you discern that the individual had succumbed to poisoning? Su Li replied with a smile. This particular poison is rare and insidious. Unlike others, its victims display no discernible signs on their faces, but rather, the symptoms manifest in the extremities. I noticed the deceased's limbs were curled tightly, with prominent veins, a consequence of the internal organs beginning to decay, causing excruciating suffering. Wan Yinxue shuddered at her description. Junhui commended. Miss Su, you truly possess remarkable attention to detail. Junimo added. It is a pity that the young lady refused to divulge further information. Suli chuckled. No matter, once one has handled this poison, it is inevitable that they will bear some traces of it. The maidservant behind Meng Jiyun trembled, but only steadied herself upon receiving a glance from her mistress. Wan Yinxue, noticing Meng Jiyun, called out, Hey, you were the loudest in accusing Miss Su of causing a death. Now that the truth is revealed, will you not offer an apology? Meng Jiyun gritted her teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging that the 7th princess of Beiyin was meddling. Miss Su, I apologize. I too was deceived by that woman and wrongfully accused you. Su Li gazed at her with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, saying, It's nothing. I simply did not perceive that Miss Ming possesses quite a sense of justice. Meng Jiyun awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Noting that the matter was resolved and having her own affairs to attend to, Su Li expressed her gratitude, stating, I sincerely thank you all for your assistance today. I must take my leave now. Junhui remarked, I had intended to lend a hand, yet it seems all depended on Miss Su herself. Wan Yinxue pulled Su Li aside, asking, Where are you heading? Let us explore together. Su Li smiled and replied, I truly have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time. Wan Yinxue conceded, Very well. As Su Li turned to leave with Si Qin, Jun Imo approached, inquiring, Where are you going? Allow me to escort you. There is no need. I am heading to another courtyard. Si Qin lifted the curtain, suddenly exclaiming, Miss, Prince Jing is following closely behind. Chapter 84, Extra for the fans. Not one to be easily taken advantage of. Upon seeing, Su Li confirmed that Jun Imo was indeed riding his horse, leisurely trailing behind the carriage. Given the multitude of people around, Su Li did not request a halt. The route to the other courtyard would take them through a nearby outskirts. Observing that Jun Imo continued to follow, she instructed the driver to stop the carriage and alighted. Jun Imo, noticing her stop, dismounted as well. Is Prince Jing quite idle today? He queried. Today is free of obligations. I've stolen a moment of leisure, he replied. With few officials around and only the occasional carriage passing, the late summer sun cast a warm and tranquil glow, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The two stood by the roadside, enjoying the serenity. Today's events are evidently connected to the Meng family's illegitimate daughter. Will you truly let her go so easily? Jun Imo asked. Su Li gazed into the distance where the peaks of far-off mountains barely peeked through, responding, That woman refuses to divulge anything, thus. There is little I can do. Jun Imo raised an eyebrow. This is unlike you. He turned to gaze at her, his profile soft, with warmth radiating from the corners of his eyes and brows. Li Er, astute and resolute, was not one to suffer losses easily. Su Li smiled lightly. I shall take that as a compliment. She certainly would not let Meng Jiyun off the hook, having been publicly wronged in the palace. She had spared her this time. Now, if she did not retaliate, did they truly believe her to be a soft persimmon? Your Highness, the scenery here is splendid. Please take your time to admire it. I shall take my leave first. Jun Imo arched an eyebrow. If the beauty departs, the scenery shall surely fade. Su Li scoffed. Your Highness truly holds me in high regard. I am, after all, renowned in Tianqi for my lack of beauty. Jun Imo shook his head. Nay, nay. Beauty lies in the essence, not in mere appearances. Those who deem Miss Su unappealing are but shallow souls. Su Li fell silent. She had not anticipated that the earnest Prince Jing would utter such words. Very well, I shall not jest further. I came to inform you that I have dispatched someone to investigate the holdings of my 6th imperial brother. One would never suspect he possessed such extensive private assets. Su Li smiled. Your Highness, what you have uncovered is merely the surface. Do look into the Jiang family, and you shall be even more astonished. Jun Imo regarded Su Li thoughtfully for a moment. I have always felt that you know something, yet you are unwilling to share. I shall refrain from pressing you. Su Li gazed into the distance, her voice distant. Your Highness, I have conveyed all that I ought to. What remains unspoken is not yet the right time. When the moment is ripe, I shall reveal everything to you. With that, she turned and walked towards the carriage. I take my leave. As the carriage from the Su residence departed, Jun Imo softly mused, What secrets are you concealing within your heart? Your Highness, please take your time. Came the gentle voice of Meng Jiyun. The weather is truly delightful today. Shall we go boating? Your Highness. Meng Jiyun awkwardly fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Junhui. Princess Wan Yinxue rolled her eyes and retorted, I did not invite you to accompany us. Why do you insist on following? Feeling neglected as neither prince came to her aid, Meng Zhiyun plaintively replied, Princess, the road is vast. If you choose to walk, why should I not follow? Wan Yin Shui, taken aback by such audacity, exclaimed in exasperation, Very well. You may go ahead. I permit it. Meng Zhiyun replied softly. How could I possibly walk ahead of your highnesses? I shall remain behind his highness the sixth. I no longer wish to stroll. Let us find a place to sit. Junsa declared, revealing his lack of interest in accompanying the ladies on their shopping expedition. Very well. That means you cannot follow us any longer. Humph. Let us depart. She truly underestimated Meng Zhiyun. Why are you still following us? We did not extend an invitation for tea or a meal. Wan Yinshui exclaimed in frustration. Isn't it said that the women of Tianxi are modest and reserved? Meng Zhiyun replied. I merely intend to rest for a moment. Junhui stepped forward and gently suggested. Let us go. We will be seated at separate tables anyway. Wan Yinshui stamped her foot in irritation. The group settled at neighboring tables, observing Meng Zhiyun's continuous flirtations. Junsa chuckled. Sixth brother, your romantic prospects are indeed flourishing. Junhui glanced at Wan Yinshui and exchanged a knowing look with Junsu, conveying a sense of mutual understanding. As Meng Zhiyun sipped her tea, casting flirtatious glances, she suddenly noticed her maid incessantly scratching her hands. Upon closer inspection, she saw small blisters forming on the maid's skin. What is the matter? She inquired. Miss, I fear I may have come into contact with that poisonous substance. The maid replied. Meng Zhiyun recoiled in alarm. What? You must keep your distance. The maid felt a mix of indignation and fear. Soon, Meng Zhiyun began to feel an itch creeping over her own hands, and as she scratched, the sensation intensified, as if countless ants were crawling upon her skin, spreading from her hands to her back. Observing Meng Zhiyun's panicked retreat, Wan Yinshui was perplexed. Why has she left? She wondered. Her own hands were already covered in pus-filled blisters, both painful and itchy. Hearing the commotion, Meng Zhiyun's mother, Madame Zhao, rushed in. Mother, please help me. It's so itchy. Meng Zhiyun cried out. It must be the corrupting poison. In a fit of anger, she glanced at the corner where her maid stood, afflicted similarly. Mother, it's all her fault. Kill her. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao coldly commanded, Take her away. Miss, spare my life. Auntie, please. The maid pleaded, but without hesitation. A life was claimed, and those present seemed unfazed, accustomed to such brutality. Mother, quickly fetch a doctor. I am surely afflicted by the corrupting poison. Madame Zhao, taken aback, exclaimed, Corrupting poison? Though unfamiliar with its nature, the mere name hinted at its malevolence. Hurry, summon the imperial physician. The right minister hurriedly arrived. Witnessing his daughter's face and hands marred by numerous pus-filled blisters, some of which she had scratched open, oozing foul discharge. Do not scratch, he implored. Child, if you scratch it, you will mar your appearance, Zhao urged anxiously. Mother, I am so itchy, I cannot endure it. Please, knock me unconscious. Mother. Zhao quickly instructed the maid, Bring the ropes. Bind the young lady. Upon seeing the scene unfold, the right minister hastily summoned a physician. The maids acted swiftly, restraining Meng Zhiyun to the bed, rendering her limbs immobile, and she could only scream in agony. Father, mother, I am in so much pain. It itches terribly. I cannot bear it. Just kill me. Mother. Zhao wept profusely, urging the right minister for a solution. My lord, please think of something. She is my only daughter. She cannot come to harm. The right minister's brow furrowed deeply. She was indeed his cherished heart. This morning, she had looked as radiant as a flower, and now she was in such an unbearable state, causing him great distress. The physician arrived promptly. My lord, what ails you? He inquired. The right minister awkwardly replied, It is not I, but my daughter. The physician, feeling displeased internally but masking it, decided to proceed, thinking of it as a favor. Upon seeing Meng Zhiyun behind the curtain, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? This is my daughter, esteemed physician. Please attend to her, the right minister implored, ushering his wife to wait outside. After a brief interval, the physician emerged. How is my daughter? Zhao inquired hurriedly. The physician shook his head, letting out a sigh. I am powerless. This kind of poison is exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the inhaled toxins were not abundant, and my life is not in peril. However, as for this appearance, I fear I am unable to remedy it. You may seek a more skilled practitioner. With that, he picked up his medicine box and strode towards the exit. The right minister hastily urged, Imperial physician, please take another look. Imperial physician, Lady Zhao nearly collapsed to the ground. The right minister was equally at a loss. If even the imperial physician could not resolve the poison, what could he possibly do? Chapter 85. Preparations for the shop. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Li spotted Mo Hua waiting at the entrance from a distance. Si Qin cautiously assisted Su Li in disembarking from the carriage, while Mo Hua stepped forward to help arrange her attire. "Miss, why have you arrived so late?" "It is nearly noon." Si Qin frowned and replied, "Let us not speak of it. Today is not suitable for venturing out, as we encountered some ill-fated events." Just as Mo Hua was about to inquire further, Su Li interjected with a smile, "Is young Master Su here?" Su Mubai was to reside in the villa long-term, and Mo Hua had been frequenting this place to procure various items for him, arriving early this morning. "I had informed him that you would be coming today, so he has not ventured out." Su Li nodded and led the two maidens inside. Upon entering the courtyard, she found Su Mubai seated within, engrossed in his reading. "Miss, you have arrived," he exclaimed, quickly rising to pay his respects. Su Li took a seat and remarked, "You may sit as well." Su Mubai clasped his hands in greeting and settled across from Su Li. She cast a glance at Si Qin, who produced a stack of rice paper and placed it on the table. "This is a shop plan I have devised over the past few days. Please take a look." She continued, "Here is the layout of the shop, and here are the items for sale, each with its unique features clearly noted." Su Mubai took the documents and began to examine them attentively. One after another, as he delved deeper, the astonishment in his eyes grew ever more profound. His family had been engaged in commerce for generations, endowing him with a keen sense for business opportunities. "Miss, this idea is splendid," he exclaimed. "This novel way of dining, I am confident, once introduced, will be immensely popular." Su Li nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, however, we need to consult an experienced chef to further refine the flavor according to my recipe." Su Mubai replied, "Leave it to me. You may not be aware, but when it comes to culinary delights, I rank second. No one dares to claim the first position." Su Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up. "That would be wonderful." Su Mubai gazed at the blueprint, brimming with enthusiasm. "Miss, why not allow me to prepare the base ingredient right now? We can use it for lunch, and you can offer your suggestions as we go along. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Li nodded in assent. "Yes, please do." Su Mubai took the recipe, rising to his feet. "Miss, please sit tight. I shall return shortly." With that, he made his way towards the kitchen. In the courtyard stood an osmanthus tree, its faint fragrance wafting through the air, prompting Su Li to squint her eyes in contentment. "Mo Hua, could you please bring me some more tea?" Yet, after a while, there was no response from behind her. "Mo Hua?" Su Li chuckled softly. "Miss, what is so amusing?" Mo Hua inquired. Su Li replied, "Are you not captivated by Su Gongzi?" Mo Hua, ever honest, nodded. "Indeed, he is handsome, well-educated, astute in business, and even skilled in the kitchen." Noticing Su Li's mischievous expression, Mo Hua immediately fell silent. "Miss, you're mocking me," Mo Hua protested, stamping her foot in playful indignation. Su Li gently took her hand and said, "I am not jesting. If you truly like him, be bold in your affections. My ink painting is exquisite, worthy of the finest gentleman in the world." Mo Hua blushed and lowered her head, replying hesitantly, "But I am merely a servant." "I." Su Li sighed. "Oh, foolish girl, when one admires another, one does not concern oneself with their status or rank. Moreover, I have never regarded you as mere servants. I have long since destroyed your contracts, and you are free." Mo Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Mississippi." Su Li squeezed her hand reassuringly. All right, go fetch some water. Let us sit and enjoy tea, and later, we shall savor Master Su's culinary skills." "Yes, I shall do so at once." As she watched Mo Hua's retreating figure, Su Li felt a surge of joy. In her past life, this girl had endured much torment marrying Xiao Wenkai. In this life, she hoped for a better fate for her. Let it unfold naturally, as it would allow her to observe whether Su Mubai was a worthy confidant. Mo Hua returned with water and brewed tea for both Su Li and herself. After a moment's thought, she prepared an additional cup. "This, Master Su must be tired from cooking. I shall prepare him a cup of chilled tea." Under Su Li's teasing gaze, Mo Hua stammered her explanation. Su Li feigned a sigh. One must not keep a young lady too long." "Miss." Su Li laughed. All right, I shall say no more." This girl was easily flustered. She would need to be coaxed later if she became anxious. The two of them chatted and enjoyed tea in the courtyard, while Su Mubai busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the air was filled with an enticing aroma. "Miss, it smells wonderful." Upon catching the aroma, Su felt a wave of hunger wash over her. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This was the scent she had been yearning for. Su Mubai truly was a treasure. It seemed he had succeeded, unable to contain her excitement. Su rose and made her way to the kitchen. The fragrance within grew even more intoxicating. "Miss, what brings you here? The smoke is quite thick. You should step outside and wait. The meal will be ready shortly," Su Mubai exclaimed upon seeing Su enter. Standing at the kitchen doorway, Su replied, "It's all right, I won't get too close." She was overwhelmed with joy, hardly believing that he had actually managed to create it. If the taste matched the aroma, it would signify that her grand scheme for prosperity had progressed significantly. Soon, the dishes were laid out on the table. In addition to the hot pot ingredients, several light dishes were prepared. Miss Imohua, do try some," Su Mubai urged. Eagerly, Su took a bite, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable happiness. "Indeed, this is the flavor. Exactly as I remember it from my previous life. So spicy, yet utterly delicious," Imohua exclaimed after sipping some water. Su turned to Su Mubai and remarked, "I never imagined you could cook." Su Mubai's gaze dimmed momentarily. In the past, he had been a pampered young master, accustomed to having food served to him, indulging in the finest delicacies without ever needing to lift a finger to cook. "Perhaps I possess a certain talent. After attempting it a few times, I realized that as long as I have tasted a dish, I can recreate it with remarkable accuracy." Su Mubai chuckled ruefully. Imohua praised, "Young Master Su, you were even more skilled than the imperial chefs." Su Mubai smiled modestly. "I owe much of this to the detailed recipes provided by the Mississippi." After finishing their meal, Imohua began clearing the dishes in the kitchen, while Su and Su Mubai sat in the courtyard, sipping tea and discussing the details of their future establishment. Su Mubai nodded and assured, "Miss, rest assured. My judgment in selecting individuals is impeccable." Su replied, "I have complete faith in you. You need not worry about the financial aspects. Tomorrow, I shall have someone from the residence deliver the funds to you." Su Mubai perused the drawing utensils Su had prepared. "Miss, this pot and this spoon will require an experienced craftsman for customization." Su agreed. "Indeed, and we will need charcoal specifically for hot pot. Common wood charcoal produces excessive smoke and burns too briefly. We must use golden silk charcoal. I have already stockpiled some, but I will need to use a portion for heating this winter, so we must procure a substantial quantity." Su Mubai responded, "Leave the matter of golden silk charcoal to me. I know where to source it." Su nodded and urged, "Be swift. Winter has arrived early this year." Su Mubai expressed his confusion, "But it is only early autumn. Winter is still months away." Su gazed at the sunlight streaming into the courtyard and stated, "The weather is unpredictable. Trust my judgment. We must acquire the charcoal urgently and in ample supply. It would be best if it arrives in the capital within a fortnight." Although he was uncertain why Su was in such haste, he would follow her instructions without question. Chapter 86. Someone who can resolve it the next day, at dawn. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the right minister's residence. Meng Jiyun thrashed and screamed in distress. The maidservants in the room were flustered and scurried about. "Quickly, summon the madam. The second miss has awakened. Let go of me, you wretched girls. Ah, it itches so much. It hurts." Madame Zhao hurriedly arrived, appearing as if she had aged several years overnight. "My daughter, who has done this to you?" Yesterday, she regretted having taken the girl's life so prematurely, and never inquired who had poisoned her. "Mother, please release me. It itches so much. Mother." Meng Jiyun felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling and biting all over her body. Zhao Shi, fearing her escape, commanded a maid to bind her with another rope. "Quickly summon the master." The right minister soon arrived, accompanied by Meng Zhiro and his legitimate wife, Chu Shi. Upon entering, they were struck by the disfigured visage of Meng Jiyun, causing Meng Zhiro to nearly retch. "Sister, mother and I have come to see you." Meng Zhiro supported their mother, hesitant to approach further. "What brings you here? To mock me? Mother, hurry and drive her away. Quickly." Seeing Meng Zhiro's pristine complexion ignited a fierce desire in Meng Jiyun to mar her sister's beauty. Chu Shi furrowed her brow, inquiring, what could have caused such severity? Zhao Shi, disregarding past grievances, wiped her tears and replied, "I do not know. I simply went out yesterday and returned to this." Even the imperial physician is at a loss. The right minister, seated in the outer chamber, felt weary from the commotion caused by his daughter. Chu Shi suggested, "This poison is malevolent. It seems to be of an obscure nature. The imperial physicians specialize in healing, but may lack the knowledge that some folk healers possess regarding poisons. Perhaps we should consult several local doctors. The right minister's eyes lit up as he addressed a servant. Quickly summon more physicians, especially that esteemed doctor. Changchun from Xinglin Hall. Yes, my lord. The stench within the room was unbearable, prompting Ming Zhiro to assist her mother to the outer chamber for respite. Observing his first wife's calm demeanor, the right minister found solace in her presence. In times of adversity, it is indeed the lady of the house who proves invaluable. Her noble lineage speaks for itself. In comparison to the Zhao family, any minor inconvenience prompts them to raise a clamor for his assistance. Under normal circumstances, this would not be particularly bothersome. However, now that he must traverse between the imperial court and the government office, sleep eludes him at night, and he feels utterly exhausted. Soon, several physicians arrived in a long procession. Enter and examine the young lady. Whatever medicinal herbs are required, do not hesitate to request them, regardless of the cost. A substantial reward awaits those who can cure her. Upon hearing this, the physicians rushed in with great urgency. Alas, upon entering and beholding the patient, some even retched in response. The patient was uncooperative, screaming and thrashing about, resembling a madman. A few of the doctors immediately withdrew from the situation. Right, Chancellor? I am powerless to assist. I must take my leave, one declared. My knowledge is insufficient. I too must bid farewell, another echoed. The Right Chancellor called out loudly, Halt. You must stay? However, the physicians paid no heed. We must depart quickly. In such a state, what is there left to treat? In an instant, 3 or 4 physicians had fled. The remaining 4 or 5 physicians took turns feeling the pulse. Goodness, what kind of poison is this? It is astonishing. One physician shook his head and said, Dr. Changchun, please come and take a look. Dr. Changchun stepped forward, closed his eyes, and began to diagnose the pulse. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. This is putrid intestine poison. Zhao's eyes sparkled with hope. She recognized this as putrid intestine poison, a condition that the previous physicians had overlooked, indicating that Dr. Changchun possessed superior medical skills among them. Is there an antidote? Zhao inquired earnestly, filled with anticipation. The doctor of Changchun shook his head and remarked, I cannot fathom the answer. Perhaps there exists one who can. Zhao inquired eagerly, who might that be? The one capable of remedying the poison of the golden grass may also be able to counteract the toxin of the putrid intestines. A physician stepped forward and said, Are you referring to the young lady of the Su family? The entire capital is aware of her having saved a child afflicted by the golden grass poison. Initially, it was not known that the masked woman was indeed the Su family's daughter. However, as descriptions of her attire circulated, coupled with the presence of her maid, the connection was made. When news of Su Li rescuing the crown prince spread, the conjecture was further solidified. The doctor of Changchun nodded in affirmation. Mingji intrigued. No, I refuse to have Su Li attend to me. I do not wish for her to see my appearance. You are all quacks, worthless. Begone. Depart at once. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several physicians turned sour. They exited the inner chamber and bowed towards the Right Chancellor, saying, Right Chancellor, we are powerless to assist. We shall take our leave. After bidding farewell, the Right Chancellor, seated in his chair, wearily waved his hand, too fatigued to utter another word. Zhao emerged, agitated, exclaiming, My lord, the doctor of Changchun just mentioned that perhaps the young lady of the Su family could cure our daughter. The Right Chancellor's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. He could summon anyone. Why must it be the young lady of the Su family? Given that Yun had previously maligned her in the Grand Hall, it was likely that both the Wei and Su families harbored deep animosity towards her. Zhao, perplexed, called out, My lord, did you not hear what I said? You must send someone to invite Miss Su at once. The Right Minister remarked, Yuner and Miss Su have never been on good terms. Zhao interrupted. What does it matter? It is natural for 2 young ladies to squabble. The master has sent someone to invite her, indicating his respect for her. Seeing that he remained troubled, she immediately began to wail, Master, she is my only daughter. If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live. All that you said before was merely deceit. Your claims of caring for Yuner were nothing but falsehoods. The Right Minister found himself at a loss for words. All right, I shall send someone to invite her at once. He summoned a servant, prepared generous gifts, and dispatched him to the Su residence. After waiting for a considerable time without a sign of anyone arriving, the Right Minister glanced at the empty doorway and inquired, Where are they? The servant replied, Master, I did not even catch a glimpse of Miss Su. Zhao quickly asked, Did you convey the message? Inform them that our master requests her presence. The servant, with a mournful expression, replied, I did mention it, but the servants of the Su family said their young lady is of noble stature, not some wandering physician, and that not just anyone may seek her counsel. Zhao erupted in anger. How outrageous! That little hussy has quite the attitude. The right minister rubbed his temples and said, Enough. Immediately, Zhao began to weep. Master, you must think of another way. The right minister stood and made to leave. Master, where are you going? Zhao ceased her weeping and inquired. Cough, cough. Meng Jiro had added a garment for Chu Shi. Mother, has your cough not yet subsided? Chu Shi smiled gently and said, It is of no concern. It will soon be resolved. At that moment, the maid Zhu Sha entered and announced, Madam, the master has arrived. Chu Shi turned to the door, and indeed, the right minister stood at the entrance. What brings you here? She asked in surprise. The right minister strode in and took a seat, replying, I happened upon this place while walking. Meng Jiro poured a cup of tea for the right minister. Father, please enjoy this tea. After taking a sip, the right minister frowned. Is this tea stale? Chu Shi replied, Make do with it. Are you troubled about Ji Yun's matters? The right minister nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly brightening. Roer, at that banquet, I noticed you and Miss Su sitting together. You seem quite close. Meng Jiro, taken aback, replied honestly, Miss Su is Yaoer's cousin. She is very kind, and we are friends. The right minister beamed. I have heard that Miss Su possesses remarkable medical skills. Could you perhaps persuade her to examine your sister? Meng Jiro furrowed her brow and replied, Father, I cannot impose upon Miss Su through our friendship. The right minister responded gently, How is this imposing? You are friends. Surely she would not decline such a small request? Never before had Meng Jiro witnessed her father's demeanor toward her being so gentle. She understood it was solely for the sake of his younger daughter. However, she was also keenly aware of the complexities between Miss Su and Ji Yun. At the banquet, Ji Yun had pressured Miss Su to play the piano, intending to ensnare her in an illusion and bring about her ruin. If she were Miss Su, she too would be reluctant to offer her assistance. Chu Shi interjected firmly. Enough. Why are you pressuring Roer? If you wish to extend an invitation, do it yourself, or have Zhao Shi kneel and plead. But if my daughter is unwilling, no one shall compel her. The right minister, filled with indignation, rose to his feet. You and your mother are identical. Humph. As she observed the minister's retreating figure, Meng Jiro's expression darkened. Her father's tenderness came swiftly, yet departed just as quickly. Chu Shi gently caressed the top of her head and said, Roer, do not be disheartened. Meng Jiro shook her head and replied, I do not grieve for myself, but rather for the injustices faced by my mother. Chu Shi sighed. If one does not harbor expectations, one shall not encounter disappointment. Cough, cough. My dear, please take a sip of water. Chapter 87. Into the mire get lost. Do not speak recklessly outside, or you shall remain in prison until death. The jailer menacingly shoved a frail figure clad in tattered garments. So you stepped out of the cell, the long-forgotten sunlight stinging her eyes, nearly bringing her to tears. In just a few short days, she had transformed from a noble lady into this wretched state. Reflecting upon her recent days in the dungeon, she had endured the company of rats, cockroaches, and fleas. The food was spoiled, and often she could not acquire even that, having it snatched away by other inmates. While the other prisoners rested on heaps of straw, she could not compete and was left to sleep on the cold floor. A careless misstep would invite a flurry of blows, and she fell asleep each night to the haunting wails echoing through the prison. She yearned never to relive such days again. With her head bowed, she moved forward slowly, unaware that she had arrived at the entrance of the minister's residence. Where did this beggar come from? Hurry, be gone. The doorman, who once greeted her with deference, now wore a look of disdain, as if he were banishing filth. She huddled in the corner across the street, her eyes fixed on the grand entrance. She did not know where else she could go. Having departed from the minister's house, she felt utterly lost and insignificant. At this moment, a luxurious carriage approached and came to a halt before the minister's residence. The doorman, who had previously displayed disdain towards her, now wore a mask of obsequiousness. Mo Hua alighted from the carriage and turned to assist Su Li in descending. Miss, what troubles you? Su Li shook her head and replied, It is nothing. Let us go. Father should be finishing his duties soon. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a chilling rage. Su Li had brought her to this point. Yet she remained so pure and noble, it incited her hatred. She despised every member of the Su family. She loathed her father's ruthless indifference. She envied Su Li's innate fortune. Even the Xia's, she resented. Why must she shamelessly engage in an affair, giving rise to such a lineage? One day, She would make the Su family regret their actions. As dusk approached, she needed to find a place to rest. She could not afford to sleep on the streets. The autumn night was chilly, and should she fall ill, her quest for vengeance would be thwarted. With that thought, she rose, limping towards the Xia residence. Upon arriving, she stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Grandfather, grandmother, please open up." Suyu called out hoarsely. A shrill voice came from within. "Who is it at this late hour?" The door creaked open. "What beggar is this? Hurry and leave." It was a robust woman who answered the door. Suyu was taken aback as she recognized her. "Aunt? It is me, Suyu. Where is my uncle?" The woman's expression darkened as she retorted, "You, the harbinger of misfortune. How dare you inquire about your uncle? Isn't your family the cause of his demise? Begone at once, or I shall report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned." At the mention of imprisonment, Suyu trembled. "Aunt, where are my grandparents? Why are you residing in their home?" The woman glared at her with hatred, spitting out, "Pa, who is your distant aunt? Those associated with you have met with no favorable destiny. Your grandparents have been dead for several days. Yet it was out of my benevolence that I provided funds for their burial. This house now belongs to me, so be gone." Suyu was taken aback. Her grandparents were dead? The house was seized, leaving her with nowhere to go? "Xiaohua, who is that?" A hoarse male voice called from within. Suyu's face brightened. "Cousin, it's me." A thin man emerged from the room, staring for a moment before uncertainly asking, "You where?" Filled with excitement, Suyu replied, "Yes, it's me, cousin. I was driven out of the Su residence and have nowhere to turn." The man glanced sideways and said, "Come inside. We can discuss everything tomorrow." The woman erupted in fury. "You invite this calamity in? Are you courting death?" The man pulled her inside and turned back to Suyu, saying, "You where? You can sleep in the outer room." Suyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, cousin." However, once the man turned away, her smile vanished as she surveyed the room. This house had originally been funded by her mother, now usurped by these shameless individuals. The woman continued to berate, "Xia Quan, you have grown bold. How dare you unilaterally decide to keep this little wretch? Are you softened by her pitiful appearance? Let me tell you, should you entertain any foolish notions, I will end you." The man leaned closer to the woman and whispered a few words, causing her to fall silent immediately. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "You should have spoken earlier. You are indeed quite perceptive." The man cast a glance outside the room, where a couple was laughing sinisterly. Suyu felt as though she had not slept so soundly in ages, yet now, after an extended slumber, her body felt achingly weak. As she opened her eyes, she was taken aback. This was not the Xia residence. Surveying the gaudy decor of the room, she hastily threw off the covers and rose from the bed, only to discover that her clothes had been changed. Her expression shifted drastically. Who had taken the liberty to groom her while she was asleep? And why had she been brought to this unfamiliar place? "Help! Where am I? Someone please." She pushed against the door with all her might, only to find it locked. Just then, the door swung open from the outside, revealing a portly woman in her 30s, reeking of heavy perfume, followed by several intimidating, menacing figures. "Oh, you're awake," the plump woman said, scrutinizing Suyu with a broad grin. "What is this place? Who are you?" Suyu instinctively sensed that she was not in a favorable situation. "This, my dear, is the paradise of indulgence, a den of riches, a land of beauty, and also a grave for heroes. What do you think of this place?" The woman cackled. Suyu's face paled instantly. She was no fool. She quickly grasped the gravity of her predicament. That fiend had sold her into such a filthy place. Having just escaped the tiger's den, she had now stumbled into the wolf's lair. No, she could not remain here. If she stayed, it would all be over. How could she possibly contend with Suli? Spotting an opportunity, she dashed for the exit. Stop her. During the day, the building was closed for business. Help, help. Already weakened by the drug, and having barely eaten for days, she had little strength left to resist. The insolent wretch dares to trespass into my domain and thinks to escape. For one so disobedient, I possess ample means to deal with you. Suyu's cheeks were numbed from the blows, and she stammered, "How dare you? My father is the Minister of Revenue. When my father learns of this, you shall all be in peril." The rotund woman erupted in laughter, her flesh quivering with mirth. "Huh, as if the minister is your father. Why not claim the emperor in the palace as your progenitor? Scarface, ensure that she learns the rules of the building properly." "Understood, mother. Just watch." Suyu, witnessing several men approaching her, cried out in terror, "What do you intend to do? Stay away. Do not come closer." The stout woman snorted disdainfully and sashayed out of the room. Soon, the sounds of a whip cracking and the anguished cries of a woman filled the air. Chapter 88. Persuasion for divorce. Su Li handed the blueprint to the steward. Su Bo, this is the plan for the shop on East Street. Please review it and arrange for the craftsman to restore it accordingly. The steward took the blueprint and examined it. Su Li added, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The steward marveled. Miss, your drawings are exceptionally detailed. Even someone like me can comprehend them. Su Li nodded. That is excellent. I entrust this matter to you. No problem. I shall arrange it at once. Just as the steward exited the courtyard, Su Jin entered. Miss, I have already arranged for the release of the prisoners from the dungeon. Su Li recalled the unsettling feeling of being watched the previous day and inquired, where is she now? First, I visited the Xia family, and last night, she was carried off and sold to the Lichuan courtyard. Su Li raised an eyebrow. She had merely intended for her to become a beggar, not realizing that she had found a rather favorable destination for herself. There was no need to concern ourselves with her. The outside world was already aware that the second daughter of the minister's residence had passed away, and she no longer had any ties to our household. Su Jin clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, should we still keep an eye on her? Su Li tapped her fingers against the edge of the table. For now, let her follow along. From what I know of her, she won't accept her fate so quickly. Understood. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave. Su Li gazed towards the direction of the former West Garden, which had now been transformed into a level expanse, adorned with various flowers and medicinal herbs. Lichuan courtyard? Before she could even intervene, matters had already unfolded in such a manner. In her past life, she had treated her cousin in such a way, and now it was her retribution. Once a lofty noble lady, she had now sunk into the mire. One could only wonder how she felt within. Miss, your cousin has arrived. As Si Qin's words fell, Wei Yuanyao's voice echoed forth. Leo, I was delayed by matters yesterday. Today, I have brought you the silver. Do check if it's sufficient. If not, I shall fetch more from my brother. Su Li shook the box in her hand. Ah, quite a sum indeed. Upon opening it, a thick stack of silver notes lay quietly inside. Su Li smiled, saying, Cousin, this must amount to no less than 200,000 taels, which certainly exceeds the little amount you mentioned. She could easily envision her cousin's pained expression. 201,000 taels. That 1,000 taels is mine. Heh. Su Li frowned. She mentioned that she was going to attend to the right minister's wife and has been too preoccupied these past few days to remember. The ink painting and the silver that Miss Biao brought, along with the sum I provided, should be sent to young Master Su. Please have the steward send someone with you. Mo Hua accepted the silver, saying, Yes. Mississippi. Su Li then turned to Si Qin and instructed, Si Qin, quickly fetch my medicine box. We shall pay a visit to the right minister's residence. Yes. Mississippi. Si Qin promptly made her way inside. Wei Yuanyao rose and said, I shall accompany you. Su Li nodded in agreement. The two of them boarded the carriage from Su residence, which sped towards the right minister's estate. Thanks to Wei Yuanyao's familiar presence, they swiftly gained entry into the right minister's residence, leading Su Li to the exterior of Meng Jiro's courtyard. Wei Yuanyao surveyed the small yard, which, while tidy and immaculate, bore no resemblance to the quarters of the right minister's legitimate daughter. Cousin, are you certain this is indeed Jiro's courtyard? Wei Yuanyao retorted with indignation. Absolutely. This is the place. It turns out Jiro does not reside here. Her courtyard has been usurped by Ming Jiyun. It infuriates me to think about it. I wonder what Jiro's father is thinking. Favoring a flamboyant enchantress over the gentle and lovely Aunt Chu, Su Li smiled knowingly. Ah, the inherent flaws of men. Just then, a round-faced maid emerged from within, bowing as she recognized them. Miss Wei, you have arrived? My young lady is in the ladies' courtyard. The maid, named Mei Xiang, wore a troubled expression as she approached. Wei Yuanyao inquired, Mei Xiang, is Aunt Chu gravely ill? The maid sighed. Indeed, she has been unwell for quite some time, suffering from recurring ailments without any signs of improvement. Wei Yuanyao pulled Su Li and said, Come, let us visit Aunt Chu's courtyard. As they approached the main courtyard, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. Nearing the entrance, they could hear a series of coughs emanating from within. The two hastened their steps and entered. Ming Jiro was tending to her mother when she suddenly noticed their arrival, her face lighting up with joy. Ah, you, Leo, what brings you here? The two stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the ailing Madame Chu, who quickly covered her mouth and urged, Please keep your distance, lest you catch my illness. Rower, take them to your courtyard to play. Meng Jiro replied, Ayao Lier Wei. Su Li interjected, Aunt Chu, allow me to examine you. Madame Chu gazed at the young girl before her, her face veiled yet her eyes exuding innocence. You must be Lear. Aunt Chu has often heard Roa speak of you. Suli nodded. Indeed, I have long wished to pay my respects, but the opportunity never arose. Aunt Chu, please extend your hand. Initially, Madame Chu held little hope. She had seen dozens of doctors, with little to show for it. However, seeing the hopeful glimmer in her daughter's eyes, she reluctantly extended her hand. Suli stepped forward to feel her pulse. Noticing the slight furrow in her brow, Madame Chu reassured her, Child, do not worry. If it cannot be cured, it matters not. Meng Jiro's eyes sparkled with hope. Lear, can my mother truly be healed? She has suffered from this illness for over a year, and I. Meng Jiro grasped Su Li's hand tightly, her excitement causing it to tremble. Su Li nodded once more, affirming, Indeed, healing the heart requires remedies for the heart. Aunt Chu, your body is already severely weakened, compounded by your overwhelming worries, which exacerbates your condition day by day. If this continues, even divine intervention may prove futile. Meng Jiro turned her gaze toward her mother, rushing to grasp her hand. Mother, I understand that father has wounded your heart, but you still have me. For my sake, please focus on recovering from your illness. Will you? Madame Chu had truly lost all hope regarding the right minister. The mere thought of leaving this world and leaving behind her pitiful daughter in this vast, oppressive estate filled her with dread, fearing her daughter would be devoured until nothing remained. As long as she remained, holding the position of matriarch, at least her daughter's marriage would not be sullied. Each time such thoughts crossed her mind, she felt as though her very insides were ablaze. Observing the sorrowful countenance of the mother and daughter, Suli recalled her own mother from a previous life. Although she had experienced her father's affection, she had not escaped the tragic fate of being harmed by a concubine. Aunt Chu, if your life here is so unhappy, why not leave with Sister Ming? Madame Chu was taken aback, not expecting Suli to voice such sentiments. The moment the words escaped her lips, Suli regretted her boldness. It was her first visit, and she was already advocating for separation. In this era, though separation was not the same as being cast aside, it was still looked down upon by society. Yet, as Madame Chu considered it, she realized that Suli had spoken from the heart, not treating her as an outsider. Meng Jiro cried out, Mother, if you are unhappy in this household, let us leave. I believe that my maternal grandparents and uncle would not disdain you for losing face. They would only feel sorrow for you. I cannot bear to see you suffer for my sake. Though her surname is Ming, the daughter feels like an extraneous presence in this household, akin to being a guest under someone else's roof. Wei Yuanyao stepped forward and said, Aunt Chu, in my memory, you used to smile so often, and you were quite lovely. My mother once told me that during your youth, you were renowned as a talented woman in Chanxi. Just look at yourself now, Aunt Chu. Do not concern yourself with so many matters, but rather live for yourself this once. Yuanyao pondered how heartbroken Lord Chu would be to see his daughter leading such a life today. The thought of her father, who had once held the esteemed title of Taifu, filled Chu with profound guilt. The Chu family, a scholarly lineage, had known their patriarch rise to such heights, yet now, he had a daughter who seemed so feeble. Suli, witnessing the turmoil in her eyes, sighed inwardly. Lord Chu had doted on his daughter, having welcomed her late in life. And it was precisely this overprotection that had shaped Chu's current disposition, one marked by an aloofness that refused to lower herself to appease or compete with others. Suli ventured, Aunt Chu, if you continue down this path, it may truly lead to. Consider Lord Chu's advancing age. If you were to leave, how would Sister Ming contend with those around her? Would she not become a second version of you? Chu was taken aback, then sighed, Allow me to contemplate this. Suli understood that no amount of external persuasion would suffice. It was imperative for Chu to reach clarity on her own, just as in her previous life, where she had to pay a heavy price for her current enlightenment. Very well, I shall first prepare some medicinal prescriptions to help restore your health. Regardless of your future plans, it is essential to prioritize your well-being. With a sigh, Suli turned to compose the prescriptions. Having prepared the prescription, Suli entrusted it to the maid to fetch the medicine. After engaging in light conversation with Madame Chu for a while longer, Su Li and Wei Yuanyao rose to take their leave. Meng Jiro offered, I shall see you out. Suli nodded, and the group made their way outside together. Lear, will my mother truly recover? Meng Jiro inquired anxiously once more. Sister Ming, what I said earlier was entirely sincere. Do encourage Aunt Chu, Suli replied. Meng Jiro's expression dimmed as she remarked, my mother can be quite stubborn, but I will try to persuade her. Surveying the oppressive atmosphere of the grand estate, Meng Jiro commented, It feels rather stifling here. Su Li grasped her hand, offering silent comfort. Just as they approached the entrance, a shrill voice called out from behind, "Miss Su, please wait." A flamboyantly dressed woman hurried towards them. Su Li frowned, pondering if this was indeed the favored concubine of the right chancellor. Chapter 89. The consultation fee is quite expensive. Seeing Zhao Shi approach, Meng Zhiro hastily urged, "Leer. Yao, you must leave quickly." Wei Yuanyao grasped Su Li's hand and turned to exit. "Halt. Miss Su, please stay," Zhao Shi shouted, disregarding her dignity as she rushed forward, lifting her skirts. She positioned herself directly in front of Su Li, panting heavily. "You must be Miss Su, yes? I am the mother of Meng Zhiyun. My daughter is ill, and I have heard of your esteemed medical skills. I implore you to examine her." Meng Zhiro stepped forward, asserting, "Aunt, Miss Su is here to attend to my mother. She is about to leave." Zhao Shi's countenance darkened as she bellowed at Meng Zhiro, "Silence. Leave? What do you mean by leaving? Observing one person is akin to observing two. What distinction lies therein?" Su Li finally comprehended the audacity of the Zhao family. In a public setting, a concubine dared to raise her voice against the legitimate daughter. The demeanor of the surrounding servants revealed that they had grown accustomed to such behavior. Truly, it was more brazen than even the former Xia Qingji. Realizing her tone may have been excessively harsh, Zhao hastily donned a smiling facade and addressed Su Li. "Miss Su, you and Rower are good friends, and Yuner is Rower's biological sister. What do you think about?" Su Li smirked and replied, "If you wish for me to treat Meng Zhiyun, that is feasible, but my consultation fee is rather steep." She needed silver for her shop. She would not forego the funds from the right minister. Zhao exhaled in relief, stating, "The consultation fee is negotiable. Miss Su, please feel free to name your price." Yet, inwardly, she scorned, how could the daughter of an official so readily speak of gold and silver, akin to a wandering physician? "Then be prepared with 200,000 taels of gold to be delivered to the minister's residence. I shall personally come to your door." Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. 200,000 taels of gold. Su Li retorted, "What's the matter? Is that too much? If it is, then forego the treatment." With that, she turned to leave. She calculated that the wealth amassed by the right minister over the years from the people's toil far exceeded this amount. Indeed, 200,000 taels was likely less than half of his fortune. Though it was a considerable sum, he might still summon the resolve to produce it. Should he do so, it would serve her purpose well. The right minister, readily spending 200,000 taels for the treatment of a concubine's daughter, would undoubtedly attract attention from above. It is worth noting that his monthly salary amounted to merely 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver. "Miss Su, could you possibly lessen the amount? 200,000 taels of gold is truly excessive." Su Li waved her hand dismissively, continuing her stride, "Not a single coin less." Zhao's expression hardened as she watched Su Li's retreating figure, then turned to Meng Zhiro, who was about to leave. "Halt." Meng Zhiro coldly inquired, "Is there something else, Aunt?" "Do as you wish." With that, Meng Zhiro proceeded inward. Zhao, infuriated by her demeanor, exclaimed, "What is this attitude? Truly, you have grown bold." Leaving Zhao behind, Meng Zhiro glanced up at the sky, donned a smile, and entered the courtyard of Chu. To her surprise, Chu was already in the yard, and she hurriedly approached to assist her. Chu remarked, "My dear, the weather today is delightful. I felt inclined to take a stroll." Meng Zhiro replied, "Mother, once you recover, I shall accompany you for as long as you desire, but for now, you must rest in bed." Chu grasped her daughter's hand and asked, "Rower, over these years, have you ever harbored resentment towards your mother for her inadequacies?" Meng Zhiro shook her head. Suddenly, Chu said, "Please preparing for me. I intend to write a letter to your uncle." Meng Zhiro's eyes brightened. "Mother, have you come to a realization?" Chu gazed into the sky above the courtyard and sighed. "For years, I have been narrow-minded, viewing the world from the confines of my own perspective. Miss Su and Miss Wei were correct. I believed I was acting in your best interest, yet I failed to understand that this was not what you desired." Meng Zhiro was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her gratitude towards Su Li and her companion beyond words. "I shall prepare the ink at once." With great enthusiasm, Meng Zhiro assisted Chu into the house. After arranging the writing materials, Chu took up her pen, pondering for a moment, as if resolute, before swiftly writing on the paper. Once she finished, she set down the pen and exhaled a sigh of relief. Carefully folded and placed into an envelope, Meng Zhiro handed the letter to her daughter. "Mother," she declared resolutely, "as long as we are together, I fear no adversity." "Very well, go ahead," replied Meng Zhiro, her heart brimming with joy as she exited the room. Observing her daughter's retreating figure, Chu sighed softly, pondering what expression her brother would wear upon reading the letter. While it was common knowledge in the capital that the right minister's household was embroiled in complexities of marital status, the Chu family had always distanced themselves from discord. Valuing harmony above all, he might remain blissfully unaware. With the delivery of this letter, however, the tides could very well shift. Their parents were now indulging in the joy of grandchildren, and her brother, a man of great learning, held a reputable position. Though the Chu family was not prominent among officials, their influence was felt far and wide through the numerous scholars they had nurtured. If trouble were to arise, the Chu family would not cower. After enduring for so many years, she had finally resolved to take a stand. Meng Qichao, since you have chosen to forget the kindness shown by our father, do not blame me for disregarding our marital bond at this juncture. Chapter 90. The position of the first ugly countenance. What? 200,000 taels of gold. Meng Xiang, now out of office, exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. The Su family truly had the audacity to demand such an exorbitant sum, not fearing the repercussions of their greed. Seeking treatment and expecting half of his fortune in return was akin to demanding half of his life. Zhao added fuel to the fire, saying, my lord, it seems your precious eldest daughter and Miss Su are as close as sisters. When she came to attend to the lady, she charged not a single coin and even gifted a century-old ginseng. Yet when it comes to Yuner, she makes such outrageous demands. Meng Xiang furrowed his brow and inquired, did Roer not speak a few kind words on her behalf? What words of kindness can be uttered when inviting someone to attend to her mother's ailment is done in secrecy, with an evident fear of our discovery? Had I not been ever vigilant, swiftly obstructing Miss Su, we might have never had the opportunity to lay eyes upon the young lady of the Su family. Meng Xiang's countenance darkened. He instructed her to summon Miss Su for the sake of Yuner, but she hesitated, professing a reluctance to impose upon her friend. Yet, in seeking assistance for her mother, it would not be deemed an imposition. This clearly reveals her intention to see Yuner suffer. How could such malevolence reside in a mere girl? Consumed by ire, Meng Xiang stormed out. Zhao Shi observed his retreating figure, a smirk playing upon her lips. Reveling in his distress, Meng Zhiro, you ungrateful daughter, come forth. Startled, Meng Zhiro, who was attending to Chu Shi with her medicine, nearly dropped the bowl. Chu Shi gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not be afraid. Meng Xiang barged in, his voice laced with anger. Did you not hear me summon you? Father. Meng Zhiro replied softly, once mother has taken her medicine, I shall come out. Come out now. I have questions to pose. Chu Shi interjected, wiping her lips. If you have inquiries, pose them here. Ro shall not step outside. In truth, Meng Xiang felt a twinge of trepidation towards Chu Shi. Though gentle in nature, her lineage and intellect surpassed his own. He found it difficult to appreciate a woman who outshone him. I merely wish to inquire why Miss Su demands such exorbitant fees for treating Yuner. Why does she not utter a few kind words to persuade Miss Su to lessen her charges? Chu Shi scoffed. Whether Roer speaks kindly is contingent upon her own volition. Moreover, even should she choose to speak, Miss Su may not heed her. If you find it too expensive, then simply choose not to seek treatment. Meng Xiang furrowed his brow and remarked, is this the kind of statement a matriarch should make? What do you mean by opting out of treatment? Have you not witnessed the profound suffering that Yuner is currently enduring? If it were Roer in such a predicament, would you still utter such words? You are, after all, her nominal mother, and given the exorbitant medical fees, you ought to contribute as well. Hearing his audacious reasoning, Chu Shi felt a surge of indignation mixed with amusement. How could you still recall that I am the matriarch and her nominal mother? Pray tell, has she ever regarded me as her mother? Has she even graced my presence once at dawn or dusk? Has she ever attended to me or partaken of my medicine? Since she does not acknowledge me as her mother, why should I bear the burden of her medical expenses? Meng Xiang found himself at a loss for words. This was precisely why he harbored disdain for Chu Shi. She would never relent and often left him feeling humiliated. With a mocking tone, Meng Xiang retorted, you are, after all, the daughter of a great scholar. How can you place such undue importance on material possessions? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your father's esteemed reputation? Chu Shi replied with a cold laugh. Only now have I come to realize the futility of seeking a virtuous reputation. It cannot be consumed or worn. It is merely a form of bondage. How can reputation possibly surpass the significance of tangible assets? Moreover, these possessions rightfully belong to me. You may pride yourself on your superiority, yet everything you wear and use has been acquired through these very material means. Have you not committed countless unscrupulous acts over the years for the sake of these possessions? Do you still possess the audacity to invoke my father's name? Pa. Meng Xiang stared at Chu Shi, who seemed transformed before his eyes, utterly astonished. Although Chu Shi had always been assertive, she had never spoken with such sharpness before. He glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Are those words truly fit for casual discourse? Which words denote your moral transgressions? Are you intimidated? Meng Xiang exclaimed as he dramatically flicked his sleeve, exuding an air of indignation. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, reminiscent of one fleeing in haste. Not only Meng Xiang, but even Meng Zhiro stood there in a state of disbelief. Mother, Chu's voice was gentle. What troubles you? Have you been startled? Meng Zhiro shook her head, stating, No, I simply found Mother's earlier demeanor quite captivating. In that moment, she envisioned her mother before marriage, exuding an aura of pride and elegance. Chu coughed lightly and smiled. After expressing so much, I feel considerably relieved. Meng Zhiro chuckled. Mother? You didn't even cough moments ago. Peering through the window at Chu's radiant smile, she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if Chu were less domineering, she would be regarded as a beauty. As for the master of the house, how could he still be preoccupied with official duties at such a time? Come, accompany me to the study. Upon arriving at the study, Zhao entered with urgency. Meng Xiang, upon seeing her, felt a surge of frustration. Master, we cannot delay the medical fees. Our daughter is awaiting assistance, Zhao stated bluntly. Meng Xiang retorted coldly, Where am I to procure 200,000 taels of gold? Zhao was fully aware of the family's financial standing. Witnessing his reluctance, she immediately broke into tears. Master, you must rely on Yuner. She is suffering greatly. You cannot abandon us. After all, you are her father. Her lamentations sent a jolt of distress through his mind. Just then, a maid rushed in with news. Master, Madame Zhao, the second young lady has awakened. Meng Xiang felt an intensifying headache, while Zhao's cries grew even louder. In recent days, my daughter has been in a state of turmoil, waking up and struggling wildly, crying out in distress. The doctor's prescribed medications do little to alleviate her pain and itchiness, often rendering her unconscious from the agony. As a mother, witnessing her suffering feels like a knife twisting in my heart. Enough with the wailing. The consultation fee must be paid. Meng Xiang's voice boomed, unable to endure any longer. If he did not procure the fee, their household would never find peace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi immediately fell silent. You must prepare the consultation fee first. I will go and check on Yuner. Miss, the Right Minister's residence has sent several large chests of gold. Jishu's voice was filled with excitement. Good heavens. It was the first time she had ever seen such an abundance of gold. Suli raised an eyebrow, surprised by the promptness. She had anticipated a longer wait. Clearly, Zhao Shi and Meng Zhiyun held significant standing in the Right Minister's eyes. Upon entering the front hall, she was greeted by a sea of golden hues. The servants of the Right Minister's residence bowed in respect as she entered. Miss Su, here are 200,000 taels of gold. Please sign here. Yes, I shall take my leave now. After the attendants withdrew, Sumu approached her, asking, Lear, what is the meaning of this? Mother, the illegitimate daughter of the Right Minister has fallen ill with a peculiar ailment and wishes for me to examine her. This is the consultation fee. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. So much for a consultation fee? Suli replied with a calm smile, the Right Minister is quite generous. Gazing at the gold, she realized that she now had sufficient funds for opening a shop and purchasing fine silk and charcoal. The following day, Suli arrived at the Right Minister's residence as promised. Miss Su, please come in. Yuner is inside, Zhao Shi said with a smile, inviting Suli to enter. The imperial physician has examined her and declared that she has fallen victim to the poison of rotting intestines. Yuner has been incessantly crying out in pain and itchiness, and the medicine prescribed by the doctor has proven ineffective, forcing us to bind her. Suli smirked. How could anyone else possibly decipher her concoction? Approaching to assess the situation, she found Meng Zhiyun unconscious, her eyes closed, evidently overwhelmed by agony. Observing the figure on the bed, bound like a rice dumpling, Suli felt a sense of tranquility within. Aunt Zhao, I can neutralize the poison, but the severe decay of her skin and face is irreparable and will leave scars. Zhao let out a piercing scream. What? Are you not a miraculous healer? You cannot restore her beauty, yet you demand such exorbitant fees? At that moment, Meng Zhiyun stirred awake. The torment of the past few days had clouded her mind, and she could only scream and struggle. Zhao cried out, Quick, hold her down. Yinner, Yinner, awaken. I am your mother. For a fleeting moment, Meng Zhiyun regained her clarity. Mother? Mother, just kill me. I feel so wretched. Mother, Zhao sobbed. You are my only daughter. Do not fret. You will surely recover. Turning her gaze back, Zhao gritted her teeth and said, Miss Su, please, cure her. Suli nodded. Very well, the poison shall be dispelled. These toxic sores will cease to itch or pain, and while her appearance cannot be restored, with clothing and a veil, she will appear no different than before. Is it not said that she is the ugliest in Qianqi? Now that she occupies this position, let her truly experience the taste of her own medicine. Zhao glanced at her daughter, who was barely recognizable, and nodded with determination. Suli instructed, You may step outside. I shall first administer acupuncture to eliminate the poison. After everyone had left, Suli swiftly rendered Meng Zhiyun unconscious with a needle, administering a pill before seating herself on a nearby chair. After a brief interval, she exited the room. Zhao inquired hesitantly, Is this sufficient? Suli handed her a prescription, stating, If you procure the medicine according to this formula and consume it for 3 days, the poison will be neutralized. Zhao accepted the prescription and promptly instructed someone to fetch the medicine. Once the task was completed, Suli departed the right minister's residence with Si Qin. My lady. Acquiring this 200,000 taels of gold was remarkably effortless, Si Qin beamed. Suli replied with a smile, to Meng Zhiyun. The right minister is indeed a good father. Si Qin nodded but sighed, yet this is profoundly unfair to Miss Meng. Is there truly any fairness in this world? Chapter 91. It snowed thus. The days passed with an unremarkable tranquility. One morning, upon awakening and lifting the quilt, a chill enveloped her. Suli donned her outer garment and pushed open the window. Ah, it's snowing. At that moment, Si Qin entered with a basin of warm water, setting it down and rubbing her hands together. My lady, this weather is exceptionally peculiar this year. It is only mid-September, and without warning, snow has fallen. When just yesterday the sun shone brightly. As Si Qin spoke, she turned to close the door and began to assist Su Li with her morning routine. Ji Shu and Mo Hua entered, one carrying a charcoal basin, the other tea. Su Li inquired, Has the courtyard been heated with charcoal? Indeed, Su Li confirmed. If it were any later, it would have been troublesome. Ji Shu turned to prepare clothing for Su Li. My lady, you must wear a coat today. It is exceedingly cold outside. Su Li was dressed warmly, cradling a hand warmer in her hands as she stood by the window, gazing for a moment. The snowflakes in the sky floated gently, delicate as white feathers, resembling fallen pear blossoms, scattered and sparse. A few days prior, Wang Wei had written to inform her that the granaries in the south had been completed and some grain had been procured. The letter also mentioned the incessant rain in the south, where perceptive citizens had foreseen the likelihood of a poor harvest this year, leading to a cessation of grain sales. The specter of famine in the south and the impending snow disaster in the north loomed ominously. The autumn examinations were also approaching, and that individual should be on the road to the capital by now. A fierce battle was about to commence. Miss, do not stand by the window in the cold breeze, Si Qin advised. She had noticed that her mistress had taken to staring out of the window in a daze for some time now. Closing the window, Su Li spoke, Si Qin, please bring over the breakfast. I shall not dine in the main courtyard. I desire the crystal cake you prepare. Yes, Mississippi. Once the maidens had departed, Su Li surveyed the room. Mo Yun. A figure cloaked in purple materialized within the chamber. Tonight, have your master come to see me. Mo Yun was taken aback. Miss, you are indeed Mo Yun's master. Su Li smiled. I once believed that I was, but when he came to visit repeatedly at night, and you did not appear to intervene, I realized I was not. Mo Yun's eyes filled with remorse. Mississippi, I am not angry. Please convey a message for me. Yes, miss. After partaking of breakfast in the room, and noticing the snowfall had lessened, she proceeded with a few maidens to the main courtyard of Su's mother. Mother Su sat on the couch, embroidering items for the child in her womb. Upon seeing her daughter enter, she noticed the tip of her nose was frostbitten. How did you come here? It is so cold today. Why didn't you dress more warmly? Mother Su chided with concern. The room was warmed by 2 braziers, creating a cozy atmosphere. Su Li removed her cloak and handed it to the maid, then settled onto the couch with a hand warmer. It had been a day since her daughter last visited. Her heart felt uneasy. Moreover, Su Li had already donned several layers. Any more would render walking unnecessary, as one could simply roll. Mother Su playfully tapped her daughter's nose, saying, Oh, you. Glancing out the window, she could still hear the wind howling. This year is indeed peculiar. Snow falls just as it is announced. I see many families have yet to stock up on coal. They may have to endure the cold. While assisting her mother in cutting fabric, Suli remarked, "Yes, I fear the price of coal will rise this year. Not just coal, the price of grain will soar as well. Thankfully, you have hoarded so much golden silk coal. We shall not worry in our household." Suli gently patted Mother Sue's slightly protruding abdomen, adding, "By next February or March, our family will welcome a new addition. And it will be even livelier then." Mother Sue smiled. "Do not change the subject. Has His Highness King Jing mentioned when he wishes to set the date for your marriage?" Suli feigned shyness. "Mother, we have hardly met." The imperial decree for their betrothal had been issued for some time, yet there had been no response from the southern region. As long as the emissary from the south remained, she could not withdraw her engagement. The longer this dragged on, the more restless Suli felt within. Mother Sue nodded and said, "Indeed, it was my oversight. If Prince Jing wishes to discuss the marriage date, he should do so with your father." Suli quickly diverted the conversation, saying, "Mother, the weather has turned suddenly cold. I fear that grandfather's residence has not prepared any golden silk charcoal. Let us send 2 carts over." Mother Sue slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Look at me. I completely forgot. It was indeed thoughtful of you, Lear." "Wang Xia," she called. "You heard what the young lady just said. Go inform the steward." "Yes, madam," replied Wang Xia. Suli sighed in relief, having successfully shifted the topic. Her relationship with Junimo was merely one of mutual benefit. The engagement would inevitably be dissolved, so what was there to discuss regarding a wedding date? "In the Duke of Wei's residence, mother, please drape another blanket over me." Lady Wang covered the old matriarch's legs with a blanket and glanced out the window, cursing under her breath, "This dreadful weather." Wei Yuan Yao entered, rubbing her hands together. "Mother, it's so cold. Did we not have any charcoal left in the storeroom from last year?" Lady Wang grimaced, saying, "If there were any left, would we let your grandmother freeze?" The cold came upon us so suddenly. We had no time to prepare new charcoal. Wei Yuan Yao approached and touched the old matriarch's hand, finding it icy cold. "The elderly and the young are the most vulnerable to the cold. Mother, this cannot continue. We may manage, but grandmother's leg ailment has only just begun to improve." Lady Wang instructed the maid nearby, "Quickly, summon the steward." After a while, the steward entered empty-handed. Lady Wang inquired, "Where is the charcoal?" The steward wore a troubled expression and said, "Madam, we dispatched someone early this morning to procure charcoal, but the prized golden silk charcoal is utterly unavailable. We could only acquire a limited supply of wood charcoal." Lady Wang gritted her teeth and inquired, "Is there no way to buy it at a higher price?" The steward shook his head and replied, "In past years at this time, the sun shone brightly. The leftover charcoal from last year has already been purchased by the prince's residence." Lady Wang's countenance darkened. Why were these people coming to compete with them instead of obtaining it from the Ministry of Revenue? Old Madam Wei interjected, "Do not place undue burden on the steward. Let us make do with wood charcoal." Lady Wang commanded, "Then bring in a basin of wood charcoal." "Yes, my lady." Before long, the wood charcoal was brought in. Gradually, the chill subsided, but cough, cough. "Mother, this wood charcoal, it's absolutely suffocating." Coughing, Wei Yuanao covered her mouth and nose, her small face turning crimson. Lady Wang was also seized by a fit of coughing. Yet, what could be done? Old Madam Wei felt tears welling in her eyes from the smoke. "Extinguish it, please. I would rather endure the cold than suffer this with charcoal." Cough, cough. The aged with charcoal produced an overwhelming amount of smoke. At that moment, a servant hurried in with news, "Madam, the Su residence has sent 2 full carts of golden silk charcoal." Lady Wang's eyes brightened. "Really? Quickly extinguish this with charcoal and burn the golden silk charcoal instead. This is truly a timely aid. 2 carts of charcoal would suffice until spring of next year." Wei Yuanyao exclaimed joyfully, "It must be my cousin Lear. She must have been arranging for the charcoal early this morning. I laughed at her for being overly cautious, yet she was right all along." Old Madam Wei chuckled. "That girl Lear is indeed meticulous in her endeavors." The golden charcoal was brought in, filling the room with a gentle warmth rather than the choking smoke typically associated with such fires. Gradually, the atmosphere became cozy, the dampness of the clothes faded away, and the once frozen hands and feet began to regain their dexterity. A few individuals sat together, sipping hot tea and sighing in contentment. Chapter 92. Midnight conversations after bathing and grooming in the evening. The room was aglow with the warmth of the charcoal fire, reminiscent of spring. Suli, with her damp hair cascading down, dismissed the maid to rest and approached the writing desk to practice her calligraphy. As Junimo entered, he was greeted by this picturesque scene. The lingering fragrance in the air hinted at her recent bath. "You're here?" Suli set down her brush and looked at him. She walked around the desk to pour a cup of hot tea for both of them. June Imo glanced at the charcoal basin in the room, settled down, and took a sip of the warm tea. It is indeed not cold here at all. Suli also took a sip and remarked, "This is the benefit of being prepared in advance." June Imo observed the delicate veil she had lifted slightly while drinking and said, "You may remove your veil. I recall the first time we met. You did so with such grace. Why has it become awkward now?" Suli paused with her fingers, replying, "I fear it might offend your highness's eyes." "How could that be? Do you not trust me, Leo?" "Your highness," she hesitated. "Just call me Xian." Suli, not dwelling on the matter, acquiesced. "Xian, I summoned you today because I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" "Regarding the sixth prince." "How much have you uncovered?" June Imo replied earnestly, "He is even more inscrutable than I had anticipated. I discovered that he has been raising a substantial army in the Shu region. What on earth is he planning?" Suli was not at all surprised. "The capabilities of your subordinates are indeed remarkable. You managed to uncover such a deeply concealed scheme." June Imo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This is largely thanks to Miss Su's alertness. I discovered that he has been clandestinely operating a gambling den and brothel to amass wealth. The profits are considerable, and further investigation yielded significant findings." Suli smiled and said, "The intention of the sixth prince is quite evident. It pertains to that position. Should he dare to act, I shall ensure he regrets ever coming into this world." Raising an eyebrow, Suli inquired, "Is your relationship with the crown prince particularly close?" It was then that she grasped the esteemed place the crown prince held in June Mo's heart. Such fraternal loyalty is indeed rare within the royal family. No wonder. In her previous life, she had heard of a remedy that could save the crown prince, and despite knowing the dangers, he had recklessly pursued it, resulting in a worsening of his illness and a lifetime spent in a wheelchair. Suppressing the guilt that arose within her, Suli declared, "Therefore, while the sixth prince is in the open, we can operate in the shadows and gradually dismantle his influence." June Imo regarded her with curiosity upon hearing her words. Suli asked, "What is it? Do you harbor a grudge against Junhui?" Suli responded, "What makes you think so? I am compelled to oppose him solely for the sake of the crown prince, yet as a daughter of a court official. You have little to no ties with Junhui. Why then do you choose to stand against him? Moreover, you seem quite familiar with him." Suli smiled and replied, "Perhaps it is due to a vendetta from my past life. Besides, I owe a debt of gratitude to the queen and the crown prince. When someone poses a threat to the crown prince, I must certainly do my part." Internally, Suli quietly exhaled in relief. "I have received word that the southern regions are currently experiencing incessant rainfall, while the north has begun to witness snowfall. It is feared that soon the heavy snow will render the roads impassable. At that point, the south may face famine, unable to receive assistance from the northern court, leading to dire circumstances," remarked Suli with a furrowed brow. June Imo expressed his astonishment. "I have only just received this news. How did you learn of it so swiftly?" "It is merely coincidence. A few days ago, I dispatched individuals to the south to procure supplies, and they have relayed this information," Suli replied. June Mo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, an action that mirrored Su Li's habitual mannerism. "Indeed. Thus I arranged for a shipment of grain to be sent there a few days ago, and I also intend to petition my father, the emperor, for further transport of provisions tomorrow," Suli stated, her brow still knitted in concern. "News has yet to arrive from the south. It is likely that certain individuals are withholding information for ulterior motives. If you report this, the emperor may become suspicious. If the emperor has not been informed and you, a mere prince, have knowledge of it, it could provide a handle for the censors," Suli sighed. "I fear that the officials who conceal such reports do so not only for their own advancement, but also due to Junhui's schemes. Should the court be unable to respond to the disaster in time, he may then distribute grain and win the people's favor. Here is my proposal. My associates have established several granaries and procured some grain over there. I will entrust these to you, and you shall take the lead in providing relief," she continued, seeking to usurp the glory that rightfully belonged to Junhui and bestow it upon June Imo. June Imo was taken aback. "Li Heir, you are indeed affluent. However, the granaries and grain are yours, and I cannot accept them." This highlighted the stark contrast between Junhui and June Imo. Unlike Junhui, who would exploit every opportunity to claim all credit for himself, June Imo exhibited a sense of integrity. Suli furrowed her brow and remarked, "However, distributing rice porridge locally will inevitably require negotiations with the local officials. Only your status as a prince can facilitate this matter without arousing the emperor's suspicion." June Imo chuckled. "If that is your concern, there is no need to worry. Have you forgotten that you are to become the future Princess Jing? Your influence is considerable. Of course, I shall certainly accompany you when the time comes. Suli smacked her forehead, realizing she had overlooked the fact that she was already betrothed. Regardless of their private interactions, to the outside world, they were seen as a united entity. Very well, we shall go together then, she agreed. Will your parents permit you to travel so far? I will persuade my father and mother, Junimo responded. However, the grain I can procure is merely a drop in the ocean. Do you have sufficient supplies in your granary? Suli smiled confidently, absolutely. If my stores are insufficient, Junhuai's granary will suffice. After all, he obtained that grain by inflating prices, and I shall simply return it to the people. She mused, Junhuai, having lost the reputation of the virtuous king. Will you still enjoy the emperor's favor as you did in your past life? In the warmth of the room, they sipped hot tea and engaged in light conversation, creating a sense of coziness amidst the snowy night. Junemo remarked playfully, you dismiss me so quickly, Lear, how heartless of you. His voice, imbued with a gentle mirth, floated softly like a feather upon the heart. Suli remained silent, merely observing him. Junemo then composed himself, and at that moment, Imo-yun appeared in the room. Your subordinate is here. Junemo looked at Suli but addressed Imo-yun. From now on, Miss Su shall be your sole master. You will follow her and heed her commands, do you understand? Was momentarily taken aback, lifting her head. Upon seeing Junmo's earnest expression, she lowered her gaze once more and replied, yes. Subsequently, she knelt on one knee before Suli, exclaiming, pays respects to the master. Initially, when she first joined the young lady's side, she was indeed reluctant. Was it not an overestimation for a mere young lady to require the personal protection of the? However, as the days passed, she realized that the young lady was indeed unlike any ordinary noblewoman. This was a lady she was willing to follow. Suli glanced at Junimo and then at. You may rise, she instructed. Yes, master. Suli added, you may still call me young lady. Yes, young lady. Once had withdrawn, Suli turned her gaze to Junimo and said, there is no need for such formality. I do not mind. Junimo smiled and replied, in truth, has never disclosed your matters to me since she began following you. It would be improper for her to act against me, as I am her former master. I understand. Thank you, Suli responded. Between us, there is no need for gratitude. You should rest now. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed as he had arrived, slipping through the window and vanishing into the snowy night. Chapter 93. The arrival. The cold wind howled, roaring fiercely, sweeping the snowflakes across the desolate village and parched river, passing through the bare treetops, finally settling upon the official road on the outskirts. Countless pine trees stood tall upon the surrounding mountains, their branches burdened with thick layers of snow. When the wind blew, chunks would cascade down, occasionally producing a rustling sound. A carriage sped along the snow-laden official road. Brother, how much longer? I'm freezing to death. A delicate voice emerged from within the carriage, braving the biting cold wind. The man driving the cart replied, soon, we shall arrive in the capital. As he uttered these words, he felt the frigid gusts creep down his throat, sending a chill through his very core. Suddenly, a rise appeared on the otherwise smooth official road ahead. Whoa! A voice inquired from inside the carriage, Why are we stopping? The man responded, Mother, it seems there is someone lying here. As he approached, he indeed discovered a person, more specifically a woman, clad in white garments. She was nearly camouflaged against the snow that blanketed her, and but for her flowing black hair, she would have seamlessly blended into the wintry landscape. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing an elderly woman and a young girl, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Though her attire was clean, it could not be deemed luxurious. Forget about her and let us be on our way. It is dreadfully cold, the elderly woman exclaimed. Once we arrive at your aunt's home, I shall indulge in a hearty bowl of chicken soup to regain my warmth. The young girl chimed in, indeed. Mother, I have heard that aunt's family holds a position of authority. When we arrive, we shall not only feast on meat at every meal but also adorn ourselves in beautiful garments and jewelry. The elderly woman playfully scolded her. You are so short-sighted. Once your brother achieves the top degree, we shall want for nothing. Must we rely on your aunt? Once your brother becomes an official, the daughters of noble families and even royal princesses will surely flock to us. At that time, I might even find myself kin to the emperor. As she envisioned the splendid days ahead, the wrinkles on the old woman's face transformed into a radiant smile. Should anyone pass by and overhear, they could not help but chuckle in amusement. Even if one were to achieve the highest honor in the imperial examination, historically, it would merely secure a position as a 7th-rank editor in the Hamlin Academy, necessitating a gradual ascent through the ranks, a daunting endeavor indeed. The capital is neither overwhelmingly vast nor insignificantly small, yet it is teeming with officials and nobility. A mere signboard falling could easily strike a favored son of fortune. To make a name for oneself, the path is fraught with challenges. The young man seemed oblivious to the conversation between his mother and sister, as he curiously brushed aside the tresses of the woman's hair, instantly rendered speechless. This woman bore an astonishing resemblance to one from his dreams. For several months now, he had been haunted by a recurring dream. In it, he donned a splendid robe, embracing a beautiful woman at the threshold, while within the room lay another woman, bound by iron chains and covered in blood. Unlike the woman in his arms, this one bore a long scar across her face. This scene had persistently haunted his dreams, and he had dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet, here was the visage from his slumber in reality. He had longed to unravel the mystery of this dream, so he turned to the occupants of the carriage and declared, "Mother, I wish to save her." The elderly woman's countenance darkened as she coldly replied, "Save whom? We have no money to support idlers. Honor, once you achieve the highest honor, what manner of woman will you lack?" Zhao Huan, sensing his mother's misunderstanding, hurriedly clarified, "Mother, do you recall the dream I spoke of? She resembles the woman in my dream." Zhao's mother was taken aback. What a coincidence! Zhao Huan nodded in affirmation. Zhao Yuyan, with a glint in her eye, interjected, "Mother, since brother wishes to save her, let him do so. After all, he is soon to attain the highest honor. And one might as well consider it an advance purchase of a maid. From now on, she shall no longer be burdened with the tasks of kindling the fire, cooking, fetching water, or washing clothes. After all, she is the beloved sister of a future scholar, destined to marry a prince. It is essential for her to take good care of her delicate hands." After a moment's contemplation, Madame Zhao said, "Then you may take her along. Just let her stay outside the carriage. It is rather cramped inside with your sister and me." Zhao Huan nodded, lifting the young woman and placing her beside him at the front of the carriage, which then resumed its slow journey. At the minister's residence, Xichin entered and reported, "Miss, Brother Su has sent word that Su Yu set a fire and took the opportunity to escape from Lichuan courtyard, where she was rescued by someone who has gone to the residence of Lu Jiang, the magistrate of the Astronomical Bureau." The magistrate of the Astronomical Bureau? How intriguing. For this individual is a familiar acquaintance. Lu Jiang's wife, Shui, is Zhao Huan's maternal aunt. In a previous life, Lu Jiang was one of the most capable members of the 6th Prince's faction. Although he held a mere 6th-grade official position, his unique role in the Astronomical Bureau afforded him significant influence. What does the rescuer look like? Where was she saved? Xichin hesitated before replying. Brother Su did not specify. "I shall inquire further." Su Li nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Zhao Huan, you have finally arrived. It seems that your destinies from the past have intertwined once more in this life. In this incarnation, Su Yu is no longer the daughter of an official family. How will you treat her now? In this life, devoid of my support and resources, will you still ascend to great heights? Will you still garner the favor of Junhui? I shall not spare any member of the Zhao family. That old crone thinks her son is exceptional in every regard. I shall ensure she witnesses her son reduced to a state more pitiful than that of a dog. Zhao Yuyan does not believe herself to be extraordinary, dreaming daily of marrying into the royal family. Let her realize her true worth." "Miss, are you all right?" Noticing the unsettling aura emanating from her, Xichin inquired anxiously. "Yes, miss, I shall promptly inform Brother Su." Once Xichin departed, Su Li calculated the days remaining until the examination. Less than half a month remained. With everyone present, it was time to commence preparations. Reflecting carefully on the examination questions from her previous life, she recalled how, enamored with Zhao Huan, she had gone to great lengths to obtain a copy of his answers. The accolades that this answer sheet had brought him in her past life would now spell calamity for him in this one. Top scholar? Nearly a dream. She approached the writing desk and began to write fervently, soon filling the rice paper with characters. M.O.U.N. Mississippi. Su Li neatly folded the rice paper and handed it to her. "Please assist me with a task." Chapter 94. A timely assistance, Genius Fong Liang. The ministers were summoned to court. As they disembarked from their carriages, they shuddered from the biting cold. What dreadful weather! It could freeze a person to death. "Oh, Minister Zhang, you are quite early today." "Indeed, Minister Wang, you as well." Outside the palace, the courtiers rubbed their hands together as they made their way to the grand hall. "By the way, Minister Zhang, have you managed to procure any charcoal for heating?" "Do not be upset, Minister Zhang. My household is in the same predicament. It is said that the merchants have yet to supply charcoal due to the unexpected snowfall. and last year's surplus has already been distributed to the various princes and lords. At that moment, an adult nearby interjected, in previous years, the court would distribute supplies. But this year's circumstances are unexpected. It seems unlikely. Sighing, he added, indeed, this year is proving to be quite challenging. Another responded, absolutely. Nowadays, gold and silk charcoal is more precious than gold. Even with wealth, it is unattainable. Listening to the hushed discussions and complaints of the court officials, Su's father and Wei Xiong exchanged glances and lowered their heads in silence. They recalled that several basins of charcoal were placed in every courtyard of their home, even on the carriage used for court. Wasn't that a tad extravagant? Su's father felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking how perceptive his daughter was. Otherwise, their family would surely suffer from the cold. Upon arriving at the grand hall, they found the charcoal burning, finally bringing warmth. This was the first time he found joy in attending court. Indeed, the hall was warmer than their home. After moving their stiffened limbs, the officials sighed in relief. Gradually, all the ministers arrived, each one rubbing their hands and exhaling steam. The emperor has arrived. Long live our emperor. Be at ease. The emperor observed the group of officials below, their breath visible in the cold air, feeling a mix of guilt and pride. This year, due to the abrupt change in climate, the supply of gold and silk charcoal is insufficient. Please bear with it. Even though he acknowledged the discomfort, the officials dared not show any discontent. The emperor spoke of mundane matters before dismissing the court. He thought to himself, attending court daily is truly a thankless task. But it is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. One must sit here even without pressing matters. After the court was adjourned, he noticed many officials still lingering and inquired, why do you not depart? Once the morning court session concluded, as soon as he stepped away from the dragon throne, all one could see were the backs of the ministers' heads. The officials, wearing expressions of distress, could hardly recover before the court was dismissed again. This I still need to confer with Lord Wang regarding the case of the Li family. Su Fu inquired, the case concerning the Li family's wife's infidelity? Is it truly of sufficient gravity to warrant the attention of both esteemed gentlemen? It was widely known among court officials that the Li case arose from the fact that Lord Li was a minister. However, even as a minister, the matter of a woman's infidelity hardly seemed to ascend to the level of criminal court scrutiny, did it? The esteemed gentleman exhibited signs of awkwardness, admitting they had merely mentioned it in passing. The emperor then turned to others present. Do you also wish to deliberate on the Li family matter? With a hint of amusement, he added, we are meant to discuss the upcoming autumn examination. The emperor, having concluded the matter, waved his hand and departed with his attendants. Su Fu observed his colleagues and remarked, gentlemen, are you not leaving? You may proceed first, Minister Su. Su Fu shook his head and slowly made his way toward the palace gates. Upon reaching the gates, he noticed his carriage awaiting him. He hastily boarded, took a sip of the health tea prepared by his daughter, and relished a delicacy arranged by his wife, letting out a contented sigh. Yes, my lord. At the right chancellor's residence. Cough, cough mother, please add another quilt. Meng Jiro expressed her concern, just as mother's health had begun to improve. The weather has turned. What are we to do? It's nothing, dear. I am not cold, came the reply amidst coughs. Miss, hurry to the front of the residence. Miss Su has brought us gold and silk charcoal. Mei Xiang entered, her face alight with joy. Meng Jiro paused. Gold and silk charcoal? Where did Liu acquire such? Meng Jiro dashed outside and confirmed that it was indeed the carriage from the Su residence. Miss Meng, this is sent to you by our young lady. She instructed that this charcoal is exclusively for you and your mother, with no portion for anyone else. The hurriedly arrived Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile. Oh, we are all family. Why fuss over such trivialities? Please convey my gratitude to your young lady. Steward, why not take this charcoal into our storage? The servant from the Su family retorted. Our young lady stated that this is for Miss Ming alone. No one else shall lay claim to it. Miss Ming, allow me to assist you in moving it to your courtyard. Zhao gritted her teeth and said, very well. I suppose I need not worry about it. Once it is inside the estate, does it not belong to her as well? Meng Jiro smiled and replied, please thank Liar for me and have it moved to my mother's courtyard. Yes. Zhao glanced at the boxes on the carriage and frowned. Although gold and silk charcoal is precious, is it necessary to encase it in an iron box? As several large boxes were brought down, a fleeting surprise flickered in Meng Jiro's eyes. Upon reaching Chu's courtyard, the boxes were set down. The servant then said, Miss Ming, our young lady mentioned that these boxes are difficult to open without external force. They are secured with the intricate Juku lock of the Mo family. and she believes you are capable of unlocking them. In that instant, Meng Jiro comprehended Su Li's intention. The Juko lock was something they had explored together, and Lyre was concerned that the charcoal might be appropriated by others. Truly a clever thought. These few boxes of gold and silk charcoal are worth more than several boxes of gold. She would not allow Lyre's efforts to go to waste. Indeed, once the servants departed, Zhao entered. "Steward, have the boxes removed." "Halt!" Meng Jiro shouted. Zhao chuckled. "My lady, you and the madam do not require so much. Your sister is still unwell. What harm is there in us using a bit?" Meng Jiro retorted coldly. "This was given to me by Miss Su. Do you not have charcoal?" The stench of charcoal is unbearable. Even the servants refused to use it. Meng Jiro shielded the box behind her, asserting, "Regardless, you are not permitted to touch it. Even if you attempt to lift this box, you will find it locked tight." Zhao laughed. "How could that be? A mere axe can break the lock." Meng Jiro replied, "That is the Mo family's 9 curves lock. It cannot be broken in such a manner." "What nonsense is this? A 9 curves lock? There is no lock in this world that cannot be smashed. Steward, bring me an axe and break it open." "Yes, soon." A burly servant approached with an axe in hand. Zhao commanded, "Pull the young lady away." Meng Jiro protested, "You dare. I am still the young lady of this household." "I apologize, my lady." The servant seized Meng Jiro, and with 2 heavy strikes, the axe met the lock, yet it remained utterly unyielding. "How peculiar." "Bah, bah." The strong man spat in disbelief and swung the axe several more times, but still the lock did not budge. Zhao ordered, "Chop the box." The man swung his axe at the iron box a dozen times, leaving not a single mark. "Stop wasting your efforts. This is the Mo family's possession. Even if you chop until tomorrow, you will not succeed," Meng Jiro said with a cold smirk. Zhao gazed at Meng Jiro, demanding, "You must know how to open this. Unlock it for me." Meng Jiro stood still, unyielding. "Did you not hear my command to open it? You, as you raised your hand, intended to strike down." "Stop. Cough, cough." "Mother, how did you come out?" She cast a cold glance at Zhao. "Do you wish to strike my daughter?" Zhao smiled and replied, "Sister, do not speak so recklessly. How could I dare to strike the young lady? Get out." Chu pointed towards the courtyard door, her voice resonating. The smile on Zhao's face froze. "Sister, I said get out." "You." With indignation, Zhao left with her servants in tow. Chapter 95. The assertive Chu. "Miss Su is truly our benefactor," Chu remarked, gazing at the falling snow outside. Then glancing at the charcoal fire within, she sighed. Meng Jiro nodded in agreement. "Indeed, encountering Yao and Lier, I am fortunate." The mother and daughter engaged in conversation, enjoying their evening meal and sipping tea. At that moment, Mei Xiang hurried in, saying, "Madam, Miss, I have seen the master approaching. His expression does not seem pleasant." Chu, unperturbed, set down her teacup and said, "He must have learned about the gold and silk charcoal we possess." Noticing her daughter's troubled expression, Chu gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "It is nothing." Meng Jiro nodded slightly. Indeed, the right minister entered the room, immediately sensing the warmth, and upon surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the charcoal basin. "You have charcoal. Why do you keep it all to yourselves? Do you not know to share some?" His tone was harsh, imbued with righteous indignation. Chu smiled and answered, "This was specifically designated for us by Miss Su." The right minister coldly remarked, "But Yun'er is still unwell, you." Upon witnessing her current demeanor, he furiously pointed at her and exclaimed, "How have you become like this? So selfish, how can you claim to be the mistress of this household?" Chu, calm and composed, replied with a smile, "I no longer wish to be the mistress. Meng Qichao, let us part ways." The right minister's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Part ways?" Chu nodded, asserting, "Yes, part ways. I have never wronged you, yet you allow a concubine to usurp my position. I have endured this for far too long." The right minister, feeling a tinge of irritation, retorted, "What are you causing a ruckus about now? Is it merely for a bit of charcoal? Is that necessary?" He sensed that Chu had changed recently, becoming more assertive. "I am not causing a scene. I am speaking earnestly." The right minister replied sternly, "I do not wish to discuss this now. Quickly bring out the charcoal. In such frigid weather, you cannot be so selfish. There is no charcoal." Seeing her resolute stance, the right minister turned to Meng Jiro and ordered, "Open that box." Meng Jiro remained motionless. The right minister, exasperated, exclaimed, "You rebellious daughter. Do you wish to defy your father? Enough." Chu slammed her cup down on the table. "Are you finished? I have made it clear that this is for Miss Su and us. Do you intend to seize it by force?" The right minister, Contemplating the repercussions of failing to procure the precious charcoal today, realized Zhao's impending fury. You must bring out the charcoal today. He maintained a stern demeanor, unwavering in his stance. Chusher stood up, challenging, are you forcing me to seek the Empress for justice? Her words effectively restrained the right minister. First, it is not merely embarrassing to have the matter of demanding gold and charcoal from the wife and daughter spread. One must consider that if this situation escalates, he will undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. The current emperor still addresses Lady Chu as sister-disciple, and for all these years, he has achieved little in his position. With the emperor turning a blind eye solely due to the influence of the esteemed old Taishan, it is evident whom the empress will favor. You. Utterly unreasonable. Humph. The right minister, once again incensed, stormed out in a huff. The servants looked on in astonishment. This was the second time in recent days that the master had left in such a manner, a behavior previously unheard of. My lord, what of the charcoal? None, came the reply. Zhao's voice rose in disbelief. None? How can that be? Not even the master requested it. Sister has gone too far. To think she could be so heartless as to let the master endure the cold in such frigid weather. Very well, charcoal is not irreplaceable. We shall make do. The right minister sighed in resignation. My lord, how can you? The right minister waved his hand dismissively. Do not provoke her in that direction for the time being. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao's eyes. When did I ever dare to provoke the mistress? Your words lack reason. Days passed swiftly. Meng Zhiro hurried in through the door, her cheeks flushed. In recent days, Lady Chu had been diligent with her medicine, and her spirit had noticeably improved. Quick, let me see. While she had received letters from her brother before, this particular letter promised to be different. Meng Zhiro handed the letter to her mother and nestled beside her to read together. As Lady Chu gazed at the letter, tears welled in her eyes. After a long moment, upon finishing the letter, Lady Chu was left in tears. It is my own inadequacy that has burdened your grandparents, forcing them to worry and toil at their advanced age. Meng Zhiro wiped her mother's tears and comforted her, saying, Mother, do not be sorrowful. Brighter days lie ahead. Chu nodded and replied, Come, accompany me to the front courtyard. Meng Zhiro agreed and assisted her mother as they made their way outside. Why has sister emerged? Zhao inquired sharply upon seeing the duo. Today being a holiday, the right chancellor was also present at the residence. Upon noticing Chu's arrival, he asked, Is your health improving? Chu disregarded her mockery and stated, It is fortunate that you are all here. You oversee the family affairs, and here is my dowry list. Please organize it for me, as I shall manage it henceforth. Zhao immediately sprang up, exclaiming, Sister, you cannot be serious. Your dowry has long since been absorbed into the family estate. How could you possibly retrieve it now? The right chancellor interjected, Given your health, Xiang'er is taking care of these matters for you. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Chu's dowry consisted mostly of renowned artifacts, and having navigated the bureaucratic realm, he had long since relinquished many of them. The estimated monetary value was significant, and it would surely deplete the resources of the chancellor's household. Chu coldly retorted, There is no need for that. My health has improved. And besides, Rower is now grown. This was meant for her, and she should learn to manage it herself. Zhao's countenance darkened as she protested, Sister, are you not putting your sister in a difficult position? Chu responded, What difficulty is there? The dowry list contains valuations for each item. Or are you suggesting that such a grand household would dare to encroach upon a woman's dowry? If word of this spreads, Meng Qichao, you may well become the subject of ridicule and Tianqi. The right chancellor's countenance darkened as he addressed Aunt Zhao, instructing her to tally the dowry and present it to her. Zhao's heart was filled with reluctance. She was acutely aware of the extent of Chu's dowry. Indeed, Chu was fortunate to have parents who cherished her deeply. On the surface, the Chu family appeared modest, with the dowry consisting mainly of calligraphy and paintings. Initially, she dismissed it, but upon casually pawning a painting, the price offered by the pawnbroker filled her with unexpected delight. To relinquish such a substantial fortune felt akin to carving out her flesh. Chu's health had been steadily declining over the past few years, and it seemed she could not endure much longer. After her demise, wouldn't the dowry naturally revert to her? Yet, unexpectedly, a new player had emerged in the form of Su Li. Since Su Li had attended to Chu's ailments, her condition had been improving day by day. Master, how can there be so much silver left in our household? The right chancellor cast a glance at Zhao, who averted her eyes in guilt. He replied coldly, I am well aware of how much silver resides in our estate. Chu disregarded their conversation and, with a frosty tone, declared, I shall give you 2 days. If anything is found to be missing, I will go to the palace to speak with Her Majesty the Queen. Having remained in seclusion for so long, now that my health is restored, I truly wish to venture out more. With that, she paid no heed to their expressions and strode out of the main hall with her daughter. Master, look at her. The Right Chancellor coldly observed Chu's retreating figure, then turned to Zhao and demanded, Speak honestly, have you tampered with those items? And no, not at all. Humph, it is best that you haven't. Make sure to compensate for any missing items with silver. Should I hear any rumors outside, I will hold you accountable. It was the first time Zhao had encountered his dark countenance, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Chapter 96, Crisis Early in the Morning. The steward arrived with news that the shop on East Street had been nearly completed according to the blueprints. Upon hearing this, Suli set out with Si Qin. The shop, located in a prime area of East Street, was quite spacious, spanning 3 levels. Upon entering, one could see the neatly arranged custom-made hot pot tables and chairs. The decor was simple yet bright, perfectly mirroring her designs. At that moment, a man of unremarkable appearance approached, concealing his true identity, Su Mubai. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Mississippi, Suli smiled and nodded. Su Gongzi, you are here so early? Su Mubai replied. I have been coming here for the past few days, Mississippi. The first floor has been divided as you instructed, comprising a dining area, a counter, a kitchen, and a food display section with a designated waiting area near the entrance. Suli nodded, impressed. It exceeded her expectations, even surpassing the hot pot restaurants of her previous life. Shall we take a look at the second floor? Suli agreed, and under Su Mubai's guidance, they ascended to the second floor. This level has also been designed according to your blueprints. As you can see, the center is open, allowing a direct view of the hall on the first floor. Each corner is equipped with a staircase for easy service. This second floor features 32 private rooms, and I have named each room based on its decor theme. Su Mubai continued. Suli noticed that each room had a plaque above its door. They entered one room labeled Qing Feng Xin, Su Mubai explained. This is derived from the famous line by Su Dongpa, a gentle breeze arrives. This private room boasts a refined atmosphere, ideal for merchants conducting business or scholars engaging in discourse. Suli nodded, recognizing Su Mubai's acumen in commerce. They then entered an adjacent private room, the plaque inscribed with the words, In the Depths of Blossoms. Su Mubai's voice echoed. This name is inspired by the verse. Amidst the 10-mile towers leaning against the emerald hills, in the depths of blossoms, the cuckoo cries, as they explored several more private rooms. Each one was a delightful surprise. The 32 private chambers here are masterfully crafted, adorned with golden carvings and jade embellishments, seamlessly integrated with nature. This establishment is not an isolated tower, for behind it lies a lake, and the second floor offers a breathtaking view of the lake scenery. Blessed with an exceptional geographical location. The third floor was specifically reserved at Su Li's request, featuring larger and more luxurious rooms. Upon opening the windows, the vista expands further. After surveying the premises, Su Li felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the immense popularity this establishment would garner once it opens. Miss, the inn has yet to be named. We await your illustrious title, Su Mubai remarked. Standing by the window and gazing at the distant lake view, Su Li proposed. Let it be called Drunk in the Present. I happen to know a recipe for a wine. I shall test it first, and if successful, we will launch it alongside the hot pot. Su Mubai nodded in agreement. To indulge in wine today is splendid, paired with hot pot and fine spirits. Su Li smiled and inquired, How fares your search for personnel? Su Mubai remarked, The essence of this hot pot lies primarily in the preparation of the broth. The remaining aspect hinges on the proper etiquette. Thus, the challenge is not particularly daunting. I have already taken the liberty to instruct the staff to uniformly impart the requisite manners, and we shall also arrange for custom attire. Su Li nodded and replied, Do not forget to embroider the words Jin Zhaozue onto the garments. Su Mubai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with realization. Splendid. Truly worthy of the young lady. Su Li smiled, attributing it to merely echoing others' insights. After conversing for a while longer, Su Li departed with Si Qin. In the carriage, Si Qin was still brimming with excitement. Mr. Su is indeed exceptionally talented. I did not misjudge his artistic prowess. Who could have anticipated that the person once dirtier than a beggar harbored such immense talent? Su Li chuckled. That girl, Imohua, cannot keep her thoughts to herself. You have all discerned it. Si Qin covered her mouth with a laugh. How could anyone miss it? She speaks of Mr. Su all day long. It is nearly impossible to remain oblivious. Su Li chuckled softly, remaining silent. Si Qin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Miss, I am merely intrigued. How did you come to know of Mr. Su's remarkable abilities?" Su Li responded with a smile, "Your young lady possesses the gift of foresight." Si Qin pouted in dissatisfaction. "Miss, you are merely jesting." As their conversation continued, time slipped away unnoticed. Just as Si Qin was about to speak, Su Li's expression suddenly shifted. "Do not utter a word." Si Qin immediately fell silent, her eyes wide with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Su Li whispered, "Have you not noticed how eerily quiet it is outside?" Si Qin's countenance changed dramatically. She had not paid attention until the young lady reminded her, only to realize that aside from the sound of rolling wheels, there was not a single voice outside. This was not the street. Su Li quietly lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and discovered a desolate landscape of wild grass and trees. They were on the outskirts of the city and had not yet taken the main road. "Mississippi." Si Qin's voice trembled. "Madam is with child and cannot endure any distress. The only person I can think of is Junimo, miss. I cannot leave you alone. Miss, just wait. I will hold him back. You must flee." Si Qin grasped her hand tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Su Li replied, "This is an order. Miss, let us change our clothes. Allow me to assist you." Su Li seized her hand and coldly stated, "I am the young lady. You must obey me." In her previous life, Si Qin had sacrificed herself for her. In this life, she would protect her at all costs. "Mississippi." "Obey." Su Li's expression was resolute. They were surely not alone in the shadows. There were more than just the driver. She wondered how Mo Yun was faring. She did not know who the enemy was, and could only take one step at a time. Su Li clenched her fist. To say she was unafraid would be a lie. She had not yet avenged herself, and in this life, she valued her life dearly. Exchanging a glance with Si Qin, Su Li suddenly flung open the carriage curtain and scattered a handful of white powder outside. "Si Qin, jump." Si Qin gritted her teeth, and the two leaped from the carriage. Si Qin, run north. As Su Li began to run in the opposite direction, the driver inhaled a copious amount of the white powder and immediately screamed, tumbling off the carriage. The moment Su Li took off, a group of figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, chasing after her. Si Qin wept as she ran. "Miss, you must stay safe." "Jing Wang." "Yes." "Find Jing Wang." Su Li grasped the porcelain vial tightly, her cold gaze fixed on the cloaked figures surrounding her. "Who sent you?" The leader stepped forward, asserting, "Miss Su, we mean you no harm. Do not resist unnecessarily, lest we inadvertently hurt you." A flicker of doubt crossed Su Li's eyes. Their demeanor exuded respect, suggesting they did not wish for her demise. Noting her silence, the cloaked figure commanded, "Take Miss Su away." Su Li remained vigilant, observing the advancing figures. Seizing her moment, she swiftly waved her hand. "Be careful," one of the men shouted, retreating while covering his mouth and nose. Too late to escape, another fell to the ground, lifeless. The remaining figures, witnessing their fallen comrade, glared at Su Li with cold resolve. "You bring this upon yourself." Holding their breath, the black-clad men lunged towards her in an instant. Su Li felt a sharp pain at her neck before darkness enveloped her. Chapter 97. "He has arrived, Your Highness." "There is trouble." Mo Yang entered, his voice grave. Upon seeing Mo Yun, bloodied and breathless behind him, Jun Mo sprang to his feet. "Your Highness, Miss has been kidnapped." Mo Yun struggled to maintain his composure. Mo Yang, summon all the Mo guards and follow this prince. "Yes." When Su Li awoke, the sky outside had nearly darkened. Instantly, she recognized that she had fallen victim to a paralyzing potion. She reached for her waist, only to find that the vial was indeed gone. Slowly, she rose to survey her surroundings. The room was modest, devoid of extravagance, utterly ordinary in every respect. Through the window, it became apparent that this was a quaint farmhouse. Had they already left the capital? "I hope Jun Mo can uncover the clues she left behind." "My lord, the person is inside." Then came the sound of the door opening. Su Li felt a gaze scrutinizing her. "You may leave now." "Yes, my lord." That voice. A wave of horror washed over Su Li. How dare he? Since Miss Su has awakened, why not engage in a conversation with this prince? Realizing her disguise had been seen through, Su Li decided to abandon her pretense. She opened her eyes and struggled to sit up. "Prince, what is the meaning of this?" Su Li coldly inquired, fixing her gaze on Liang Xianting. Liang Xianting lifted the hem of his garment and took a seat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. Sipping his tea, he replied leisurely. Su Li was taken aback, not expecting his unwavering resolve. "Prince, I am now to be the future Princess Jing." Are you attempting to incite a war between our nations? Liang Xianing scoffed. It was clearly this prince who sought the emperor of Tianqi for a marriage decree, and you were meant to be my consort. Yet, out of the blue, an unfounded engagement appears. Do you take me for a fool? Su Li retorted coldly. Why must the prince be so insistent? I am merely an ordinary woman. No, less than ordinary, a disfigured one, unworthy of such devotion. Liang Xianing looked at Su Li with a bemused expression. Miss Su has truly deceived the world. I fail to comprehend. Beneath the veil lies a beauty that could enchant, yet you willingly allow yourself to be known as Tianqi's greatest eyesore. What could possibly be the reason? Su Li's eyes shifted. How had he come to know? Noticing her surprise, Liang Xianing smiled faintly. Su Li lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Your Highness, someone is pursuing us. Liang Xianing exclaimed in surprise. So soon? Miss Fu Su, get on the carriage. Observing the smile at the corners of Su Li's lips, Liang Xianing spoke coldly. I intended for you to rest well tonight, but it seems we must travel through the night. As soon as he finished speaking, two women entered to change Su Li's attire and hairstyle, skillfully applying makeup to her face. In a short time, Su Li transformed from a breathtaking beauty into an ordinary woman. Once the two women confirmed there were no flaws in their work, they reached for Su Li's jewelry to put it away. Return that hairpin to me. It was a gift from my mother, Su Li insisted, snatching the hairpin back. Noticing its simplicity and lack of distinguishing features, the women acquiesced. A subtle smile graced Su Li's lips, for it was all thanks to Liang Xuanting's insistence on referring to her as the noble consort. Her request was not unreasonable, and the servants had no grounds to refuse. Having been incapacitated by a softening powder, Su Li allowed them to assist her into the carriage. She cast a glance at the wheels of the carriage before settling quietly inside. Liang Xianting had also altered his appearance to resemble an ordinary man. Observing her tranquil demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and, feeling uneasy, he quickly checked her over. Su Li opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Liang Xianting remarked, I apologize for the inconvenience. Miss Su. He then joined her in the carriage, which immediately sped away. Su Li's fingers twitched slightly. Though she had been rendered mute and hindered by the softening powder, she was still able to move. Stealthily, she retrieved the hairpin, twisting it until a silver needle appeared in her hand. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the carriage, and Su Li's expression brightened with hope. The carriage jolted to a sudden stop. What are you doing, soldiers? Came the voice of the coachman from outside. Then, the voice of Junimo followed. Who is aboard the carriage? It is my lady. She has fallen ill, and our master is taking her out to seek medical attention. Open the curtain. Soldiers Junimo, lacking patience, stepped forward and swept aside the curtain. Now that you have seen, can we depart? Liang Xuanting's voice had inexplicably transformed, becoming dark and hoarse. Su Li was nestled in Liang Xuanting's embrace, appearing to outsiders as a couple deeply in love. However, Su Li felt an urgency within, unable to voice her concerns, restrained by Liang Xianting. Rendered immobile save for her expressive eyes, Liang Xianting pressed her face against his chest. Do not fear, my lady, we shall leave shortly. Suddenly, Junmo's folding fan was thrust before Liang Xianting. Startled, he leaned back just in time to evade the lethal fan, pushing Su Li away and leaping from the carriage to engage Junmo in combat. In an instant, numerous figures clad in black emerged, clashing with the ink guards led by Junmo. One black-clad assailant leaped onto the carriage, seizing the reins and urging the horses to flee. Su Li pulled aside the curtain and thrust a needle into the neck of the black-clad man. He gasped in surprise and collapsed to the ground. Yet, in a final desperate act, he hurled his dagger at the horse's leg. The horse let out a fierce scream and bolted into the woods. All that could be heard were the cries of Junmo and Liang Xianting. Leer, Miss Su. Two figures rushed toward her in a frenzy. Su Li, jostled and disoriented, gritted her teeth and reached for the reins. The palms of her hands were chafed by the reins, yet she clutched them tightly without letting go. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes widened in shock. None could foresee that the end of this forest was a precipice. A singular thought consumed her. She could not die. In a flash, Su Li leaped, expecting to sustain severe injuries at the very least. Yet, she fell into an embrace imbued with a chilling fragrance. Junmo held her tightly, rolling backwards several times before coming to a halt. Lier, are you all right? His voice betrayed an unmistakable urgency. This was the first time Su Li witnessed such concern from him. Previously, his expressions had either been laced with cunning smiles or marked by aloofness. Noticing her silence, Junmo realized she had been rendered mute and swiftly began to release her from the paralysis. "Li air." Su Li gently replied, "I'm fine. You can get up now." It was only then that Junimo became aware of their current position, feeling a rush of heat upon his face. Su Li was astonished to see his ears redden visibly. Junimo rose, assisting Su Li to her feet. "It seems you have not been affected by the soft bone powder." Liang Xianting's voice echoed, its tone difficult to discern, whether it was born of relief or anger. Chapter 98. Perhaps it is best to don the veil once more. Junimo pulled Su Li behind him. "Liang Xianting, do you not fear igniting a war and becoming a pariah for both nations with your actions?" Liang Xianting scoffed, responding, "Junimo, do you still have the audacity to accuse me? Miss Su was meant to be my fiancée, yet you intruded and stole what belongs to another. Do you not worry about inciting conflict?" Junimo retorted coldly, "This prince has a betrothal with the heir. It is you who has intruded." "Huh? A betrothal? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Spare me your nonsense. If today you allow Miss Su to leave, this matter will be settled once and for all. Otherwise, she will inevitably be branded as a harbinger of calamity." Su Li's expression darkened, no matter her actions. Disaster loomed before her. The smile had vanished from Junmo's face. "In that case, I shall ensure you remain in Tianqi forever." In an instant, the two were entangled once more. With a swish of the fan and a flash of the sword, only shadows could be seen. Waves of sword energy swept through, causing dust to rise and trees to wither. However, this tumultuous scene lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Bang! Liang Xianting fell from the sky, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, and leaped back to his feet, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Junimo, clad in purple, elegantly descended before Su Li, unfurling his fan with a swift motion. At that moment, Mo Wei and the men in black arrived in pursuit, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Liang Xianting wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward, sword in hand. Junimo met him with his fan. This time, Liang Xianting held his ground for a quarter of an hour. "Your Highness." Liang Xianting spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a searing pain in his chest. A man in black shouted, "Changming, protect his highness and retreat." With that, he raised his sword and charged at Junimo. Changming gritted his teeth and supported Liang Xianting. "Your Highness, we must leave." In that instant, the men in black launched a desperate attack, momentarily hindering Junimo and Mo Wei. Liang Xianting cast a deep glance at Su Li and then at the loyal guards fighting for him. "Your Highness, quickly go." With his vision clouded in red, Liang Xianting resolutely turned away. Changming helped Liang Xianting mount a horse, and they fled at full speed. Moments later, the ground lay strewn with the bodies of the men in black. Mo Yang declared, "Let us pursue." "It is unwise to pursue a defeated foe," Junimo uttered softly. As Su Li was about to respond, a sudden darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Li found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. The subtle fragrance of sandalwood permeated the air, and delicate rays of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the room. She surveyed her surroundings through the azure curtains, noting the tranquil atmosphere. The air was still, and the room was warmed by a charcoal fire, creating a cozy ambience. Though sparsely furnished, each item exuded exquisite craftsmanship and luxury, reflecting the extraordinary taste of the room's occupant. Su Li rose, donned her shoes and socks, and stepped outside. The courtyard scenery was equally captivating, showcasing the owner's refined sensibilities. "Awake?" Junimo inquired. "Is this your chamber?" He nodded. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Su Li shook her head, replying, "I am well. I am much obliged to you for your assistance." Junimo responded gently, "Indeed. It was your cleverness that allowed you to leave a clue under those circumstances." Su Li inquired. The silver powder on the wheels eventually disappeared. "How did you recognize me?" Junimo replied, "Your eyes." Su Li was taken aback. "I have never beheld eyes as limpid as yours," Junimo continued, "even in that fleeting glimpse. I knew it was you." Su Li's heart skipped a beat as she gazed into his smiling eyes. She then realized that she was still wearing a disguised face. Junimo offered her a porcelain vial, which she accepted. The scent revealed it to be a solution for removing disguises. "I did not presume to remove your disguise without your consent, as you may not wish to reveal your true appearance." Su Li paused, then smiled. "My apologies for my narrow-mindedness." She was touched by his thoughtfulness. Princess Xuanmin is the beloved younger sister of the current monarch. She became a widow at a young age and has only one daughter, who is frail and often unwell. Upon returning to her chamber, her maidservant brought forth garments and fetched water. Junmo awaited her outside the door. Su Li removed her makeup and refreshed herself. Glancing at the veil, She grasped it in her hand and stepped outside. "Let us depart." Junmo's words faltered upon beholding her visage. Her skin was as fair as snow, untouched by powder or adorned with jewels, radiating beauty akin to a delicate lotus blossom or the blooming of peach flowers. A smile graced her lips, vibrant and alluring. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with an innate elegance, exuding a celestial grace that captivated onlookers while invoking a reverent awe. With a gentle smile, Su Li remarked, "Shall we go?" Just as they were about to exit the estate, he suggested, "You should don the veil." At his words, Su Li chuckled softly, lifting the veil to gently cover her breathtaking face. The voice of the gatekeeper reverberated throughout the minister's residence. Sumu hurriedly rushed outside. "Madam, take care." Su Fu quickly steadied her, fearing she might slip. "Mother, the princess merely requested that I attend to the county princess. It grew late, and I stayed the night to ease your worries." "Miss, are you injured?" "Indeed, miss, you may conceal matters from the master and madam, but do not hide them from us." "Miss, are you hungry? Jishu will dash to the kitchen to fetch your favorite dish." With that, she hurried away like the wind. A warmth enveloped Su Li's heart as she took one made by each hand, leading them into the room. "Your young lady is perfectly well. See, not a single hair is out of place." Instantly, tears welled in Sichin's eyes. Su Li tenderly wiped her tears away, observing the girl's eyes, swollen and reddened, with dark circles beneath. It was evident that she had not slept a wink throughout the night. "Miss, come quickly. This is freshly made crystal cake, along with your favorite dishes," Jishu exclaimed cheerfully while holding a tray. Su Li smiled and took her seat at the table, beginning her meal. Several maidens stood nearby, refilling tea, serving water, and presenting dishes, attending to every detail. Content, Su Li wiped her mouth and said, "All right, I've eaten my fill. You all should go rest, as you surely did not sleep last night." "We are not tired," the maidens replied. Su Li's expression darkened. "Go now," Sichin added. "Then if the miss requires anything, just call for us. We shall take our leave." Chapter 99, The Grand Opening of Jin Chao Zue. After much preparation, the day of Jin Chao Zue's grand opening had finally arrived. Su Li, accompanied by 3 maidens, arrived early at the establishment. Stepping off the carriage, she was greeted by the imposing golden plaque adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters Jin Chao Zue, followed by the words "Authentic Hot Pot." Outside, 2 rows of uniformly dressed, spirited staff awaited her arrival. "Miss, you are here." Sumu Bai, who had also arrived early, approached her eagerly. "Miss, there is still some time before the opening. Let us head upstairs first." Su Li nodded and followed Sumu Bai to the 3rd floor. "Miss, this private room is the finest in Jin Chao Zue, not open to the public, reserved exclusively for you." Su Li gazed around the astonishingly spacious room, furnished with a chessboard, a writing desk, and a guqin. At the far end was another door. Su Li pushed it open, revealing a bed inside. She looked at Sumu Bai with a puzzled expression. Sumu Bai stepped forward and said, "Miss, in the future, you may wish to peruse the account books. When fatigued, you might take a brief respite. Should anyone find themselves inebriated, such provisions would also prove useful." Su Li could not help but admire Sumu Bai's thoughtfulness. After his introduction, she instructed him to attend to his duties. As the hour approached, a melodious voice echoed from outside, "Cousin, I have arrived." Before the person was visible, her voice heralded her presence. Wei Yuanyao entered, accompanied by Meng Zhuro, and made her way to the window, surveying the view from an elevated position. "Wow, the sight of the lake from here is truly splendid. Cousin, I just took a stroll downstairs. To speak of the flavors of your dishes can wait. But this ambience is unparalleled in the capital. I can almost see silver coins beckoning to me." Su Li chuckled. "It cannot be so exaggerated." "Indeed it is," Wei Yuanyao replied. "If you doubt it, ask Zhiro." Meng Zhiro smiled and added, "Io speaks the truth. The layout here clearly reflects considerable thought," instantly uplifting one's spirits upon entering. Wei Yuanyao inquired, "Lear, what is your signature dish here?" Su Li responded, "You shall soon find out." Wei Yuanyao laughed. "How mysterious." As the 3 continued their banter, Sumu Bai returned, announcing, "Miss, young Master Wei and young Master Ji have arrived." Su Li glanced at Wei Yuanyao and smiled. "Please invite them in." She had not anticipated any visitors for the grand opening of her establishment without prior announcements. "Cousin Lear, you have truly made a grand gesture this time," Wei Yuanling remarked, a smile gracing his face, with Ji Huaizhou trailing behind, fanning himself with a folding fan. Su Li couldn't help but cast a curious glance at him. It was a snowy day, and yet he was fanning himself, which appeared rather chilly. Under her gaze, Ji-san instinctively folded his fan away. "Miss Su, congratulations on the joyous occasion of your grand opening." Ji-san presented a beautifully crafted box. Su-li accepted it with a smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Ji-san." She handed the box to Si-chin and remarked, "Please, take a seat. The auspicious hour for the opening has yet to arrive." After they settled down, Wei Yuanling produced a box and offered it to Su-li, saying, "This is from my cousin." Su-li refrained from accepting it, as her cousin had already bestowed upon her a considerable sum of silver. Thus, she felt it inappropriate to accept another gift. "That simply will not do. If you accepted Ji-san's gift, you must accept mine as well. Besides, it is not an extravagant item, merely a token of my cousin's goodwill." With that insistence, Su-li had no choice but to receive it. "My resources are not as ample as my brother's, but I chose this bracelet for you. I hope you do not find it lacking. And mine is not of great value either," he added. Su-li accepted each offering with a smile. "You are all exceedingly generous." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su-mu-bai entered and said, "Miss, the auspicious hour for the opening is approaching. Shall you descend?" Su-li shook her head, replying, "You shall represent me." Su-mu-bai contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that, as a lady, it would indeed be prudent to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. "Very well, I shall make my way down." Su-li nodded and moved to the opposite side to open the window. The charm of this room lay in its picturesque lake view at the rear and the bustling street visible through the front window. The grand spectacle of today's festivities had already drawn the attention of many curious onlookers, with several inquiring about the nature of this hot pot. As the firecrackers erupted, an even larger crowd gathered to witness the commotion. Su-mu-bai cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the chill of winter envelopes us, why not indulge in a sumptuous hot pot accompanied by exquisite wines at Jin Zhaozue? The warmth within is inviting, complemented by complimentary snacks and tea. Today marks the grand opening of Jin Zhaozue, where all culinary delights and wines are offered at a delightful discount of 20%. Come and explore." "Proprietor, what exactly is hot pot?" one inquired. "And as for the wine, I assure you, in this capital city, you shall not find a more exceptional vintage than that of my establishment." "Such bravado! What wines